Welcome, listeners. For the very first time, I'm narrating a compilation of H.P. Lovecraft's 18 short stories. The different experiment I'm going to try in this video with some visuals. These are the 18 stories, and you can jump to other story if you want, timestamps in the description. And I hope you enjoy this journey into the weird and the terrifying as much as I enjoy putting it together for you. The stories begin. He wrote these lines in a garret room under crushing mental strain, knowing that by nightfall he would end his life. Penniless and out of the morphine that alone kept existence bearable, he could endure the torment no longer. He would fling himself from the window into the squalid street below, yet he refused to be judged a weakling or degenerate for his dependence on the drug. Once these hastily scrawled pages were read, others might guess, though never fully grasp, why he now craved only forgetfulness or death. As supercargo aboard a packet ship in one of the most open and least traveled stretches of the broad Pacific, he had watched his vessel fall prey to a German sea raider early in the Great War. The enemy still observed some measure of naval decency then, treating the crew as legitimate prisoners with reasonable consideration. 5 days after capture, he slipped away alone in a small boat stocked with water and provisions enough for a long drift. Adrift and free at last, he had almost no sense of his bearings. Never a skilled navigator, he could only guess by sun and stars that he lay somewhat south of the equator, with no notion of longitude and no land or island in sight. Fair weather held as uncounted days passed beneath a scorching sun. He waited for a passing ship or the sight of habitable shore, but neither appeared. Solitude pressed heavier upon the endless heaving blue, and despair began to settle in. The change came while he slept. He would never know its exact details, for his slumber, though troubled and crowded with dreams, had been unbroken. When he finally woke, he found himself half sunk in a vast, slimy expanse of hellish black mire that stretched in monotonous undulations as far as his eyes could reach. His boat lay grounded some distance away. Horror, not wonder, seized him first. A sinister quality hung in the air and rose from the rotting soil, chilling him to the bone. The plain reeked of decaying fish and other less nameable carcasses protruding from the nasty mud. Absolute silence and barren immensity surrounded him. Nothing stirred, nothing sounded. That total stillness and unbroken homogeneity of black slime filled him with a nauseating, oppressive fear. The sun blazed from a sky that seemed almost black in its cloudless cruelty, mirroring the inky marsh below. As he crawled back into the stranded boat, only one explanation fit. Some unprecedented volcanic upheaval had thrust a portion of the ocean floor to the surface, exposing depths hidden for millions of years. The new land stretched so far that he could hear no distant surge of ocean, no matter how he strained. No seafowl circled to feed on the dead things. For several hours he sat brooding in the boat, which lay on its side and offered thin shade as the sun crossed overhead. By late afternoon, the ground had lost much of its stickiness and promised to dry enough for travel soon. That night's sleep came only fitfully. The next day he prepared a pack with food and water, readying himself for an overland search for the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, the soil had dried sufficiently to walk with ease. The stench of fish clawed at his senses, yet graver fears drove him on. He set out boldly westward, guided by a distant hummock that rose higher than any other rise on the rolling desert. All day he pressed forward. That night he encamped. The following day he continued toward the hummock, which seemed scarcely nearer. By the fourth evening he reached its base. The mound proved far taller than it had appeared from afar, an intervening valley sharpening its relief against the plain. Exhausted, he slept in its shadow. His dreams that night turned wild and unbearable. Before the waning, Gibu's moon had climbed far above the eastern plain. He woke drenched in cold sweat, resolved never to sleep again under such visions. In the moonlight, he realized his mistake in traveling by day. Without the parching sun, the journey would cost far less strength. Feeling newly capable, he shouldered his pack and began the ascent he had avoided at sunset. The unbroken monotony of the rolling plain had already filled him with vague horror, but greater dread struck when he gained the summit and looked down the far side into an immeasurable pit or canyon whose black depths the moon had not yet risen high enough to touch. He stood at the edge of the world, peering into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Strange echoes of Paradise Lost and Satan's climb through unformed darkness flickered through his terror. As the moon climbed higher, he saw that the valley slopes were not quite so sheer as they first appeared. Ledges and rocky outcroppings offered workable footholds. After a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity eased. Driven by an impulse he could not name, he scrambled down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope below, staring into the Stygian deeps, still untouched by light. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a vast, singular object on the opposite slope, gleaming white in the fresh moonlight about 100 yards ahead. At first he took it for a gigantic natural stone, yet its contour and placement felt disturbingly deliberate. Closer scrutiny sent unnamable sensations through him. Despite its enormous size and its position in an abyss that had gapped at the sea's bottom since the world was young, he recognized beyond doubt that it was a well-shaped monolith bearing the clear marks of workmanship, and perhaps worship, by living, thinking creatures. Dazed, frightened, yet stirred by a scientist's thrill, he examined his surroundings more intently. The moon, now near the zenith, poured weird, vivid light over the towering steeps that enclosed the chasm. It revealed a broad body of water flowing at the bottom, winding away in both directions and nearly lapping at his feet on the slope. Across the gulf, wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith. On its surface, he could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing consisted of hieroglyphics unknown to him, unlike any he had seen in books. Mostly conventionalized aquatic symbols: fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and others. Several characters clearly depicted marine beings unknown to the modern world, forms whose decomposing remains he had already seen protruding from the risen plain. The pictorial carvings held him spellbound above all else. Visible across the intervening water because of their enormous scale, the bas-reliefs showed creatures that were meant to be men, yet they disported like fish in marine grottos or knelt in homage before monolithic shrines submerged beneath waves. He could not bring himself to describe their faces or forms in detail. The memory alone turned his stomach. Grotesque beyond any imagining, they remained disturbingly human in outline despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy bulging eyes, and other features he preferred to forget. Strangest of all, the figures were carved wildly out of proportion with their surroundings. One creature was shown slaughtering a whale no larger than itself. He told himself they were only the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing tribe, a people whose last survivor had died ages before the first human ancestor walked the earth. Awestruck at this sudden glimpse into a past no anthropologist could conceive, he stood motionless while moonlight rippled queerly across the silent channel. Then it rose. With only a faint churning to mark its emergence, the thing slid into view above the dark water. Vast, Polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it surged straight to the monolith, wrapped its gigantic scaly arms around the stone, bowed its hideous head, and uttered certain rhythmic sounds. Madness took him then. He remembered almost nothing of his frantic scramble up the slope and cliff, or of the delirious trek back across the plain to the stranded boat. He believed he had sung aloud for long stretches and laughed in strange bursts whenever the song failed him. Vague impressions remained of a violent storm that broke later, peals of thunder and the wildest voices nature could utter. When awareness returned, he lay in a San Francisco hospital. The captain of an American ship had found his boat drifting in mid-ocean and brought him aboard. In his fever, he had spoken freely, yet the crew had dismissed his words. His rescuers knew nothing of any Pacific upheaval, and he saw no point in insisting on what they could never accept. Once he had visited a noted ethnologist and casually inquired about the old Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god, but the scholar's conventional answers made him drop the subject at once. Nights were the worst, especially when the moon hung gibbous and waning. That was when the thing returned to him. Morphine had granted only fleeting relief and had bound him as its hopeless slave. Now he meant to finish it. He had set down the full account for whatever use or contemptuous amusement it might bring his fellow men. Often he wondered whether the entire ordeal had been nothing more than a sun-stricken hallucination while he lay raving in the open boat after escaping the German raider. Yet each time the question formed, the same hideously vivid vision answered it. He could no longer think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that might even now be crawling and floundering across its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likenesses on water-soaked granite obelisks. He dreamed of a day when those creatures would rise above the waves to drag down the last remnants of war-weakened mankind, of a day when the land itself would sink and the black ocean floor would surge upward in universal pandemonium. The end was here. He heard a heavy noise at the door, as though some immense slippery body was lumbering against it. It would not take him. In raw terror, he glimpsed that hand and lunged for the window. He sat before his inquisitors, repeating with weary finality that their questions would yield nothing more. They could hold him indefinitely, imprison him, even execute him to satisfy their notion of justice. Yet he had already told them everything his memory allowed. Whatever remained unclear stemmed only from the dark cloud that had settled over his mind, born of the nebulous horrors that had summoned it. He insisted he did not know what had become of Harley Warren. In his heart, he almost hoped his friend had found peaceful oblivion. For 5 years he had been Warren's closest companion, sharing to some degree those grim explorations into forbidden knowledge. He could not deny the witness's account of seeing them together on the Gainesville Pike that night, walking toward Big Cypress Swamp just after 11, carrying electric lanterns, spades, and a strange coil of wire with instruments. Those items had indeed figured in the single hideous scene still seared into his recollection. Beyond that single memory, however, and the fact that he had been discovered alone and dazed at the swamp's edge the next morning, he knew nothing. He acknowledged that nothing in or near the swamp could account for the episode he described, yet he could only swear to what he had seen. Whether vision or nightmare, it was all that remained to him of the hours after they left the sight of men. Only Harley Warren, or whatever had claimed him, could explain why he never returned. The strange studies they had pursued together were familiar to him, though his grasp of them had grown dim, and mercifully so, for they had been terrible. He had read what he could of Warren's vast library of rare and forbidden volumes, but many were in tongues beyond his knowledge, chiefly Arabic. The fiend-inspired book Warren had carried with him that final night, written in unknown characters from India, remained a mystery. Warren had never revealed its contents. He had followed his friend more from reluctant fascination than true desire, always dominated by Warren's stronger will, sometimes even fearing him. On the night before the horror, Warren's face had worn an expression that made him shudder as he spoke endlessly of corpses that never decayed but lay firm and swollen in their tombs for centuries. Now he no longer feared Warren. He feared for him. His memory of their exact purpose that night stayed blurred. It had something to do with the undecipherable book Warren carried, yet he could not say what they hoped to find. The witness's sighting on the pike was likely accurate, though the only scene burned into his soul belonged to a much later hour, when a waning crescent moon hung high in the vaporous sky. They stood in an ancient, forgotten cemetery sunk in a deep, damp hollow choked with rank grass, moss, and creeping weeds. A vague stench of rotting stone hung in the air. Neglect and decrepitude lay heavy over every slab and monument. He felt as though he and Warren were the first living things to disturb the lethal silence of centuries. By the feeble light of the moon, he made out crumbling urns, cenotaphs, and moss-stained mausoleums, half hidden by unhealthy vegetation. He remembered pausing with Warren before a half-obliterated sepulchre and setting down their burdens. He held an electric lantern and 2 spades. Warren carried a similar lantern and a portable telephone outfit with a long coil of wire. Without speaking, for the task seemed already understood, they began clearing grass, weeds, and drifted earth from the flat granite slabs covering the tomb. Once the surface was clear, Warren studied the arrangement, then used his spade as a lever to pry up the nearest slab. When it resisted, he motioned for help. Together, they loosened the massive stone and tipped it aside. A black aperture yawned open, releasing a rush of nauseating miasmal gases that drove them back in revulsion. After a moment, the worst of the stench eased. Their lanterns revealed stone steps descending into the earth, slick with foul ichor and bordered by nitrine-crusted walls. For the first time that night, Warren spoke at length in his calm, mellow tenor, explaining that he must go down alone. He said it would be criminal to take someone with such frail nerves into what lay below, fiendish work that might destroy any man not made of iron. He promised to report every move over the telephone, boasting that the wire was long enough to reach the center of the earth and back. He remembered pleading desperately to accompany his friend. Yet Warren remained immovable, even threatening to abandon the entire expedition if he insisted. Since Warren alone held the key to their purpose, he finally yielded. Warren adjusted the instruments, handed him one, and seated him on a discolored gravestone beside the opening. After a firm handshake, Warren shouldered the coil of wire and vanished down the steps. For a brief moment, the glow of his lantern and the rustle of trailing wire remained visible. Then both disappeared, around a turn in the staircase, leaving him utterly alone, yet tethered to the depths by the thin green strand gleaming faintly under the crescent moon. In the oppressive silence of the ancient necropolis, grotesque fancy seized him. The crumbling monuments seemed to take on half-sentient life. Amorphous shadows flitted through the hollow in blasphemous procession, untouched by the moon's pale light. He kept checking his watch by lantern glow and listening anxiously at the telephone receiver. More than 15 minutes passed in silence. Then came a faint clicking. He called down tensely. The voice that rose from below was no longer calm but shaken with alarm, quivering as he had never heard Warren's voice before. It cried out that if he could only see what was visible down there, terrible, monstrous, unbelievable. When he frantically demanded to know what it was, Warren answered in hoarse despair that he could not tell him. No man could know it and live. Again he begged for explanation, and Warren's tone rose to wild consternation, urging him to replace the slab at once, abandon everything, and flee for his life while he still could. He could only repeat his desperate questions. Around him lay tombs, darkness, and unnatural shadows. Below waited some peril beyond imagining. Yet he felt a surge of resentment that Warren would expect him to desert his friend. Another urgent plea came, this time in boyish slang that jolted him into action. He shouted back that he was coming down. Warren's response became a scream of utter despair, insisting it was too late, that the fault was his alone, and that nothing could be done except to cover the steps and run. The voice softened for a moment with anxious concern for him, still pleading for haste. He struggled against the paralysis of horror, determined to descend, but Warren's next whisper held him frozen. It was no use. Better one than two. The slab must be replaced. After a pause and more clicking, the faint voice returned, resigned and fading. It was nearly over. He should not make it harder. He must cover the steps and save himself. Then Warren's whisper swelled into a rising shriek of ultimate horror. Cursed, hellish things, legions of them. Run! Run! Silence fell. He sat stupefied for what felt like endless ages, whispering, muttering, calling, then screaming Warren's name into the telephone over and over, begging for any answer. None ever came. Then the crowning horror arrived. Aeons seemed to drag past after Warren's final shriek, the silence broken only by his own raw, repeated cries into the receiver. At last, another faint click sounded from the instrument. He strained forward, calling down once more, desperate for any sign of his friend. In reply rose the voice that finally shattered his mind. He would never attempt to explain it, nor could he describe its full quality. The instant those first words reached him, consciousness fled, and left only a blank that stretched unbroken until he woke in the hospital. What he did register was enough, a sound deep, hollow, gelatinous, impossibly remote, unearthly, inhuman, and entirely disembodied, welling up from the blackest depths of the open sepulchre itself. It pronounced Warren dead, and called him a fool for not understanding. He sat petrified among the crumbling stones and tilting tombs, rank vegetation pressing close, miasmal vapors curling around him, while amorphous necrophagous shadows danced beneath the accursed waning moon. That single pronouncement ended everything. He heard it and knew no more. Life struck Arthur JERMYN as a thing of profound horror, its hidden truths peering from the shadows like demonic hints that made existence 1,000 times more unbearable. Science, with its relentless shocks, seemed destined to become humanity's final destroyer. If humanity was even a single species, its untapped reserves of terror too vast for any mortal mind to endure. Knowing the full truth of what one was would drive a man to do exactly as he himself had done that night. Douse his clothes in oil and set them ablaze. No urn received his charred remains. No memorial honored his memory. Certain papers and a certain boxed object discovered afterward ensured that those who knew him preferred to pretend he had never existed at all. He had walked out onto the moor and burned himself alive after opening the package that arrived from Africa. It was the contents of that box, not his own unsettling appearance, that finally broke him. Many men might have despaired at possessing features like his, yet Arthur had always borne them lightly. A poet and scholar by nature, he had found solace in learning. That thirst ran deep in his blood. His great-grandfather, Sir Robert JERMYN, had been a noted anthropologist, while his great-great-great-grandfather, Sir Wade JERMYN, ranked among the earliest explorers of the Congo, authoring learned accounts of its tribes, beasts, and rumored antiquities. Old Sir Wade's intellectual fervor bordered on mania. His wild theories of a forgotten white civilization in the Congo had drawn widespread ridicule when his book Observations on the Several Parts of Africa appeared. In 1765, the fearless traveler was committed to a madhouse in Huntingdon. Madness threaded through every generation of the Germans, and the world felt relief that their line remained thin. They produced no branching families, and Arthur stood as the final member. Had others survived, one could only imagine what fresh horrors the arrival of that boxed object might have unleashed. The Germans had never looked quite right. Something indefinable was always amiss, though Arthur's features were the most disturbing. The older family portraits at Jermyn House showed handsome enough faces before Sir Wade's era. The family affliction clearly began with him, whose bizarre African tales both fascinated and terrified his few companions. It revealed itself in the grotesque trophies and specimens he collected, items no sane man would gather, and in the strange seclusion with which he guarded his wife. He claimed she was the daughter of a Portuguese trader he had met in Africa, a woman who disliked English customs. She had accompanied him back with their infant son, born on the continent, and joined him again on his final, longest expedition, never to return. No one ever saw her closely, not even the servants. Her temperament proved violent and peculiar. During her short time at Jermyn House, she remained in a distant wing, attended only by her husband. Sir Wade displayed an obsessive protectiveness over his family. When he sailed back to Africa, he allowed no one but a repulsive black woman from Guinea to care for his young son. After his wife's death, He took full charge of the boy himself. Yet it was Sir Wade's talk, especially when deep in his cups, that most convinced his friends of his insanity. In the rational climate of the 18th century, a learned man risked everything by speaking of monstrous sights beneath a Congo moon, towering walls and pillars of a vine-choked lost city, damp stone steps descending endlessly into lightless vaults and catacombs of unimaginable treasure. It was far worse to rave about the living things that might still haunt such ruins, creatures blending jungle and ancient stone, half ape, half something older and fouler, beings even Pliny would have dismissed with doubt. After his final return, Sir Wade described these matters with a shuddering, unnatural eagerness, usually after his third drink at the Knight's Head, boasting of secret jungle discoveries and how he had lived among terrible ruins known only to him. Eventually, his accounts of the living things grew so vivid that he was taken away to the madhouse. He showed little distress at being locked in the barred room at Huntingdon. His mind had already turned strangely inward. Ever since his son began to leave infancy behind, he had grown to dread his own home. The Knight's Head became his refuge, and confinement brought him a vague sense of relief, as though it offered protection. 3 years later, he died. Wade Jermyn's son, Philip, proved a deeply unsettling figure. Though he shared his father's strong physical build, his manners and appearance were so coarse that society universally avoided him. He escaped the feared hereditary madness, yet remained densely stupid and prone to sudden bursts of uncontrollable rage. Small in stature, but brutally powerful, he moved with startling agility. 12 years after inheriting the title, he married his gamekeeper's daughter, a woman rumored to carry gypsy blood. Before their son was born, he abandoned respectability entirely, enlisting in the Navy as a common sailor and completing the disgust his habits and unequal marriage had already begun. After the American War ended, he surfaced again as a sailor on a merchant vessel trading along the African coast, gaining a rough reputation for feats of strength and climbing, until one night he vanished from his ship while it lay anchored off the Congo shore. In Philip's son, the family peculiarity took a strange and ultimately fatal turn. Tall and reasonably handsome, possessing an odd Eastern grace despite slight distortions in proportion, Robert Jermyn entered life as a scholar and researcher. He was the first to examine his grandfather's vast African collection with scientific rigor, elevating the family name in ethnology as much as in exploration. In 1815, he married a daughter of the 7th Viscount Brightholme and fathered 3 children. The eldest and youngest were never shown publicly because of severe deformities of both mind and body. Crushed by these tragedies, the scientist buried himself in work and undertook 2 major expeditions into Africa's interior. In 1849, his second son, Neville, a repellent man who blended Philip's surliness with Brightholme arrogance, eloped with a vulgar dancer, only to be forgiven when he returned the next year as a widower with an infant son named Alfred, who would one day father Arthur Jermyn. Friends attributed Sir Robert's later breakdown to this chain of griefs, yet the true spark was likely a fragment of African folklore. The aging scholar had been gathering Onga tribal legends near the sites of his grandfather's and his own explorations, seeking some rational explanation for Sir Wade's wild stories of a lost city inhabited by hybrid creatures. Certain consistencies in his ancestors' papers suggested the old madman's visions might have been fueled by native myths. On October 19, 1852, the explorer Samuel Seton arrived at Jermyn House carrying a manuscript of notes from the Ongas, convinced that tales of a gray city ruled by white apes and a white god would interest the ethnologists. Their conversation likely included many further details whose exact nature would never be known. A wave of horror erupted without warning. When Sir Robert emerged from his library, he left Samuel Seton's strangled body behind. Before anyone could stop him, he slaughtered all 3 of his children, the 2 hidden ones, and the son who had once run away. Neville Jermyn died defending his 2-year-old son Alfred, who had apparently been marked for death in the old man's frenzied plan. Sir Robert himself, after repeated suicide attempts and a complete refusal to speak, died of apoplexy in the second year of his confinement. Sir Alfred Jermyn inherited his baronetcy before he turned 4, yet his inclinations never aligned with the rank. By 20, he had joined a troupe of music hall performers, and by 36, he had abandoned his wife and child to follow an itinerant American circus. His death proved grotesque. Among the show's animals traveled a huge bull gorilla, lighter in color than most and unusually docile, a favorite with the troupe. Alfred grew strangely obsessed with the beast. The two would lock eyes for long stretches through the bars. In time, he secured permission to train it, astonishing audiences and fellow performers with the results. One morning in Chicago, while rehearsing a clever boxing routine, the gorilla landed a blow of unusual force that bruised both his body and his pride. What followed left the circus members unwilling to speak of it afterward. They had not expected the baronet to loose a shrill, inhuman cry, seize his clumsy opponent with both hands, slam it to the cage floor, and tear fiendishly at its hairy throat. The gorilla recovered quickly. Before the regular trainer could intervene, the body that had belonged to Sir Alfred Jermyn lay unrecognizable. Arthur Jermyn, son of Sir Alfred and a music hall singer of unknown origin, was carried by his mother to Jermyn House after the desertion. No one remained to oppose her arrival. She held firm ideas of noble dignity and saw that her son received the best education their limited funds could secure. The family resources had shrunk to almost nothing, and the old house had fallen into disrepair, yet young Arthur cherished the place and every relic it held. He differed from every Jermyn who had come before him. He was a poet and a dreamer. Some neighbors, remembering tales of old Sir Wade's unseen Portuguese wife, claimed her Latin blood had surfaced in him, while others simply mocked his sensitivity to beauty and laid it at the door of his socially invisible mother. His poetic delicacy stood out sharply against his uncouth appearance. Most Jermyns had carried a subtly repellent cast, but Arthur's was extreme. Observers found it hard to name the resemblance, yet his expression, the angle of his face, and the unusual length of his arms provoked an instant thrill of repulsion in strangers. His mind and character more than compensated for his looks. Gifted and learned, he claimed top honors at Oxford and seemed destined to restore the family's intellectual standing. Though poetic rather than scientific by temperament, he resolved to continue his forefathers' work in African ethnology and antiquities, drawing on Sir Wade's strange yet magnificent collection. His fanciful imagination turned often to the prehistoric civilization the mad explorer had believed in so completely, and he spun endless tales around the silent jungle city described in the wilder passages of those notes. The hints of a nameless race of jungle hybrids stirred in him a peculiar blend of terror and attraction. He speculated on their possible reality and hunted for clarity in the more recent data gathered by his great-grandfather and by Samuel Seton among the Onga. In 1911, after his mother's death, Sir Arthur Jermyn decided to press his investigations to the limit. He sold part of the estate for funds, equipped an expedition, and sailed for the Congo. After securing guides through the Belgian authorities, he spent a full year in Onga and Kaliri territory, unearthing far more than he had hoped. Among the Kaliri lived an aged chief named Mwanu, gifted with a remarkable memory and a sharp interest in ancient lore. The old man confirmed every tale Arthur had heard and added his own detailed account of the stone city and the white apes. According to Mwanu, the gray city and its hybrid inhabitants had long since vanished, annihilated by the warlike Mbangis many years earlier. That tribe had demolished most of the buildings, slain the living creatures, and carried off the stuffed goddess that had been their goal. The white ape goddess worshipped by the strange beings and held by Congo tradition to be the preserved form of a princess who once reigned among them. Mwanu could not say exactly what the white ape-like creatures had been, though he believed they had built the ruined city. Arthur formed no clearer conjecture, but persistent questions drew out a vivid legend of the stuffed goddess. The ape princess, the tale ran, had become the consort of a great white god who arrived from the west. They ruled the city together until the birth of their son, after which all three departed. Later, the god and princess returned. Upon her death, he mummified her body and enshrined it in a vast stone house for worship before leaving alone. The legend offered three endings. In one, the stuffed goddess simply became a trophy of power for whichever tribe possessed it, explaining why the Mbangis had taken it. A second version claimed the god returned and died at the feet of his enshrined wife. A third told of the son's return in manhood, whether ape, man, or god, yet unaware of his own identity. The inventive locals had clearly embroidered whatever kernel of truth lay behind the extravagant myth. Arthur JERMYN no longer doubted the reality of the jungle city old Sir Wade had described. Early in 1912, he stood among its ruins and felt no surprise. The scattered stones proved it had been far more than a simple native village, though its scale had clearly been exaggerated. No carvings remained visible, and the small size of his expedition made it impossible to clear the single accessible passageway leading down into the vault Sir Wade had mentioned. He questioned every local chief about the white apes and the stuffed goddess, yet it fell to a European to advance the search. Monsieur Verheeren, the Belgian agent at a Congo trading post, believed he could both locate and acquire the gruesome relic. The once powerful Mbangis now answered to King Albert's government and could be persuaded to surrender it. When Arthur sailed for England, he carried the confident expectation that within months he would receive an ethnological prize confirming the wildest tales of his great-great-great-grandfather, the wildest ones he himself had ever heard. Locals near JERMYN House may have known even stranger stories passed down from those who once drank with Sir Wade at the Knight's Head. He waited patiently for the promised box from Monsieur Verheeren, filling the time by studying his mad ancestors' manuscripts with renewed intensity. He began to feel a deep kinship with Sir Wade and hunted for any personal traces the explorer had left in England. Stories of the mysterious, secluded wife abounded, but no physical remnant of her time at JERMYN House survived. Arthur wondered what had caused such complete erasure, and concluded that his ancestors' insanity had driven it. He recalled that his great-great-great-grandmother was said to have been the daughter of a Portuguese trader in Africa. Her practical nature and limited knowledge of the interior had probably led her to dismiss Sir Wade's wilder claims, something a man of his temperament would never forgive. She had died in Africa, perhaps dragged there by a husband desperate to prove his stories. Even as these thoughts crossed his mind, Arthur smiled at their futility more than a century and a half after both strange figures were gone. In June 1913, a letter arrived from Verheeren announcing the discovery of the stuffed goddess. The Belgian described it as an extraordinary object, impossible for a layman to classify. Only a scientist could decide whether it was human or simian, and even then the task would be difficult because of its poor condition. Time and the Congo climate had not been kind to the amateurishly prepared mummy. A golden chain with an empty locket bearing armorial designs hung around its neck, likely some unfortunate traveler's keepsake taken by the Mbangis and used as a charm. In a half-whimsical aside, Monsieur Verheeren commented on the mummy's facial contour and wondered how it would strike his correspondent, though scientific interest kept his tone brief. The packed goddess, he promised, would arrive about a month after the letter. The boxed object reached JERMYN House on the afternoon of August 3, 1913, and was carried straight to the large chamber holding Sir Robert's and Arthur's arranged African collection. What happened next was pieced together from the servants' accounts and from papers and objects later examined. The most coherent report came from the elderly butler Soames. According to him, Sir Arthur cleared the room before opening the box, the distant sounds of hammer and chisel confirming he wasted no time. Silence followed for less than a quarter of an hour. Then came a horrible scream, unmistakably JERMYN's voice. Moments later, he burst from the room and fled frantically toward the front of the house, as though something unspeakable pursued him. His already ghastly face wore an expression beyond description. Near the front door he paused, seemed to remember something, turned and disappeared down the cellar stairs. The servant stood stunned at the top, but he did not reappear. Only the smell of oil drifted up from below. After dark came the sound of a door rattling in the courtyard. A stable boy watched Arthur JERMYN, soaked head to foot in oil and reeking of it, slip furtively out and vanish onto the black moor. Then, in a surge of ultimate horror, everyone witnessed the end. A spark flared on the moor, a flame leapt up, and a pillar of human fire rose toward the sky. The house of JERMYN had ceased to exist. No one gathered or buried Arthur JERMYN's charred fragments because of what was found afterward. Chiefly the thing inside the box. The stuffed goddess was a nauseating sight, withered and decayed, yet unmistakably a mummified white ape of an unknown species. Less hairy than any known variety and disturbingly close to humankind. Two details stood out with revolting clarity, tying directly to Sir Wade's expedition notes and the Congolese legends of the White God and Ape Princess. The golden locket around the creature's neck bore the JERMYN family arms, and Mr. Verheeren's light-hearted remark about a certain facial resemblance struck with ghastly, unnatural precision when applied to the sensitive features of Arthur JERMYN himself, great-great-great-grandson of Sir Wade and his unknown wife. Members of the Royal Anthropological Institute burned the relic and cast the locket into a well. Some of them still refuse to admit that Arthur JERMYN ever existed. In his dream, Kuranes beheld the city nestled in the valley, the coastline stretching beyond it, and the snow-capped peak rising above the sea. Gaily painted galleys slipped out of the harbor, bound for the distant regions where sea and sky merged into one. It was in dreams, too, that he had taken the name Kuranes, for in waking life he answered to another. As the last of his line, he lived alone among the indifferent crowds of London, with few left to call him by his old name. His fortune and lands had long since vanished, and he cared nothing for the ways of those around him. He preferred instead to dream and to write of those dreams. Those writings, when shown to others, met only mockery, so he soon kept them to himself and eventually stopped writing altogether. The further he withdrew from the world, the more wondrous his dreams became. Too magnificent, he felt, to ever capture on paper. Unlike the modern writers who sought to strip life of its mythic robes and expose its raw ugliness, Kuranes chased beauty alone. When truth and experience offered none, he turned to fancy and illusion, and found it waiting on his very doorstep, woven from the hazy memories of childhood tales and dreams. Few people truly understand the wonders unlocked in the stories and visions of their youth. As children, we listen and dream with half-formed thoughts. As adults, we remember only through the dulling poison of life. Yet some awaken in the night to fleeting phantasms of enchanted hills and gardens, singing fountains in sunlight, golden cliffs above murmuring seas, plains leading to bronze and stone cities asleep, and shadowy heroes on caparisoned white horses riding the edges of dark forests. In those moments, they glimpse again the world of wonder that was theirs before wisdom and unhappiness claimed them. Kuranes came upon his old world of childhood with startling suddenness. He had been dreaming of the ivy-covered stone house where he was born, home to 13 generations of his ancestors, the place he had once hoped to die. Under moonlight, he slipped out into the fragrant summer night, through the gardens, down the terraces, past the great oaks of the park, and along the long white road toward the village. The village looked ancient, its edges eaten away like a waning moon. He wondered whether the peaked roofs... The summons drew him down a lane off the village street, leading toward the Channel Cliffs. There he reached the end of all things, the precipice where the village and the entire world dropped abruptly into the silent emptiness of infinity, the sky ahead empty and unlit by the crumbling moon or distant stars. Faith pushed him forward over the edge and into the gulf. He floated down, down past dark, shapeless dreams, faintly glowing spheres that might have been half-dreamed, and laughing winged things that mocked dreamers across all worlds. Then a rift opened in the darkness, and far below he saw the radiant city in the valley, framed by sea and sky, with a snow-capped mountain near the shore. He awoke the instant he beheld it, yet he knew from that single glimpse it was CELEPHAԻS, in the valley of Uth-Nargi, beyond the Tanarian hills, the place his spirit had inhabited for the eternity of one summer afternoon long ago. As a child he had slipped from his nurse on the cliff near the village, letting the warm sea breeze lull him to sleep while he watched the clouds. When they found and woke him, he had protested bitterly, for he had been on the verge of sailing in a golden galley toward the alluring regions where sea meets sky. Now, after 40 weary years, he felt the same sharp resentment at being pulled back from his fabulous city. 3 nights later, Kuranes returned to CELEPHAIS. Once more he dreamed of the sleeping or dead village and the silent descent through the abyss. The rift appeared again, revealing the glittering minarets, the graceful galleys at anchor in the blue harbor, and the ginkgo trees of Mount Aran swaying in the sea breeze. This time nothing snatched him away. Like a winged being, he descended gradually over a grassy hillside until his feet touched the soft turf. He had come back to the valley of Uth-Nargi and the splendid city of CELEPHAIS. He walked down the hill through scented grasses and brilliant flowers, crossed the bubbling Naraxa on the small wooden bridge where he had carved his name years before, and passed through the whispering grove to the great stone bridge at the city gate. Everything remained exactly as he remembered. The marble walls showed no discoloration. The polished bronze statues were untarnished. The sentries on the ramparts were the same men, still as young as in his memory. Inside the city, past the bronze gates and over onyx pavements, merchants and camel drivers greeted him warmly as though he had never left. At the turquoise temple of Nath-Horthoth, the orchid-wreathed priest explained that in Uth-Nargi there was no time, only perpetual youth. Kuranes continued through the street of pillars to the seaward wall, where traders, sailors, and strange men from the regions where sea meets sky had gathered. He lingered there, gazing over the bright harbor where ripples sparkled beneath an unknown sun, and galleys from far places rode lightly on the water. His eyes also rested on Mount Aran, rising regally from the shore, its lower slopes green with swaying trees, and its white peak touching the sky. More strongly than ever he longed to sail in one of those galleys to the distant places he had heard described in so many strange tales. He sought out the captain, who had once agreed to take him, a Thib, sitting on the same chest of spices as before. A Thib showed no awareness that any time had passed. Together they rowed to a galley in the harbor, gave orders to the oarsmen, and set sail into the billowy Cyrenean sea that leads to the sky. For several days they glided smoothly over the waves until they reached the horizon where sea and sky joined. The galley did not pause, but floated easily upward into the blue among rose-tinted fleecy clouds. Far beneath the keel, Kuranes saw strange lands, rivers, and cities of surpassing beauty spread indolently in sunlight that never dimmed. At length a Thebe announced their journey was nearly over. They would soon enter the harbor of Seranian, the pink marble city of the clouds, built on the ethereal coast where the west wind flows into the sky. As the highest of the city's carved towers came into view, a sound echoed somewhere in space, and Kuranes awoke in his London garret. For many months afterward, Kuranes hunted in vain for the marvelous city of CELEPHAIS and its sky-bound galleys. Though his dreams carried him through countless gorgeous and unknown places, no one he met could tell him how to reach Uth-Nargi beyond the Tanarian hills. One night he flew over dark mountains scattered with faint lone campfires and strange shaggy herds whose leaders wore tinkling bells. In the wildest stretch, so remote few men could ever have seen it, he came upon a hideously ancient stone wall or causeway zigzagging along ridges and valleys, too gigantic for human hands, its ends lost from sight. Beyond it in the gray dawn lay a land of quaint gardens and cherry trees. When the sun rose, he beheld such beauty of red and white flowers, green foliage, lawns, white paths, diamond brooks, blue lakelets, carven bridges, and red-roofed pagodas, that for a moment he forgot CELEPHAIS in sheer delight. Memory returned as he walked a white path toward a red-roofed pagoda. He would have asked the people of that land about the city, yet found none there, only birds, bees, and butterflies. Another night, he climbed an endless damp stone spiral stairway to a tower window overlooking a mighty plain and river lit by the full moon. In the silent city spreading from the riverbank, something seemed familiar. He would have descended to ask the way to Uth-Nargai had not a fearsome aurora sputtered up from beyond the horizon, revealing the city's ruin and antiquity, the stagnation of the reedy river, and the death that had lain upon the land since King Kynaratholis returned from his conquest to meet the vengeance of the gods. So Karanes continued his fruitless search for CELEPHAIS and the galleys that sailed to Seranian in the sky. He saw many wonders, and once barely escaped the high priest not to be described, who wore a yellow silken mask and dwelt alone in a prehistoric stone monastery on the cold desert plateau of lingers. In time, his impatience with the bleak intervals of day grew so fierce that he began buying drugs to lengthen his sleep. Hashish helped greatly. Once it sent him to a part of space where form did not exist and glowing gases studied the secrets of existence. A violet-colored gas told him this region lay outside what he had called infinity. It had never heard of planets or organisms before and knew Karanes only as a being from the infinity where matter, energy, and gravitation existed. Anxious to return to minaret-studded CELEPHAIS, he increased his doses, but eventually his money ran out and he could buy no more. One summer day he was turned out of his garret and wandered aimlessly through the streets, drifting over a bridge to where the houses thinned away. There fulfillment came. He met the cortege of knights sent from CELEPHAIS to bear him there forever. Handsome they were, astride roan horses, and clad in shining armor with tabards of curiously emblazoned cloth of gold. Their numbers made him almost mistake them for an army, but their leader explained they had come in his honor. Because he had created Uth-Nargai in his dreams, he was now to be appointed its chief god forevermore. They gave him a horse and placed him at the head of the cavalcade. All rode majestically through the downs of Surrey toward the region where Karanes and his ancestors were born. Strangely, as they advanced, they seemed to gallop backward through time. Villages passed in twilight looked as they might have in Chaucer's day or earlier, and sometimes they glimpsed knights with small companies of retainers. When darkness fell, they traveled more softly, then flew uncannily as though through the air. In dim dawn, they reached the village. Karanes had known alive in childhood and asleep or dead in dreams. It was alive now. Early villagers courtesied as the horsemen clattered down the street and turned into the lane that ended at the abyss of dream. He had only entered that abyss at night before and watched anxiously to see it by day. As they galloped up the rising ground to the precipice, a golden glare burst from the east and hid the landscape in effulgent draperies. The abyss became a seething chaos of roseate and cerulean splendor, and invisible voices sang exultantly as the knightly group plunged over the edge and floated gracefully down past glittering clouds and silvery coruscations. The chargers pawed the ether as if galloping over golden sands. Then the luminous vapors parted to reveal the greater brightness of the city of CELEPHAIS, the sea coast beyond, the snowy peak overlooking the sea, and the gaily painted galleys sailing out of the harbor toward distant regions where the sea meets the sky. Thereafter, Karanes reigned over Uth-Nargai and all the neighboring regions of Dream, holding court alternately in CELEPHAIS and the cloud-fashioned Seranian. He reigns there still, happily forever. Yet below the cliffs at INNSMOUTH, the channel tides played mockingly with the body of a tramp who had stumbled through the half-deserted village at dawn, casting it upon the rocks by ivy-covered Trevor Towers, where a notably fat and especially offensive millionaire brewer enjoyed the purchased atmosphere of extinct nobility. He sensed himself the last witness, murmuring his account into the listening void. Months earlier, the dread had begun. Indistinct at first, Political and social turmoil had fused with a brooding terror of some all-encompassing physical horror, the kind that belongs only to the worst nightmares. People moved through the streets with bloodless faces, trading whispered warnings and prophecies they refused to admit they had heard. A monstrous guilt pressed down on the whole land, while chill currents swept from the abysses between the stars, making men shiver in dark and lonely places. The seasons themselves had warped. Autumn heat lingered unnaturally, and everyone felt that the world, and perhaps the universe, had slipped from the rule of known forces into the hands of unknown ones. Then NYARLATHOTEP came out of Egypt. No one could say who he truly was, yet he bore the look of the old native blood, like a pharaoh. The fellahin knelt at the sight of him without knowing why. He declared he had risen from 27 centuries of blackness and had received messages from places beyond this planet. Into civilized lands he walked, swarthy, slender, and sinister, purchasing strange instruments of glass and metal and fusing them into still stranger devices. He lectured on electricity and psychology, staging demonstrations of power that left spectators speechless and swelled his fame to enormous proportions. Men urged one another to see him and shuddered. Wherever he passed, rest died. The small hours filled with nightmare screams. Never before had such shrieks become a public affliction. Scholars almost wished they could ban sleep in those hours, so the cries of cities would no longer torment the pale moon above green waters and crumbling steeples. He remembered the night NYARLATHOTEP reached his own ancient, crime-haunted city. A friend had described the man's revelations as irresistibly compelling and horrible beyond any fevered imagining. What appeared on the screen in the darkened chamber foretold things none but NYARLATHOTEP would dare reveal, and in the sputter of his sparks something essential was stripped from the viewers, something that showed only in their eyes. Rumors hinted that those who knew him beheld sights hidden from everyone else. In the stifling autumn, he joined the restless crowds, pressing through the hot night and climbing endless stairs into the choking hall. On the screen, he watched hooded shapes move among ruins, while yellow evil faces peered from behind fallen monuments. He saw the world itself battling waves of destruction from ultimate space, whirling and churning around a dimming, cooling sun. Sparks leaped around the spectators' heads. Hair rose on end as shadows more grotesque than he could describe squatted upon them. Though colder and more scientific than the rest, he muttered a trembling protest about imposture and static electricity. NYARLATHOTEP drove them all out, down the dizzying stairs into the damp, empty midnight streets. He cried aloud that he felt no fear, that he could never feel fear, and others joined the cry for comfort. They assured one another the city remained unchanged and alive. When the electric lights began to fail, they cursed the organizers again and again and laughed at the strained faces they turned on each other. Something seemed to descend from the greenish moon. As they relied on its light, they fell into strange, involuntary formations and sensed their destinations without daring to name them. Pavement blocks lay loose and displaced by grass, with scarcely a trace of rusted metal where tramways had run. A lone, windowless, dilapidated tramcar leaned almost on its side. The third tower by the river had vanished. The second stood ragged at its summit. The crowd split into narrow columns, each drawn a different way. One slipped into a side alley, leaving only the echo of a shocking moan. Another descended a weed-choked subway entrance, howling with mad laughter. His own column was pulled toward the open country. On the dark moor, a chill unrelated to the hot autumn touched them. Evil snows glittered under the hellish moon. Trackless, inexplicable drifts swept aside in a single direction, where a black gulf opened between glittering walls. The column thinned as it plodded dreamily into the gulf. He lingered at the rear, the dark rift in the green-lit snow filling him with dread. He thought he heard the reverberations of a disquieting wail as the others vanished. His will to stay behind was slight. Drawn as if by those ahead, He half floated between the titanic snowdrifts, quivering into the sightless vortex of the unimaginable. Screamingly sentient and dumbly delirious, only the oldest gods could know. A sickened, sensitive shadow writhed in hands that were not hands, whirled blindly past ghastly midnights of rotting creation, corpses of dead worlds whose sores were cities, charnel winds that brushed the pallid stars and made them flicker. Beyond lay vague ghosts of monstrous things, half-seen columns of unsanctified temples resting on nameless rocks beneath space and reaching toward dizzy vacua above the spheres of light and darkness. Through this revolting graveyard of the universe came the muffled, maddening beat of drums and the thin, monotonous whine of blasphemous flutes from inconceivable chambers beyond time. To that detestable pounding and piping the gigantic, tenebrous ultimate gods danced. Slow, awkward, absurd, the blind, voiceless, mindless gargoyles whose soul was NYARLATHOTEP. He had long pursued the chill of true horror in remote and forsaken places. Catacombs beneath Ptolemais, nightmare-carved mausolea, moonlit towers of ruined Rhine castles, and the black steppes of forgotten Asian cities. Haunted woods and desolate mountains served as his shrines, along with sinister monoliths on empty islands. Yet nothing satisfied the true seeker of unutterable ghastliness more than the ancient, lonely farmhouses of backwoods New England, where strength, solitude, grotesqueness, and ignorance fused into perfect hideousness. The most disturbing of these were the small, unpainted wooden houses, far from any traveled road, squatting on damp, grassy slopes or leaning against massive rock outcrops. For over 2 centuries they had remained there, while vines crept and trees swelled around them. Now they lay half-hidden in wild green overgrowth and deep shadows, yet their small-pane windows still stared out shockingly, as if blinking through a dull stupor that kept madness at bay by clouding the memory of unspeakable things. Generations of strange people had lived in such houses, unlike any the world had known. Their ancestors, seized by a gloomy and fanatical faith, had fled society to seek freedom in the wilderness. There the descendants of a conquering race grew strong, free from outside rules, but they cowered instead in slavery to the dark phantasms of their own minds. Cut off from civilization's light, their Puritan strength twisted into odd channels. Isolation, morbid self-repression, and the daily battle with harsh nature awakened furtive traits from the prehistoric code of their northern blood. Practical by necessity and stern by belief, they committed sins without beauty. Bound by a rigid code, they hid their errors above all else, and in time they hid them with less and less care. Only these silent, sleepy, staring houses knew what had been concealed since the earliest days, and they refused to speak, clinging to the drowsiness that let them forget. Sometimes he thought it would be kinder to tear them down, for they must dream terrible dreams. One raw November afternoon in 1896, he found himself driven by a cold, drenching rain to just such a time-battered edifice. He had been cycling through the Miskatonic Valley in search of genealogical records, and the storm had caught him on an abandoned shortcut toward Arkham. The only shelter in sight was this repellent wooden house blinking through bleared windows from between 2 huge, leafless elms at the foot of a rocky hill. Even from a distance, the place filled him with unease. Wholesome buildings did not stare so slyly. His earlier research had already tainted him with old legends about such dwellings. Yet the rain left no choice. He wheeled his bicycle up the weedy rise to the closed, secretive door. He had assumed the house stood empty, but as he drew nearer, he grew uncertain. The overgrown paths still looked too well kept for complete abandonment. Instead of forcing the door, he knocked, a strange trepidation rising in his chest. While he waited on the mossy rock doorstep, he studied the dirty, rattling windows in the transom above. None were broken. The house must still be occupied despite its isolation and decay. His knocks brought no answer. After repeating them, he tried the rusty latch and found the door unlocked. A faint but strangely hateful odor met him as he stepped into the little vestibule where plaster crumbled from the walls. He carried his bicycle inside, closed the door, and surveyed the narrow staircase ahead, the small cellar door beside it, and the two closed ground-floor rooms to either side. He leaned the bicycle against the wall and opened the left-hand door into a low-ceiled chamber lit only dimly by two dusty windows. The room held a table, several chairs, and a vast fireplace with an antique clock ticking on the mantel. Books and papers were scarce. Every visible detail breathed an extreme uniform archaism. Nowhere could he spot a single object made after the Revolution. Had the furnishings been finer, the place would have been a collector's dream. As he took in the quaint, primitive space, his initial aversion to the house deepened. He could not name exactly what he feared or loathed in the atmosphere, yet it reeked of unhallowed age, crude unpleasantness, and secrets that should have stayed buried. Unwilling to sit, he moved about examining the objects. His attention first fell on a medium-sized leather-bound book with metal fittings lying on the table. Its excellent preservation seemed remarkable in such a humble home. Opening it, he discovered Pigafetta's 1598 Latin account of the Congo region, drawn from the sailor Lopez's notes and printed at Frankfurt. The curious Debray engravings, Negroes shown with white skin and Caucasian features, held him for a moment, pushing aside his discomfort. Then a small thing shattered his calm. The volume kept falling open by itself to plate 12, a gruesome depiction of the cannibal Anzique's butcher shop. The drawing, together with nearby passages on their gastronomy, disturbed him more than he cared to admit. He turned to a nearby shelf holding an 18th century Bible, an illustrated Pilgrim's Progress printed by Isaiah Thomas, the decaying bulk of Cotton Mather's Magnalia Christi Americana, and a few other equally ancient volumes. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of footsteps sounded in the room overhead. Startled at first, given the lack of response to his knocking, he decided the walker must have just awakened. The heavy tread descended the creaking stairs with a curious, cautious quality that only heightened his dislike. After a brief silence in the hall, perhaps while the stranger examined the bicycle, the latch fumbled and the door swung open. In the doorway stood an old, white-bearded, ragged man, whose singular appearance would have drawn an exclamation from him had breeding not held him silent. The host's height reached at least 6 feet. Despite evident age and poverty, he remained stout and powerfully built. He studied the old man's face, half hidden beneath a beard that climbed high on the cheeks. The skin looked unnaturally ruddy and smoother than age should allow, while a thick shock of white hair fell across a high forehead barely thinned by years. The blue eyes, faintly bloodshot, burned with a sharpness that unsettled him. Stripped of the filth and rags, the stranger would have seemed distinguished. As he was, the unkemptness made him repulsive. His clothes were little more than layered tatters topping heavy boots, and the stench of long neglect clung to him. The sight and the instinctive dread it stirred had braced him for hostility. Instead, the old man motioned him to a chair with fawning courtesy and welcomed him in a thin, reedy voice, heavy with ingratiating warmth. He spoke in an antique Yankee dialect he had believed dead for decades. As the stranger settled opposite him, the traveler answered that he was bound for Arkham and apologized for entering uninvited. The old man brushed the apology aside, saying new faces were rare and brought him cheer these days. He guessed his guest came from Boston, mentioned a district schoolmaster who had arrived in '84 and vanished abruptly, then gave a low chuckle and offered no further explanation. The old man rambled on in feverish good humor, his eccentricities plain. Seizing a pause, the traveler asked how so rare a volume as Pigafetta's account of the Congo had reached this isolated house. The question slipped out despite his lingering unease. To his relief, the answer came freely. The book, the old man explained, had been traded to him in '68 by Captain Ebenezer Holt, who later died in the war. The name struck a chord. The traveler had met it in his genealogical notes, never after the Revolution. He filed the detail away for later. The old man continued, saying Ebenezer had sailed on a Salem merchantman and gathered oddities in every port. He had bought the book in London, and, during a horse trade at his hill house, given it away because the pictures pleased his guest. Producing a pair of filthy, octagonal lens spectacles from his rags, the old man slipped them on, lifted the volume, and turned the pages with obvious affection. He admitted he could not read the Latin himself, though a few schoolmasters and Parson Clark had once translated scraps for him. The traveler offered to read a paragraph aloud. The old man listened like a child, plainly delighted by the English rendering. Proximity made the stranger's odor harder to ignore, yet the traveler saw no polite escape. The old man's simple delight in pictures he could not read eased some of the earlier dread. Then the host leaned closer, voice thickening with excitement, eyes brightening. He pointed to an early engraving of strange trees with enormous drooping leaves and to figures that looked neither fully African nor Indian, but something halfway to monkeys. He indicated a fabulous beast, part dragon, part alligator, then with growing eagerness let the book fall open once more to plate 12. The cannibal butcher shop appeared again. The traveler's discomfort sharpened. The artist had drawn the Africans as white men. Severed limbs and quarters hung on the walls while the butcher stood axe in hand, grotesquely out of place. The old man relished every detail. He compared the scene to scripture, to the slaying of the Midianites, and confessed the picture stirred him each time he looked. In a voice dropping to a husky whisper, he described the severed feet, the head on the bench, one arm beside it, the other on the ground by the block, his hairy, spectacled face twisted with an expression the traveler could not name. Terror that had only lurked before now flooded him fully. He loathed the creature beside him with absolute intensity. The man's madness, or at least his deep perversion, stood beyond question. The whisper sank lower still, sometimes barely audible above the rain and the rattle of the small-pane windows. Thunder rumbled closer, unusual for the season. A flash and crash shook the house, but the old man seemed deaf to it. He spoke of how the picture had once made killing market sheep more enjoyable. Then the whisper grew confiding, almost pleading. He swore the image had awakened a hunger for meat he could neither raise nor buy. He wondered aloud whether consuming flesh more like one's own might lengthen life itself. The traveler sat rigid, every nerve alight. The old man never finished the thought. The interruption came from something simple, though decidedly unusual. The open book lay flat between them, the repellent engraving staring upward. As the old man whispered his final thought about flesh more like one's own, a faint spattering struck the yellowed page. He first supposed rain leaking through the roof, yet this was no rain. It glistened red. A small crimson droplet now brightened the Anzique cannibal's butcher shop, sharpening every gruesome line. The old man saw it and stopped mid-breath, even before horror showed on his guest's face. His eyes darted upward toward the floor of the room he had left an hour earlier. Following that glance, he saw a large, irregular patch of wet crimson on the loose plaster of the ancient ceiling directly overhead, spreading wider as he watched. He neither cried out nor moved, only closed his eyes. A moment later, the titanic thunderbolt of the storm exploded, blasting the accursed house of unutterable secrets into oblivion, the sole mercy that saved his mind. He clung to the memories of his childhood, even as they brought only fear and sadness. In his mind he saw again the lone hours spent in vast, dismal chambers draped in brown hangings, surrounded by maddening rows of antique books, and the awed watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic trees whose twisted branches waved silently far overhead. The gods had given him this lot. To him, the dazed and disappointed, the barren and broken, yet he felt strangely content, clinging desperately to those sere recollections whenever his thoughts threatened to drift beyond them. He did not know where he had been born. only that the castle was infinitely old and horrible, filled with dark passages and high ceilings lost in cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors always felt hideously damp, and an accursed smell hung everywhere like the piled corpses of dead generations. Perpetual gloom reigned inside, so he sometimes lit candles and stared at their flames for relief. Outside, no sun ever reached the ground. Terrible trees grew higher than the topmost accessible tower. One black tower alone pierced above the forest into the unknown sky, but it stood partly ruined and could be climbed only by a near impossible ascent up the sheer wall, stone by stone. He must have lived years in that place, though he could not measure the time. Beings had cared for his needs, yet he recalled no person except himself, and nothing living but the noiseless rats, bats, and spiders. Whoever had nursed him must have been shockingly aged, for his first idea of a living person was something mockingly like himself, distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle itself. He found nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons strewn through the stone crypts deep among the foundations. He linked them fantastically to everyday events, and thought them more natural than the colored pictures of living beings in the moldy books. From those books he had learned everything he knew. No teacher had guided him, and he remembered hearing no human voice, not even his own, for although he had read of speech, he had never tried to speak aloud. He never thought about his own appearance. There were no mirrors, and he instinctively saw himself as akin to the youthful figures drawn and painted in the books. He felt conscious of youth only because he remembered so little. Beyond the putrid moat and beneath the dark mute trees, he would lie for hours dreaming of the worlds he read about, longing to stand among gay crowds in the sunny lands past the endless forests. Once he had tried to escape the forest, but as he moved farther from the castle, the shade grew denser and the air thickened with brooding fear until he ran frantically back, terrified of losing his way in the labyrinth of nighted silence. Through endless twilights he dreamed and waited, though he knew not for what. His longing for light grew so frantic that he could rest no more. He lifted entreating hands toward the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into the unknown outer sky. At last he resolved to scale it, even if he fell. Better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight he climbed the worn stone stairs until they ended, then clung perilously to small footholds leading upward. The dead, stairless cylinder of rock felt ghastly, black, ruined, deserted, and sinister, with startled bats whose wings made no sound. Worse still was the slowness of his progress. No matter how he climbed, the darkness overhead refused to thin, and a new chill of haunted, venerable mold assailed him. He shivered, wondering why he had not reached the light and would have looked down had he dared. He fancied night had suddenly fallen and groped vainly with one free hand for a window embrasure, hoping to judge his height. After an infinity of sightless, desperate crawling up that concave precipice, his head touched a solid barrier. He knew he had gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness, he tested it and found immovable stone. He made a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall offered, until his hand found the barrier yielding. He turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with his head while using both hands for the fearful ascent. No light appeared above. His hands went higher, and he realized his climb had ended for now. The slab was a trapdoor opening onto a level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, the floor of some lofty observation chamber. He crawled through carefully, but failed to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place. Exhausted on the stone floor, he heard the eerie echoes of its fall, yet hoped he could pry it open again when needed. Believing himself now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches, he dragged himself up and fumbled for windows so he might look upon the sky, the moon, and the stars he had read about. Instead, he found only vast shelves of marble bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. He wondered what hoary secrets this high apartment, cut off for aeons from the castle below, might hold. Unexpectedly, his hands found a doorway with a stone portal rough with strange chiseling. It was locked, but with a supreme burst of strength, he dragged it open inward. Purest ecstasy flooded him. Shining tranquilly through an ornate iron grating and down a short stone passageway of ascending steps was the radiant full moon, which he had never seen except in dreams and half-remembered visions. Thinking he had reached the very pinnacle of the castle, he rushed up the few steps beyond the door. A cloud suddenly veiled the moon, and he stumbled, feeling his way more slowly in the dark. When he reached the grating, it was still very dark. He tried it carefully, found it unlocked, but did not open it for fear of falling from the amazing height. Then the moon came out. The shock was demoniacal, abysmally unexpected, and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing before had compared in terror with what he now saw. The sight was simple yet stupefying. Instead of a dizzying prospect of treetops from a lofty eminence, the solid ground stretched around him on a level through the grating, decked with marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, he opened the grating and staggered out onto the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. His stunned, chaotic mind still burned with the frantic craving for light. Not even this fantastic wonder could stop him. He neither knew nor cared whether the experience was insanity, a dream, or magic. He was determined to gaze upon brilliance and gaiety at any cost. He knew not who or what he was, nor what his surroundings might be, though as he stumbled along a fearsome latent memory stirred, making his progress not wholly aimless. He passed under an arch out of the region of slabs and columns, and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, sometimes leaving it to tread across meadows where only occasional ruins hinted at a forgotten road. Once he swam across a swift river where crumbling, mossy masonry spoke of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours passed before he reached what seemed his goal, a venerable, ivied castle set in a thickly wooded park. It struck him as maddeningly familiar, yet laced with perplexing strangeness. The moat had been filled in, several well-known towers demolished, and confusing new wings added. What drew him most were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light and pouring out the sounds of the gayest revelry. He advanced to one window and looked inside. An oddly dressed company made merry, speaking brightly to one another. He had never heard human speech before, and could only guess vaguely at their words. Some faces stirred incredibly remote recollections. Others remained utterly alien. He stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, passing in that single motion from his brightest moment of hope into the blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare struck at once. Scarcely had he crossed the sill when a sudden, unheralded fear of hideous intensity swept the whole company, twisting every face and tearing horrible screams from nearly every throat. They fled in universal panic. Several fell in swoons and were dragged away by their companions. Many covered their eyes and plunged blindly, overturning furniture and stumbling against walls before they reached the doors. He stood alone and dazed in the brilliant apartment, listening to the vanishing echoes, trembling at the thought of whatever might lurk unseen nearby. At first the room seemed deserted, but as he moved toward an alcove, he sensed a presence beyond the golden-arched doorway into another similar chamber. He approached, and the presence sharpened into clarity. Then, with the first and last sound he ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted him almost as much as its cause, he beheld in full, frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable monstrosity whose mere appearance had turned a merry gathering into a herd of delirious fugitives. He could not even hint at its nature. It was a compound of everything unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. The ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of what the merciful earth should always hide. It was not of this world, or no longer of this world, Yet its eaten-away, bone-revealing outlines formed a leering, abhorrent travesty of the human shape, and its moldy, disintegrating apparel carried an unspeakable quality that chilled him deeper still. Almost paralyzed, he made a feeble effort at flight, a backward stumble that failed to break the spell. His eyes, bewitched by the glassy orb staring loathsomely into them, refused to close, though mercifully blurred after the first shock. He tried to raise a hand to shut out the sight, but stunned nerves would not fully obey. The attempt disturbed his balance. He staggered forward several steps. Suddenly, he became agonizingly aware of the carrion thing's nearness, half fancying its hideous hollow breathing. Nearly mad, he thrust out a hand to ward off the fetid apparition pressing so close. In one cataclysmic second, his fingers touched the rotting outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. He did not shriek, yet all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for him as an avalanche of soul-annihilating memory crashed down. In that instant, he knew all that had been. He remembered beyond the frightful castle and the trees. He recognized the altered edifice in which he stood, and most terrible of all, he recognized the unholy abomination leering before him as he withdrew his sullied fingers from its own. In the supreme horror of that second, the balm of Nepenthe took him. He forgot what had horrified him. The black memory burst and vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream, he fled the haunted pile, running swiftly and silently through the moonlight. When he returned to the marble churchyard and descended the steps, the stone trap-door proved immovable. He was not sorry. He had come to hate the antique castle and its trees. Now he rides with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and plays by day among the catacombs of Nefren-Ka in the sealed, unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. Light is not for him, save the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor gaiety save the unnamed feasts of Nitocris beneath the Great Pyramid. Yet in this new wildness and freedom, he almost welcomes the bitterness of alienage. Though Nepenthe has calmed him, he knows he remains an outsider, a stranger in this century, and among those who are still men. He has known it ever since. He stretched out his fingers to the abomination within that great gilded frame and touched a cold, unyielding surface of polished glass. He could speak of Herbert West, his college friend and companion in later years, only with a deep, creeping terror. That dread did not stem solely from the sinister way West had vanished recently. It had taken root in the very nature of West's life work, and had sharpened into something acute more than 17 years earlier, during their third year at Miskatonic University Medical School in Arkham. While West remained beside him, the sheer wonder and diabolism of those experiments had held him utterly fascinated. He had been West's closest companion. Now that West was gone and the spell lay broken, the fear felt far greater. Memories and possibilities loomed more hideous than any reality he had faced. The first horrible incident of their acquaintance delivered the greatest shock he had ever known, and even now he recalled it only with reluctance. It occurred while they were still medical students, when West had already become notorious for his wild theories on the nature of death and the possibility of conquering it through artificial means. His views, ridiculed by faculty and students alike, rested on the belief that life was essentially mechanistic. He sought ways to restart the organic machinery of the human body by calculated chemical action once natural processes had failed. In his work with animating solutions, West had killed and treated vast numbers of rabbits, guinea pigs, cats, dogs, and monkeys, turning himself into the prime nuisance of the college. Several times he had coaxed signs of life, often violent signs, from animals presumed dead. Yet he soon understood that perfecting the process, if it could be done at all, would demand a lifetime of research. He also realized that because the same solution never behaved identically across species, he would need human subjects for any meaningful advance. This need brought him into direct conflict with the college authorities. The dean of the medical school himself, the learned and benevolent Dr. Allen Halsey personally barred him from further experiments. Halsey, whose tireless work for the stricken was still remembered by every longtime resident of Arkham. He had always shown unusual tolerance for West's pursuits. The two of them often discussed the theories, whose implications stretched almost without limit. West, agreeing with Haeckel that all life was merely chemical and physical process, and that the so-called soul was a myth, believed reanimation depended solely on the condition of the tissues. Unless decomposition had begun, a corpse with all organs intact could, with the right measures, be set in motion again in the peculiar state called life. West fully understood that the psychic or intellectual faculties might suffer from even brief death due to slight decay in the delicate brain cells. At first, West had hoped to find a reagent that could restore vitality before death actually arrived. But repeated failures on animals proved that natural and artificial life motions were incompatible. He then pursued extreme freshness instead, injecting his solutions into the blood and instant life extinguished. This very detail left the professors carelessly skeptical. They insisted true death had never occurred in any case and did not trouble to examine the matter with closer reason. Not long after the faculty forbade his work, West confided his determination to obtain fresh human bodies by whatever means necessary and continued the experiments in secret. Hearing him calmly weigh the practicalities felt ghastly. At the college, they had never procured anatomical specimens themselves. When the morgue fell short, 2 local men quietly supplied what was needed and were seldom questioned. West at that time was a small, slender, spectacled youth with delicate features, yellow hair, pale blue eyes, and a soft voice. It sounded uncanny to listen as he weighed the relative merits of Christchurch Cemetery against the Potter's Field. They settled on the Potter's Field because nearly everybody in Christchurch was embalmed, a condition ruinous to West's research. By then, he had become West's active and enthralled assistant, helping decide not only the source of bodies, but also a suitable place for their loathsome labor. It was he who suggested the deserted Chapman farmhouse beyond Meadow Hill. There on the ground floor, they fitted up an operating room and a laboratory, hanging dark curtains to hide their midnight activities. The isolated location lay far from any road and out of sight of other houses, yet they still took precautions. Rumors of strange lights from nocturnal wanderers could destroy everything. If discovered, they would claim it was merely a chemical laboratory. Gradually, they stocked the sinister site with materials bought in Boston or quietly borrowed from the college, items rendered unrecognizable to any but expert eyes, and laid in spades and picks for the burials they would need to make in the cellar. The college had an incinerator, but such equipment was far too costly for their unauthorized setup. Even small guinea pig bodies from clandestine dormitory experiments had proven a nuisance. They followed local death notices, like ghouls, seeking corpses interred soon after death, without embalming, preferably free of deforming disease and with all organs present. Accident victims offered the best chance. For many weeks, nothing suitable appeared, though they spoke with morgue and hospital staff as often as they could without raising suspicion. The college always received first choice, so they might need to stay in Arkham through the summer session. Then luck turned in their favor. One day they learned of an almost ideal specimen in the Potter's Field. A brawny young workman drowned only that morning in Sumner's Pond and buried at town expense without delay or preservation. That afternoon they located the fresh grave and resolved to begin work soon after midnight. The task they undertook in the black small hours was repulsive, though at that stage they had not yet acquired the special horror of graveyards that later experiences would instill. They carried spades and oiled dark lanterns. Electric torches existed, but proved less reliable than the tungsten models of later years. The slow, sordid unearthing felt almost gruesomely poetic had they been artists rather than scientists. Relief washed over them when their spades finally struck wood. West scrambled down, removed the pine lid, and dragged the contents upright. He reached down to haul the body clear, then both worked feverishly to restore the grave to its former appearance. The stiff form and vacant face of their first trophy left them nervous, but they erased every trace of their visit. Once the last shovelful of earth was patted down, they bundled the specimen into a canvas sack and set out for the old Chapman place beyond Meadow Hill. On an improvised dissecting table in the deserted farmhouse, beneath the harsh glare of a powerful acetylene lamp, the body no longer looked especially spectral. It had belonged to a sturdy, apparently unimaginative youth of wholesome plebeian stock, large-framed, gray-eyed, brown-haired, a sound animal with the simplest and healthiest vital processes. With eyes closed, it appeared more asleep than dead, yet West's expert examination left no doubt. At last they possessed what West had always craved, a real dead man of the ideal kind, ready for the solution prepared according to his most careful calculations and theories for human use. Tension gripped them tightly. They knew the chance of complete success was slim and could not escape hideous fears of grotesque partial results. They worried most about the creature's mind and impulses. Even a short time after death, delicate cerebral cells might have deteriorated. He himself still clung to lingering notions about the traditional soul of man and felt a chill awe at the secrets one returning from the dead might reveal. He wondered what sights this placid youth might have witnessed in unreachable spheres, and what he could tell if fully restored once. Yet his wonder remained tempered, for he largely shared West's materialism. West stayed calmer as he forced a large quantity of the fluid into a vein in the body's arm, then bound the incision with steady hands. The weight clawed at him with a slow, gruesome dread, yet West never faltered. Every few minutes his friend pressed a stethoscope to the silent chest and accepted each negative result with calm philosophy. After 3/4 of an hour without the faintest stir of life, West admitted the current solution had failed, but he refused to waste the prize. He resolved to alter the formula once more before they disposed of the body. They had already dug a grave in the cellar and needed it filled before dawn. Although they had locked the house, any ghoulish discovery had to be avoided. Besides, the specimen would lose what little freshness remained by the next night. They carried the solitary acetylene lamp into the adjacent laboratory, leaving their silent guest stretched on the slab in total darkness, and bent every effort to mixing a fresh solution. West supervised the weighing and measuring with fanatical precision. The horror struck without warning. He was pouring liquid between test tubes, while West worked over the alcohol blast lamp, when from the pitch-black room behind them there erupted a succession of cries so appalling and demoniac that nothing in human experience could match them. The sound fused every terror and unnatural despair of animate nature into one inconceivable cacophony, as though the pit of hell itself had split open. It could not have come from any human throat. Without a thought for their work or the risk of discovery, both men leaped for the nearest window like stricken animals, overturning tubes, lamp, and retorts in their panic. They vaulted madly into the starred rural night. He believed they screamed as they stumbled frantically toward town, yet by the time they reached the outskirts, they forced themselves into the unsteady gait of belated revelers returning from a debauch. They stayed together, reaching West's room where they kept the gas burning and whispered until dawn. Rational theories and plans for further investigation gradually steadied them enough to sleep through the day. Classes forgotten. That evening, 2 unrelated items in the newspapers shattered any chance of rest. The old Chapman farmhouse had burned to an unrecognizable heap of ashes, clearly the result of the overturned lamp. Worse, someone had attempted to disturb the new grave in the potter's field with nothing but bare, futile clawing at the earth. They had patted the soil down with meticulous care. This made no sense. For 17 years afterward, West would glance frequently over his shoulder and complain of imagined footsteps closing behind him. Now he had disappeared. He would never forget that hideous summer 16 years earlier, when typhoid stalked Arkham like a noxious afreet from the halls of Eblis. Most residents remembered the year for the satanic plague that brooded bat-winged over piled coffins in Christchurch Cemetery. But for him, a greater horror lay buried in those months, one he alone still carried now that Herbert West was gone. They had been engaged in postgraduate summer work at Miskatonic's medical school. West's notoriety for his reanimation experiments had only grown. After the scientific slaughter of countless small animals, the faculty, led by the skeptical dean Dr. Allen Halsey, had ordered the work stopped. Yet West had continued secret tests in his boarding house room, and on one unforgettable night, they had stolen a human body from the potter's field to the deserted Chapman farmhouse beyond Meadow Hill. He had stood beside West as the elixir was injected into the still veins in hopes of restarting life's chemical and physical processes. The result had ended in a delirium of fear. They later blamed on their own overwrought nerves. West had never shaken the maddening sensation of being haunted and hunted. The body had not been fresh enough. Only extreme freshness could preserve normal mental attributes. The fire that consumed the farmhouse had prevented them from burying the thing. It would have been better had they known it lay safely underground. After that night, West had abandoned his researches for a time, but the born scientist's zeal slowly rekindled. He began pressing the faculty again for access to the dissecting room and fresh human specimens, insisting the work was overwhelmingly important. His pleas met only refusal. Dr. Halsey remained inflexible, and every other professor endorsed the dean's verdict. They saw nothing in West's radical theory but the immature vagaries of a slight, yellow-haired youth whose spectacled blue eyes and soft voice gave no hint of the cold, almost diabolical power behind them. Even now the memory of West, as he had been then, made him shiver. The face had grown sterner with the years, but never old. And now Sefton Asylum had suffered its mishap, and West had vanished. Near the end of their last undergraduate term, West had clashed with Dr. Halsey in a heated dispute that did the younger man little credit for courtesy. He had felt irrationally hindered in a supremely vital endeavor, one he could pursue freely later, yet wished to launch while the university's exceptional facilities were still open to him. The tradition-bound elders had ignored his striking results on animals and continued to deny the very possibility of reanimation. To West's logical mind, this was both disgusting and incomprehensible. Only greater maturity, he believed, could explain the chronic mental limits of the professor-doctor type. Kindly, conscientious, yet narrow, intolerant, and bound by custom. West Young, despite his scientific accomplishments, nursed a deepening resentment and daydreamed of proving his theories to these obtuse men in some striking, dramatic fashion, followed in his fantasies by triumphant forgiveness. Then the scourge arrived, grinning and lethal. They had graduated just as it began, but remained for summer work, so both were in Arkham when the plague struck with full demoniac fury. Though unlicensed, they held their degrees and were pressed into frantic public service as the death toll mounted. The situation soon overwhelmed the local undertakers. Unembalmed burials followed one another in rapid succession. Even Christchurch cemeteries receiving tomb overflowed with coffins of the freshly dead. West brooded often on the bitter irony. So many perfect specimens, yet none available for his persecuted research. The ceaseless overwork and crushing nervous strain left him morbidly withdrawn. West's gentler critics on the faculty fared no better. The college had all but shut down, and every medical professor labored against the epidemic. Dr. Halsey, in particular, distinguished himself through tireless, sacrificial service, devoting his full skill to cases others avoided because of danger or hopelessness. The fearless dean became a popular hero within a month, though he remained unaware of his fame as he fought collapsing from exhaustion and nervous strain. West could not deny admiration for his opponent's fortitude, yet this only hardened his resolve to prove the truth of his doctrines. Seizing the chaos in college routines and health regulations, West smuggled a freshly deceased body into the university dissecting room one night. In his presence, West injected a new modification of the solution. The corpse opened its eyes and stared at the ceiling with soul-petrifying horror before sinking back into inertness from which nothing could stir it. West declared it simply had not been fresh enough. The hot summer air ruined corpses. They nearly got caught before incinerating the remains, and West doubted the wisdom of risking the college laboratory again. The epidemic peaked in August West, and he were near collapse when Dr. Halsey died on the 14th. Students attended the hasty funeral the next day and presented a wreath, though it was dwarfed by tributes from wealthy citizens and the town itself. The entombment felt almost like a public event, for the dean had been a true benefactor. Afterward, depression settled over them. They spent the afternoon at the commercial house bar. West, shaken by his chief opponent's death, chilled the others with casual references to his notorious theories. As evening wore on, most students left for home or duties, but West convinced him to make a night of it. West's landlady saw them return around 2 a.m. with a third man between them and remarked to her husband that they had clearly dined and drunk well. She proved right. At 3 o'clock, the house erupted with cries from West's room. When the door was forced, they found both men unconscious on the blood-stained carpet, beaten, scratched, and mauled, surrounded by shattered bottles and instruments. An open window explained the assailants' escape. Many wondered how anyone survived the leap from the second story to the lawn. Strange garments lay in the room, but West, upon waking, claimed they were specimens collected for bacteriological study on germ diseases and ordered them burned immediately in the fireplace. To the police, they insisted they knew nothing of their companion's identity. West described him nervously as a congenial stranger met at some downtown bar. They had all been jovial, and neither wished their pugnacious friend hunted down. That same night, the second Arkham horror began, one that eclipsed the plague itself. In Christchurch Cemetery, a watchman was clawed to death in a manner too hideous to describe and suggesting no human hand. The victim had been seen alive well after midnight. Dawn exposed the atrocity. The manager of a Bolton circus swore no animal had escaped. Searchers found a blood trail leading to the receiving tomb, where a pool of red lay just outside the gate, and a fainter trail heading toward the woods before it vanished. The following night, devils seemed to dance on Arkham's roofs, while unnatural madness howled on the wind. A curse greater than the plague itself crept through the fevered town. A nameless thing entered 8 houses, leaving 17 maimed and shapeless bodies in its wake. Some witnesses glimpsed it in the dark, a white, malformed ape-like fiend. It had not left all its victims intact. Sometimes it had been hungry. 14 had been killed outright. 3 bodies found in stricken homes had already been dead. On the third night, organized searchers led by police captured it in a house on Crane Street near the Miskatonic campus. They had coordinated carefully with volunteer telephone stations. When a report came of scratching at a shuttered window in the college district, the net closed swiftly. Thanks to widespread precautions, only 2 more victims fell before the thing was stopped by a non-fatal bullet and rushed to the hospital amid universal horror and excitement. It was a man. This much was unmistakable despite the nauseous eyes, voiceless simian traits, and demoniac savagery. They dressed the wound and transferred it to Sefton Asylum, where it beat its head against the padded cell wall for 16 years, until the recent mishap when it escaped under circumstances few cared to mention. What most disgusted Arkham's researchers was the discovery, once the monster's face was cleaned, the mocking, unbelievable resemblance to the learned, self-sacrificing martyr entombed only 3 days earlier. Dr. Allen Halsey, public benefactor and dean of Miskatonic's medical school. To the vanished Herbert West, and to him the disgust and horror were absolute. He shuddered even now thinking of it, more violently than he had that morning when West muttered through his bandages, "Damn it, it wasn't quite fresh enough." It was uncommon to empty all 6 chambers of a revolver in sudden panic when one shot would suffice. Yet many things in Herbert West's life were uncommon. It was unusual, for example, for a young physician fresh from college to conceal the true reasons guiding his choice of home and office. Yet that was exactly West's situation. When they received their degrees from Miskatonic and sought to ease their poverty by opening a general practice, they chose their house with care, fairly isolated and as near as possible to the potter's field, without ever admitting why. Such reticence had clear cause. Outwardly, they were merely doctors, but their real aims ran far deeper and more terrible. The core of Herbert West's existence was a relentless quest into black forbidden realms of the unknown, hoping to unlock the secret of life and restore perpetual animation to the graveyard's cold clay. That quest required strange materials, chief among them fresh human bodies. To stay supplied, one had to live quietly and close to a place of informal burial. They had met in college, where he alone had sympathized with West's hideous experiments. He had gradually become West's inseparable assistant, and after graduation, they remained together. Securing a joint practice proved difficult, but university influence finally placed them in Bolton, a factory town near Arkham. The Bolton worsted mills employed a polyglot workforce, rarely favored by local physicians. They selected a run-down cottage near the end of Pond Street, 5 houses from the nearest neighbor, separated from the potter's field by meadowland cut by a narrow neck of dense northern forest. The distance was farther than ideal, yet no closer house existed without leaving the factory district. They were not displeased. No people stood between them and their sinister supply source. The walk was long, but they could transport silent specimens undisturbed. Their practice grew surprisingly large from the start, enough to satisfy most young doctors, yet a bore to men whose true interest lay elsewhere. The mill workers were turbulent. Their natural ailments plus frequent stabbings and clashes kept them busy, but their minds remained fixed on the secret laboratory fitted in the cellar, the long table under electric lights where, in the small hours, they injected West's various solutions into veins of bodies dragged from the potter's field. West experimented frantically to restart vital motions after death, yet met ghastly obstacles. The solution required different compounding for each type. What worked on guinea pigs failed for humans, and even human specimens demanded major modifications. Bodies had to be exceedingly fresh, or slight brain decomposition made perfect reanimation impossible. Getting them fresh enough remained the greatest problem. West had suffered horrible experiences in college with older corpses. Partial or imperfect animation produced results far more hideous than total failure, and both carried fearsome memories of such failures. Ever since their first demoniac night in a deserted farmhouse on Meadow Hill, a brooding menace had hung over them. West, usually a calm, blonde, blue-eyed scientific machine, often confessed to a shuddering sense of stealthy pursuit. He half believed he was followed, a nervous delusion sharpened by the fact that at least one reanimated specimen still lived, a frightful, carnivorous thing in a padded cell at Sefton. Then there was their very first, whose exact fate they had never learned. Luck with specimens in Bolton proved better than in Arkham. Within a week of settling, they obtained an accident victim on the night of burial, and made it open its eyes with an amazingly rational expression before the solution failed. It had lost an arm. A perfect body might have yielded better results. Between then and the following January, they secured 3 more. 1 total failure, 1 showing marked muscular motion, and 1 that rose by itself and uttered a sound. After that, luck turned poor. Burials decreased, and available specimens were too diseased or maimed for use. They tracked every death and its circumstances with systematic care. One March night, however, they gained a specimen that did not come from the potter's field. Bolton's Puritan spirit had banned boxing, driving it underground. Surreptitious bouts among mill workers were common, sometimes featuring low-grade professionals. That late winter night, a match ended disastrously. 2 timorous Poles approached them with whispered pleas to handle a secret, desperate case. They followed to an abandoned barn where a frightened crowd watched a silent black form on the floor. The fight had pitted Kit O'Brien, a clumsy, now quaking youth with an un-Hibernian hooked nose, against Buck Robinson, the Harlem Smoke. The Negro had been knocked out, and a quick examination showed he would never recover. He was a loathsome, gorilla-like figure with abnormally long arms that suggested 4 legs and a face that evoked unspeakable Congo secrets and tom-tom rhythms under an eerie moon. The body must have looked even worse alive, but the world held many ugly things. Fear gripped the crowd. They dreaded what the law would demand if the matter leaked. They were grateful when West, despite his involuntary shudder, offered to dispose of the thing quietly, for a purpose he knew all too well. He carried the ghastly prize with West through bright moonlight over the snowless fields, dressed and supported between them exactly as they had once carried another body on that terrible night in Arkham. They approached the house from the rear meadow, slipped it through the back door and down the cellar stairs, then prepared it for the usual procedure. Their fear of the police felt absurdly sharp, yet they had timed the journey to avoid the lone patrolman on that route. The outcome proved wearily anticlimactic. Despite its repulsive appearance, the body remained utterly unresponsive to every solution they forced into its black arm. Formulas derived solely from experiments on white specimens. As dawn crept dangerously close, they did what they had done before, dragged it across the meadows to the narrow neck of woods beside the potter's field, and buried it in the best grave the frozen earth allowed. The pit was shallow but adequate, no worse than the earlier specimen that had risen on its own and uttered a sound. Under their dark lanterns, they covered it carefully with leaves and dead vines, confident the police would never locate it in the dense, dim forest. The next day, apprehension gnawed at him more fiercely. A patient brought rumors of a suspected fight and death. West faced an additional strain. An afternoon call that ended in threat. An Italian woman had grown hysterical over her missing 5-year-old son, who had wandered off at dawn and failed to return for dinner. Her weak heart made the symptoms alarming. The hysteria seemed foolish. The boy had run away before, but Italian peasants were deeply superstitious, and she appeared tormented as much by omens as by facts. She died around 7 that evening. Her frantic husband erupted in a savage scene, trying to kill West and blaming him wildly for failing to save her. Friends restrained him as he brandished a stiletto. West left amid inhuman shrieks, curses, and vows of vengeance. In his rage, the man seemed to forget the still missing child. Some talk arose of searching the woods, but most relatives stayed occupied with the dead woman and the screaming husband. The combined nervous pressure on West must have been crushing. Thoughts of police and the mad Italian weighed on both of them. They retired near 11, yet sleep eluded him. Bolton's small-town police force was surprisingly efficient, and he could not shake the dread of what would follow if the previous night's affair were traced. It could end their local work entirely, and prison for both. He disliked the floating rumors of a fight. After the clock struck 3, moonlight fell across his eyes. He turned over without rising to draw the shade. Then came the steady rattling at the back door. He lay still, dazed, until West rapped on his door. West stood there in dressing gown and slippers, revolver and electric flashlight in hand. The weapon told him West's mind was on the crazed Italian rather than the police. West whispered that they should both go down. It would not do to ignore the summons, and it might only be a patient, one of those fools who would try the back door. They descended the stairs on tiptoe, fear partly justified and partly born of the weird small hours. The rattling grew louder. At the door, he unbolted it cautiously and swung it open. Moonlight streamed down on the silhouetted figure. West did something peculiar. Despite the clear risk of drawing police attention to their isolated cottage, he suddenly and excitedly emptied all 6 chambers of his revolver into the nocturnal visitor. That visitor was neither Italian nor policeman. Looming hideously against the spectral moon stood a gigantic misshapen thing out of nightmare, a glassy-eyed, ink-black apparition nearly on all fours, caked with mold, leaves, and vines, foul with dried blood, its glistening teeth clamped around a snow-white cylindrical object ending in a tiny hand. The scream of a dead man burned into him, an added acute horror of Dr. Herbert West that would shadow the later years of their companionship. Such a scream was naturally horrifying, unnatural, and far from ordinary, yet he had grown accustomed to similar shocks. What sharpened the terror now was a particular circumstance. It was not the dead man himself he came to fear. Herbert West, whose associate and assistant he remained, pursued scientific interests far beyond those of any ordinary village physician. That was why, when they established their Bolton practice, West had insisted on an isolated house near the potter's field. Bluntly stated, West's soul-absorbing passion was the secret study of life and its cessation, aimed at reanimating the dead through injections of an excitant solution. The work demanded a constant supply of extremely fresh human bodies. Even slight decay ruined the brain, and the solution had to be compounded differently for each organism type. Scores of rabbits and guinea pigs had died in vain. West had never fully succeeded because he could never obtain a corpse fresh enough. Bodies from which vitality had only just fled, every cell intact and ready to receive the impulse of life once more. He hoped repeated injections might make this artificial life perpetual, but ordinary natural life refused to respond. True reanimation required natural life to be extinct first. Their quest had begun 7 years earlier, as medical students at Miskatonic University in Arkham, when they first grasped life's thoroughly mechanical nature. West looked scarcely a day older now. Small, blond, clean-shaven, soft-voiced, spectacled, with only occasional flashes of cold blue eyes revealing the hardening fanaticism beneath. Their experiences had often been hideous. Defective reanimations that turned graveyard clay into morbid, brainless motion. One had screamed shatteringly. Another had risen, beaten them unconscious, and rampaged until locked in an asylum. Still another, a loathsome African monstrosity, had clawed from its grave and forced West to shoot it. They had never achieved any trace of reason because bodies were never fresh enough, only nameless horrors. The knowledge that one or two of those monsters might still live haunted them until West finally vanished under frightful circumstances. But on the night of the scream in the Bolton cellar, their fears remained secondary to the hunger for truly fresh specimens. West's avidity sometimes made it seem he eyed healthy living bodies with half-covetous calculation. In July 1910, their luck with specimens finally turned. He had been visiting his parents in Illinois. Upon returning, he found West in singular elation. West excitedly explained he had likely solved the freshness problem from an entirely new angle: artificial preservation. He had been developing a highly unusual embalming compound, and it had succeeded. West had designed it for future use, trusting fate to provide a recent unburied corpse, as it once had with the Negro from the Bolton prize fight. Fate had obliged. In the secret cellar now lay a body whose decay could not possibly have begun. West would not predict whether mind and reason might revive. The experiment would mark a landmark, and he had saved the specimen for their joint observation. West described how he obtained it. The man had been vigorous, well-dressed, a stranger just off the train on business with the Bolton worsted mills. The long walk through town overtaxed his heart. He paused at their cottage to ask directions, refused a stimulant, and dropped dead moments later. A search of his pockets identified him as Robert Levitt of St. Louis, apparently without family to inquire immediately. If the man could not be restored, no one would ever know of their work. If he could, their fame would be permanent. Without delay, West had injected the wrist with the compound to hold the body fresh until his return. The presumed weak heart did not trouble West much. He hoped at last for a rekindled spark of reason and perhaps a normal living creature. On the night of July 18, 1910, Herbert West, and he stood in the cellar laboratory gazing at the white, silent figure beneath the dazzling arc light. The embalming compound had worked uncannily. The sturdy frame had lain 2 weeks without stiffening. He stared, fascinated, and sought West's assurance that the thing was truly dead. West gave it readily, reminding him the reanimating solution was never used without prior tests for life, since any lingering vitality would render it useless. West then took preliminary steps with vast intricacy, trusting no hand but his own. He forbade any touch, first injecting a drug into the wrist beside the earlier puncture to neutralize the preservative and allow normal relaxation. Moments later, when a faint tremor stirred the limbs, West pressed a pillow-like object violently over the twitching face and held it until the corpse lay quiet and ready. After final tests confirming absolute lifelessness, West injected into the left arm a precisely measured dose of the vital elixir, prepared that afternoon with greater care than since their groping college days. The wild, breathless suspense gripped them both as they waited for results from this first truly fresh specimen, the first they could reasonably expect to open its lips in rational speech and perhaps reveal what it had seen beyond the unfathomable abyss. West remained a materialist, believing in no soul and crediting all consciousness to bodily processes. He expected no hideous secrets from beyond death. He did not wholly disagree in theory, yet vague, instinctive remnants of his forefathers' primitive faith lingered, filling him with awe and terrible expectation as he eyed the corpse. Besides, he could not erase from memory that inhuman shriek from their first experiment in the deserted Arkham farmhouse. Very little time passed before he realized the attempt would not be a total failure. A touch of color crept into the chalk-white cheeks and spread beneath the sandy stubble of beard. West, fingers on the left wrist pulse, gave a significant nod. Almost at once, a mist formed on the mirror held above the mouth. Spasmodic muscular twitches followed, then audible breathing and visible chest movement. He watched the closed eyelids and thought he saw them quiver. They opened, revealing gray eyes that were calm, alive, yet still vacant and incurious. In a moment of wild fancy, he whispered questions into the reddening ears. Questions about other worlds the memory might still hold. Later, terror drove the words from his mind, but he believed the final one, repeated, had been, "Where have you been?" He never knew if an answer came, for no sound issued from the well-shaped mouth. Yet at that instant he felt certain the thin lips moved silently, shaping syllables he would have read as, "Only now." Elation flooded him with the conviction that the great goal had been reached. For the first time, a reanimated corpse had uttered distinct words driven by actual reason. In the next breath, all doubt of triumph vanished. The solution had succeeded, at least temporarily, in restoring rational and articulate life to the dead. But with that triumph came the greatest horror of all, not of the thing that spoke, but of the deed he had witnessed, and the man whose professional fortunes were bound to his. The fresh body writhed suddenly into full, terrifying consciousness. Eyes dilated with the memory of its final earthly moment. It flung frantic hands outward in a desperate struggle against the air, then collapsed into a second and final dissolution. From its lips burst a cry that would echo forever in his aching brain. "Help! Keep off, you cursed little towhead fiend! Keep that damn needle away from me!" Many men had whispered of hideous things never printed that occurred on the battlefields of the Great War. Some had made him faint, others convulsed him with nausea, still others left him trembling and glancing into shadows. Yet he believed he could relate the most hideous thing of all, the shocking, unnatural, unbelievable horror from the shadows. In 1915, he served as a physician with the rank of first lieutenant in a Canadian regiment in Flanders, one of many Americans who had entered the gigantic struggle before their own government. He had not joined on his own initiative, but as a natural consequence of the enlistment of the man whose indispensable assistant he was, the celebrated Boston surgical specialist, Dr. Herbert West. West had been avid for the chance to serve as a surgeon in a great war and had carried him along almost against his will. There were reasons he would have welcomed separation by the war, reasons why the practice of medicine and West's companionship had grown increasingly irritating. Yet when West went to Ottawa, secured a medical commission as major through a colleague's influence, he could not resist the imperious persuasion of a man determined that his usual assistant should accompany him. When he said West was avid to serve, he did not mean the man was naturally warlike or concerned for civilization's safety. West remained an ice-cold intellectual machine, slight, blond, blue-eyed, spectacled, and secretly sneered at any martial enthusiasm or criticism of neutrality. Something else drew him to embattled Flanders, something that required him to assume a military exterior. What he wanted was an abundant supply of freshly killed men in every stage of dismemberment. Herbert West needed fresh bodies because his life work was the reanimation of the dead. That work remained unknown to the fashionable Boston clientele, who had swiftly built his fame. But it was all too familiar to him, who had been West's closest friend and sole assistant since their days at Miskatonic University Medical School in Arkham. It was there that West had begun his terrible experiments, first on small animals, then on human bodies obtained by shocking means. He injected a solution into the veins of the dead. If the bodies were fresh enough, they responded in strange ways. He had struggled long to perfect the formula, for each organism type required its own adapted stimulus. Terror sometimes stalked him when he reflected on partial failures, nameless things born of imperfect solutions or insufficiently fresh specimens. A number of those failures have remained alive, one confined to an asylum, others vanished. And the thought of conceivable yet virtually impossible consequences often made even West shiver beneath his usual stolid calm. West had soon learned that absolute freshness was the prime requisite. In college, and during their early joint practice in the factory town of Bolton, his own attitude had been one of fascinated admiration. But as West's methods grew bolder, a gnawing fear developed. He disliked the way West looked at healthy living bodies. Then came the nightmarish session in the cellar laboratory, when he discovered that one particular specimen had still been a living body when West secured it. That was the first time West had revived rational thought in a corpse, and the success, bought at such loathsome cost, had hardened him completely. Of West's methods in the 5 years that followed, he dared not speak. Fear alone bound him to the man, and he had witnessed sights no human tongue could repeat. Gradually, he came to find Herbert West himself more horrible than any of his deeds. The once normal scientific zeal for prolonging life had suddenly degenerated into a morbid, ghoulish curiosity and a secret relish for charnel picturesqueness. His interest had become a hellish, perverse addiction to the repellently abnormal. He gloated calmly over artificial monstrosities that would make most men drop dead from fright and disgust. Behind his pallid intellectuality, West had turned into a fastidious Baudelaire of physical experiment, a languid Elagabalus of the tombs. Dangers he met unflinchingly, crimes he committed without emotion. The climax arrived when West proved rational life could be restored and sought new worlds by experimenting on the reanimation of detached body parts. He held wild, original theories about the independent vital properties of organic cells and nerve tissue severed from their natural systems. He achieved some hideous preliminary results with never-dying, artificially nourished tissue taken from nearly hatched eggs of an indescribable tropical reptile. 2 biological questions obsessed him: whether consciousness and rational action could exist without the brain, arising instead from the spinal cord and nerve centers, and whether any ethereal, intangible link, distinct from material cells, could connect surgically separated parts of what had once been a single living organism. All this demanded a prodigious supply of freshly slaughtered human flesh. That was why Herbert West had entered the Great War. The phantasmal horror came one midnight late in March 1915, in a field hospital behind the lines at St. Eloi. Even now he wondered whether the entire scene had been nothing more than a demoniac dream born of delirium. West had secured a private laboratory in the east room of the barn-like temporary building by claiming he was developing radical new treatments for hopeless cases of maiming. There he worked like a butcher among his gory wares, handling and classifying certain remnants with a levity that never failed to sicken his assistant. At times he performed genuine surgical marvels for the wounded soldiers, yet his chief pleasures remained secret and far less philanthropic. They required explanations for sounds that stood out even amid the constant babel of the damned, frequent revolver shots that were common enough on the battlefield but distinctly out of place inside a hospital. West's reanimated specimens were never intended for long survival or public view. Besides human tissue, He made heavy use of the reptile embryo matter he had cultivated with such singular success. It sustained life in organless fragments far better than human material and had become his primary focus. In a dark corner over a queerly incubating burner, he kept a large covered vat filled with the pulsing, puffily growing reptilian cell culture. That night they received a splendid new specimen, a physically powerful man whose high mentality promised a sensitive nervous system. The irony cut deep. The officer had helped West obtain his commission and had secretly studied reanimation theory under him. Major Sir Eric Moreland Clapham Lee, DSO, the division's greatest surgeon, had been rushed to the Street Eloy sector after news of heavy fighting. He arrived by aeroplane, piloted by the intrepid Lieutenant Ronald Hill, only to be shot down directly over the destination. The crash was spectacular and awful. Hill's body was unrecognizable, but the wreck yielded the surgeon in a nearly decapitated yet otherwise intact state. West seized the lifeless form that had once been his friend and fellow scholar. He finished severing the head, placed it inside the hellish vat of pulpy reptile tissue to preserve it for future experiments, then turned to the decapitated body on the operating table. He injected fresh blood, joined veins, arteries, and nerves at the raw neck, and sealed the ghastly opening with grafted skin taken from an unidentified specimen still wearing an officer's uniform. His aim was clear: to discover whether this highly organized trunk could display any signs of mental life without its head. The silent body, once a student of reanimation, was now gruesomely summoned to demonstrate it. Under the sinister electric light, West injected the reanimating solution into the arm of the headless corpse. Twitching motions soon appeared. West's face showed feverish interest. He had long believed consciousness, reason, and personality could exist independently of the brain. That man was merely a machine of nervous matter, each section potentially complete in itself. This demonstration would reduce the mystery of life to myth. The body twitched more vigorously, then began to heave in a frightful manner. Arms stirred, legs drew up, muscles contracted in repulsive writhing. Finally, the headless thing flung out its arms in a gesture of unmistakable, intelligent desperation, clearly recalling the man's last living act, the struggle to escape the falling aeroplane. What happened next, he could never be certain of. It might have been pure hallucination, triggered by the sudden, complete destruction of the building in a cataclysm of German shell fire. West and he were the only confirmed survivors. West preferred to believe it was illusion, yet there were moments when even he faltered, because both men had experienced the same vision. The body on the table rose with blind, terrible groping. A sound issued, not from the corpse, but from the large covered vat in the ghoulish corner of crawling shadows. The timbre and source made it the most awful thing he had ever known. The hideous cry screamed a frantic plea for Ronald to jump from the plane for God's sake. When Dr. Herbert West disappeared a year later, the Boston police questioned him closely. They suspected he was concealing something, perhaps something graver, but he could not tell them the truth. They would never have believed it. They already knew West had engaged in activities beyond ordinary credence. His reanimation experiments on dead bodies had grown too extensive for perfect secrecy. Yet the final catastrophe carried elements of demoniac fantasy that left even him doubting what he had seen. He had been West's closest friend and only confidential assistant since their first meeting in medical school. From the beginning, he had shared the terrible researches. West had labored to perfect a solution that, injected into newly deceased veins, would restore life. A labor requiring abundant fresh corpses and therefore the most unnatural acts. Some experiments produced grisly masses of flesh that West awakened to blind, brainless, nauseating animation. These were the usual results, because only absolutely fresh specimens could revive the mind without decay damaging the delicate brain cells. The desperate need for such freshness had been West's moral undoing. When bodies proved hard to obtain, he had once secured a specimen while it was still alive and vigorous. A struggle, a needle, and a powerful alkaloid had turned it into a perfectly fresh corpse, and the experiment briefly succeeded. West emerged with a soul calloused and seared, his eyes sometimes glancing with hideous calculation at men of sensitive brain and vigorous physique. Toward the end, he had begun to look at his assistant that way. Others noticed the fear more than the glances, and after West's disappearance, they built absurd suspicions upon it. In truth, West had been more afraid than he was. His abominable pursuits demanded constant furtiveness and dread of every shadow. He feared the police, yet his deeper nervousness touched on certain indescribable things into which he had injected morbid life and from which that life had not always departed. He usually ended his experiments with a revolver, but sometimes he had not been quick enough. There was the first specimen whose rifled grave later showed claw marks. There was the Arkham professor's body that had committed cannibal acts before capture and confinement in a Sefton madhouse cell where it beat the walls for 16 years. Most of the other possibly surviving results were even less speakable. In later years, West's scientific zeal had degenerated into an unhealthy, fantastic mania. He had turned his chief skill to vitalizing isolated body parts, or parts joined to non-human organic matter. The work had grown fiendishly disgusting by the time he vanished. The Great War, in which both served as surgeons, had only intensified that side of him. He had always understood the nebulous quality of West's fear. Part of it sprang from the simple knowledge that those nameless monsters existed somewhere in the world. Another part came from the dread of what bodily harm they might inflict if circumstances ever aligned against them. Their unexplained disappearances only deepened the horror. Of them all, West knew the location of only one, the pitiful creature still confined in the asylum. But a subtler terror haunted him, born of a single curious experiment in the Canadian Army in 1915. In the midst of battle, West had reanimated the headless trunk of Major Sir Eric Moreland Clapham Lee, a fellow physician who had once studied the same forbidden theories and could have replicated them. The head had been severed and placed in the vat. Just as German shell fire obliterated the building, the trunk had moved with clear intelligence, and both men had been sickeningly certain that articulate sounds had issued from the detached head lying in the shadowed corner. The shell had been merciful in one sense, yet West could never feel entirely sure that they alone had survived. He sometimes shuddered at the thought of what a headless physician capable of reanimating the dead might still be doing. West's final residence was a venerable, elegant house overlooking one of Boston's oldest burying grounds. He had chosen it for purely symbolic and fantastically aesthetic reasons. The colonial-era graves were of little practical use to a scientist hunting truly fresh specimens. The laboratory lay in a secret sub-cellar built by imported workmen and equipped with a huge incinerator for the silent, complete disposal of bodies, fragments, and synthetic mockeries left from his experiments. During the excavation, the workmen had uncovered exceedingly ancient masonry connected to the old burying ground, but far too deep for any known tomb. Calculations showed it formed a secret chamber beneath the Averill vault, whose last interment had occurred in 1768. He had stood beside West as the nitrous-dripping walls were laid bare, braced for the gruesome thrill of centuried secrets. For the first time, however, West's new timidity overpowered his curiosity. He ordered the masonry left untouched and plastered over. It remained so until that final hellish night, forming part of the laboratory wall. The end began one evening in their joint study when West sat dividing his uneasy glance between the newspaper and his assistant. A strange headline had reached out like a titan claw across 16 years. Something fearsome and incredible had occurred at Sefton Asylum 50 miles away. In the small hours, a band of silent men had entered the grounds. Their leader, a menacing military figure, spoke without moving his lips, his voice seeming to issue ventriloquially from the large black case he carried. His handsome wax face with painted glass eyes had shocked the superintendent when lamplight struck it. A repellent, bluish-faced hulk guided his steps. The leader demanded custody of the cannibal monster committed from Arkham 16 years earlier. Refused, he gave a signal that unleashed a riot. The intruders beat, trampled, and bit every attendant who did not flee, killing 4 and freeing the monster. Survivors swore the creatures moved less like men than like automata, guided by the wax-faced leader. By the time help arrived, every trace had vanished. From the moment he read the item until midnight, Wes sat almost paralyzed. When the doorbell rang, the sound jolted him with raw fear. All servants were asleep in the attic, so he answered it himself. No wagon waited in the street, only a group of strange-looking figures carrying a large square box. One grunted in an unnatural voice that it was express and prepaid. They deposited the box in the hallway, filed out with jerky tread, and turned, he thought, toward the ancient cemetery behind the house. He closed the door. Wes came downstairs and examined the box. It measured 2 feet square, correctly addressed to him, and bore the inscription, "From Eric Moreland Clapham Lee, St. Eloi, Flanders." 6 years earlier, a shelled hospital had collapsed on the headless, reanimated trunk of Dr. Clapham Lee, and on the detached head that had perhaps uttered those articulate sounds. Wes showed no excitement now, only a ghastly calm. "It's the finish," he said quickly, "but let's incinerate this." They carried the box down to the laboratory. He remembered few details after that. His mind reeled, but it was a vicious lie to claim he had placed Wes' own body in the incinerator. They slid the unopened wooden crate inside, closed the door, and started the electricity. No sound came from within. Wes was the first to notice the plaster crumbling from the wall where the ancient masonry had been sealed. He moved to run, but Wes stopped him. Then he saw a small black aperture open, felt an icy, ghoulish wind, and smelled the charnel bowels of putrescent earth. No sound accompanied the breach. The electric lights failed. Against the faint phosphorescence from below, he saw a horde of silent, toiling things outlined. Human, semi-human, fractionally human, and not human at all. They removed the stones one by one with grotesque efficiency. When the opening grew wide enough, they filed into the laboratory, led by a stalking figure with a beautiful wax head. A mad-eyed monstrosity behind the leader seized Wes. Wes did not resist or cry out. The entire horde sprang upon him, tore him to pieces before his eyes, and bore the fragments away into the subterranean vault of abominations. The wax-headed leader, wearing a Canadian officer's uniform, carried Wes' head. As it vanished, he saw the blue eyes behind the spectacles blaze for the first time, with frantic, visible emotion. Servants found him unconscious in the morning. Wes was gone. The incinerator held only unidentifiable ashes. Detectives questioned him closely. He told them of the vault. They pointed to the unbroken plaster and laughed. He told them no more. They implied he was either mad or a murderer. Perhaps he was mad. Yet he might not have been, if those accursed tomb legions had not been so utterly silent. In his tortured ears, an unceasing nightmare whirred and flapped, mingled with the faint, distant baying of some gigantic hound. He knew it was no dream, and feared it was not even madness. Too much had already happened to allow such merciful doubts. St. John lay as a mangled corpse. He alone understood why, and that terrible knowledge now drove him to press the barrel of the pistol to his temple, ready to blow out his brains before the same fate could claim him. Down unlit corridors of eldritch fantasy swept the black, shapeless nemesis that pushed him towards self-annihilation. Heaven might forgive the folly and morbidity that had led them both to this monstrous end. Weary of the commonplaces of a prosaic world where even romance and adventure quickly turned stale, he and St. John had eagerly pursued every aesthetic and intellectual movement that promised escape from their crushing ennui. The enigmas of the symbolists and the ecstasies of the pre-Raphaelites had been theirs for a time, yet each new mood soon lost its diverting novelty. Only the somber philosophy of the decadents held them, and even that grew potent only through ever deeper and more diabolical penetrations. Baudelaire and Huysmans were soon exhausted of thrills, until nothing remained but the direct stimuli of unnatural personal experiences. This frightful emotional hunger had finally driven them to the detestable practice they now recalled with shame. That hideous extremity of human outrage, grave robbing. He could not reveal the details of their shocking expeditions, nor catalog the worst trophies that had adorned the nameless museum they prepared in the great stone house where they lived alone and servantless. That secret room lay far underground, a blasphemous chamber of terror and decay, assembled with satanic taste to excite their jaded senses. Huge winged daemons carved of basalt and onyx vomited weird green and orange light from grinning mouths, while hidden pneumatic pipes sent kaleidoscopic dances of death rippling through voluminous black hangings woven with red charnel figures. Through those pipes drifted the odors their moods craved, pale funeral lilies, narcotic incense of imagined Eastern shrines, and sometimes the soul-upheaving stench of the uncovered grave. Along the walls stood cases of antique mummies, alternating with perfectly stuffed and cured bodies, alongside headstones snatched from the world's oldest churchyards. Niches held skulls of every shape and heads preserved in varying stages of dissolution, rotting pates of noblemen beside the fresh golden heads of newly buried children. Statues and paintings of fiendish subjects filled the space, some executed by St. John and himself. A locked portfolio bound in tanned human skin contained unknown drawings, rumored to be Goya's unacknowledged work. Nauseous musical instruments of string, brass, and woodwind produced dissonances of exquisite morbidity when they played, while ebony cabinets held the most incredible tomb loot ever gathered by human perversity. Of that particular loot he would not speak. Thankfully, he had found the courage to destroy it long before deciding to destroy himself. Their predatory excursions to collect these unmentionable treasures were always artistically memorable. They worked only under precise conditions of mood, landscape, weather, season, and moonlight, treating each exhumation with fastidious technical care. An inappropriate hour or clumsy handling of the damp sod could destroy the ecstatic titillation that followed, uncovering some grinning secret of the earth. St. John always led the way, and it was he who finally guided them to that mocking, accursed spot in a Holland churchyard which brought their hideous doom. Dark rumors and legends had lured them there. Tales of a man buried 5 centuries earlier, who had himself been a ghoul and stolen a potent thing from a mighty sepulchre. He remembered the scene clearly, the pale autumnal moon casting long, horrible shadows across the graves, grotesque trees drooping over neglected grass and crumbling slabs, vast legions of colossal bats flying against the moon, the antique ivied church pointing a spectral finger at the livid sky, phosphorescent insects dancing like death fires under the yews, and odors of mold and less explicable things carried on the night wind from distant swamps. Worst of all came the faint, deep-toned baying of some gigantic hound they could neither see nor locate. They shuddered, recalling the peasant tales that the man they sought had been found in this very spot, torn and mangled by the claws and teeth of some unspeakable beast. He recalled how they had delved into the ghoul's grave with their spades, thrilling at the full picture. The grave, the watching moon, the horrible shadows, the grotesque trees, the titanic bats, the antique church, the dancing death fires, the sickening odors, the moaning wind, and that strange, half-heard, directionless baying whose reality they could scarcely confirm. Their spades struck a substance harder than the damp mold, a rotting oblong box crusted with mineral deposits. Though incredibly tough and thick with age, they pried it open and gazed upon its contents. Amazingly much remained of the object after 500 years. The skeleton, though crushed in places by the jaws of whatever had killed it, still held together with surprising firmness. They gloated over the clean white skull with its long, firm teeth and eyeless sockets that had once glowed with a charnel fever like their own. In the coffin lay an amulet of curious, exotic design, apparently once worn around the sleeper's neck, an oddly conventionalized crouching winged hound or sphinx with a semi-canine face, exquisitely carved from green jade in antique oriental fashion. Its expression was repellent, savoring of death, bestiality, and malevolence. Around the base ran an inscription in unidentifiable characters, and on the bottom was graven a grotesque skull like a maker's seal. The moment they beheld the amulet, they knew they had to possess it. This alone was the logical prize from the centuried grave. Even if unfamiliar, they would have desired it, but closer inspection revealed it was not wholly unknown. It matched the thing hinted at in the forbidden Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, the ghastly soul symbol of the corpse-eating cult of inaccessible Ling in Central Asia. They recognized the sinister lineaments the old demonologists had described, drawn from some obscure supernatural manifestation of those who gnawed at the dead. Seizing the green jade object, they gave a final glance at the bleached, cavern-eyed face of its former owner, and closed the grave exactly as they had found it. As they hastened away with the stolen amulet now in St. John's pocket, they thought they saw the bats descend in a body to the rifled earth, as if seeking unholy nourishment. Yet the autumn moon shone weak and pale, and they could not be sure. The next day, as they sailed from Holland toward home, they thought they heard the faint, distant baying of some gigantic hound behind them. But the autumn wind moaned sadly, and they could not be sure. Less than a week after their return to England, strange disturbances began. He and St. John lived as recluses in a few rooms of an ancient manor house on a bleak, unfrequented moor, servantless and without visitors, so any knock at the door was rare. Yet now frequent fumbling sounded at night around both doors and windows, upper and lower. Once he fancied a large, opaque body darken the library window while moonlight struck it. Another time he thought he heard a whirring or flapping sound nearby. Each investigation revealed nothing, and he began to blame their own disturbed imagination, the same one that still carried the faint far baying from the Holland churchyard in their ears. The jade amulet rested in a niche of their underground museum, and sometimes they burned strangely scented candles before it, while poring over the Necronomicon's accounts of its properties and the link between ghoul souls and the objects it symbolized. What they read left them deeply disturbed. Then real terror arrived. On the night of September 24th, he heard a knock at his chamber door. Assuming it was St. John, he called for the visitor to enter, but received only a shrill laugh in reply. The corridor stood empty. When he woke, St. John, his friend, claimed no knowledge of the event and grew as worried as he was. That same night, the faint, distant baying over the moor became a certain and dreaded reality. 4 days later, while both men stood inside the hidden museum, a low, cautious scratching came at the single door leading to the secret staircase. Their alarm doubled, for beyond fear of the unknown, they had always dreaded discovery of their grisly collection. They extinguished every light, crept to the door, and flung it open, only to feel an unaccountable rush of air and hear receding into the distance, a queer blend of rustling, tittering, and articulate chatter. They made no attempt to decide whether they were mad, dreaming, or sane. They simply recognized with blackest apprehension that the disembodied chatter was unmistakably in Dutch. After that, they lived in mounting horror and fascination. They mostly convinced themselves they were going mad together from their unnatural excitements, yet sometimes it pleased them to imagine themselves as victims of some creeping, appalling doom. Bizarre manifestations multiplied beyond counting. Their lonely house seemed alive with some malign presence they could not name, and every night the demoniac baying rolled louder across the windswept moor. On October 29th, they discovered beneath the library window a series of footprints impossible to describe, as baffling as the hordes of great bats that now haunted the manor in unprecedented numbers. The horror climaxed on November 18th. St. John, walking home after dark from the distant railway station, was seized by some frightful carnivorous thing and torn to ribbons. His screams reached the house. He rushed to the scene in time to hear a whir of wings and glimpse a vague black cloudy shape silhouetted against the rising moon. His dying friend could only whisper a broken warning about the amulet, calling it damned, before collapsing into an inert mass of mangled flesh. He buried St. John the next midnight in one of their neglected gardens and mumbled over the body one of the devilish rituals his friend had loved. As he pronounced the final demoniac sentence, he heard the faint baying of some gigantic hound far out on the moor. The moon had risen, but he dared not look at it. When a wide, nebulous shadow swept from mound to mound across the dim-lit moor, he shut his eyes and flung himself face down on the ground. Rising, trembling some time later, he staggered inside and made shocking obeisances before the enshrined green jade amulet, afraid now to remain alone in the ancient house. He left the following day for London, taking the amulet with him after burning and burying the rest of the impious collection. But after 3 nights the baying returned, and before a week passed, he felt strange eyes watching him whenever darkness fell. One evening, strolling along the Victoria Embankment for air, he saw a black-shaped blot out of lamp's reflection in the water. A wind stronger than the night wind rushed past, and he knew the fate that had taken St. John would soon claim him too. The next day, he carefully wrapped the green jade amulet and sailed for Holland. He did not know what mercy he might gain by returning it to its silent owner, but it seemed the only logical step left. The hound's nature and its reason for pursuing him remained vague, yet every event since the churchyard, especially St. John's dying whisper, linked the curse directly to the theft of the amulet. Despair swallowed him when, at an inn in Rotterdam, he discovered thieves had stolen the amulet, his sole means of salvation. That evening, the baying sounded loud. In the morning, he read of a nameless atrocity in the city's vilest quarter, an entire family in a squalid thieves' den, torn to shreds by an unknown thing that left no trace, while neighbors heard all night beneath the usual drunken clamor a faint, deep, insistent note like a gigantic hound. At last he stood once more in that unwholesome churchyard under a pale winter moon. Leafless trees drooped sullenly over withered frosty grass and cracking slabs. The ivied church pointed a jeering finger at the unfriendly sky. The night wind howled from frozen swamps and frigid seas. The baying had grown very faint and ceased altogether as he approached the ancient grave he had once violated, scattering an abnormally large horde of bats that had been hovering curiously around it. He did not know why he had come, perhaps to pray or to gibber, insane pleas and apologies to the calm white thing inside. Yet he attacked the half-frozen sod with a desperation that felt partly his own and partly driven by some outside will. The digging proved easier than expected, though a lean vulture darted from the cold sky and pecked frantically at the earth until he killed it with a spade blow. Finally, he reached a rotting oblong box and lifted the damp nitrous cover. This was the last rational act he ever performed. Crouched within the century coffin, embraced by a close-packed nightmare retinue of huge, sinewy sleeping bats, lay the bony thing he and St. John had robbed. It was no longer clean and placid as they had first seen it, but covered with caked blood and shreds of alien flesh and hair, leering at him with phosphorescent sockets and sharp, ensanguined fangs, twisted in mockery of his inevitable doom. From those grinning jaws it uttered a deep, sardonic bay like some gigantic hound, and in its gory, filthy claw it clutched the lost green jade amulet. He screamed and ran away idiotically, his screams dissolving into peals of hysterical laughter. Madness rode the star wind, claws and teeth sharpened on centuries of corpses, dripping death astride a bacchanal of bats from night-black ruins of buried temples of Belial. Now, as the baying of that dead, fleshless monstrosity grew louder and the stealthy whirring and flapping of accursed web-wings circled closer, he would seek with his revolver the oblivion that was his only refuge from the unnamed and unnameable. On July 16, 1923, he moved into Exam Priory the moment the last workman left. The restoration had demanded enormous effort and expense, for only a ruined shell had remained of the ancient pile. Yet because it had been the seat of his ancestors, no cost had deterred him. The place had stood empty since the reign of James I, when a hideous and largely unexplained tragedy had slain the master, 5 of his children, and several servants, driving the 3rd son, his own lineal ancestor and sole survivor, away under a cloud of suspicion and terror. Denounced as a murderer, the estate had reverted to the crown. Walter de la Poe, 11th Baron Exum, shaken by some horror deeper than conscience or law, had fled to Virginia without attempting to clear his name or reclaim his property. There he founded the family, later known as Delapour. XIII Priory had remained untenanted for centuries, later passing to the Norreys estates. Its architecture fascinated scholars. Gothic towers rising above a Saxon or Romanesque substructure whose foundations reached even earlier, Roman, perhaps Druidic or native Cymric. One side of that ancient base merged directly with the solid limestone of the precipice, from whose edge the priory overlooked a desolate valley 3 miles west of Anchester. Architects and antiquarians studied the strange relic eagerly, but the country folk hated it. They had hated it for hundreds of years, even when his ancestors lived there, and they hated it still beneath its moss and mold of abandonment. He had not spent a single day in Anchester before realizing he came of an accursed house. And this very week, workmen had blown up XIII Priory and were busy erasing every trace of its foundations. The bare facts of his ancestry he had always known, along with the knowledge that his first American forebear had arrived under a strange cloud. Details, however, the Delapours had kept from him through a strict policy of reticence. Unlike their planter neighbors, they never boasted of crusading or Renaissance ancestors. The only tradition preserved was the sealed envelope each squire left for his eldest son to open after his death. Their cherished glories were those won since the migration to Virginia, a proud, honorable, yet reserved and unsocial line. The war had destroyed their fortunes when Federal soldiers burned Carfax, their home on the James. His grandfather had perished in that fire, and with him the envelope that bound the family to its past. Even now he could see the flames as he had at age 7. Soldiers shouting, women screaming, Negroes howling and praying. His father had been defending Richmond. After many formalities, he and his mother had passed through the lines to join him. When the war ended, they moved north to his mother's people, and he had grown into a stolid Yankee, reaching middle age and wealth in Massachusetts business life. Neither he nor his father had ever learned what the hereditary envelope contained. He had lost all interest in the family mysteries until his son reversed the silence. In 1917, his motherless son Alfred, serving as an aviation officer, had written from England with intriguing ancestral legends. A friend, Captain Edward Norris of the Royal Flying Corps, lived near the family seat at Anchester and had shared wild peasant superstitions few novelists could match. Norris himself dismissed them, but they amused Alfred and filled his letters. Those stories had finally drawn his attention back across the Atlantic. He resolved to buy and restore the ruined priory that Norris had shown Alfred and offered at a surprisingly low price, since Norris's uncle owned it. He purchased XIII Priory in 1918, but his son's return as a maimed invalid had immediately postponed the work. For 2 years he had thought of nothing but Alfred's care, even placing his business in partners' hands. Bereaved and aimless in 1921, a retired manufacturer no longer young, he had turned at last to his new possession. Visiting Anchester in December, he had been hosted by the plump, amiable Captain Norris, who had thought highly of Alfred and helped gather plans and local anecdotes for the restoration. He had viewed the priory itself without emotion, a jumble of tottering medieval ruins covered in lichen, honeycombed with rooks' nests, perched precariously on the precipice, its interior stripped to bare stone walls. As the image of the edifice, as it had stood 3 centuries earlier, slowly returned to him, he began hiring workmen. He was forced to bring them from outside the district, for the villagers of Anchester harbored an almost unbelievable fear and hatred of the place. That dread sometimes infected even the imported laborers, causing many to desert. The aversion extended to both the priory and the ancient family itself. His son had been avoided for being a de la Poe. He now found himself subtly ostracized for the same reason until he convinced the peasants how little he knew of his heritage. Even then they disliked him, so he gathered most village traditions through Norris's mediation. What they could not forgive was his decision to restore a building they viewed, rationally or not, as a haunt of fiends and werewolves. From the tales Norris collected, and the accounts of scholars who had examined the ruins, he pieced together the priory's deeper history. It stood on the site of a prehistoric temple, druidical or even older, contemporary with Stonehenge. Indescribable rites had clearly been celebrated there. Unpleasant stories told of their transfer into the Sibyl worship the Romans introduced. Inscriptions in the subcellar still showed fragments like Div, Ops, Magnamat, signs of the Magna Mater, whose dark cult had once been forbidden to Roman citizens. Anchester had been the camp of the 3rd Augustan Legion, and legend claimed a splendid temple of Cybele had thronged with worshippers performing nameless ceremonies under a Phrygian priest. The old religion's fall had not ended the orgies. The priests had simply continued under the new faith. The rites had survived the Roman withdrawal, with Saxons later adding to the structure and shaping its essential outline, making it the center of a cult feared across half the Heptarchy. By around 1000 AD, it was recorded as a substantial stone priory housing, a strange and powerful monastic order, surrounded by gardens that needed no walls because the frightened populace stayed away. It had escaped destruction by the Danes, though it declined sharply after the Norman conquest. No obstacle had remained when Henry III granted the site to his ancestor, Gilbert de la Poer, 1st Baron Exam in 1261. On July 16, 1923, he moved into Exam Priory the moment the last workmen left. The restoration had demanded enormous effort and expense, for only a ruined shell had remained of the ancient pile. Yet because it had been the seat of his ancestors, no cost had deterred him. The place had stood empty since the reign of James I, when a hideous and largely unexplained tragedy had slain the master, 5 of his children, and several servants, driving the 3rd son, his own lineal ancestor and sole survivor, away under a cloud of suspicion and terror. Denounced as a murderer, the estate had reverted to the crown. Walter de la Poer, 11th Baron Exham, shaken by some horror deeper than conscience or law, had fled to Virginia without attempting to clear his name or reclaim his property. There he founded the family, later known as Delapoer. No evil report touched his family before 1307, yet a chronicle then called one de la Poer, cursed of God. Village legendary spoke only of evil and frantic fear about the castle built on the old temple and priory foundations. Fireside tales turned grisly in their frightened reticence, painting his ancestors as hereditary daemons, beside whom Gilles de Retz and the Marquis de Sade seemed mere amateurs, and hinting at their role in the occasional vanishing of villagers across generations. The worst tales centered on the barons and their direct heirs. Healthier heirs, it was whispered, died mysteriously young to clear the way for more typical scions. An inner cult existed within the family, presided over by the head of the house, and sometimes closed to all but a few. Temperament, not blood, apparently determined membership. For several who married in had joined. Lady Margaret Trevor of Cornwall, wife of Godfrey, 2nd son of the 5th Baron, became a terror to children across the countryside and the daemon heroine of a lingering, horrible ballad near the Welsh border. Another preserved ballad told of Lady Mary de la Poe, slain shortly after her marriage to the Earl of Shrewsfield by her husband and his mother. Both killers were absolved and blessed by the priest to whom they confessed what they dared not repeat to the world. These myths repelled him. Their persistence across so long a line of his ancestors annoyed him deeply, and their hints of monstrous habits uncomfortably recalled the one known scandal in his immediate family. His cousin Randolph Delapoer of Carfax, who had gone among the Negroes and become a voodoo priest after returning from the Mexican War. He felt less disturbed by vaguer stories of wails and howlings in the barren valley beneath the limestone cliff. of graveyard stenches after spring rains, of the floundering, squealing white thing on which Sir John Clavy's horse had trodden one night in a lonely field, and of the servant who had gone mad at what he saw in the priory in broad daylight. Those were standard spectral lore, and at the time he remained a pronounced skeptic. Accounts of vanished peasants carried more weight, though they seemed unremarkable given medieval custom. Prying curiosity invited death, and more than one severed head had been displayed on the now-vanished bastions around XIII Priory. A few tales proved vividly picturesque, and made him wish he had studied comparative mythology in his youth. One claimed a legion of bat-winged devils kept witches' Sabbath every night at the Priory, their sustenance perhaps explaining the disproportionate abundance of coarse vegetables harvested from the vast gardens. Most striking of all was the epic of the rats. 3 months after the tragedy that emptied the castle, a lean, filthy, ravenous army of obscene vermin had burst forth, sweeping everything before it and devouring fowl, cats, dogs, hogs, sheep, and 2 hapless humans, before its fury spent itself. A separate cycle of myths grew around that rodent horde, for the creatures had scattered among village homes, trailing curses and horrors in their wake. Such lore pressed in on him as he pressed obstinately on with the restoration. Yet the tales never formed his chief psychological atmosphere. Captain Norreys and the surrounding antiquarians praised and encouraged him constantly. When the work ended, more than 2 years after it began, he surveyed the great rooms, wainscoted walls, vaulted ceilings, mullioned windows, and broad staircases with deep pride that repaid every prodigious cost. Every medieval detail had been cunningly reproduced. New sections blended seamlessly with the original walls and foundations. The seat of his father stood complete. He meant to live here permanently and redeem the local fame of the line that ended with him. He had resumed the original spelling, de la Poe, and would prove that a de la Poe need not be a fiend. His comfort grew from the fact that, though fitted in true medieval style, the interior was wholly new and free of old vermin and old ghosts alike. He moved in on July 16, 1923. His household numbered 7 servants and 9 cats, a species for which he held particular fondness. His eldest, Niggerman, 7 years old, had come with him from Bolton, Massachusetts. The rest he had gathered while staying with Captain Norreys' family during the Restoration. For 5 days, the routine flowed with perfect placidity. Most of his time went to codifying old family data. He had now secured detailed accounts of Walter de la Poer's final tragedy in flight, accounts he believed matched the lost hereditary envelope destroyed at Carfax. His ancestors stood accused, with good reason, of slaughtering the rest of the household. Father, 3 brothers, 2 sisters, while they slept, sparing only 4 servant Confederates. The killings had come about 2 weeks after a shocking discovery that altered Walter's whole demeanor, a discovery he had revealed to no one except, by implication, those servants who helped him and then fled beyond reach. The deliberate massacre was largely condoned by the villagers and treated so leniently by the law that Walter escaped to Virginia, honored, unharmed, and undisguised. The whispered consensus held that he had purged the land of an immemorial curse. What discovery could have driven so terrible an act he could scarcely guess. Walter had known the sinister family tales for years, so they could not have supplied fresh impulse. Perhaps he had witnessed some appalling ancient rite, or stumbled upon a frightful revealing symbol within the priory or its grounds. In England, he had been reputed a shy, gentle youth. In Virginia, he appeared not hard or bitter, but harassed and apprehensive. Francis Harley, of Bellevue's diary, described him as a man of unexampled justice, honor, and delicacy. On July 22nd came the first incident. At the time, he dismissed it lightly, yet later it took on preternatural weight. In a building that was practically new except for the ancient walls, and with a well-balanced staff, any apprehension would have seemed absurd. What lingered in memory was simple. His old black cat, Niggerman, whose moods he knew intimately, had grown alert and anxious in a way wholly unlike his natural character. The cat roved restlessly from room to room, sniffing constantly at the walls that formed part of the old Gothic structure. The following day, a servant reported restlessness among all the cats. He entered the study, a lofty west room on the second story, with groined arches, black oak paneling, and a triple Gothic window overlooking the limestone cliff and desolate valley. Even as the man spoke, he watched Niggerman creep along the west wall, scratching at the new panels laid over the ancient stone. He explained to the servant that some singular odor or emanation must be rising from the old stonework, imperceptible to human senses, yet strong enough to reach the cat's delicate organs through the fresh wood. He believed this completely. When the servant suggested mice or rats, he replied that no rats had existed there for 300 years, and that even field mice of the surrounding country had never been known to venture into these high walls. That afternoon he consulted Captain Norris, who assured him it would be quite incredible for field mice to infest a priory in any sudden or unprecedented fashion. That night, dispensing with a valet as usual, he retired to the circular west tower chamber he had chosen for himself. Reached from the study by a partly ancient stone staircase and a short restored gallery, the high room hung with a rasp he had selected in London. With Niggerman beside him, he closed the heavy Gothic door, switched off the electric lights that cleverly mimicked candles, and settled into the carved four-poster, the old cat resting across his feet. He left the curtains undrawn and gazed through the narrow north window at a faint aurora silhouetting its traceries. He must have drifted into sleep, for he woke to Niggerman starting violently from his place. In the pale glow, the cat strained forward, forepaws on his ankles, staring fixedly at a point on the wall west of the window. Nothing marked the spot to his own eyes, yet he watched intently. The arras seemed to move, very slightly. Behind it came a low, distinct scurrying like rats or mice. In an instant, Niggerman leaped onto the tapestry, dragging the section to the floor and exposing damp, ancient stone patched by the restorers, empty of any rodents. The cat raced along the base, clawing the fallen fabric and probing for gaps between wall and floor. Finding nothing, he returned wearily to his place across his master's feet. Sleep evaded him for the rest of the night. In the morning, he questioned the servants. None had noticed anything unusual except the cook, who recalled a cat howling on her windowsill before darting downstairs. He drowsed through noon, then visited Captain Norris again. The slight yet curious incidents intrigued the captain, who shared local ghost lore and lent traps in Paris green. Servants placed them strategically upon his return. He retired early, exhausted, but horrible dreams assailed him. He seemed to look down from immense height into a twilit grotto knee-deep in filth, where a white-bearded Damon swineherd drove fungus-flabby beasts with his staff. As the herder paused, a mighty swarm of rats rained down, devouring beasts and man alike. The vision shattered when Niggerman moved sharply across his feet. This time, the source needed no guess. Every wall of the chamber seethed with the nauseous slithering of gigantic ravenous rats. No aurora lit the arras now, but he switched on the lights. The tapestry shook hideously, its peculiar designs dancing a singular dance of death before the motion and sound both vanished. He sprang up, prodded the fabric with a warming pan handle, and lifted a section. Only patched stone lay beneath. The circular trap in the room stood sprung, yet empty. Further sleep proved impossible. Lighting a candle, he opened the door and stepped into the gallery toward the stairs, Niggerman at his heels. Before reaching the stone steps, the cat darted ahead and vanished down the ancient flight. Descending, he heard unmistakable sounds in the great room below, the oak panels alive with scampering milling rats. Niggerman raced about in baffled fury. At the bottom, he turned on the light. The riot continued. The creatures, seemingly numberless, surged in one stupendous migration from unimaginable heights toward some depth far below. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. 2 servants entered, searching for the source of disturbance that had sent all the cats into snarling panic, plunging downstairs to yowl before the closed sub-cellar door. They had heard no rats. When he pointed to the panels, the noise had already ceased. With the men, he went to the sub-cellar door, but the cats had scattered. Later, he planned to explore the crypt, but for now he checked the traps. All stood sprung and empty. Convinced only the cats, and he had heard the rats, he sat in his study until dawn, thinking deeply and recalling every legend about the building. He slept a little in the forenoon in the library chair. Later, he telephoned Captain Norris, who came over to help explore the sub-cellar. Nothing untoward appeared, though both felt a thrill knowing Roman hands had built the vault. Every low arch and massive pillar showed pure classic Roman style, not Saxon Romanesque. Walls bore familiar inscriptions, fragments mentioning Pigate, temples, donations, El Preak, and Atis. The reference to Atis made him shiver. He knew Catullus and the hideous Eastern rites blended with Cebul's worship. By lantern light, they examined irregularly rectangular stone blocks, thought to be altars, unable to interpret their odd, nearly effaced designs. One rayed sun pattern suggested non-Roman origin, implying the Romans had adopted them from an older Aboriginal temple on the site. Brown stains marked one block. The largest central altar showed features indicating use for fire, probably burnt offerings. This was the crypt before whose door the cats had howled. Norris and he decided to spend the night there. Servants brought down couches and were told to ignore any nocturnal cat behavior. Niggerman joined them for company and possible aid. They kept the great oak door, modern replica with ventilation slits, tightly closed, lanterns burning, and settled to wait. The vault lay deep in the priory foundations, far down the limestone cliff above the waste valley. He had no doubt it had been the rat's goal, though he could not guess why. As they lay expectantly, half-formed dreams mixed with his vigil, roused each time by the cat's uneasy motions across his feet. The dreams echoed the previous night's horror, the twilit grotto, the swineherd, and the flabby fungus beast wallowing closer, more distinct. He focused on the features of one beast, and awoke screaming. Niggerman started up. Captain Norris, who had not slept, laughed. Norris might have reacted differently had he known what triggered the scream, but the full memory returned only later. Ultimate horror often mercifully paralyzes recall. On July 16, 1923, he moved into XIII Priory the moment the last workman left. The restoration had demanded enormous effort and expense, for only a ruined shell had remained of the ancient pile. Yet because it had been the seat of his ancestors, no cost had deterred him. The place had stood empty since the reign of James I, when a hideous and largely unexplained tragedy had slain the master, 5 of his children, and several servants, driving the 3rd son, his own lineal ancestor and sole survivor, away under a cloud of suspicion and terror. Denounced as a murderer, the estate had reverted to the crown. Walter de la Poer, 11th Baron Exum, shaken by some horror deeper than conscience or law, had fled to Virginia without attempting to clear his name or reclaim his property. There he founded the family, later known as Delapour. No evil report touched his family before 1307, yet a chronicle then called one de la Poer cursed of God. Village legendary spoke only of evil and frantic fear about the castle built on the old temple and priory foundations. Fireside tales turned grisly in their frightened reticence, painting his ancestors as hereditary daemons, beside whom Gilles de Retz and the Marquis de Sade seemed mere amateurs, and hinting at their role in the occasional vanishing of villagers across generations. The worst tales centered on the barons and their direct heirs. Healthier heirs, it was whispered, died mysteriously young to clear the way for more typical scions. An inner cult existed within the family, presided over by the head of the house, and sometimes closed to all but a few. Temperament, not blood, apparently determined membership, for several who married in had joined. Lady Margaret Trevor of Cornwall, wife of Godfrey, second son of the 5th Baron, became a terror to children across the countryside and the Damon, heroine of a lingering, horrible ballad near the Welsh border. Another preserved ballad told of Lady Mary de la Poire, slain shortly after her marriage to the Earl of Shrewsbury by her husband and his mother. Both killers were absolved and blessed by the priest to whom they confessed what they dared not repeat to the world. These myths repelled him. Their persistence across so long a line of his ancestors annoyed him deeply, and their hints of monstrous habits uncomfortably recalled the one known scandal in his immediate family. His cousin, Randolph Delapour of Carfax, who had gone among the Negroes and become a voodoo priest after returning from the Mexican War. He felt less disturbed by vaguer stories of wails and howlings in the barren valley beneath the limestone cliff, of graveyard stenches after spring rains, of the floundering, squealing white thing on which Sir John Clave's horse had trodden one night in a lonely field, and of the servant who had gone mad at what he saw in the priory in broad daylight. Those were standard spectral lore, and at the time he remained a pronounced skeptic. Accounts of vanished peasants carried more weight, though they seemed unremarkable given medieval custom. Prying curiosity invited death, and more than one severed head had been displayed on the now-vanished bastions around XIII Priory. A few tales proved vividly picturesque and made him wish he had studied comparative mythology in his youth. One claimed a legion of bat-winged devils kept witches' Sabbath every night at the priory, their sustenance perhaps explaining the disproportionate abundance of coarse vegetables harvested from the vast gardens. Most striking of all was the epic of the rats. 3 months after the tragedy that emptied the castle, a lean, filthy, ravenous army of obscene vermin had burst forth, sweeping everything before it and devouring fowl, cats, dogs, hogs, sheep, and 2 hapless humans before its fury spent itself. A separate cycle of myths grew around that rodent horde, for the creatures had scattered among village homes, trailing curses and horrors in their wake. Such lore pressed in on him as he pressed obstinately on with the restoration, yet the tales never formed his chief psychological atmosphere. Captain Norreys and the surrounding antiquarians praised and encouraged him constantly. When the work ended, more than 2 years after it began, he surveyed the great rooms, wainscoted walls, vaulted ceilings, mullioned windows, and broad staircases with deep pride that repaid every prodigious cost. Every medieval detail had been cunningly reproduced. New sections blended seamlessly with the original walls and foundations. The seat of his fathers stood complete. He meant to live here permanently and redeem the local fame of the line that ended with him. He had resumed the original spelling, de la Poire, and would prove that a de la Poire need not be a fiend. His comfort grew from the fact that, though fitted in true medieval style, the interior was wholly new and free of old vermin and old ghosts alike. He moved in on July 16, 1923. His household numbered 7 servants and 9 cats, a species for which he held particular fondness. His eldest, Nigger Man, 7 years old, had come with him from Bolton, Massachusetts. The rest he had gathered while staying with Captain Norreys' family during the Restoration. For 5 days the routine flowed with perfect placidity. Most of his time went to codifying old family data. He had now secured detailed accounts of Walter de la Poor's final tragedy in flight, accounts he believed matched the lost hereditary envelope destroyed at Carfax. His ancestors stood accused, with good reason, of slaughtering the rest of the household. Father, 3 brothers, 2 sisters, while they slept, sparing only 4 servant confederates. The killings had come about 2 weeks after a shocking discovery that altered Walter's whole demeanor, a discovery he had revealed to no one except, by implication, those servants who helped him and then fled beyond reach. The deliberate massacre was largely condoned by the villagers and treated so leniently by the law that Walter escaped to Virginia, honored, unharmed, and undisguised. The whispered consensus held that he had purged the land of an immemorial curse. What discovery could have driven so terrible an act he could scarcely guess. Walter had known the sinister family tales for years, so they could not have supplied fresh impulse. Perhaps he had witnessed some appalling ancient rite or stumbled upon a frightful revealing symbol within the priory or its grounds. In England, he had been reputed a shy, gentle youth. In Virginia, he appeared not hard or bitter, but harassed and apprehensive. Francis Harley of Bellevue's diary described him as a man of unexampled justice, honor, and delicacy. On July 22nd came the first incident. At the time, he dismissed it lightly, yet later it took on preternatural weight. In a building that was practically new except for the ancient walls and with a well-balanced staff, any apprehension would have seemed absurd. What lingered in memory was simple. His old black cat Niggerman, whose moods he knew intimately, had grown alert and anxious in a way wholly unlike his natural character. The cat roved restlessly from room to room, sniffing constantly at the walls that formed part of the old Gothic structure. The following day, a servant reported restlessness among all the cats. He entered the study, a lofty west room on the second story, with groined arches, black oak paneling, and a triple Gothic window overlooking the limestone cliff and desolate valley. Even as the man spoke, he watched Niggerman creep along the west wall, scratching at the new panels laid over the ancient stone. He explained to the servant that some singular odor or emanation must be rising from the old stonework, imperceptible to human senses, yet strong enough to reach the cat's delicate organs through the fresh wood. He believed this completely. When the servant suggested mice or rats, he replied that no rats had existed there for 300 years, and that even field mice of the surrounding country had never been known to venture into these high walls. That afternoon he consulted Captain Norris, who assured him it would be quite incredible for field mice to infest the priory in any sudden or unprecedented fashion. That night, dispensing with a valet as usual, he retired to the circular west tower chamber he had chosen for himself. Reached from the study by a partly ancient stone staircase and a short restored gallery, the high room hung with the rasp he had selected in London. With Niggerman beside him, he closed the heavy Gothic door, switched off the electric lights that cleverly mimicked candles, and settled into the carved four-poster, the old cat resting across his feet. He left the curtains undrawn and gazed through the narrow north window at a faint aurora silhouetting its traceries. He must have drifted into sleep, for he woke to Niggerman starting violently from his place. In the pale glow, the cat strained forward, forepaws on his ankles, staring fixedly at a point on the wall west of the window. Nothing marked the spot to his own eyes, yet he watched intently. The arras seemed to move, very slightly. Behind it came a low, distinct scurrying like rats or mice. In an instant, Niggerman leaped onto the tapestry, dragging the section to the floor and exposing damp, ancient stone patched by the restorers, empty of any rodents. The cat raced along the base, clawing the fallen fabric and probing for gaps between wall and floor. Finding nothing, he returned wearily to his place across his master's feet. Sleep evaded him for the rest of the night. In the morning, he questioned the servants. None had noticed anything unusual except the cook, who recalled a cat howling on her windowsill before darting downstairs. He drowsed through noon, then visited Captain Norris again. The slight yet curious incidents intrigued the captain, who shared local ghost lore and lent traps in Paris Green. Servants placed him strategically upon his return. He retired early, exhausted, but horrible dreams assailed him. He seemed to look down from immense height into a twilit grotto knee-deep in filth, where a white-bearded Damon swineherd drove fungus-flabby beasts with his staff. As the herder paused, a mighty swarm of rats rained down, devouring beasts and man alike. The vision shattered when Niggerman moved sharply across his feet. This time the source needed no guess. Every wall of the chamber seethed with the nauseous slithering of gigantic ravenous rats. No aurora lit the arras now, but he switched on the lights. The tapestry shook hideously, its peculiar designs dancing a singular dance of death before the motion and sound both vanished. He sprang up, prodded the fabric with a warming pan handle, and lifted a section. Only patched stone lay beneath. The circular trap in the room stood sprung, yet empty. Further sleep proved impossible. Lighting a candle, he opened the door and stepped into the gallery toward the stairs, Niggerman at his heels. Before reaching the stone steps, the cat darted ahead and vanished down the ancient flight. Descending, he heard unmistakable sounds in the great room below, the oak panels alive with scampering milling rats. Niggerman raced about in baffled fury. At the bottom, he turned on the light. The riot continued. The creatures, seemingly numberless, surged in one stupendous migration from unimaginable heights towards some depth far below. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. 2 servants entered, searching for the source of disturbance that had sent all the cats into snarling panic, plunging downstairs to yowl before the closed subcellar door. They had heard no rats. When he pointed to the panels, the noise had already ceased. With the men, he went to the subcellar door, but the cats had scattered. Later, he planned to explore the crypt, but for now, he checked the traps. All stood sprung and empty. Convinced only the cats, and he had heard the rats, he sat in his study until dawn, thinking deeply and recalling every legend about the building. He slept a little in the forenoon in the library chair. Later, he telephoned Captain Norris, who came over to help explore the subcellar. Nothing untoward appeared, though both felt a thrill knowing Roman hands had built the vault. Every low arch and massive pillar showed pure classic Roman style, not Saxon Romanesque. Walls bore familiar inscriptions, fragments mentioning P. Getae, temples, donations, Elprake, and Atis. The reference to Atis made him shiver. He knew Catullus, and the hideous Eastern rites blended with Cebos' worship. By lantern light, they examined irregularly rectangular stone blocks, thought to be altars, unable to interpret their odd, nearly effaced designs. One rayed sun pattern suggested non-Roman origin, implying the Romans had adopted them from an older aboriginal temple on the site. Brown stains marked one block. The largest central altar showed features indicating use for fire, probably burnt offerings. This was the crypt before whose door the cats had howled. Norris and he decided to spend the night there. Servants brought down couches and were told to ignore any nocturnal cat behavior. Niggerman joined them for company and possible aid. They kept the great oak door, modern replica with ventilation slits, tightly closed, lanterns burning, and settled to wait. The vault lay deep in the priory foundations, far down the limestone cliff above the waste valley. He had no doubt it had been the rat's goal, though he could not guess why. As they lay expectantly, half-formed dreams mixed with his vigil, roused each time by the cat's uneasy motions across his feet. The dreams echoed the previous night's horror. The twilight grotto, the swineherd, and the flabby fungus beast wallowing closer, more distinct. He focused on the features of one beast and awoke screaming. Niggerman started up. Captain Norris, who had not slept, laughed. Norris might have reacted differently had he known what triggered the scream, but the full memory returned only later. Ultimate horror often mercifully paralyzes recall. Norris woke him when the phenomena began, pulled from the same frightful dream by the captain's gentle shake and urgent call to listen to the cats. Beyond the closed door came a nightmare of feline, yelling and clawing. Niggerman, ignoring his kindred outside, raced excitedly around the bare stone walls where the same babble of scurrying rats filled the air as the night before. Acute terror surged through him. These anomalies defied any normal explanation. The rats, if not hallucinations shared only with the cats, must be burrowing through what he had believed were solid Roman limestone blocks. Or perhaps centuries of water had carved tunnels the rodents had enlarged. Yet the spectral horror persisted. Why could Norris not hear the disgusting commotion? Why did he only urge watching Niggerman and listening to the cats outside, guessing vaguely at their cause? When he described rationally what he thought he heard, the scurrying faded, retreating downward as if the whole cliff beneath was riddled with questing rats. Nares appeared profoundly moved, not skeptical. He motioned that the cats at the door had ceased their clamor, as if giving up the chase, while Niggerman burst into renewed restlessness, clawing frantically at the base of the large central stone altar nearer to Norris's couch. His fear of the unknown reached new heights. Something astounding had occurred, and Captain Nares, younger, stouter, more naturally materialistic, seemed affected as deeply, perhaps from his lifelong familiarity with local legend. For the moment they could only watch the old black cat pawing with decreasing fervor at the altar base, occasionally mewing persuasively to him as when seeking a favor. Nares brought the lantern close and examined the spot, kneeling to scrape away centuries of lichens joining the massive pre-Roman block to the tessellated floor. Finding nothing, he nearly abandoned the effort when a trivial circumstance made him shudder. The lantern flame flickered slightly from a draught of air, coming unmistakably from the crevice between floor and altar. They spent the rest of the night in the brilliantly lighted study, nervously discussing their next move. The discovery of a vault deeper than any known Roman masonry, unsuspected by antiquarians for 3 centuries, would have excited them enough without the sinister background. Fascination doubled. They weighed abandoning the search in superstitious caution or braving whatever waited in the unknown depths. By morning, they compromised. Go to London for a group of archaeologists and scientific men fit to handle the mystery. Before leaving, they had vainly tried to shift the central altar, now seen as the gate to a new pit of nameless fear. Wiser men would have to find the secret to open it. Over many days in London, he and Captain Norris presented their facts, conjectures, and legendary anecdotes to 5 eminent authorities, trusted to respect any family disclosures. Most were intensely interested and sympathetic, not scoffing. One was Sir William Brenton, whose trod excavations had excited the world. As the group took the train for Anchester, he felt poised on the brink of frightful revelations. The sensation echoed by mourning among Americans for the unexpected death of the president on the other side of the world. On the evening of August 7th, they reached XIII Priory. Servants reported complete tranquility. Cats placid, including Niggerman, no traps sprung. Exploration would begin the next day. He assigned comfortable rooms to his guests and retired to his tower chamber with Niggerman across his feet. Sleep came quickly, but hideous dreams returned. A Roman feast like Trimalchio's, with some horror in a covered platter. Then the recurrent swineherd and his filthy drove in the twilit grotto. Awakening to full daylight and normal sounds below, he found no rats had troubled him, and the cat slept quietly. Downstairs, tranquility prevailed everywhere. One savant, Thornton, the psychic investigator, absurdly attributed it to certain forces having shown him what they wished. All was ready. At 11 in the morning, the 7 men, equipped with powerful electric searchlights and excavation implements, descended to the subcellar and bolted the door behind them. Niggerman came along. The investigators welcomed his excitability in case of rodent manifestations. They noted the Roman inscriptions and altar designs only briefly, as 3 savants already knew them. All attention focused on the central altar. Within an hour, Sir William Brenton had it tilting backward on an unknown counterweight. Through the nearly square opening in the tiled floor sprawled a ghastly array of human or semi-human bones on a flight of stone steps, worn almost to an inclined plane. Skeletons showed attitudes of panic fear, every bone marked by rodent gnawing. Skulls indicated utter idiocy, cretinism, or primitive semiapedum. A descending passage arched above, chiseled from solid rock and carrying a cool breeze with a hint of freshness. They did not pause long, but began clearing a path down the steps, shivering. Sir William, examining the hewn walls, observed that the passage must have been chiseled from beneath according to the stroke directions. He forced himself to be deliberate, choosing words with care. After descending a few steps amid the gnawed bones, Light appeared ahead. Filtered daylight from unknown fissures in the cliff overlooking the waste valley. That such fissures had gone unnoticed from outside was unsurprising. The uninhabited valley and beetling cliff allowed no easy inspection except by aeronaut. A few steps more, and their breaths were literally snatched away by what lay before them. Thornton fainted in the arms of the dazed man behind him. Norris's plump face went utterly white and flabby. He cried out inarticulately. He himself gasped or hissed and covered his eyes. The oldest man in the party croaked the hackneyed exclamation in the most cracked voice he had ever heard. Of the 7 cultivated men, only Sir William Brenton retained composure, a feat greater because he led and had seen the sight first. It was a twilit grotto of enormous height, stretching away farther than any eye could see, a subterraneous world of limitless mystery and horrible suggestion. There were buildings and other architectural remains. In one terrified glance, he took in a weird pattern of tumuli, a savage circle of monoliths, a low-domed Roman ruin, a sprawling Saxon pile, and an early English wooden edifice. Yet all were dwarfed by the ghoulish spectacle covering the ground. For yards around the steps stretched an insane tangle of human bones, or bones as human as those on the stairs. Like a foamy sea they spread, some fallen apart, others still articulated as skeletons in postures of demoniac frenzy, either fighting off some menace or clutching other forms with cannibal intent. Dr. Trask, the anthropologist, stooped to classify the skulls and found a degraded mixture that baffled him. Most ranked lower than the Piltdown man on the evolutionary scale, yet all were definitely human. Many were of higher grade. A very few belonged to supremely developed types. Every bone showed gnawing, mostly by rats, but partly by the half-human drove. Mixed among them lay tiny rat bones from fallen members of the lethal army that had closed the ancient epic. He wondered that any of them kept their sanity through that hideous day of discovery. No Hoffman or Heismans could have conceived a scene more wildly incredible, more frenetically repellent, or more gothically grotesque than the twilit grotto through which the 7 men staggered, stumbling on revelation after revelation, while trying not to dwell on what must have happened there 300, 1,000, 2,000, or 10,000 years earlier. It was the antechamber of hell. Thornton fainted again when Trask said, "Some of the skeleton things must have descended as quadrupeds through the last 20 or more generations." Horror piled on horror as they interpreted the architectural remains. The quadruped things, with occasional recruits from the biped class, had been kept in stone pens from which they had broken in their final delirium of hunger or rat fear. Great herds of them had evidently been fattened on coarse vegetables whose remains formed a poisonous ensilage at the bottom of huge stone bins older than Rome. He now understood why his ancestors had maintained such excessive gardens. The purpose of the herds needed no asking. Sir William, standing in the Roman ruin with his searchlight, translated aloud the most shocking ritual he had ever known and described the diet of the antediluvian cult that the priests of Cybele had found and mingled with their own. Norris, hardened by the trenches, could not walk straight after emerging from the English building. It was a butcher shop and kitchen. He had expected that. But the familiar English implements and graffiti, some as recent as 1610, proved too much. He himself could not enter that building, whose daemon activities his ancestor Walter de la Poe had ended with a dagger. He ventured instead into the low Saxon building whose oaken door had fallen. Inside stood a terrible row of 10 stone cells with rusty bars. 3 still held tenants, skeletons of high grade. On the bony forefinger of one, he found a seal ring bearing his own coat of arms. Sir William discovered a vault with far older cells beneath the Roman chapel, but those stood empty. Below them lay a low crypt containing cases of formally arranged bones, some bearing terrible parallel inscriptions in Latin, Greek, and the tongue of Phrygia. Meanwhile, Dr. Trask opened one of the prehistoric tumuli and uncovered skulls slightly more human than a gorilla's, marked with indescribable ideographic carvings. Through all this horror, his cat stalked unperturbed. Once he saw Nigger Man perched monstrously atop a mountain of bones and wondered what secrets lay behind those yellow eyes. Having grasped something of the frightful revelations of this twilit area, so hideously foreshadowed by his recurrent dream, they turned toward the apparently boundless depth of Midnight Cavern where no cliff light could reach. They would never know what sightless Stygian world yawned beyond the short distance they traveled, for it was decided such secrets were not good for mankind. Yet enough lay close at hand. They had not gone far before the searchlights revealed an accursed infinity of pits where the rats had feasted. The sudden lack of replenishment had driven the ravenous rodent army first to turn on the living herds of starving things, then to burst forth from the priory in that historic orgy of devastation the peasants would never forget. Those carrion black pits of sawed-picked bones and open skulls. Those nightmare chasms choked with pithecanthropoid, Celtic, Roman, and English bones of countless unhallowed centuries. Some pits were full. None could say how deep they had once been. Others remained bottomless to the searchlights, peopled by unnamable fancies. He thought of the hapless rats that must have stumbled into such traps amid the blackness of their quests in this grisly Tartarus. Once his foot slipped near a horribly yawning brink, and a moment of ecstatic fear seized him. He must have mused a long time, for when he looked around he saw only the plump Captain Norris. Then came a sound from that inky, boundless, farther distance that he recognized. He saw his old black cat dart past like a winged Egyptian god, straight into the illimitable gulf of the unknown. He followed close behind, for after another second there was no doubt. It was the eldritch scurrying of those fiend-born rats, always questing for new horrors and determined to lead him on, even unto those grinning caverns of Earth's center, where NYARLATHOTEP, the mad, faceless god, howls blindly to the piping of two amorphous idiot flute players. His searchlight expired, but still he ran. He heard voices, yowls, and echoes, but above all rose that impious, insidious scurrying, gently rising as a stiff, bloated corpse rises above an oily river flowing under endless onyx bridges to a black, putrid sea. Something soft and plump bumped into him. It must have been the rats, the viscous, gelatinous, ravenous army that feasted on the dead and the living. Why shouldn't rats eat a Delapoe as a Delapoe ate forbidden things? The war had eaten his boy. The Yanks had eaten Carfax with flames, burning Grandsire Delapoe and the secret. No, he was not that Damon swineherd in the Twilit Grotto. It was not Edward Norris's fat face on that flabby fungus thing. Who said he was a Delapoe? He had lived, but his boy had died. Should a Norris hold the lands of a Delapoe? It was voodoo, that spotted snake. Curse Thornton for fainting at what his family did. He would teach them. Magna Mater! Addis. Then came guttural sounds and fragments in strange tongues. That, they later told him, was what he had said when found after 3 hours, crouching in the blackness over the plump, half-eaten body of Captain Norris, with his own cat leaping and tearing at his throat. Now they had blown up XIII Priory, taken Nigger Man away, and shut him in this barred room at Hanwell with fearful whispers about his heredity and experiences. Thornton lay in the next room, but they prevented any talk between them. They were suppressing most facts concerning the Priory. When he spoke of poor Norris, they accused him of a hideous thing, yet they must know he had not done it. It had been the rats, the slithering, scurrying rats, whose scampering would never let him sleep, the Damon rats that raced behind the padding in this room and beckoned him down to greater horrors than he had ever known, the rats they could never hear, the rats in the walls. I was far from home, and the spell of the eastern sea gripped me. In the twilight, its waves pounded the rocks just beyond the hill, where twisting willows stood black against the clearing sky, and the first stars appeared. Because my fathers had summoned me to the old town beyond, I pressed on through the shallow new snow along the lonely road that climbed toward Aldebaran, twinkling among the trees. heading for the ancient settlement I had never seen yet often dreamed of. It was Yuletide Christmas to most, though older than Bethlehem or Babylon in truth. I had come at last to the sea town where my people had dwelt and kept forbidden festivals in elder times, commanding their sons to return once every century so the memory of primal secrets would not die. My blood was old, even when this land was settled 3 centuries earlier. Strange folk who had slipped from opiate southern gardens of orchids, speaking another tongue before they learned that of the blue-eyed fishers. Now they were scattered, bound only by rituals no living soul fully understood. I alone had answered the legend's call that night, for only the poor and lonely still remembered. Beyond the hill's crest, Kingsport lay frostily in the gloaming. Snowy roofs, ancient vanes and steeples, crooked streets like a child's disordered blocks, and a dizzy church-crowned peak that time had spared. Antiquity hovered over gray gables and gambrel roofs, while fanlights and small-paned windows began to glow in the cold dusk, joining Orion and the archaic stars. Against the rotting wharves, the secretive, immemorial sea pounded on. At the road's crest a higher summit rose, bleak and windswept, a burying ground where black gravestones thrust through the snow like decayed fingernails of a gigantic corpse. The printless road felt unbearably lonely. Sometimes I imagined I heard the distant creak of a gibbet in the wind. 4 of my kinsmen had been hanged for witchcraft in 1692, though I did not know exactly where. As the road wound down the seaward slope, I listened for evening sounds of village life, but heard none. Remembering the season, I suppose these old Puritan folk kept Christmas customs strange to me, full of silent, heart-side prayer. I stopped listening for merriment and continued past hush-lighted farmhouses and shadowy stone walls until signs of ancient shops and sea taverns creaked in the salt breeze and grotesque knockers glistened on pillared doorways along deserted lanes. I had studied maps and knew the way to my people's house. Village legend lived long, so I would be known and welcomed. I hastened through Back Street to Circle Court, across the single flagstone pavement and into Green Lane behind the market house. The old maps proved true. No trolleys ran here despite what they claimed in Arkham. Snow would have hidden the rails anyway. I was glad I had walked. The white village had looked beautiful from the hill. And now eagerness rose in me to reach the 7th house on the left in Green Lane, its peaked roof and jutting second story built before 1650. Light shone inside when I arrived. Diamond window panes showed the place had been kept close to its antique state. The upper story overhung the narrow, grass-grown street, nearly meeting the house opposite, so I stood almost in a tunnel. The low stone doorstep was free of snow. No sidewalks existed. Many doors sat high, reached by double flights of steps with iron railings. The scene felt oddly foreign to my New England eyes, pleasing yet unsettling without footprints in the snow or people in the streets or any unshuttered windows. I sounded the archaic iron knocker, half afraid already from the strangeness of my heritage, the bleak evening, and the unnatural silence of the town. When the door creaked open, no footsteps had preceded it, and fresh fear seized me. But the gowned, slippered old man who appeared had a bland face that eased my dread at first. Though he signaled he was mute, he wrote a quaint welcome on the wax tablet he carried. He beckoned me into a low, candle-lit room with massive exposed rafters and dark, stiff 17th century furniture. The past felt vividly preserved. Nothing was missing. A cavernous fireplace stood cold, and a bent old woman in loose wrapper and deep pokey bonnet sat with her back to me, silently spinning at her wheel despite the season. Dampness clung to the air, and I wondered at the lack of fire. A high-backed settle faced curtained windows on the left and seemed occupied, though I could not be sure. Unease stirred in me again. The more I studied the old man's bland face, the more it disturbed me. His eyes never moved. His skin looked too much like wax. At last I grew certain it was no face at all, but a fiendishly cunning mask. Still, his gloved hands wrote genially that I must wait before being led to the place of festival. He pointed to a chair, a table, and a pile of books, then left the room. When I sat and opened them, I found hoary, moldy volumes. Maurister's Wild Marvels of Science, Glanville's Terrible Seducismus Triumphatus of 1681, Remigius's Shocking Daemonolatria printed in 1595 at Lyons, and worst of all, the unmentionable Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred in Olaus Wormius's forbidden Latin translation. I had heard monstrous whispers about that last book, but had never seen it. No one spoke. Outside, signs creaked in the wind. Inside, the spinning wheel whirred on as the bonneted woman worked silently. The room, the books, and the people felt morbid and disquieting. Yet an old family tradition had called me to this strange feast. So I resolved to expect queer things. I tried to read, and soon became tremblingly absorbed in something hideous I found in the Necronomicon, a thought and legend too foul for sanity. Then I fancied I heard one of the windows facing the settle close stealthily, following a whir that was not the woman's wheel. The clock had been striking, and the old woman spun hard, so the feeling passed. I lost the sense that anyone sat on the settle and read on intently, shuddering, until the old man returned booted and dressed in loose antique costume. He sat on that very bench, hiding himself from view. The wait grew nerve-wracking, made worse by the blasphemous book in my hands. When the clock struck 11, he rose, glided to a massive carved chest, and took out 2 hooded cloaks. He donned one and draped the other around the old woman, who had stopped her monotonous spinning. Then both headed for the outer door, the woman creeping lamely, the old man picking up the very book I had been reading and beckoning me as he drew his hood over that unmoving face or mask. He stepped out into the moonless tangle of the ancient town, as window lights vanished one by one, and the dog star glared down on the silent flood of cowled, cloaked figures pouring from every doorway. They formed twisting processions past creaking signs, sagging gables, thatched roofs, and diamond-paned windows, threading steep lanes where decaying houses leaned together and gliding through open courts and churchyards where bobbing lanterns hung like drunken constellations in the dark. Jostled by elbows that felt preternaturally soft and pressed by bodies that seemed abnormally pulpy, he followed his voiceless guides without ever glimpsing a face or hearing a word. The columns of hooded travelers converged toward a high hill at the town center, where a great white church perched above a knot of crazy alleys. He remembered seeing its spire from the road at dusk. Aldebaran balanced for a moment on its ghostly point, and the sight had chilled him then. An open space ringed the church, half churchyard with spectral gravestones, half windswept square lined by archaic peaked houses. Pale death fires danced above the tombs, lighting gruesome vistas yet casting no shadows. Beyond the hill's crest he caught the glimmer of stars on the harbor, while the town itself stayed swallowed by night. Lanterns bobbed occasionally through the serpentine lanes, hurrying to join the throng that now slipped wordlessly into the church. He hung back until the last straggler had entered, ignoring the old man tugging at his sleeve, then crossed the threshold with the sinister man and the old spinning woman ahead of him. At the doorway he turned once. The churchyard's phosphorescence gave the pavement a sickly glow, and in the few remaining snow patches he saw no footprints at all, not even his own. Inside, the lanthorns barely lit the nave. The crowd had already streamed up the aisle and poured through the open trapdoor of the vaults before the pulpit. He followed the foot-worn steps down into the dank crypt, watching the line of night marchers wriggle into a venerable tomb whose floor held another aperture. They slid downward in silence along a narrow spiral staircase of rough stone, damp and foul-smelling, the walls shifting from blocks and mortar to solid rock. No footfalls echoed. Side passages multiplied like catacombs, their stench of decay growing unbearable. He realized they had passed beneath the mountain and under Kingsport itself. Then pale light shimmered ahead, and sunless waters lapped. A thin, whining flute began its feeble mockery. The passage widened, and the boundless vista of an inner world opened before him, a vast fungus shore lit by a belching column of sick greenish flame and washed by a wide, oily river flowing from unsuspected abysses. Faint and gasping, he watched the cloaked throngs form a semicircle around the blazing pillar. They performed a Yule rite, older than mankind, fated to outlast it, the primal ceremony of solstice fire and evergreen, light and music. They adored the pillar and cast handfuls of glistening vegetation into the water. Farther off, an amorphous shape squatted in the shadows, piping on a flute, while muffled fluttering stirred in the unseen dark. What terrified him most was the flame itself. It spouted volcanically, yet gave no warmth, only the clammy touch of death and corruption, coating the stone above with venomous verdigris. The man who had led him moved beside the pillar and performed stiff ceremonial gestures. At key moments, the semicircle groveled in obeisance, especially when he raised the Necronomicon overhead. He joined every bow, bound by the summons his forefathers had written. The old man signaled the hidden flute player. The drone shifted key, and a new horror unfolded. From the blackness beyond the cold glare, across the leagues of the oily river, a horde of hybrid winged things flopped rhythmically into view, creatures that were not quite crows or moles or buzzards or ants or bats or decayed humans, shapes no sound mind could fully grasp or remember. They moved on webbed feet and membranous wings. The celebrants seized them, mounted, and rode one by one along the unlit river into distant pits and galleries. The old spinning woman had already gone with the rest. The old man stayed only because he had refused to take one of the beasts. When the remaining creatures grew restless, the old man produced a stylus and tablet, writing that he was the true deputy of his fathers who had founded the worship here, that his return had been decreed, and that the deepest mysteries remained. To prove it, he showed a seal ring and a watch, both bearing the family arms. The watch, he knew from old papers, had been buried with his great-great-great-great-grandfather in 1698. The old man then drew back his hood and pointed to the resemblance in his face. He saw only a devilish waxen mask. One of the beasts began to waddle away. The old man turned sharply to stop it. The sudden motion dislodged the mask. The nightmare blocked the only staircase. Before the scream could rise in his throat, he flung himself into the oily underground river and let its putrescent current carry him toward the sea. They found him at dawn in Kingsport Harbor, half frozen and clinging to a drifting spar. At the hospital, they told him he had taken the wrong fork the night before and fallen from the cliffs at Orange Point. The snow prints proved it. Everything felt wrong. The broad window showed a sea of roofs where only 1 in 5 was ancient, and the streets below rang with trolleys and motors. They insisted this was Kingsport. When he grew delirious at learning the hospital stood near the old churchyard on Central Hill, they moved him to St. Mary's in Arkham for better care. The doctors there were broad-minded. They helped him obtain the guarded copy of Alhazred's Necronomicon from Miskatonic University and spoke of a psychosis he should purge from his mind. He read the hideous chapter again and shuddered twice as hard because none of it was new. The dreams that followed were worse. One paragraph in particular stayed with him. It warned that the nethermost caverns were not for eyes that see, their marvels too strange and terrible, that the ground lay cursed where dead thoughts rose into new and grotesque bodies, and the mind without a head was evil. It recalled the wisdom that a tomb is happy when no wizard lies within it, and a town safe at night when its wizards are only ashes. For the soul of one bought by the devil does not leave its corpse, but fattens, and teaches the very worms that gnaw it, until corruption births horrid life, and the dull scavengers of earth grow cunning, swell monstrous, and plague the world. Secret holes are dug where simple pores should suffice, and things that should only crawl have learned to walk. He walked the shadowed streets of New York on another sleepless night, desperate to save what remained of his soul and his fading vision. Coming to the city had been a terrible mistake. Where he had sought poignant wonder and inspiration among twisting ancient lanes and soaring cyclopean towers, he had found only deepening horror and oppression that threatened to paralyze and destroy him. The disillusionment had crept in slowly. At first, from a bridge at sunset, the city had appeared majestic above its waters, its peaks and pyramids rising delicate and flower-like from violet mist to touch the flaming clouds and early stars. Then it had kindled window by window above the shimmering tides, lanterns nodding and gliding, while deep horns bayed strange harmonies, transforming itself into a starry dream realm of fairy music, one with the marvels of lost and fabulous cities. Soon afterward, he had wandered those cherished antique ways, narrow curving alleys of red Georgian brick with small-paned dormers and pillared doorways that once welcomed gilded sedans and paneled coaches. And in that first rush of realization, he believed he had found the treasures that would one day make him a poet. But daylight betrayed the illusion. Under the garish sun, the streets revealed only squalor, alien strangeness, and a monstrous growth of climbing stone where moonlight had promised loveliness and elder magic. The crowds surging through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers with hardened faces and narrow eyes, shrewd, dreamless people without kinship to the scenes around them, forever alien to a blue-eyed man of older stock who still carried the memory of green New England lanes and white village steeples in his heart. Instead of poems, only a shuddering blankness and profound loneliness came. At last he perceived a fearful truth no one had dared utter. This city of stone and clamor was not a living continuation of old New York, as London was of old London or Paris of old Paris. It was dead, its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with queer animate things that had nothing to do with what it had once been. After that discovery, sleep deserted him. Some resigned calm returned only when he formed the habit of avoiding the streets by day and venturing out solely at night, when darkness summoned the few lingering wraiths of the past, and old white doorways seemed to remember the figures that once passed through them. In this way he even managed to write a few poems, and he stayed on, refusing to return home in defeat. Then, on one such sleepless night's walk, he met the man. It was in a grotesque, hidden courtyard in the Greenwich section, where he had settled in ignorance, drawn by its reputation as a haven for poets and artists. The archaic lanes and unexpected squares had delighted him, and even after discovering the so-called artists to be loud pretenders whose lives denied all true beauty, he remained for the sake of the venerable places themselves. He liked to imagine them as they had been in their prime, when Greenwich was still a placid village. In the hours before dawn, after the revelers had gone, he wandered alone through their cryptical windings, brooding on the curious secrets generations had left behind. This kept his soul alive and granted him the dreams his inner poet craved. The man approached him around 2 o'clock on a cloudy August morning, as he threaded a series of detached courtyards, once linked in a continuous network of picturesque alleys, but now reachable only through unlighted hallways of intervening buildings. He had heard vague rumors of these forgotten places, absent from any modern map, and their very obscurity had drawn him with special eagerness. Now that he had found them, his excitement doubled. Their arrangement suggested many more such hidden courts might lie wedged between high blank walls and deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways. The stranger spoke uninvited, observing his mood and the way he studied the knockered doorways above iron-railed steps, the faint glow from tracery transoms lighting his face. The man's own face stayed in shadow beneath a wide-brimmed hat that matched his outdated cloak. Something about him disquieted the walker even before he spoke. His form was slight, thin almost to cadaverousness, and his voice came soft and hollow. He claimed to have noticed him several times on his wanderings, and sensed a shared love for the vestiges of former years. He offered guidance from one long practiced in these explorations, with knowledge far deeper than any newcomer could possess. In a stray beam from a solitary attic window, the walker glimpsed the stranger's face. Noble, handsome, elderly, bearing marks of lineage and refinement, unusual for the time and place. Yet some indefinable quality disturbed him, almost as much as the features pleased him. Perhaps it was too white, too expressionless, or simply too out of place. Still, he followed. In those empty days, his hunger for antique beauty and mystery was all that sustained him. And meeting someone whose quest had gone so much further felt like a rare gift of fate. Something in the night kept the cloaked man mostly silent. For a long hour he led without unnecessary words, offering only brief comments on ancient names, dates, and vanished scenes, guiding mostly by gesture as they squeezed through narrow gaps, tiptoed down corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low, twisting stone passage that erased every trace of geographical orientation. The sights they passed were very old and marvelous in the scant light: tottering Ionic columns, fluted pilasters, urn-headed fence posts, flaring lintel windows, and decorative fanlights that grew ever quainter and stranger the deeper they ventured into the inexhaustible maze. They encountered no one. Lighted windows grew fewer. The first street lamps had been oil of ancient lozenge pattern. Later ones held candles. Finally, after crossing a pitch-black court where the guide led him by gloved hand to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, they entered a steeply rising alley lit only by colonial tin lanterns with conical tops and punched holes, placed before every seventh house. The alley climbed more steeply than seemed possible in this part of the city, its upper end blocked by the ivy-clad wall of a private estate. Beyond rose a pale cupola and the tops of trees against a vague lightness in the sky. In the wall stood a small, low-arched gate of nail-studded black oak. The man unlocked it with a heavy key, led him through utter blackness along what felt like a gravel path, and finally up stone steps to the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened. He stepped through the doorway beside the man, and a thick reek of infinite mustiness rolled out to engulf him. Centuries of unwholesome decay so strong it nearly dropped him where he stood. His host seemed untouched by it. In silence he followed up a curving stair, across a hall, and into a room whose door clicked shut and locked behind them. The man drew heavy curtains across 3 small-paned windows that showed the first pale light of dawn, then struck flint and steel at the mantel, kindling 2 candles in a 12-sconce candelabrum, and motioned for quiet speech. In the weak glow, he saw they stood in a spacious, well-furnished library from the early 18th century, its paneling rich with splendid doorway pediments, a fine Doric cornice, and a carved overmantel topped with scroll and urn. Family portraits hung above the crowded shelves, all darkened with age, yet unmistakably bearing the same features as the man who now waved him to a chair beside a graceful Chippendale table. Before sitting opposite, the host paused in momentary embarrassment, then removed gloves, wide-brimmed hat and cloak, revealing himself fully costumed in mid-Georgian style, queued hair, neck ruffles, knee breeches, silk hose, and buckled shoes. He sank into a lyre-backed chair and fixed him with an intent stare. Without the hat, the man looked far older than before, a mark of singular longevity that stirred fresh unease. When he finally spoke, the soft, hollow voice quavered often and was hard to follow, each muffled word tightening the walker's amazement and half-denied alarm. He explained that he was a man of eccentric habits, whose costume required no apology to someone of similar tastes. He had chosen to live in the ways of better times, adopting their dress and manners without ostentation. Fortune had let him keep his family's rural seat, long since swallowed first by Greenwich after 1800, and then by New York near 1830. Certain obligations bound the property to his line. He had never neglected them. The squire who inherited it in 1768 had studied certain arts and made certain discoveries tied to this very ground, discoveries that demanded the strictest guarding. He now intended to reveal some of their curious effects under absolute secrecy, trusting his judgment of character enough to believe his guests would prove both interested and faithful. He could only nod. Alarm flickered through him, yet the daylight world outside felt far more deadly. Whether this man was harmless, eccentric, or something worse, he had no choice but to follow and feed his starving wonder. The host continued softly. His ancestor had uncovered remarkable powers latent in the human will, powers that could dominate not only one's own actions and those of others, but every force and substance in nature, even elements and dimensions beyond it. He had defied the sanctity of space and time itself, bending to strange use the rights of half-breed Red Indians, once camped on this hill. Those Indians had grown angry when the house was built, and had persistently tried to visit the grounds at the full moon, stealing over the wall each month to perform secret acts. In 1768, the new squire caught them, watched in silence, then bargained. Free access to the grounds in exchange for the full knowledge of what they did. He learned their grandfathers had drawn part of the custom from older red ancestors, and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General. Whatever else happened, the squire became the only living man who knew the secret. He was the first outsider ever told of its existence. The host would never have risked revealing even that much had he not sensed such deep hunger for bygone things. The walker shuddered as the man's speech slipped into the colloquial rhythms of another century. Yet he pressed on. What the squire had gained from those mixed-blood savages was only a fragment. Oxford and a learned chemist-astrologer in Paris had supplied the rest. In the end, the ancestor grasped that the entire world was no more than the smoke of the intellect. The vulgar could not command it, but the wise could puff it out or draw it in at will, like a cloud of fine Virginia tobacco. What one desired could be summoned into being. What one rejected could be swept away. Not every claim was wholly true in the flesh, the host admitted, but it was true enough to produce a fine spectacle now and then. He believed his guest would welcome a clearer glimpse of certain other years than imagination alone could supply, so he should steel himself against any fear at what was about to be shown. Come to the window and stay quiet. The man took his hand to lead him across the malodorous room. At the first touch of bare fingers, an icy chill shot through him. The flesh was dry and firm, yet cold as death. He nearly recoiled, but the emptiness of the real city outside drove him forward. At the window, the curtains parted. Blackness filled the view, broken only by a myriad of distant dancing lights. Then, at a subtle motion of the host's hand, a sheet of heat lightning flared across the scene. He stared out upon a sea of unspoiled, luxuriant foliage where roofs should have stood. The Hudson glittered wickedly on the right. Far ahead stretched a vast salt marsh alive with nervous fireflies. The flash died. An evil smile lit the old man's waxy face. That had been before his own time. He indicated, before even the new squires. Fainter than the city's own horror had ever made him, the walker whispered, whether such a sight could be summoned for any period at all. The host nodded, bearing black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs. He clutched the curtains to keep from falling, but the icy claw steadied him. Another gesture followed. Lightning flashed again. This time the view was partly familiar. Old Greenwich, still laced with green lanes and fields and grassy commons, yet showing here and there a roof or row that existed even now. The marsh still shone beyond, and in the distance rose the steeples of the small New York of that day, Trinity, St. Paul's, and the brick church towering above the rest, while a faint haze of wood smoke hung over everything. He breathed hard, imagination already racing with terrified possibilities. The host's grin returned. Could he dare go far? The answer came in a low snarl, far enough to blast a man to a mad statue of stone. Then, with a contemptuous gesture, he summoned a flash more blinding than the others. For 3 full seconds, the walker beheld a vista that would torment his dreams forever. The heavens crawled with strange flying things. Below lay a hellish black city of giant stone terraces and impious pyramids flung savagely toward the moon, devil lights burning from countless windows. Swarming on aerial galleries were yellow, squint-eyed people, robed in garish orange and red, dancing in insane frenzy to the pounding of fevered kettle drums, the clatter of obscene crotala, and the maniacal moaning of muted horns whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. He beheld the nightmare vista and heard, as if with the mind's ear, the blasphemous cacophony that accompanied it. It was the shrieking fulfillment of every horror the corpse city had ever stirred in his soul. Forgetting all caution, he screamed again and again as his nerves shattered and the walls seemed to quiver around him. As the flash faded, he saw his host trembling too, a look of raw fear half erasing the serpent twist of rage his screams had provoked. The old man tottered, clutched at the curtains, and jerked his head wildly like a hunted animal. He had cause. As the echoes of the screaming died, another sound rose. Steady, stealthy creaking on the stairs beyond the locked door, as of a barefoot or skin-shod horde ascending. Then came the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch glowing in the candlelight. The host clawed and spat at him through the musty air, barking guttural words as he swayed while gripping the yellow curtain. He cursed the full moon, blamed him for summoning them, and snarled that the moccasined feet of dead men had come for him. He denied poisoning their rum, claimed he had kept their rotten magic safe, yet they blamed the squire anyway. He raged for them to unhand the latch, insisting he had nothing for them. 3 slow, deliberate raps shook the door panels. White foam gathered at the magician's mouth. His terror hardened into steely despair, and fresh rage against his guest surged back. He staggered toward the table where the walker steadied himself. The curtain, still clutched in his right hand while the left clawed outward, pulled taut and crashed down from its fastenings, flooding the room with full moonlight the brightening sky had promised. In those greenish beams the candles paled. A new wave of decay swept over the musk-reeking chamber, revealing wormy paneling, sagging floor, battered mantel, rickety furniture, and ragged draperies. It spread across the old man, too. He shriveled and blackened as he lurched closer, striving to rend him with vulturine talons. Only his eyes remained whole, glaring with dilated, incandescent fury as the face around them charred and shrank. The rapping grew more insistent, now carrying a metallic ring. The blackening thing before him reduced to little more than a head with eyes, impotently wriggling across the sinking floor and spitting feeble malice. Swift, splintering blows struck the panels. The gleam of a tomahawk flashed as it cleaved the wood. He could not move, only watched dazedly as the door collapsed, emitting a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance starred with shining, malevolent eyes. It poured thickly like oil bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair, flowed under the table, and closed around the glaring head, swallowing it completely. Then it began to recede, carrying its invisible burden without touching him, and drained back through the ruined doorway and down the creaking stairs. The floor gave way. He slid gasping into the nighted chamber below, choking on cobwebs and half swooning with terror. Green moonlight through broken windows showed the hall door half open. Rising from the plaster-strewn floor and freeing himself from sagging ceilings, he saw an awful torrent of blackness sweep past, scores of baleful eyes glowing within it. It sought the cellar door and vanished inside. The lower floor began to give way too. A crash above was followed by something, the cupola, falling past the west window. Freed for a moment from the wreckage, he rushed through the hall to the front door. Finding it unopenable, he seized a chair, smashed the window, and climbed frenziedly out onto the unkempt lawn where moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high and all gates locked, but by piling boxes in a corner, he gained the top and clung to the great stone urn there. In his exhaustion, he saw only strange walls, windows, and old gambrel roofs. The steep street by which he had come was nowhere visible, and what little he could see rapidly dissolved into mist rolling in from the river despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly the urn trembled as if sharing his lethal dizziness. In the next instant his body plunged downward into unknown fate. The man who found him later said he must have crawled a long way despite his broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched far. Gathering rain soon washed away the link to the scene, and reports could only state that he had appeared from an unknown place at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. He never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would he guide any sane man there. He had no idea who or what the ancient creature had been, but he repeated that the city was dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Where the being had gone, he did not know. He himself had gone home to the pure New England lanes where fragrant sea winds swept at evening. In the glare of a mid-afternoon sun, amid the ceaseless clangor of New York, the narrator stood inside a shabby West 14th Street rooming house, 2 sturdy men beside him and a slatternly landlady hovering near. A peculiar dread gripped him as he recalled how the mere whisper of cool air always sent an unnatural shiver racing through his frame, far sharper than any ordinary reaction to cold. He felt the old nausea rise again at the memory, yet he knew this was no mere quirk. The time had come to lay bare the most horrifying experience of his life, and let others decide whether it explained his singular aversion. He had arrived in the city that spring of 1923, seeking magazine work that proved both dreary and poorly paid. Unable to afford better lodgings, he drifted through one grim boarding house after another until he settled on a 4-story brownstone that, though faded from former opulence, offered tolerable cleanliness, passable furnishings, and a price he could bear. The landlady, a bearded Spanish woman named Mrs. Herrero, rarely bothered him, and the other lodgers, mostly coarse Spaniards, kept to themselves. Only the constant rumble of streetcars below disturbed the quiet. Roughly 3 weeks into his stay, an odd incident broke the routine. One evening near 8 o'clock, he noticed the sharp sting of ammonia in the air and heard liquid spattering onto his floor. Looking up, he saw the ceiling dripping from the corner nearest the street. Concerned, he hurried downstairs to alert Mrs. Herrero. She assured him the problem would be fixed at once and rushed upstairs ahead of him, calling out that Dr. Munoz had spilled his chemicals again. The doctor, she explained, grew sicker by the day yet refused any other physician's help. He kept to strange cold baths, avoided excitement or warmth, and handled all his own chores in a room crowded with bottles and machines. Once a great man known even to her father in Barcelona, he now rarely left his quarters except to reach the roof, relying on her son Esteban to bring food, laundry, and supplies. She muttered about the vast amounts of sal ammoniac he used simply to stay cool. The dripping soon stopped. As the narrator mopped up the spill and opened his window for fresher air, he heard Mrs. Herrero's heavy steps on the floor above. He had never actually met Dr. Munoz, catching only the faint hum of a gasoline-driven mechanism from time to time, for the man's footsteps were always soft and light. A fleeting pity touched him for this fallen gentleman who shunned outside aid, perhaps out of mere eccentricity. Weeks later, a sudden heart attack struck the narrator while he sat writing in his room. Knowing the danger from past warnings, he dragged himself upstairs and knocked weakly at the door directly above his own. A curious, cultured voice answered from the side, inquiring his name and purpose. Moments later, the adjacent door opened, releasing a rush of unnaturally cool air that made him shiver despite the blistering late June heat. He stepped into a surprisingly spacious and elegant apartment that felt more like a gentleman's study than a cheap boarding house room. Rich mahogany furniture, fine hangings, old paintings, and well-stocked bookshelves filled the space, while a folding couch served as a daytime sofa. The smaller hall room next door, filled with bottles and apparatus, served only as the doctor's laboratory. The main quarters stretched into convenient alcoves and a large adjoining bathroom that concealed everyday necessities. Before him stood Dr. Munoz, short, exquisitely proportioned, dressed in formal clothes of perfect cut. His high-bred face bore a short iron-gray beard, an old-fashioned pince-nez, and an aquiline nose that lent a Moorish cast to otherwise Celtiberian features. Thick, neatly trimmed hair, crowned a high forehead. The entire impression spoke of intelligence, breeding, and former distinction. Yet even as the cool air washed over him, the narrator felt an instinctive wave of repugnance he could not justify by the man's appearance alone. Only the doctor's livid complexion and the icy chill of his handshake offered any physical reason, though both seemed understandable given his known invalidism. The abnormal coldness itself unsettled him deeply on such a sweltering day. That initial distaste quickly gave way to admiration. Despite the unnatural coldness and tremor in his bloodless hands, Dr. Munoz diagnosed the trouble at a glance and tended to the attack with masterful skill. In a smooth yet oddly hollow and timbreless voice, he reassured his patient that he had devoted his life and fortune to defeating death through bizarre experiments, losing friends and status along the way. A benevolent fanaticism seemed to drive him as he examined the chest and prepared a draught from the laboratory. Clearly starved for the company of an educated man in this squalid setting, he spoke more freely than usual, memories of better days stirring him. The voice, though strange, proved soothing. The narrator noticed the doctor scarcely seemed to breathe as the fluent sentences flowed. To distract from the seizure, Dr. Munoz described his theories, insisting that will end consciousness could outlast organic life if the body was originally sound and properly maintained. Through scientific means, he claimed, a frame might retain nervous animation even with severe impairments or missing organs. Half jesting, he suggested he might one day teach his patient to live, or at least maintain conscious existence, without any heart at all. For himself, he suffered a complex of ailments that demanded strict cold. Any prolonged rise in temperature could prove fatal. The room's chill of 55 or 56 degrees was kept constant by an ammonia absorption system powered by the gasoline engine, whose hum the narrator had often heard below. He left the unnaturally cold apartment almost at once. The attack lifted with startling speed, and from that moment he became a devoted follower of the reclusive physician. Thereafter he paid frequent visits, bundled in an overcoat, listening as Dr. Munoz described secret researches and their nearly ghastly outcomes, while he himself trembled at the sight of the ancient, unconventional volumes lining the shelves. Under the doctor's skilled care, his own heart trouble eased dramatically, almost as if cured for good. He learned that the physician did not dismiss the old medieval incantations. They held, Dr. Munoz believed, rare psychological stimuli that could keep a nervous system animated even after its organic pulses had ceased. The doctor spoke of his former colleague, the aged Dr. Torres of Valencia, who had joined him in those early experiments during a grave illness 18 years earlier, the very ordeal that had left Munoz in his present state. Torres had saved him, only to succumb himself to the same relentless enemy. The methods of that healing, the doctor hinted without detail, had been extraordinary, involving procedures no conservative physician would ever accept. As the weeks passed, he watched his new friend decline unmistakably. The livid tint of the doctor's face deepened. His voice grew more hollow and indistinct, his movements less coordinated, and his mind showed fading resilience. Dr. Munoz seemed aware of the change. Gradually, his expression and conversation took on a gruesome irony that rekindled the narrator's original subtle repulsion. Strange new habits appeared. The doctor developed a craving for exotic spices and Egyptian incense, until the room carried the heavy scent of a pharaoh's sealed vault. His need for cold intensified. With the narrator's assistance, he enlarged the ammonia piping, altered the pumps and refrigerant feed, and drove the temperature lower, first to 34 or 40 degrees, finally to 28, while keeping the bathroom and laboratory less chilled so water would not freeze and chemicals would still function. When the tenant next door complained of the icy draft, the narrator helped hang heavy curtains to seal the connecting door. A deepening, morbid horror seemed to claim the doctor. He spoke constantly of death, yet laughed hollowly at any gentle mention of burial or funeral rites. He grew disconcerting, even gruesome company, yet gratitude for the earlier healing kept the narrator at his side. Each day he dusted the room and tended the invalid's needs, muffled in a heavy ulster bought expressly for the task. He also ran errands and stared in bewilderment at the obscure chemicals ordered from supply houses. An unexplained panic thickened around the apartment. The whole house already smelled musty, but the doctor's quarters grew far worse despite the spices, incense, and the pungent baths he now took alone. The narrator shuddered whenever he connected the odor to the man's ailment. Mrs. Herrero crossed herself at the sight of him and surrendered all care to the narrator. Even her son Esteban was forbidden further errands. Suggestions of other physicians provoked the doctor into rages he dared not fully indulge, for he feared any violent emotion, yet his will only strengthened. He abandoned the empty pretense of eating. Only mental force now held him from collapse. He began writing long sealed documents, instructing the narrator to deliver them after his death to certain named recipients, mostly learned East Indians and one once celebrated French physician rumored to be dead amid the wildest whispers. In the end, the narrator burned every paper unopened and undelivered. The doctor's appearance and voice became utterly frightful, his presence almost unbearable. One September afternoon, a workman repairing the electric desk lamp caught an unexpected glimpse of him and suffered an epileptic fit. Dr. Munoz prescribed treatment from concealment, and the man recovered. The workman, it was later learned, had endured the entire Great War without ever experiencing such terror. Then in mid-October, catastrophe struck without warning. Near 11 one night, the refrigerating pump failed. Within 3 hours, the ammonia cooling system stopped entirely. Dr. Munoz summoned him by pounding on the floor. The narrator worked frantically to repair it, while the doctor's voice, now a lifeless, rattling husk, poured out curses beyond description. Amateur efforts failed. A mechanic summoned from an all-night garage confirmed that nothing could be done until morning when a new piston could be fetched. The dying man's rage and fear swelled to grotesque size, threatening what little remained of his strength. A spasm seized him. He clapped both hands over his eyes and staggered into the bathroom. When he emerged, his face was tightly bandaged. The narrator never saw his eyes again. The room's chill was already fading. Around 5 a.m, the doctor retreated to the bathroom and ordered a constant supply of ice from every all-night drugstore and cafeteria. Each time the narrator returned and set fresh ice outside the closed door, he heard restless splashing inside and a thick voice croaking for more. Dawn brought a warm day and open shops. He asked Esteban to share the ice runs or fetch the piston. Instructed by his mother, the boy refused outright. Desperate, the narrator hired a seedy loafer on the corner of 8th Avenue, showed him the nearest ice shop, and set him to the task. He himself plunged into the search for a piston, incompetent workman. The hunt dragged on through endless telephone calls and frantic journeys by subway and streetcar. Near noon, he located a suitable supply house far downtown and reached the boarding house again at 1:30, piston and 2 sturdy mechanics in tow. He hoped he was still in time. Black terror had already arrived. The house was in chaos. Above the frightened babble, he heard a man praying in a deep bass. Lodgers clutched rosaries against the stench drifting from beneath the doctor's closed door. The hired loafer, it seemed, had fled screaming and wild-eyed after his second ice delivery, perhaps from too much curiosity. The door was locked, presumably from inside. No sound came from within except a slow, thick dripping. Fighting the fear that clawed at his own core, he conferred briefly with Mrs. Herrero and the workman. She produced a wire device and turned the key from outside. They had already opened every other door on the hall and flung the windows wide. Handkerchiefs pressed to their noses, they stepped into the sunlit south room. A dark, slimy trail ran from the open bathroom door across the floor to the hall entrance, then to the desk where a terrible little pool had gathered. On the desk lay a sheet of paper bearing words scrawled in pencil by an awful blind hand, the page hideously smeared as though the very claws that wrote had dragged across it. The trail continued to the couch, And there it ended, beyond all utterance. He could not and dared not describe what lay or had once lain upon the couch. Yet on the stickily smeared paper he deciphered the final scrawl in rising terror while Mrs. Herrero and the two mechanics fled the room to babble their disjointed tale at the nearest police station. The nauseating words looked almost impossible in the bright yellow sunlight pouring through the windows, with the ordinary clamor of cars and trucks rising from busy 14th Street below. Still, in that moment he believed every line. Whether he believed them afterward, he could no longer say. Some truths were better left unexamined. All he knew for certain was that the sharp smell of ammonia now sickened him, and any unexpected draught of cool air made him grow faint and shiver uncontrollably. The hideous message read, "The end is here. No more ice." The man looked and ran away. Warmer every minute, and the tissues can't last. You know what I told you about the will, the nerves, and the preserved body continuing after the organs failed? It was sound theory, but it could not hold forever. A gradual deterioration set in that I had not anticipated. Dr. Torres understood, yet the shock of it killed him. He could not endure what he had been forced to do. He had to bring me to a strange, dark place to follow my instructions and nurse me back. The organs would never function again. It had to be done my way through artificial preservation. You see, I died 18 years ago. The most merciful protection the human mind possesses, he reflected, lay in its blessed inability to connect all its scattered contents. He saw himself standing on a small, calm island of ignorance, surrounded by vast black seas of infinity, never meant to sail far into them. The separate sciences had pulled in their own directions for ages, doing little harm so far. Yet one day, he knew, the forced joining of those dissociated fragments would tear open terrifying vistas of reality and reveal humanity's true, frightful position within it. Then people would either go mad from the revelation or rush back into the safety of a new dark age. Theosophists had dimly guessed at the awesome scale of the cosmic cycle, in which Earth and the human race were only fleeting incidents. They had whispered of strange survivals in phrases that would freeze the blood were they not wrapped in bland optimism. But the single glimpse of forbidden eons that still chilled him when he remembered it and maddened him in dreams had not come from them. That glimpse had flashed out accidentally from the piecing together of two unrelated things, an old newspaper item and the private notes of a dead professor. He hoped no one else would ever complete that same connection. If he lived, he would never knowingly add any link to so hideous a chain. He believed the professor had also meant to stay silent about what he knew and would have destroyed his notes had sudden death not taken him first. His own knowledge of the matter had begun in the winter of 1926 to 27, with the death of his granduncle George Gamble Angel, professor emeritus of Semitic languages at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. The professor, aged 92, had been a widely respected authority on ancient inscriptions, often consulted by major museums. His passing drew local attention because the cause remained obscure. Witnesses said he had been returning from the Newport boat when a nautical-looking black man jostled him near one of the steep, dark courts on the hillside shortcut to his home on William Street. The professor had fallen suddenly. Doctors found no visible disorder and finally decided some hidden heart lesion brought on by the brisk climb up the steep hill in an elderly man had ended his life. At the time, he had seen no reason to question that conclusion. Lately, though, he had begun to wonder far more than he cared to admit. As the childless widower's heir and executor, he had been required to examine the papers thoroughly. He moved the entire set of files and boxes from Providence to his own quarters in Boston. Most of the material would later be published by the American Archaeological Society, but one locked box puzzled him deeply and left him reluctant to show it to anyone else. He found the key only after thinking to check the personal ring the professor had always carried in his pocket. When the box finally opened, a greater barrier seemed to confront him. What could the queer clay bas-relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings, and newspaper cuttings possibly mean? Had his uncle, in old age, fallen prey to some shallow imposture? He decided he must track down the eccentric sculptor who had so strangely disturbed the old man's peace of mind. The bas-relief was a rough rectangle, less than an inch thick, and about 5 by 6 inches across, clearly of modern make. Its designs, however, carried an ancient and disturbing atmosphere, nothing like the wild experiments of cubism or futurism. They possessed a cryptic regularity that reminded him of prehistoric writing. Most of the marks did appear to be some form of writing, yet despite his long familiarity with his uncle's papers and collections, he could not identify the script or even guess at its distant relatives. Above the apparent hieroglyphics sat a figure of pictorial intent. Though its impressionistic style made its exact nature hard to grasp, it looked like a monster, or a symbol of one that only a diseased imagination could invent. His own extravagant fancy supplied overlapping images of an octopus, a dragon, and a grotesque human caricature. A pulpy, tentacled head rested on a scaly, grotesque body with rudimentary wings. Yet it was the overall outline that struck him as most shockingly wrong. Behind the creature loomed a vague suggestion of Cyclopean architecture. The writing beside the object, apart from a pile of press cuttings, was in Professor Angel's most recent hand and made no claim to literary grace. The main document bore the carefully printed heading Cthulhu Cult to prevent any mistaken reading of that unheard-of name. It fell into 2 sections. The first was labeled 1925. Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7, Thomas Street, Providence, Rhode Island. The second carried the title Narrative of Inspector John R. LaGrasse, 121, Bienville Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, at 1908 AAS. MTG notes on same and Professor Webb's XIII. The remaining papers were brief notes. Accounts of strange dreams reported by various people, citations from theosophical works, such as W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria, and comments on long-surviving secret societies and hidden cults, with references to Fraser's Golden Bough and Miss Murray's witch cult in Western Europe. The newspaper cuttings mostly described bizarre mental illnesses and outbreaks of group mania in the spring of 1925. The first half of the main manuscript recounted a peculiar story. On March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man of nervous and excited appearance had visited Professor Angel carrying the clay bas-relief, which was still damp and freshly made. His card identified him as Henry Anthony Wilcox. The professor had recognized him as the youngest son of a good family he slightly knew, a student of sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Design who lived alone at the Fleur-de-Lis building nearby. Wilcox was known as a precocious youth of genuine genius, but marked eccentricity. From childhood, he had drawn attention with the strange stories and odd dreams he constantly related. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, though the sober citizens of Providence simply labeled him queer. He mixed little with others, had gradually faded from social view, and was now known only to a small circle of aesthetes from other cities. Even the conservative Providence Art Club had given up on him as hopeless. He pressed deeper into the professor's manuscript and learned how the sculptor had abruptly asked the old archaeologist to identify the hieroglyphics on the bas-relief. The youth spoke in a dreamy, affected manner that suggested pose and quickly chilled any sympathy. His granduncle had answered with sharp impatience, pointing out that the tablet's obvious freshness linked it to nothing archaeological. Wilcox's reply, which had struck the professor enough to record its essence, carried the same fantastically poetic tone that marked all his conversation. He claimed the piece was new because he had shaped it the night before in a dream of strange cities, adding that dreams were older than brooding Tyre, the contemplative Sphinx, or garden-girdled Babylon. That rambling tale suddenly stirred a buried memory and seized the professor's fevered interest. A slight earthquake tremor had shaken New England the night before, the strongest felt in years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. On retiring, He had plunged into an unprecedented dream of vast cyclopean cities, built from titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, every surface dripping with green ooze and heavy with latent horror. Hieroglyphics covered the walls and pillars. From some unseen depth below had risen a voice that was not a voice at all, a chaotic sensation only fancy could turn into sound. He had tried to capture it with the nearly unpronounceable jumble Cthulhu Fitang. This jumble became the key that excited and disturbed Professor Angel. He questioned the sculptor with scientific precision and studied the bas-relief with almost frantic intensity, the very tablet the youth had begun sculpting, while still chilled and dressed only in his nightclothes after waking in confusion. The professor blamed his own advancing age for his slowness in recognizing both the symbols and the design. Many of his questions struck the visitor as strangely misplaced, especially those probing possible ties to cults or secret societies. Wilcox could not grasp the repeated offers of secrecy in exchange for admitting membership in some widespread mystical or pagan group. Once satisfied that the young man knew nothing of any such lore, the professor had demanded regular reports of any future dreams. The request produced steady results. The manuscript recorded daily visits in which Wilcox described fragments of nocturnal imagery always dominated by terrible cyclopean vistas of dark, dripping stone and a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting in monotonous, enigmatical bursts that could only be rendered as gibberish. The two sounds most often repeated were those approximated by Cthulhu and REA. On March 23rd, Wilcox failed to appear. Inquiries at his quarters revealed he had been struck by an obscure fever and taken to his family's home on Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, disturbing several other artists in the building, and afterward alternated only between unconsciousness and delirium. The professor telephoned the family at once and kept close watch on the case, calling frequently at Dr. Toby's office on Thayer Street. The youth's febrile mind dwelt on strange matters that made the doctor shudder. The delusions repeated the earlier dreams, but now raved wildly about a gigantic thing miles high that walked or lumbered about. He never fully described it, yet his frantic words, as relayed by the doctor, convinced the professor it was identical with the nameless monstrosity of the dream sculpture. Any mention of the object, the doctor added, always preceded the young man's slide into lethargy. His temperature stayed only slightly elevated, yet the overall condition suggested true fever rather than mere mental disorder. On April 2nd, around 3 in the afternoon, every trace of the malady vanished. Wilcox sat upright, astonished to find himself at home and utterly ignorant of everything that had happened since the night of March 22nd. Declared well by his physician, he returned to his quarters 3 days later. He offered the professor no further help. All traces of the strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and after a week of ordinary, irrelevant visions, the professor stopped keeping records. Here the first section of the manuscript ended, yet the scattered notes that followed gave him far more to consider, so much that only his ingrained skepticism could explain why he still distrusted the artist. Those notes described the dreams of various other people during precisely the same period as Wilcox's visitations. His granduncle had launched an extensive inquiry among nearly every friend he could approach without rudeness, requesting nightly dream reports and dates of any notable visions. Responses had varied, but the professor had received far more than any ordinary man could have managed without a secretary. The original letters were not preserved, yet his notes formed a thorough and significant digest. Ordinary citizens in society and business, the traditional backbone of New England, produced almost entirely negative results, though scattered cases of uneasy, formless nocturnal impressions appeared. Always between March 23rd and April 2nd, the exact span of Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were scarcely more affected. Only 4 vague accounts hinted at fleeting glimpses of strange landscapes, and one mentioned a dread of something abnormal. The pertinent answers came from the artists and poets. He realized panic would have broken loose had they compared notes. Lacking the originals, he half suspected the professor of having asked leading questions or edited the material to support a conclusion already formed. That suspicion was why he continued to believe Wilcox, somehow aware of the older data his uncle possessed, had been deceiving the elderly scientists. These responses from the estates told a disturbing story. From February 28th to April 2nd, a large proportion had suffered bizarre dreams, their intensity far stronger during the sculptor's delirium. More than a fourth of those who reported anything described scenes and half-sounds similar to Wilcox's, and several confessed acute fear of the gigantic nameless thing that appeared toward the end. One case was especially tragic. A widely known architect with leanings toward theosophy and occultism had gone violently insane on the day of Wilcox's seizure and died several months later after ceaseless screams to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Because the professor had referred to cases only by number, he had traced down only a few. Everyone confirmed the notes in full. He often wondered if all those questioned had felt as puzzled as this small group. It was fortunate no explanation would ever reach them. The press cuttings dealt with outbreaks of panic, mania, and eccentricity throughout the same period. The professor had clearly used a clipping service, for the collection was enormous and drawn from sources around the globe. They recorded a nocturnal suicide in London, where a lone sleeper had leaped from a window after a shocking cry. A rambling letter to a South American paper in which a fanatic foresaw a dire future from visions he had seen. A dispatch from California described a theosophist colony donning white robes en masse for a glorious fulfillment that never arrived. Items from India spoke guardedly of serious native unrest toward the end of March. Voodoo orgies had multiplied in Haiti. African outposts reported ominous mutterings. American officers in the Philippines found certain tribes troublesome, and New York policemen had been mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of March 22nd and 23rd. The west of Ireland seethed with wild rumor and legendary, and a fantastic painter named Ardua Banat had hung a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris Spring Salon of 1926. Troubles in insane asylums were so numerous that only a miracle could have prevented the medical community from noticing the strange parallels. It was a bizarre assortment of cuttings, and even now he could scarcely imagine the callous rationalism with which he had once set them aside. Yet at the time he had remained convinced that young Wilcox must have known of the older matters the professor had mentioned. The older matters that had made the sculptor's dream and bas-relief so urgent to his granduncle formed the core of the manuscript's second half. 17 years earlier, in 1908, Professor Angel had already encountered the hellish outlines of the same nameless monstrosity, puzzled over the unknown hieroglyphics, and heard the ominous syllables that could only be rendered as Cthulhu. The connection had been so disturbing that it was no wonder he had pressed young Wilcox so relentlessly for every detail. That earlier experience had occurred at the American Archaeological Society's annual meeting in St. Louis. As a figure of recognized authority, the professor had taken a prominent part in the proceedings and was among the first approached by outsiders seeking expert answers. The most striking of these outsiders quickly became the center of attention. A plain, middle-aged man who had traveled all the way from New Orleans in search of information unavailable locally. His name was John Raymond Legrasse, an inspector of police. He carried with him a grotesque, repulsive stone statuette of apparently extreme antiquity, whose origin he could not determine. Legrasse had no personal interest in archaeology. His concern was purely professional. The figurine had been seized months earlier during a raid on a supposed voodoo gathering in the wooded swamps south of New Orleans. The rites connected with it were so singular and hideous that the police realized they had uncovered a dark cult far more diabolic than any known African voodoo circle. Apart from erratic tales extracted from the captured members, nothing could be learned of its origin. The police were therefore anxious for any antiquarian knowledge that might identify the frightful symbol and help trace the cult to its source. Inspector Legrasse was unprepared for the sensation his offering created. One look at the object threw the assembled scholars into tense excitement. They crowded around the diminutive figure, whose utter strangeness and air of abysmal antiquity suggested unopened archaic vistas. No recognized school of sculpture had produced it, yet centuries or even thousands of years seemed imprinted on its dim, greenish surface of unplaceable stone. The statuette, passed slowly from hand to hand for close study, stood between 7 and 8 inches high and showed exquisitely artistic workmanship. It depicted a vaguely anthropoid monster with an octopus-like head whose face was a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery body, prodigious claws on all 4 limbs, and long, narrow wings behind. Bloated and corpulent, it squatted evilly on a rectangular pedestal covered with undecipherable characters. The wing tips touched the back edge of the block. The seat occupied the center, and the long, curved claws of its doubled-up hind legs gripped the front edge, extending a quarter of the way down. The cephalopod head bent forward so that the facial feelers brushed the backs of huge forepaws clasping its elevated knees. The whole figure looked abnormally lifelike, and all the more fearful because its source was completely unknown. Its vast, incalculable age was unmistakable, yet it shared no link with any known art of civilization's youth or any other era. Its very material, a soapy, greenish-black stone with golden or iridescent flecks, resembled nothing in geology or mineralogy. The characters on the base were equally baffling. None of the experts present could detect even the remotest linguistic kinship. Like the subject and the stone itself, they belonged to something horribly remote from mankind, suggestive of old, unhallowed cycles in which our world and conceptions had no part. As the members shook their heads in defeat, one man sensed a touch of bizarre familiarity in the monstrous shape and writing. This was the late William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology at Princeton and a noted explorer. 48 years earlier, during a tour of Greenland and Iceland in search of runic inscriptions, Webb had encountered a singular tribe of degenerate Eskimo on the West Greenland coast. Their religion was a curious, bloodthirsty form of devil worship that chilled him with its repulsiveness. Other Eskimo knew little of it and spoke of it only with shudders, claiming it had descended from horribly ancient eons before the world was made. Besides nameless rites and human sacrifices, the cult practiced queer hereditary rituals directed at a supreme elder devil or Tornasuk. Webb had taken a careful phonetic copy of one such ritual from an aged wizard priest. Of prime importance now was the crude stone bas-relief fetish. The cult cherished and danced around when the aurora blazed above the ice cliffs. As far as he could tell, it matched the bestial thing before them in all essential features. This information, received with suspense and astonishment, excited Inspector Legrasse most of all. He immediately questioned Professor Webb, noting that he had copied an oral ritual from the arrested swamp worshippers. A detailed comparison followed, ending in a moment of awed silence when both men agreed on the virtual identity of a key phrase common to the 2 hellish rituals separated by worlds of distance. In substance, both the Eskimo wizards and the Louisiana swamp priests had chanted something very like Funglui Noctonom na Cthulhu Raya WD Ganagonaf. Cthulhu Raya WD Ganagonaf. Legrasse held one advantage. Several of his mongrel prisoners had repeated what older celebrants told them the words meant. In his house at Raya, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. At the urgent demand of the gathering, Inspector Legrasse then related his full experience with the swamp worshippers, a story to which his grand-uncle had attached profound significance. It carried the wildest flavor of myth and theosophy, revealing an astonishing cosmic imagination among half-castes and pariahs. On November 1st, 1907, a frantic summons had reached the New Orleans police from the swamp and lagoon country to the south. Primitive but good-natured squatters, mostly descendants of Lafitte's men, were gripped by stark terror from an unknown thing that had stolen upon them at night. It seemed to be voodoo, yet of a far more terrible kind than any they had known. Women and children had begun disappearing since a malevolent tom-tom had started its incessant beating deep in the black haunted woods where no one ventured. Insane shouts, harrowing screams, soul-chilling chants, and dancing devil flames filled the darkness, and the frightened messenger declared the people could endure it no longer. He read how 20 police officers, filling 2 carriages and an automobile, had set out in the late afternoon with the shivering squatter as guide. At the end of the passable road, they left the vehicles and splashed for miles in silence through the terrible cypress woods where daylight never reached. Ugly roots and dangling nooses of Spanish moss snared them. Piles of dank stones and fragments of rotting walls only deepened the oppressive sense of morbid habitation that every twisted tree and fungus islet already created. At last, the miserable huddle of squatter huts appeared. Hysterical dwellers rushed out, clustering around the bobbing lanterns. Far ahead, the muffled beat of tom-toms grew faintly audible, broken now and then by a curdling shriek when the wind shifted. A reddish glare filtered through the pale undergrowth. None of the terrified squatters would advance another step toward the unholy sight, so Inspector Legras and his 19 men pressed on alone into the black arcades of horror none of them had ever entered. The region held a traditionally evil reputation, unknown and untraversed by white men. Legends spoke of a hidden lake never seen by mortal eyes, home to a huge, formless, white polypus thing with luminous eyes, and of bat-winged devils that flew up from inner earth caverns to worship it at midnight. The thing had existed before D'Iberville, before LaSalle, before the Indians, before even the beasts and birds of the woods. It was nightmare itself. To see it meant death, yet it invaded men's dreams, so the locals stayed far away. The present voodoo orgy lay only on the fringe of this abhorred area, but that was enough to terrify the squatters more than the sounds themselves. No poetry or madness could fully capture the noises that reached the officers as they pushed through the black morass toward the red glare in the toms. Human voices twisted into beastly howls and squawking ecstasies, whipping themselves into demoniac heights that tore through the nighted woods like pestilential tempests from hell. At intervals, the chaos fell away, and a well-drilled chorus of hoarse voices rose in sing-song chant of the same ritual phrase the Eskimo had used, conveying that in his house at R'lyeh Cthulhu waited dreaming. When the trees thinned, the men suddenly saw the spectacle. 4 reeled, 1 fainted, and 2 broke into frantic cries that the orgy's din fortunately swallowed. Legras splashed swamp water on the fainted man. The rest stood trembling, nearly hypnotized with horror. In a natural glade rose a grassy island of about an acre, clear of trees and tolerably dry. Upon it leaped and twisted a horde of naked hybrid abnormals no sane brush could portray. They brayed, bellowed, and writhed around a monstrous ring-shaped bonfire. At its center, glimpsed through rifts in the flames, stood a great granite monolith 8 feet high. Atop it rested the small, noxious statuette. From 10 scaffolds, arranged in a wide circle, hung the head-down bodies of the missing squatters, oddly marred. Inside this ring, the worshippers jumped and roared in an endless left-to-right bacchanal between the hanging corpses and the fire. One excitable Spaniard, Joseph de Galvez, later claimed he heard antiphonal responses from deeper in the wood and glimpsed faint beating wings, shining eyes, and a mountainous white bulk beyond the trees. He proved distractingly imaginative, and the narrator who later questioned him dismissed the details as overheated native superstition. The horrified pause lasted only moments. Duty prevailed. Though nearly 100 celebrants filled the throng, the police drew their firearms and charged into the nauseous rout. For 5 minutes, the din and chaos defied description. Wild blows landed, shots cracked, and some escaped, but Legras finally counted 47 sullen prisoners. 5 worshippers lay dead. 2 severely wounded were carried out on improvised stretchers by their fellows. The statuette was carefully taken from the monolith and borne back. At headquarters, after a trip of intense strain, the prisoners proved to be men of very low, mixed-blooded, and mentally aberrant type, mostly seamen, with Negroes and mulattoes, many West Indians or Brava Portuguese from the Cape Verde Islands, lending a voodoo coloring to the heterogeneous cult. Yet questioning soon showed something far deeper and older than Negro fetichism was at work. Degraded as they were, the prisoners held with surprising consistency to the central idea of their loathsome faith. They worshipped the great old ones who had ruled the earth ages before men existed, descending from the sky. Those beings were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had spoken in dreams to the first humans, who formed a cult that had never died. This was that cult. It had always existed and always would, hidden in distant wastes and dark places worldwide, waiting for the day the great priest Cthulhu would rise from his dark house in the mighty sunken city of R'lyeh and bring the earth beneath his sway once more. When the stars stood ready, he would call, and the secret cult would be there to free him. No more could be extracted, even under torture. Mankind was not alone among conscious things on earth. Shapes from the dark visited the faithful few, though these were not the great old ones themselves. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carven idol represented great Cthulhu, but none could say whether the others resembled him. The old writing could no longer be read, yet the knowledge passed by word of mouth. The chanted ritual itself was never spoken aloud, only whispered. Its meaning was simply that in his house at R'lyeh, dead Cthulhu waited dreaming. Only 2 prisoners were sane enough to be hanged. The rest were committed to institutions. All denied any part in the ritual murders, insisting the killings had been done by black-winged ones that came to them from their immemorial meeting place in the haunted wood. No coherent account of those allies could ever be obtained. The most useful information came from an immensely aged mestizo named Castro, who claimed to have sailed strange ports and spoken with undying leaders of the cult in the mountains of China. Old Castro recalled fragments of hideous legend that made theosophical speculation seem pale and left man and the world feeling recent and transient. There had been eons when other things ruled the earth and built great cities. Remains of those cities, the deathless Chinamen had told him, still survived as cyclopean stones on islands in the Pacific. The things had all died vast epochs before men appeared, but certain arts could revive them when the stars returned to the proper positions in the eternal cycle. They had come from the stars themselves and brought their images with them. He continued with Castro's account. The great old ones were not made entirely of flesh and blood. They possessed shape. The star-fashioned image proved it. Yet that shape was not of ordinary matter. When the stars were right, they could plunge from world to world through the sky. When the stars were wrong, they could not live. Though they no longer lived, they would never truly die. They lay preserved in stone houses within their great city of R'lyeh, held intact by mighty Cthulhu's spells until the stars and earth were ready for their resurrection. At that time, some outside force must liberate their bodies. The same spells that preserved them also kept them from moving first, so they could only lie awake in the dark and think, while uncounted millions of years passed. They knew everything occurring in the universe, communicating through transmitted thought. Even now they talked in their tombs. When the first men appeared after infinities of chaos, the great old ones reached the sensitive ones by molding their dreams, the only way their language could touch fleshly mammalian minds. Those first men, Castro whispered, had formed a cult around small idols. The great ones showed them idols brought in dim ages from dark stars. The cult would never die until the stars came right again. Then the secret priest would free great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule over Earth. The time would be unmistakable, for mankind would have become like the great old ones, free and wild and beyond good and evil, with laws and morals cast aside, all men shouting, killing, and reveling in joy. The liberated old ones would then teach new ways to shout, kill, revel, and enjoy, and all the earth would flame with a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult, through proper rites, kept alive the memory of those ancient ways and foreshadowed their return. In elder times, chosen men had spoken with the entombed old ones in dreams. But then catastrophe struck. The great stone city R'lyeh, with its monoliths and sepulchres, had sunk beneath the waves. The deep waters, full of the primal mystery through which not even thought could pass, had severed the spectral intercourse. Yet memory never died, and high priests declared the city would rise again when the stars were right. From the earth then came black spirits, moldy and shadowy, carrying dim rumors from caverns beneath forgotten sea bottoms. Of these, Castro would say little more, cutting himself off abruptly despite all persuasion. He also curiously refused to mention the size of the old ones. As for the cult, he believed its center lay in the pathless deserts of Arabia, where Irem, the city of pillars, dreamed hidden and untouched. It had no alliance with the European witch cult and remained virtually unknown beyond its members. No book had truly hinted at it. Though the deathless Chinaman claimed double meanings existed in the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, readable by the initiated as they chose, especially the couplet, "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die." Legras, deeply impressed yet bewildered, had pressed in vain for historic affiliations. Castro had spoken the truth. The cult was wholly secret. Tulane University offered no light on either cult or image, so the detective had come to the nation's highest authorities and found only Professor Webb's Greenland tale. The feverish interest stirred at the meeting by Legras's story, backed by the statuette, echoed in the later correspondence of those present, though formal society publications mention it scarcely at all. Caution ruled those accustomed to charlatanry. Legras had lent the image to Professor Webb for a time, but after Webb's death it returned to him and remained in his possession, where the narrator had viewed it not long ago. It was truly terrible and unmistakably akin to young Wilcox's dream sculpture. He no longer wondered that his uncle had grown excited by the sculptor's tale. After learning what Legras had uncovered about the cult, what thoughts must have surged upon hearing of a sensitive young man who had dreamed not only the exact figure and hieroglyphics of the swamp-found image and the Greenland devil tablet, but also at least 3 precise words of the formula chanted by both Eskimo Diabolus and Louisiana mongrels. Professor Angel's immediate launch of the most thorough investigation had been entirely natural. Privately, however, he still suspected Wilcox of having heard of the cult indirectly and inventing the dreams to prolong the mystery at his uncle's expense. The collected dream narratives and cuttings offered strong corroboration, yet his own rationalism and the extravagance of the subject had led him to what he considered the most sensible conclusions. After studying the manuscript again and correlating the theosophical and anthropological notes with Legras's cult narrative, he had traveled to Providence to confront the sculptor and deliver the rebuke he felt proper for so boldly imposing on a learned and aged man. Wilcox still lived alone in the Fleur-de-Lis building on Thomas Street, a hideous Victorian imitation of 17th-century Breton architecture that flaunted its stuccoed front among lovely colonial houses on the ancient hill, beneath the shadow of America's finest Georgian steeple. He found the young man at work in his rooms and at once conceded, from the specimens scattered about, that his genius was profound and authentic. He would one day be known as one of the great decadents, crystallizing in clay, and later mirroring in marble those nightmares and fantasies that Arthur Machen evoked in prose and Clark Ashton Smith made visible in verse and painting. Dark, frail, and somewhat unkempt, Wilcox turned languidly at the knock and asked his business without rising. When told who he was, the sculptor showed interest. His uncle's probing of the strange dreams had aroused curiosity, yet the old man had never explained the reason. He did not enlarge on that, but drew Wilcox out with subtle questions. Soon he became convinced of the youth's absolute sincerity. He spoke of the dreams in a manner no one could mistake. They and their subconscious residue had deeply influenced his art. He showed a morbid statue whose contours nearly made him shake with the potency of its black suggestion. Wilcox could not recall seeing the original except in his own dream bas-relief, yet the outlines had formed themselves insensibly under his hands. It was doubtless the giant shape he had raved about in delirium, that he knew nothing of the hidden cult beyond what his uncle's relentless questioning had revealed, soon became clear. Again, he searched for any way the impressions could have reached the young man. Wilcox talked of his dreams in strangely poetic fashion, making him see with terrible vividness the damp cyclopean city of slimy green stone, whose geometry, he oddly noted, was all wrong, and hear with frightened expectancy the ceaseless half-mental calling from underground, Cthulhu Fitang. These words formed part of the dread ritual that told of dead Cthulhu's dream vigil in his stone vault at Aryeh. Despite his rational beliefs, he felt deeply moved. He remained sure Wilcox had heard of the cult casually, then forgotten it amid his equally weird reading and imaginings. Later, by sheer impressiveness, it had surfaced subconsciously in dreams, in the bas-relief, and in the terrible statue now before him. The imposture on his uncle had been quite innocent. The youth was slightly affected and ill-mannered, a type he could never like, yet he now willingly admitted both his genius and his honesty. He took leave amicably and wished him the success his talent promised. The cult still fascinated him, and at times he envisioned personal fame from researches into its origin and connections. He visited New Orleans, spoke with Legrasse and others from the old raiding party, examined the frightful image, and questioned the surviving mongrel prisoners. Old Castro, unfortunately, had died years earlier. What he heard at first hand, though only detailed confirmation of his uncle's manuscript, excited him afresh. He felt certain he was on the track of a very real, very secret, and very ancient religion, whose discovery would make him a noted anthropologist. His attitude remained one of absolute materialism, as he wished it still were, and he discounted with perverse stubbornness the coincidence of the dream notes and odd cuttings collected by Professor Angel. One thing he had begun to suspect, and now feared he knew, was that his uncle's death had been far from natural. The professor had fallen on a narrow hill street rising from an ancient waterfront swarming with foreign mongrels after a careless push from a Negro sailor. He had not forgotten the mixed blood and marine pursuits of the Louisiana cult members, and would not be surprised to learn of secret methods and poison needles as ruthless and ancient as the cryptic rites themselves. Legrasse and his men had been left alone, but in Norway, a seaman who had seen things was dead. Might not his uncle's deeper inquiries, after encountering the sculptor's data, have reached sinister ears? He thought Professor Angel had died because he knew too much, or was likely to learn too much. Whether he himself would go the same way remained to be seen, for he had now learned much. He wished that heaven would grant him one boon, the total erasure of the chance moment when his eye had fallen on a stray piece of shelf paper. Nothing in his daily round would have led him to it. An old issue of the Sydney Bulletin dated April 18, 1925. Even the cutting bureau his uncle had employed at the time had missed it. He had largely set aside his inquiries into what Professor Angel had called the Cthulhu cult, and was visiting a learned friend in Paterson, New Jersey, the curator of a local museum and a noted mineralogist. While examining reserve specimens laid out on storage shelves in a rear room, his gaze caught on an odd picture printed in one of the old newspapers spread beneath the stones. It was that very Sydney Bulletin. His friend maintained wide connections abroad. The half-tone cut showed a hideous stone image almost identical to the one Inspector Legrasse had seized in the swamp. He cleared the sheet of its weights and read the item with rising urgency, though it proved disappointingly brief. What it suggested, however, carried portentous weight for his flagging quest. He tore the page free for immediate action. The report told of a mystery derelict found at sea. The Morrison Company freighter Vigilant, inbound from Valparaiso, had reached Darling Harbor that morning, towing the battered and heavily armed steam yacht Alert of Dunedin, New Zealand. The yacht had been sighted on April 12th at south latitude 34 degrees 21, west longitude 152 degrees 17, with one living man and one dead man aboard. The Vigilant had left Valparaiso on March 25th and been driven far south by heavy storms and monster waves on April 2nd. On the 12th, the derelict was sighted. Boarding revealed a survivor in half-delirious condition and a man dead for more than a week. The survivor clutched a horrible stone idol of unknown origin, about a foot high. Authorities at Sydney University, the Royal Society, and the College Street Museum confessed complete bafflement. The man said he had found the idol in the yacht's cabin inside a small carved shrine. Once recovered, the survivor, Gustav Johansen, a Norwegian of evident intelligence and second mate of the two-masted schooner Emma of Auckland, related a tale of piracy and slaughter. The Emma had sailed for Callao on February 20th with 11 men. Delayed and driven south by the great storm of March 1st, she had encountered the Alert on March 22nd at south latitude 49 degrees 51, west longitude 128 degrees 34. The yacht carried a queer, evil-looking crew of Kanakas and half-castes who ordered the schooner to turn back. When Captain Collins refused, they opened savage fire with a heavy battery of brass cannon. The Emma's crew fought back. Though the schooner began sinking from shots below the waterline, they boarded the yacht, grappled with the desperate attackers, and killed them all despite being outnumbered. The enemy's clumsy yet ferocious fighting style forcing the outcome. 3 of the Emma's men died, including Captain Collins and First Mate Green. The remaining 8, led by Johansen, took command of the captured yacht and continued in their original direction to learn why they had been ordered away. The next day, they sighted and landed on a small island where none was known to exist. 6 of the men died ashore. Johansen grew strangely reticent about this part, speaking only of their falling into a rock chasm. Later, he and one companion tried to sail the yacht, but were battered by the April 2nd storm. From then until his rescue on the 12th, he remembered little and could not even recall when his last companion, William Bryden, had died. Bryden showed no visible cause of death, likely from excitement or exposure. The Alert was known in Dunedin as an island trader with an evil waterfront reputation, owned by a curious group of half-castes whose secret meetings and night trips into the woods had drawn notice. It had sailed in haste just after the March 1st storm and earth tremors. The Emma and her crew held an excellent reputation in Auckland, and Johansen was described as sober and worthy. The Admiralty would open a full inquiry the following day and press Johansen to speak more freely. That was all, together with the picture of the hellish image. Yet the article set off a storm of ideas in his mind. Here lay fresh treasuries of data on the Cthulhu cult, proof that its strange interests reached the sea as well as the land. What had driven the hybrid crew to turn back the Emma while they sailed with their hideous idol? What was the unknown island where 6 of the schooner's men had perished? And why had Johansen grown so secretive about it? What had the Vice Admiralty's investigation uncovered? And what was known of the noxious cult in Dunedin? Most astonishing of all was the deep, more than natural linkage of dates that now gave malign and undeniable significance to every turn of events his uncle had so carefully recorded. He noted the precise alignment of dates. On March 1st to February 28th by the international date line, the earthquake and storm had struck. From Dunedin, the Alert and her foul crew had rushed forth as if summoned by an imperious call. On the opposite side of the globe, poets and artists had begun dreaming of a strange, dank, cyclopean city, while a young sculptor had shaped the form of dread Cthulhu in his sleep. On March 23rd, the crew of the Emma had landed on an unknown island and left 6 men dead. On that same date, the dreams of sensitive souls had grown sharply vivid, darkened by dread of a giant monster's malign pursuit. An architect had gone violently mad, and the sculptor had plunged into sudden delirium. Then came the storm of April 2nd. The very day all dreams of the dank city had ceased, and Wilcox had emerged unharmed from his strange fever. What linked all this to old Castro's hints about the sunken, star-born old ones and their coming reign, their faithful cult, and their mastery of dreams? He felt himself tottering on the brink of cosmic horrors beyond man's power to bear. If so, they must be horrors of the mind alone, for on April 2nd something had ended whatever monstrous siege had been laid against mankind's soul. That evening, after a day of hurried cables and arrangements, he bid his host farewell and took the train for San Francisco. Within a month, he reached Dunedin, where little was known of the strange cultists who had lingered in the old sea taverns. Waterfront scum drew no special notice, though vague talk persisted of one inland trip the mongrels had made, during which faint drumming and red flames had been seen on the distant hills. In Auckland, he learned that Johansen had returned with his yellow hair turned white, after a perfunctory and inconclusive questioning in Sydney. The mate had sold his cottage in West Street and sailed with his wife to his old home in Oslo. He would tell friends no more of his experience than he had told the Admiralty, but they supplied the Oslo address. He went on to Sydney and spoke without profit to seamen and members of the Vice Admiralty Court. He saw the Alert, now sold and in commercial use, at Circular Quay, but gained nothing from its silent bulk. The crouching image, with its cuttlefish head, dragon body, scaly wings, and hieroglyph pedestal, rested in the museum at Hyde Park. He studied it long and closely. It was a thing of balefully exquisite workmanship, sharing the same utter mystery, terrible antiquity, and unearthly strangeness of material he had noted in Legras's smaller specimen. Geologists, the curator said, found it a monstrous puzzle. No rock like it existed on Earth. He shuddered then at old Castro's words to Legras. The primal great ones had come from the stars and brought their images with them. Shaken by a mental revolution deeper than any he had known, he resolved to visit Mate Johansen in Oslo. He sailed for London, then re-embarked at once for the Norwegian capital. One autumn day, he landed at the trim wharves beneath the Egeberg. Johansen's address lay in the old town of King Harald Hardrada, which had preserved the name of Oslo through the centuries when the greater city had called itself Christiania. A short taxicab ride brought him to a neat, ancient building with a plastered front. A sad-faced woman in black answered his knock. Disappointment stung him when she told him in halting English that Gustav Johansen was dead. He had not survived his return, his widow said. The events at sea in 1925 had broken him. He had told her no more than he had told the public, but had left a long manuscript of technical matters, he had called it, written in English to shield her from accidental reading. While walking through a narrow lane near the Gothenburg dock, a bundle of papers falling from an attic window had struck him down. 2 Lascar sailors had helped him up, but he was dead before the ambulance arrived. Physicians found no adequate cause and attributed it to heart trouble and a weakened constitution. A dark terror now gnawed at his vitals, one that would never leave him until he too rested, accidentally or otherwise. He persuaded the widow that his connection with her husband's technical matters entitled him to the manuscript, took it away, and began reading it on the London boat. It was a simple, rambling thing, a naive sailor's attempt at a post facto diary, striving to recall day by day that last awful voyage. He could not transcribe it verbatim in all its cloudiness and redundance, but its gist explained why the sound of water against the vessel's sides had grown unendurable and forced him to stop his ears with cotton. Johansen, thank God, had not known quite all, even though he had seen the city and the thing. Yet he would never sleep calmly again when he thought of the horrors that lurked ceaselessly behind life in time and space, and of those unhallowed blasphemies from elder stars that dreamed beneath the sea, known and favored by a nightmare cult eager to lose them on the world whenever another earthquake heaved their monstrous stone city once more into sun and air. Johansen's voyage had begun exactly as he had told the Vice Admiralty. The Emma, in ballast, had cleared Auckland on February 20th and met the full force of the earthquake-born tempest that must have heaved the horrors from the sea bottom into men's dreams. Once more under control, she had made good progress until halted by the Alert on March 22nd. He could feel the mate's regret as he wrote of the bombardment and sinking. Of the swarthy cult fiends aboard the Alert, Johansen spoke with significant horror. Some peculiarly abominable quality about them had made their destruction seem almost a duty, and he showed ingenuous surprise at the charge of ruthlessness leveled against his party during the court of inquiry. Driven by curiosity, the men had pressed onward in the captured yacht under Johansen's command. They sighted a great stone pillar rising from the sea, and at south latitude 47 degrees, 19 west longitude, 126 degrees 43, they came upon a coastline of mingled mud, ooze and weedy cyclopean masonry. Nothing less than the tangible substance of Earth's supreme terror, the nightmare corpse city of Ryan, built in measureless aeons behind history by vast, loathsome shapes that had seeped down from the dark stars. There lay great Cthulhu and his hordes, hidden in green, slimy vaults, at last sending forth thoughts that spread fear through sensitive dreams and called imperiously to the faithful for a pilgrimage of liberation and restoration. Johansen had not suspected all this, but God knew he soon saw enough. Only a single mountaintop had emerged, the hideous monolith-crowned citadel where great Cthulhu lay buried. When he thought of the full extent of what might still brew below, he almost wished to kill himself at once. Johansen and his men had been awed by the cosmic majesty of this dripping Babylon of elder daemons, and must have guessed without guidance that it belonged to nothing of this or any sane planet. Awe at the unbelievable size of the greenish stone blocks, the dizzying height of the great carven monolith, and the stupefying identity of the colossal statues and bas-reliefs with the queer image from the alert shrine showed plainly in every line of the mate's frightened description. Without knowing futurism, Johansen had come close to it in describing the city. Instead of definite structures, he dwelt only on broad impressions of vast angles and stone surfaces. Surfaces too great to belong to anything right or proper for this earth, impious with horrible images and hieroglyphs. He mentioned the angles because they echoed what Wilcox had told him of the dream place. Its geometry had been abnormal, non-Euclidean, loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from ours. Now an unlettered seaman had felt the same thing while gazing at the terrible reality. Johansen and his men had landed at a sloping mud bank on this monstrous acropolis and clambered slipperily up over Titan, oozy blocks that could have been no mortal staircase. Even the sun of heaven seemed distorted through the polarizing miasma rising from the sea-soaked perversion, and twisted menace and suspense leered from those crazily elusive angles of carven rock, concave where a first glance had shown convex. Something very like fright had already seized all the explorers before they saw anything more definite than rock, ooze, and weed. Each would have fled had he not feared the scorn of the others, and only half-heartedly did they search, vainly as it proved, for some portable souvenir to carry away. He read how Rodriguez the Portuguese had scaled the base of the monolith and called out what he had discovered. The others followed and stared at the immense carved door bearing the now familiar squid dragon bas-relief. Johansen had described it as barn door huge, unmistakably a door because of its ornate lintel, threshold, and jambs, yet impossible to tell whether it lay flat like a trapdoor or slanted like a cellar entrance. As Wilcox had once said, the geometry of the place was all wrong. One could not be certain the sea and ground were truly horizontal, so every angle felt phantasmally unstable. Bryden had pushed against the stone in several places with no effect. Donovan then ran his hands delicately along the edge, pressing each point in turn. He moved interminably along the grotesque molding, climbing if the surface had not seemed horizontal, and the men marveled that any door in the universe could be so vast. Then, very softly and slowly, the acre-wide panel began to swing inward at the top. It was perfectly balanced. Donovan slid or propelled himself down the jamb and rejoined the others. They watched the monstrously carven portal recede in a diagonal slide that defied every rule of matter and perspective. The opening exhaled a blackness almost solid. That darkness was a positive force. It swallowed the inner walls that should have been visible and poured out like smoke from its aeon-long prison, visibly dimming the sun as it flapped away on membranous wings into the shrunken sky. An intolerable odor rose from the newly exposed depths. Hawkins, quick-eared, caught a nasty slopping sound from below. They all listened, still listening when the thing lumbered into view, groping and squeezing its gelatinous green immensity through the black doorway into the tainted air of that poisoned city. Johansen's handwriting had nearly failed as he recorded the moment. Of the 6 men who never returned to the ship, he believed 2 died of pure fright in that instant. The thing defied description. There was no language for such shrieking, immemorial lunacy, such contradictions of matter, force, and cosmic order. A mountain walked or stumbled. No wonder an architect on the far side of the world had gone mad and Wilcox had raved in fever at that telepathic instant. The green, sticky spawn of the stars had awakened to claim its own. The stars were right again. What an age-old cult had failed to achieve by design, a band of innocent sailors had accomplished by accident. After vigintillions of years, great Cthulhu was loose once more and ravening for delight. 3 men were swept up by the flabby claws before anyone could turn. Donovan, Guerrera, and Angstrom perished. Parker slipped while the remaining 3 fled frenziedly across endless green-crusted rock toward the boat. Johansen swore an angle of masonry that should have been acute had behaved as if obtuse and swallowed him. Only Bryden and Johansen reached the boat and pulled desperately for the alert as the mountainous monstrosity flopped down the slimy stones and hesitated at the water's edge. Steam had not been allowed to die completely. In moments of frantic work between wheel and engines, they got the yacht underway. She began to churn the lethal waters while the Titan, thing from the stars, slavered and gibbered on the charnel shore. Then, bolder than any Cyclops, great Cthulhu slid greasily into the sea and pursued with vast wave-raising strokes. Bryden looked back and went mad, laughing shrilly at intervals until death claimed him one night in the cabin, while Johansen wandered delirious at the wheel. Johansen had not yet broken. Knowing the thing would overtake them before full steam rose, he set the engine to maximum, raced to the deck, and reversed the wheel. A mighty eddying and foaming erupted in the noisome brine. The Norwegian drove the yacht head-on against the pursuing jelly that rose above the froth like a Damon galleon's stern. The awful squid head with its writhing feelers nearly reached the bowsprit, but he held course. There came a bursting as of an exploding bladder, a slushy nastiness, a stench of 1,000 graves, and a sound he would not set on paper. For an instant the ship was enveloped in an acrid green cloud. Then only venomous seething remained astern, where the scattered plasticity of the sky spawn was already nebulously recombining into its hateful form, while the alert pulled steadily away. That was all. Afterward, Johansen had brooded over the idol in the cabin and seen the food for himself and the laughing maniac beside him. He made no further attempt to navigate. Once the first bold flight ended, reaction had drained something from his soul. Then the storm of April 2nd closed in, and clouds gathered about his consciousness. He remembered only spectral, whirling through liquid gulfs of infinity, dizzying rides on a comet's tail, and hysterical plunges between pit and moon, all accompanied by a cachinnating chorus of distorted elder gods and green bat-winged imps. From that dream had come rescue. The Vigilant, the Vice-Admiralty Court, the streets of Dunen, and the long voyage home to the old house by the Egeberg. He could tell no one. They would call him mad. He would write what he knew before death took him, but his wife must never guess. Death itself would be a mercy if it could erase the memories. He set the manuscript aside and placed it in the tin box beside the bas-relief and Professor Angel's papers. With it went his own record, this test of his sanity, in which he had pieced together what he prayed would never be pieced together again. He had looked upon all the horror the universe could hold. Even the skies of spring and the flowers of summer would poison him forever after. He did not expect his life to be long. As his uncle had gone, as poor Johansen had gone, so he would go. He knew too much, and the cult still lived. Cthulhu still lived too, he supposed. Once more in that chasm of stone that had shielded him since the sun was young. The accursed city had sunk again. The Vigilant had sailed over the spot after the April storm. But his ministers on earth still bellowed and pranced and slew around idol-capped monoliths in lonely places. The thing must have been trapped by the sinking, while inside its black abyss, or the world would already be screaming. Who knew the end? What had risen might sink, and what had sunk might rise. Loathsomeness waited and dreamed in the deep, and decay spread over the tottering cities of men. A time would come, but he must not and could not think of it. He could only pray that if he did not survive this manuscript, his executors would put caution before audacity and ensure it met no other eye. West of Arkham, the hills rose wild, thick, with deep woods no axe had ever touched. Narrow glens twisted darkly where trees sloped at impossible angles, and thin brooklets trickled in permanent shadow, never catching sunlight. On gentler slopes stood ancient rocky farms with squat, moss-coated cottages that brooded over old New England secrets beneath low gambrel roofs, their wide chimneys crumbling and shingled sides bulging perilously. All were vacant now. The old folk had long departed. Foreigners, French Canadians, Italians, Poles, had tried settling there but soon left. Nothing visible, audible, or tangible drove them away. It was something imagined. The place unsettled the mind and poisoned sleep with restless dreams. This alone kept newcomers distant, for old Army Pierce, whose wits had grown queer over the years, never spoke of the strange days to them. He alone remained and dared mention those times. His house lay safely near open fields and the traveled roads around Arkham. Once a straight road had cut through the hills and valleys where the blasted heath now sprawled, but travelers abandoned it and a new route curved far south. Faint traces of the old path still lingered among returning wilderness weeds, destined to persist even as half the hollows flooded for the coming reservoir. Then the dark woods would fall, and the blasted heath would sleep forever beneath blue waters mirroring the sky and rippling in sunlight. Its secrets would merge with the deep's hidden lore and primal earth's ancient mystery. When the surveyor entered the hills and vales for the new reservoir, Arkham folk warned him the place was evil. In that old town steeped in witch legends, he first assumed the tales were mere grandames' whispers passed through centuries. The name Blasted Heath struck him as oddly theatrical for Puritan folklore. Yet when he saw the dark westward tangle of glens and slopes for himself one morning, he stopped wondering at anything except its own elder mystery. Shadow clung there even at noon. Trees grew unnaturally thick, their trunks too massive for healthy New England woods. Dim alleys between them lay too silent, the floor too soft with dank moss and centuries of decay. In open spaces along the old road line stood little hillside farms, some with all buildings intact, others reduced to lone chimneys or fast-filling cellars. Weeds and briars ruled. Furtive wild things rustled in the undergrowth. A haze of restlessness and oppression hung over everything, twisting perspective into something unreal and grotesque. No wonder foreigners refused to stay. The landscape evoked forbidden woodcuts of terror, too much like a Salvador Rosa painting to invite rest. Yet all this paled beside the blasted heath itself. He recognized it instantly at the bottom of a spacious valley. No other name could suit it, no other site deserve it. It seemed the very source of the phrase. At first he thought fire had caused the 5 acres of gray desolation sprawled open to the sky like acid-eaten ground amid woods and fields. Nothing had regrown. The waste lay mostly north of the ancient road, but encroached slightly across it. Reluctance gripped him as he approached, compelled only by duty. No vegetation covered the broad expanse, only fine gray dust or ash that no wind ever stirred. Nearby trees appeared sickly and stunted. Many dead trunks rotted at the rim. Hurrying past, he glimpsed tumbled bricks and stones of an old chimney and cellar to his right, and the yawning black maw of an abandoned well whose stagnant vapors warped sunlight's hues. The long, dark woodland climb beyond felt almost welcoming by contrast. He no longer questioned Arkham's frightened whispers. No house or ruin stood near. Even in older times, the spot had been lonely and remote. At twilight, dreading to repass it, he circled back to town by the southern curving road. An odd timidity about the deep skyey voids above had settled into his soul. He vaguely wished for clouds. That evening in Arkham, he questioned old people about the blasted heath and the evasively muttered, "strange days." Answers came reluctantly. The mystery was far more recent than legend, something within living memory from the 80s when a family had disappeared or been killed. Speakers grew vague and urged him to ignore old Ami Pierce's crazy tales. The next morning, he sought Ami. Anyway, finding the aged man alone in a fearsomely archaic cottage where trees first thickened. The place exuded faint miasmal odor from standing too long. Persistent knocking finally roused him. Ami shuffled to the door, clearly unhappy at the visitor. Though not as feeble as expected, his drooping eyes, unkempt clothing, and white beard lent him a worn, dismal air. Feigning business about the survey, the visitor asked vague questions about the district. Ami proved brighter and more educated than rumored, quickly grasping the subject as well as any Arkham man. Unlike other rustics, he offered no protest against flooding the old woods and farmland, perhaps because his own home lay outside the future lake. Only relief showed on his face at the coming doom of the dark ancient valleys he had roamed lifelong. They were better underwater now, he said. Better since the strange days. His husky voice sank low as he leaned forward, right forefinger pointing shakily and impressively. Then the story unfolded. As Ami's rambling voice scraped and whispered on through the summer day, the listener shivered repeatedly. He often had to steer the old man back from tangents, fill scientific gaps from fading parrot memories of professors' talk or bridge-broken logic. When Ami finished, the visitor understood why the old man's mind had cracked slightly and why Arkham folk spoke little of the blasted heath. He hurried back to his hotel before sunset, unwilling to face stars overhead in open country. The next day he returned to Boston and resigned his position. He could not re-enter that dim chaos of old forest and slope, nor face again the gray-blasted heath where the black well yawned beside tumbled bricks and stones. Soon the reservoir would rise, sealing the elder secrets under watery fathoms. Even then, he knew he would never visit that country by night, at least not when sinister stars shone. And nothing could bribe him to drink Arkham's new city water. It had all begun, Ami recounted, with the meteorite. Before that, no wild legends had stirred these woods since the witch trials, and even then fear focused more on a small, Miskatonic island with its curious stone altar older than the Indians. These had not been haunted woods. Their fantastic dusk held no terror until the strange days. Then came a white noontide cloud, a string of explosions in the air, and a pillar of smoke rising from the distant wooded valley. By night, all Arkham learned of the great rock that had fallen from the sky and buried itself beside the well at the Nahum Gardner place. The trim white house with fertile gardens and orchards that once stood where the blasted heath would later spread. Nahum had come to town to report the stone and stopped at Ami's on the way. Ami, then 40, held every strange detail sharp in memory. He and his wife joined the 3 Miskatonic professors who hurried out the next morning to examine the weird visitor from unknown stellar space. They wondered why Nahum had described it as so large the day before. It had shrunk, he explained, indicating the big brownish mound above the ripped earth and charred grass beside the ancient well sweep in his front yard. The professors insisted stones did not shrink. Heat still poured from it, and Nahum claimed it had glowed faintly through the night. A geologist's hammer revealed its odd softness, almost plastic. They gouged the specimen into an old pail borrowed from Nahum's kitchen, since the piece refused to cool. On the return, they paused at Ami's. His wife noticed the fragment growing smaller and scorching the pail's bottom. It was not as large as they had first thought. The following day in June of '82, the professors returned in open excitement. Passing Ami's, they described the specimen's bizarre actions and how it had faded completely inside a glass beaker, taking the beaker with it. They spoke of its strong affinity for silicon, In the orderly laboratory, it defied every expectation. No action on charcoal, negative in the borax bead, and wholly non-volatile even under the oxyhydrogen blowpipe. On an anvil, it proved highly malleable. In darkness, its luminosity grew markedly strong. It stubbornly held its heat, stirring real excitement across the college. When heated before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands of colors, unlike any in the normal spectrum, prompting talk of new elements and strange optical properties. Still hot? They tested the fragment in a crucible with every standard reagent. Water did nothing. Hydrochloric acid behaved the same. Nitric acid and aqua regia only hissed and spattered against its impervious surface. Amy struggled to recall the full list, yet recognized the usual solvents in order: ammonia, caustic soda, alcohol, ether, carbon disulfide, and a dozen others. The piece's weight steadily decreased, and it cooled slightly, but the solvent showed no sign of having touched it. It was magnetic, and after acid immersion, faint Wittgenstein figures appeared like those on meteoric iron. Once cool enough, the test moved to glass. The chips from the original fragment were left in a beaker on the wooden shelf. The next morning, both chips and beaker had vanished without trace, marked only by a charred spot. The professor shared all this at Ami's door before he accompanied them once more to view the shrinking stone. His wife stayed behind. It had diminished further. Even the sober professors could not deny it. A vacant space ringed the dwindling brown lump near the well, except where earth had caved. From 7 feet across the day, before it now measured scarcely 5. Still hot, they studied its surface and pried away a larger piece with hammer and chisel. Deep gouging exposed the side of a large colored globule embedded inside. The hue matched some of the meteor spectral bands, but defied description. They named it color only by analogy. Glossy in texture, it promised both brittleness and hollowness when tapped. One professor struck it sharply. It burst with a small, nervous pop. Nothing escaped, and the globule vanished entirely, leaving a hollow spherical space about 3 inches across. They expected more would appear as the enclosing substance wasted away. Further drilling found none. They left with the new specimen, which proved as baffling in the laboratory as the first. It was nearly plastic, retained heat, magnetism, and slight luminosity, cooled slightly in strong acids, showed an unknown spectrum, wasted in air, and mutually destroyed silicon compounds. It offered no other identifying features. The college scientists finally admitted they could not classify it. It belonged not to this earth, but to the great outside, obeying alien laws. That night, a thunderstorm struck. When the professors returned to Nahum's, the next day they met bitter disappointment. The magnetic stone had drawn the lightning with peculiar persistence. 6 times in an hour it struck the front yard furrow. After the storm, only a ragged pit remained beside the ancient well sweep, half choked with caved earth. Digging yielded nothing. The stone had vanished utterly. Back at the laboratory, they retested the carefully cased lead fragment. It lasted a week without yielding new knowledge. When it too disappeared without residue, the professors began to doubt they had truly seen that cryptic vestige from fathomless outer gulfs. A lone, weird message from other universes and realms of matter, force, and entity. The Arkham papers made much of the university-backed incident and sent reporters to interview Nahum Gardner and his family. A Boston daily followed. Nahum, lean and genial, about 50, lived with his wife and 3 sons on the Pleasant Valley farm. He and Amy exchanged visits often. Amy still spoke of him with nothing but praise. Nahum seemed mildly proud of the attention and talked frequently of the meteorite in the weeks that followed. July and August turned hot. He worked hard haying in the 10-acre pasture across Chapman's Brook, his wagon cutting deep ruts in the shadowed lanes. The labor tired him more than in other years. He felt age beginning to tell. Then came fruit and harvest. Pears and apples ripened to phenomenal size and gloss in such abundance that extra barrels were ordered. Yet every piece proved unfit to eat. A stealthy bitterness and sickliness had crept into their flavor. Even the smallest bite left lasting disgust. the same ruined melons and tomatoes. Nahum sadly accepted the total crop loss and blamed the meteorite for poisoning the soil. He was grateful the other crops grew in the upland, lot beside the road. Winter came early and bitterly cold. Ami saw Nahum less often and noticed he looked worried. The rest of the family had grown taciturn, irregular at church and countryside gatherings. All occasionally admitted to poorer health and vague disquiet, yet no clear cause appeared. Nahum gave the most definite explanation when he mentioned being disturbed by certain footprints in the snow. They resembled the usual tracks of red squirrels, white rabbits, and foxes, but something in their shape and arrangement struck him as not quite right, not fully matching the animal's normal anatomy and habits. Ami listened half-heartedly to Nahum's stories, until one moonlit night when his sleigh passed the Gardner house. On the way back from Clark's Corners, a rabbit darted across the road, its leaps unnaturally long enough to frighten both Ami and his horse, which nearly bolted before a firm rein stopped it. After that, Ami paid closer attention to Nahum's tales and began wondering why the Gardner dogs now cowered and quivered every morning, almost too spiritless to bark. In February, the McGregor boys from Meadow Hill shot a peculiar woodchuck near the Gardner place. Its body proportions were subtly altered in an indescribable way, and its face wore an expression no one had ever seen on a woodchuck. Frightened, the boys discarded it at once, leaving only their grotesque stories to spread through the countryside. Horses now shied openly near Nahum's, and the foundations of whispered legends were forming rapidly. People claimed the snow melted faster around Nahum's than anywhere else. Early in March, at Potter's General Store in Clark's Corners, Stephen Rice described driving past Gardner's and seeing skunk cabbages pushing through the mud by the woods, monstrous in size, with strange colors that defied description and an unprecedented odor that made his horse snort. Others drove by to look. All agreed such plants should never grow in a healthy world. The previous fall's bad fruit was recalled, and word spread that poison tainted Nahum's ground. Remembering the college men's strange findings, several farmers mentioned the meteorite to the professors. The professors visited Nahum but remained conservative, dismissing wild tales. The plants were odd, they admitted, yet skunk cabbages were naturally strange in shape, odor, and hue. Any mineral from the stone would soon wash away. Footprints and frightened horses were mere country gossip sparked by the aerolite. Superstitious rustics would believe anything, so the professors stayed away in contempt throughout the strange days. Only one later recalled, while analyzing 2 files of dust, that the skunk cabbage's queer color matched an anomalous band from the meteor fragment spectrum and the brittle globule inside the stone. The dust samples briefly showed the same odd bands before losing the property. Trees around Nahum's budded prematurely and swayed ominously in the wind. Nahum's second son, 15-year-old Thaddeus, swore they swayed even without wind, though gossips refused to believe him. Restlessness filled the air. The entire Gardner family developed a habit of stealthy listening for something they could not name, especially when consciousness half slipped away. These moments increased weekly until people openly said something was wrong with all Nahum's folks. Early saxifrage bloomed with another strange color, related to the skunk cabbage yet equally unknown. Nahum showed blossoms to the Arkham Gazette editor, who only wrote a humorous article ridiculing rustic fears. It was a mistake to mention how the oversized mourning cloak butterflies behaved around the saxifrages. April brought a kind of madness to the countryside and began the road's disuse past Nahum's, eventually leading to its abandonment. The vegetation was to blame. Orchard trees blossomed in unnatural colors. Bizarre growths sprang through the stony yard and pasturage, growths only a botanist could link to the region's proper flora. No sane, wholesome colors remained except in ordinary grass and leaves. Everywhere else appeared hectic, prismatic variants of some diseased underlying tone, absent from known earthly tints. Dutchman's breeches turned sinister. Blood roots grew insolent in chromatic perversion. Ami and the gardeners found most colors hauntingly familiar. reminiscent of the brittle globule in the meteor. Nahum plowed and sowed only the 10-acre pasture and upland lot, leaving the house grounds untouched. He hoped the strange summer growths would draw the poison from the soil. He had grown used to the constant sense of something nearby waiting to be heard. Neighbors' avoidance weighed on him, but far more on his wife. The boys, away at school daily, fared better, though gossip still frightened them. Sensitive Thaddeus suffered most. In May, the insects arrived, turning Nahum's place into a nightmare of buzzing and crawling. Most creatures seemed off in appearance and motion. Their nocturnal habits contradicted all experience. The gardeners began watching at night in all directions for something they could not define. It was then they admitted Thaddeus had been right about the trees. Mrs. Gardner first saw it from the window, maple boughs swelling and moving against the moonlit sky with no wind. It had to be the sap. Strangeness had infected everything growing. Yet the next discovery came not from the family, whose familiarity had dulled their senses, but from a timid woodmill salesman from Bolton, who drove past one dark night, ignorant of local legends. What he reported in Arkham earned a short paragraph in the Gazette, the first time Nahum and the farmers learned of it. Despite faint buggy lamps and deep darkness, a dim but distinct luminosity inhered in all the vegetation around the Valley Farm, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, while at one moment a detached piece of phosphorescence seemed to stir furtively near the barn. The grass still appeared untouched, and cows grazed freely near the house until late May, when the milk turned bad. Nahum moved the cows to the uplands, ending the trouble. Soon after, grass and leaves visibly changed. All verdure grayed and developed a singular brittleness. Ammi became the only visitor, and even his calls grew rarer. When school ended, the Gardners were virtually cut off from the world, sometimes sending Ammi on town errands. They failed curiously in body and mind. No one was surprised when word spread that Mrs. Gardner had gone mad. It happened in June, near the meteor's anniversary. The poor woman screamed about things in the air she could not describe. Her raving contained no specific nouns, only verbs and pronouns. Things moved, changed, fluttered. Ears tingled to impulses that were not quite sounds. Something was being taken from her. She was being drained. Something was fastening onto her that should not be. Someone must make it stop. Nothing stayed still at night. The walls and windows shifted. Nahum did not send her to the county asylum, but let her wander the house while she remained harmless. Even when her expression altered, he did nothing. Only when the boys grew afraid and Thaddeus nearly fainted at the faces she made did he lock her in the attic. By July, she had stopped speaking and crawled on all fours. Before the month ended, Nahum became convinced she was slightly luminous in the dark, just as he now clearly saw the nearby vegetation was. It was a little before this that the horses stampeded. Something roused them in the night. Their neighing and kicking inside the stalls grew terrible. Nahum could do virtually nothing to calm them. When he opened the stable door, they bolted like frightened woodland deer. It took a week to track all four. Everyone proved useless and unmanageable. Their brains snapped beyond repair, so each had to be shot for its own good. Nahum borrowed a horse from Ammi for the haying, but the animal would not approach the barn. It shied, balked, and whinnied until he drove it into the yard, and the men shoved a heavy wagon close enough to the hayloft for pitching. All the while the vegetation kept turning gray and brittle. Even the flowers whose hues had once been strange now faded to gray. The fruit came out, dwarfed, gray, and tasteless. Asters and goldenrod bloomed distorted and gray. The roses, zinnias, and hollyhocks in the front yard looked so blasphemous that Nahum's oldest boy Zenas cut them down. The strangely puffed insects died off, even the bees that had abandoned their hives for the woods. By September, every plant crumbled swiftly to grayish powder. Nahum feared the trees would die before the poison left the soil. His wife fell into spells of terrific screaming. He and the boys lived in constant nervous tension. They shunned outsiders now. When school opened, The boy stayed home. On one of his rare visits, Ami first noticed the well water had gone bad. It carried an evil taste, neither exactly fetid nor exactly salty. He urged Nahum to dig another well on higher ground until the soil recovered. Nahum ignored the warning. By then he had grown callous to strange and unpleasant things. He and the boys kept drinking the tainted supply, swallowing it as listlessly as they ate their meager, ill-cooked meals and performed their thankless chores through the aimless days. A stolid resignation had settled over them all, as if they walked half in another world between lines of nameless guards marching toward a certain and familiar doom. Thaddeus went mad in September after a trip to the well. He returned with an empty pail, shrieking and waving his arms, sometimes lapsing into an inane titter or a whisper about the moving colors down there. Nahum let the boy run free for a week until he began stumbling and hurting himself, then locked him in an attic room across the hall from his mother. The way the two screamed at each other through their locked doors was terrible, especially to little Merwin, who imagined they spoke in some dreadful language not of earth. Merwin's imagination had grown frightful. His restlessness sharpened after his favorite playmate was shut away. Almost at the same time, the livestock began dying. Poultry turned grayish and died quickly, their meat dry and noisome when cut. Hogs grew inordinately fat, then underwent loathsome changes no one could explain. Their meat was useless. No rural veterinary would come near the place, and the Arkham City veterinary stood openly baffled. The swine grayed, turned brittle, and fell to pieces before death. Their eyes and muzzles altered strangely. The cows followed. Certain areas or whole bodies shriveled or compressed. Atrocious collapses and disintegrations were common. In the final stages, they grayed and grew brittle like the hogs. Every case happened inside a locked and undisturbed barn. No poison or virus could be blamed. No earthly beast could pass solid walls. Yet death always came. By harvest, not an animal survived. The stock and poultry were gone. The 3 dogs vanished one night and were never heard from again. The 5 cats had slipped away earlier, scarcely noticed. On the 19th of October, Nahum staggered into Ami's house with hideous news. Thaddeus had died in his attic room in a way that could not be told. Nahum had dug a grave in the railed family plot behind the farm and buried what he found. The small barred window and locked door had remained intact. Nothing from outside had entered. It was much as it had been in the barn. Ami and his wife consoled the stricken man as best they could, yet they shuddered while doing it. Stark terror seemed to cling to the gardeners and everything they touched. The very presence of one in the house felt like a breath from regions unnamed and unnamable. Ami accompanied Nahum home with the greatest reluctance and did what he could to quiet little Merwin's hysterical sobbing. Zenas needed no calming. He had lately taken to staring into space and obeying whatever his father said. Ami thought the boy's fate merciful. Now and then Merwin's screams drew faint answers from the attic. Nahum said his wife was growing very feeble. When night fell, Ami managed to leave. Not even friendship could hold him, once the faint glow rose from the vegetation and the trees might or might not sway without wind. It was lucky for Ami that he was not more imaginative. Even so, his mind had bent slightly. Had he connected and reflected on every portent, he would have turned a total maniac. In the twilight, he hastened home, the screams of the mad woman and the nervous child ringing horribly in his ears. 3 days later, Nahum lurched into Ami's kitchen in the early morning. With Ami absent, he stammered the desperate tale to Mrs. Pierce, while she listened in clutching fright. This time, it was little Merwin. The boy had gone out late at night with lantern and pail for water and had never come back. He had been going to pieces for days, hardly knowing what he did, screaming at everything. A frantic shriek had risen from the yard, but before Nahum reached the door, the child was gone. No glow showed from the lantern. At dawn, after an all-night search of woods and fields, Nahum found only curious remnants near the well. A crushed and partly melted mass of iron that had been the lantern, and beside it a bent bale and twisted iron hoops, both half-fused, that had once been the pail. That was all. Nahum was past imagining. When Ami reached home and heard the story, he could offer no guess. Merwin was gone. There was no use telling the neighbors, who now shunned every gardener, nor the city people in Arkham, who laughed at everything. Thad had gone, and now Murney was gone. Something was creeping closer, waiting to be seen and felt and heard. Nahum would go soon, and he wanted Ami to look after his wife and Zenas if they outlived him. It must be a judgment of some sort, though he could not imagine why. As far as he knew, he had always walked uprightly in the Lord's ways. For over 2 weeks, Ami saw nothing of Nahum. Worry finally drove him to overcome his fears and visit the Gardner place. No smoke rose from the great chimney. The whole farm looked shocking. Grayish, withered grass and leaves covered the ground, vines hung in brittle wreckage from the archaic walls and gables, and great bare trees clawed at the gray November sky with a studied malevolence that seemed born of some subtle change in the tilt of their branches. Yet Nahum was still alive. He lay weak on a couch in the low-ceiled kitchen, perfectly conscious and able to give simple orders to Zenas. The room was deadly cold. The cavernous fireplace stood unlit and empty, a cloud of soot blowing about in the chill wind down the chimney. Nahum shouted huskily for more wood. When he asked whether the extra wood had made Ami more comfortable, the visitor saw what had happened at last. The stoutest cord had broken. The hapless farmer's mind was now proof against any further sorrow. Ami pressed the broken man gently for answers about Zenas, yet Nahum only muttered the same clouded phrase again and again. The boy lived in the well. A sudden memory of the mad wife crossed Ami's thoughts, and he shifted his questions. Nahum answered with dull surprise that she was right there. Realizing he would have to look for himself, Ami left the harmless babbler on the couch, took the keys from their nail, and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. The air up there was stifling and foul. No sound reached him. Of the 4 doors, only one was locked. He tried the keys until the third turned. After fumbling, he pushed open the low white door. Darkness filled the small room. The tiny window was half blocked by crude wooden bars. At first, Ami saw nothing on the wide planks. The stench drove him back. He retreated, filled his lungs with cleaner air from the next room, then stepped inside again. In the corner, something dark lay crumpled. As his eyes adjusted, he screamed. While the cry tore from his throat, a momentary shadow eclipsed the window, and a hateful current of vapor brushed past him. Strange colors swam before his eyes. The thing in the corner was a blasphemous ruin that had clearly suffered the same fate as Thaddeus and the livestock. Yet the horror of it was that the crumbling mass still moved, slowly, imperceptibly. Ami would never describe the scene further. He only knew he could not leave anything still capable of motion in that room. In raw humanity, he ended it, then walked back through the low doorway on steady legs and locked the secret behind him. Now he had to deal with Nahum, feed him, tend him, and get him somewhere safe. As Ami started down the dark stairs, a heavy thud sounded below. He thought he heard a scream choked off, and remembered the clammy vapor that had brushed him upstairs. Fear rooted him. More sounds rose, a heavy dragging and a sickening sticky suction like something unclean feeding. His mind flashed unbidden to the attic horror. What nightmare had he stumbled into? He stood trembling on the steep, boxed-in staircase, every detail burning into him. The darkness, the narrow steps, and worst of all, the faint but unmistakable pale glow lighting the woodwork all around him. Suddenly, his horse outside let out a frantic whinny. Hooves and wheels clattered away in a runaway. In the silence that followed came another sound, a liquid splash from the direction of the well. Ami had left the horse untied near it. Perhaps a wheel had knocked a stone in, yet the phosphorescence still clung to the ancient beams. Most of the house had stood since before 1670. A feeble scratching now sounded on the floor below. Ami tightened his grip on the heavy stick he had picked up in the attic. He forced himself down the rest of the stairs and moved toward the kitchen. He never reached it. The thing had come to meet him, and it still lived after a fashion. Collapse and disintegration had already advanced far in the last half hour. Dry fragments scaled off the brittle form. Ami stared in horror at the distorted parody that had once been a face and whispered the question. The cracked lips managed a final broken answer. Nothing. Nothing. The color. It burned. Cold and wet, but it burned. It lived in the well. He had seen it. Like smoke. Like the flowers last spring. The well glowed at night. Tad and Murney and Zenas. Everything alive. Sucking the life out of everything. It came in that stone. Poisoned the whole place. He didn't know what it wanted. The college men had dug out the round thing and smashed it. Same color. Seeds. They grew. It got strong on Zenas. Beat down your mind and then took you. Burned you up in the well water. Evil water. Zenas never came back. It drew you. You knew it was coming but couldn't get away. He had seen it again and again since Zenas was taken. Where was Nabby? His head was no good. Didn't know how long since he fed her. It would get her if they weren't careful. Her face was starting to show that color toward night. It came from some place where things weren't as they were. Here, one professor had said so. Look out, Ami. It would do more. It sucked the life out. That was all. The thing that had spoken caved in completely. Ami spread the red check tablecloth over what remained and reeled out the back door into the fields. He climbed the slope to the 10-acre pasture and made his way home by the north road and the woods. He could not pass the well. From the window he had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. The splash had been something else, something that had finished with Nahum and then gone back into the well. When Ami reached his house, the horse and buggy had already arrived, throwing his wife into a panic. He calmed her without explanations and drove at once to Arkham. There he told the authorities the Gardner family was gone. He gave no details beyond the deaths of Nahum and Nabby, the known death of Thaddeus, and the same strange ailment that had killed the livestock. He added that Merwin and Zenas had disappeared. After questioning, the police insisted he'd lead them back. Against his will, afraid of the coming night, Ami guided 3 officers, the coroner, the medical examiner, and the veterinary, to the farm in a Democrat wagon. They arrived about 4 o'clock. Even hardened men recoiled at what they found in the attic and under the red check cloth below. The gray desolation of the farm was terrible enough, but the 2 crumbling things defied description. The medical examiner could barely examine them. He took samples anyway. 2 files of dust that later, under the spectroscope at the college, showed the same unknown bands as the meteor the year before. Within a month, the strange property faded, leaving only ordinary alkaline phosphates and carbonates. Ami would never have spoken of the well if he had imagined the men would act at once. Sunset was closing in, and he longed to be gone. Yet he kept glancing nervously at the stony curb beside the great sweep. When a detective pressed him, he admitted that Nahum had feared something lived down there, so deeply that he had never once thought of searching the well for Merwin or Zenas. At that, nothing would do but to empty and explore it immediately. Ami waited trembling while pail after pail of foul water was hauled up and dashed across the soaked ground. The men wrinkled their noses in disgust. Near the end, they pressed hands over their faces against the rising stench. The water proved far lower than expected, so the work went quicker than they feared. What they drew up needed no exact description. Merwin and Zenas lay there in part little more than skeletons. A small deer and a large dog rested in the same state, along with bones of smaller animals. The ooze at the bottom was strangely porous and bubbling. A man lowered himself on handholds with a long pole and found he could drive the shaft to any depth in the mud without striking solid ground. Twilight had fallen. Lanterns were fetched from the house. When nothing more could be learned from the well, the group moved indoors to the ancient sitting room. Outside, the spectral half-moon washed the gray desolation in pale light. The men sat baffled. They could find no single thread that tied the strange plant growth, the unknown sickness in livestock and people, and the deaths of Merwin and Zenas in the tainted well. They had heard the country gossip, but refused to accept anything outside natural law. The meteor might have poisoned the soil, yet the illness struck those who had eaten nothing from it. Could the well water be to blame? They agreed it should be analyzed. But why had both boys leaped in? Their fates matched exactly, both ending in the same gray, brittle death. Why had everything turned gray and brittle? The coroner, seated by the window overlooking the yard, noticed the glow first. Full night had come. The whole grounds already shimmered faintly beyond the moonbeams. This new light rose sharp and definite from the black pit, a softened ray like a searchlight beam that cast dull reflections across the puddles where the water had been emptied. Its color was wrong. Ammi jerked violently. He knew that hue. He had seen it 2 summers earlier inside the brittle globule from the aerolite in the mad vegetation of the spring, and he believed he had glimpsed it that very morning against the barred attic window where nameless things had happened. A clammy vapor had brushed him then, and soon afterward Nahum had been claimed by the same color. Nahum had described it at the end, exactly like the globule and the plants. Then had come the horse's runaway and the splash in the well. Now the well itself was pouring that same insidious glow into the night. Even in that taut moment, Ammi's mind caught on a scientific puzzle. How could the same impression arise from a vapor seen by daylight against a bright window, and from a nocturnal phosphorescent mist against a blackened landscape? It violated nature. He remembered Nahum's final broken words. The thing had come from some place where the rules were not as they were here, just as one of the professors had said. Outside, all 3 horses tied to the shriveled saplings began to neigh and paw in panic. The wagon driver rose to go calm them. Ammi caught his shoulder with a shaky hand and whispered that no one should step out. There was more here than they knew. Nahum had spoken of something living in the well that sucked the life from everything. It had grown from a round ball like the one they had all seen inside the meteor stone the year before. It was only a cloud of color, barely visible, yet it sucked and burned and grew stronger by feeding on every living thing. He had seen it again only last week. It came from somewhere beyond the sky, the way the college men had described the stone itself. Its nature and its working had nothing to do with God's world. The men hesitated, while the light from the well brightened and the horse's frenzy mounted. Terror filled the ancient house. 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from inside, 2 from the well, lay in the woodshed behind them, and before them the unholy shaft of color poured upward. Ammi had stopped the driver on pure instinct, forgetting for a moment that he himself had survived the clammy vapor in the attic unharmed. Perhaps it was just as well. No one would ever know what moved abroad that night. The blasphemy from beyond had not yet harmed any mind that remained whole, but its strength seemed to be rising, and it showed every sign of deliberate purpose beneath the half-clouded moon. Suddenly, one of the detectives at the window drew a sharp breath. The others followed his stare upward. No words were needed. Country gossip could be doubted no longer. There was no wind at all. The dry weed tips and the fringe on the wagon roof stood motionless, yet every high bare branch in the yard was twitching and clawing spasmodically at the moonlit clouds, as if yanked by some invisible tether reaching down to horrors writhing beneath the black roots. The group held its breath. A thicker cloud slid across the moon, and the writhing silhouettes vanished. In the deeper darkness that followed, 1,000 tiny points of faint, unholy radiance appeared at treetop height, tipping every bough like St. Elmo's fire, or the flames that once crowned the apostles. The whole canopy became a monstrous constellation of unnatural light, a swarm of corpse-fed fireflies dancing in hellish rhythm. Its color was the same one Ami had learned to dread. All the while the shaft from the well poured brighter, no longer shining but streaming upward, flowing straight into the sky. The veterinary shivered and moved to drop the heavy bar across the front door. Ami trembled too. His voice failed, and he could only tug at sleeves and point as the trees themselves began to glow. Their branches strained more and more upright. The wood of the well sweep was shining now. A policeman silently indicated the sheds and beehives by the west stone wall. They too had begun to glow, though the visitors' vehicles remained untouched. Then a wild clatter rose from the road. Ami quickly quenched the lamp so they could see better. The frantic horses had snapped their sapling and bolted, dragging the Democrat wagon away into the night. The shock loosened tongues at last. Embarrassed whispers passed among the men. The medical examiner muttered that whatever it was spread to everything organic that had lingered near the farm. No one answered, but the man who had probed the well hinted that his long pole must have disturbed something intangible down there. It had been awful, he said. No bottom at all, only ooze, bubbles, and the constant feeling of something lurking just beneath. Ami's horse still pawed and screamed in the road outside, nearly drowning his own faint, quavering words. He mumbled that it had come from the stone, grown down in the well, fed on everything living, mind and body, on Thad and Murney, Zenas and Nabby, with Nahum the last of them. They had all drunk the water. It had grown strong on them. It came from beyond, where things were not as they were here. Now it was going home. At that moment, the column of unknown color flared brighter and began weaving itself into fantastic half-shapes that each man would later describe differently. Then, from poor Hero, came a sound no man had ever heard from a horse before. Everyone in the low sitting room clapped hands over their ears. Ami turned from the window in horror and nausea. When he looked out again, the horse lay huddled and inert on the moonlit ground between the splintered shafts of the buggy. That was the end of Hero. They buried him the next day. There was no time to mourn. Almost at once, a detective silently pointed out something terrible inside the room with them. In the darkness, the entire apartment had begun to glow with faint phosphorescence. It spread across the broad floorboards, and the rag carpet, shimmered on the window sashes, ran up the corner posts and infected the shelves, mantel, doors, and furniture. The glow strengthened minute by minute until it was clear that any living thing must leave the house at once. Ami showed them the back door and the path leading up through the fields to the 10-acre pasture. They stumbled along as if in a dream, not daring to look back until they stood far away on high ground. They were grateful for the path. None could have gone by the front way past that well. Passing the glowing barn and sheds and the shining orchard trees with their gnarled, fiendish shapes had been bad enough, though at least the worst twisting of the branches happened high above. As they crossed the rustic bridge over Chapman's Brook, the moon slid behind thick black clouds, leaving them to grope blindly onward to the open meadows. When they finally looked back toward the valley and the distant Gardner place, a fearsome sight met them. The whole farm shone with the hideous unknown color. Trees, buildings, even the grass and herbage that had not yet turned to gray brittleness. Every bough strained skyward, tipped with tongues of foul flame, while lambent tricklings of the same fire crept along the ridgepoles of house, barn, and sheds. It was a scene from nightmare, and above it all seethed that riot of luminous amorphousness, the alien, undimensioned rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, lapping, reaching, scintillating, and malignly bubbling in its cosmic chromaticism. Without warning, the hideous mass shot vertically upward like a rocket, leaving no trail and vanishing through a round, curiously regular hole in the clouds before anyone could cry out. Amy stared blankly at the stars of Cygnus, where the unknown color had melted into the Milky Way. Then a crackling rose from the valley below, not an explosion, but a wooden ripping and splintering. In one feverish instant, a gleaming, eruptive cataclysm burst from the doomed farm, blurring the eyes of those who saw it and hurling a bombarding cloudburst of colored, fantastic fragments toward the zenith. The fragments followed the great morbidity that had vanished and disappeared with it. Behind them lay only darkness to which no one dared return, while a mounting wind swept down in black freezing gusts from interstellar space, shrieking and lashing the fields and woods in cosmic frenzy. The trembling party soon realized there was no point waiting for the moon to reveal what remained at Nahum's. Too awed to offer theories, the 7 shaken men trudged back toward Arkham by the North Road. Ami was worse off than the rest. He begged them to see him safely inside his own kitchen, rather than leave him to cross the wind-whipped woods alone. He had suffered an added shock the others had been spared, and it left him crushed beneath a brooding fear he dared not mention for many years afterward. As the others turned their faces toward the road, Ami had glanced back one last time at the shadowed valley. From the stricken spot where the great shapeless horror had shot into the sky, something feebly rose and then sank back down into the place it had come from. It was only a color, but not any color of earth or heaven, because Ami recognized it and knew that last faint remnant still lurked in the... Well, he was never quite right again. Ami would never go near the place again. More than half a century has passed since the horror, yet he has never returned, and will be glad when the new reservoir finally blots it out. The narrator, too, will be glad. He does not like how the sunlight changes color around the mouth of that abandoned well. He hopes the water will always stay very deep, but even so, he will never drink it. He does not think he will visit the Arkham country again. 3 of the men returned the next morning in daylight. There were no real ruins, only the bricks of the chimney, the stones of the cellar, scattered mineral and metallic litter, and the rim of that accursed well. They towed away and buried Ami's dead horse and soon returned the buggy to him. Everything that had ever been living was gone. 5 eldritch acres of dusty gray desert remained, and nothing has ever grown there since. To this day it sprawls open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid amid the woods and fields. Those few who have dared glimpse it, despite the rural tales, call it the blasted heath. The rural tales are queer, and might grow queerer still if city men or college chemists ever analyze the water from that disused well or the gray dust that no wind can disperse. Botanists ought to study the stunted flora on its borders, for they might confirm the country belief that the blight is slowly spreading, perhaps an inch a year. People say the neighboring herbage is not quite right in spring, and that wild things leave queer prints in the light winter snow. Snow never lies as heavily on the blasted heath as elsewhere. The few remaining horses grow skittish in the silent valley, and hunters cannot trust their dogs too near the grayish dust. Mental influences are said to be bad as well. Many went queer in the years after Nahum's death, always lacking the power to leave. Stronger-minded folk eventually moved away, leaving only foreigners to try the crumbling old homesteads. They could not stay either. One wonders what insight their whispered magic gave them. Their dreams in that grotesque country are said to be horrible, and the very look of the dark realm stirs morbid fancies. No traveler escapes a sense of strangeness in those deep ravines. An artist shiver while painting the thick woods, whose mystery touches the spirit as much as the eye. The narrator himself felt an odd timidity about the deep sky above during his one lone walk before Ami told the tale. At twilight, he had vaguely wished for clouds to gather. He offers no opinion. He does not know, that is all. There was no one but Ami to question. For Arkham people will not speak of the strange days, and all 3 professors who examined the aerolite and its colored globule are dead. There were other globules, depend upon that. One fed itself and escaped. Probably another was too late and remains down the well. The narrator knows something was wrong with the sunlight he saw above that miasmal brink. The rustics say the blight creeps an inch a year, so perhaps some growth or nourishment continues even now. But whatever Damon hatchling lingers, there must be tethered to something, or it would quickly spread. Perhaps it is fastened to the roots of those trees that claw at the air. One current Arkham tale tells of fat oaks that shine and move as they should not at night. He wondered what the thing truly was. Only God could know. In material terms, he supposed it would have been called a gas. Yet this gas had obeyed laws outside any cosmos men could measure. It had not sprung from the worlds and suns that filled observatories and photographic plates, nor from any sky whose motions and dimensions astronomers could chart. It was simply a color out of space, a frightful messenger from unformed realms of infinity beyond all nature as he understood it, realms whose mere existence stunned the brain and opened black extracosmic gulfs before his frenzied eyes. He doubted very much that Ami had consciously lied to him, and he refused to believe the old man's tale was merely the product of madness, as the townsfolk had warned. Something terrible had arrived in the hills and valleys with that meteor, and something terrible, though he could not guess in what proportion, still lingered there. He would be glad to see the reservoir water rise and cover the place forever. In the meantime, he hoped nothing would happen to Amma. The old man had seen too much of the color, and its influence had been so insidious. He had never been able to move away. The visitor remembered all too clearly Nahum's dying insistence that escape was impossible, that the thing drew you in and you knew it was coming, yet could do nothing to stop it. Ami was such a good old man. When the reservoir crew began work, he would write the chief engineer and ask him to keep a close watch. He could not bear the thought of Ami ending as one more gray, twisted, brittle monstrosity, the image that now troubled his sleep more and more with every passing night. He had not witnessed any visual horror at the end. The mental shock that drove him racing from the lonely XIII farmhouse and through the wild-domed hills of Vermont in a commandeered motor at night felt like the final unbearable straw. Yet he could not prove even now whether his hideous inference had been right or wrong. He had shared deeply in Henry XIII's information and speculations. He had seen and heard certain things. The vividness of those impressions still clung to him. But XIII's disappearance established nothing. Searchers found nothing amiss inside the house, despite bullet marks on the exterior and interior walls. It looked exactly as though XIII had simply stepped out for a casual ramble among the hills and never returned. No trace remained of any guest having stayed there, nor of the horrible cylinders and machines once stored in the study. That XIII had come to mortally fear the crowded green hills and endless trickling brooks of his birthplace meant equally little. Thousands suffered similar morbid fears. Eccentricity alone could explain his strange final acts and apprehensions. For him, the entire matter had begun with the historic and unprecedented Vermont floods of November 3rd, 1927. At the time, as now, he served as an instructor of literature at Miskatonic University in Arkham, Massachusetts, while pursuing his enthusiastic amateur studies of New England folklore. Shortly after the disaster, amid the flood of press reports on hardship, suffering, and organized relief, certain odd stories surfaced. Witnesses claimed to have seen bizarre things floating in the swollen rivers. Friends turned to him for explanations, flattered as he was by their serious interest in his folklore expertise. He did his best to dismiss the wild, vague tales as clear outgrowths of old rustic superstitions. It amused him that even several educated people insisted some distorted kernel of fact might underlie the rumors. The accounts reached him mostly through newspaper clippings, though one came orally via a letter from a friend's mother in Hardwick, Vermont. All followed the same essential pattern across three main instances. One along the Winooski River near Montpelier, another on the West River in Windham County beyond Newfane, and a third in the Passumpsic above Lyndonville in Caledonia County. Country folk reported seeing one or more highly disturbing organic shapes surging in the floodwaters, pouring down from unfrequented hills. Many instinctively linked the sites to a primitive, half-forgotten cycle of whispered legends that older residents had revived. The shapes appeared as pinkish, things about 5 feet long, not quite like anything previously known. Witnesses insisted they were neither human, despite superficial resemblances in size and outline, nor any familiar Vermont animal. They possessed crustaceous bodies with vast pairs of dorsal fins or membranous wings, several sets of articulated limbs, and a convoluted ellipsoid head region covered in multitudes of very short antennae. Reports from separate sources coincided remarkably. He concluded that naive backwoods observers had merely glimpsed battered, bloated bodies of humans or farm animals twisting in the currents, their imaginations colored by lingering folklore. That ancient folklore, though cloudy and largely forgotten, carried a singular character influenced by still earlier Indian tales. He knew it well from Eli Davenport's rare monograph, drawn from oral accounts gathered before 1839 among Vermont's oldest inhabitants, and from similar stories he had heard himself from elderly rustics in New Hampshire's mountains. It spoke of a hidden race of monstrous beings lurking in the remoter hills, in deep woods of the highest peaks and dark valleys fed by unknown streams. Glimpses were rare, but signs of their presence appeared for those who ventured too far. Queer footprints or claw prints in brook mud and barren patches, curious circles of stones with worn grass around them, and caves of uncertain depth whose mouths seemed deliberately blocked by boulders, with strange prints leading in and out. Most unsettling were the rare twilight sightings in remotest valleys and dense perpendicular woods beyond normal climbing limits. Nearly all accounts agreed on key details. The creatures resembled huge, light red crabs, with many pairs of legs and 2 great bat-like wings on the back. They sometimes walked on all legs, sometimes only on the hind pair, while using others to carry large, indeterminate objects. One group had been observed wading 3 abreast in disciplined formation along a shallow woodland stream. Another had been seen launching itself from a bald hilltop at night, its flapping wings silhouetted briefly against the full moon before vanishing into the sky. On the whole, these beings seemed content to leave mankind alone, though they were blamed for occasional disappearances of those who built too close to certain valleys or high on certain mountains. Certain localities gained reputations as unwise to settle. People shuddered at neighboring precipices, even without recalling the lost settlers or burned farmhouses on the lower slopes. Early legends suggested the creatures harmed only trespassers on their privacy. Later tales spoke of growing curiosity toward humans and attempts to establish secret outposts. There were reports of claw prints around farmhouse windows at dawn, disappearances beyond obvious haunted zones, buzzing voices imitating human speech that made surprising offers to lone travelers in deep woods, and children terrified by things seen or heard near the forest edge. In the latest layer of stories, just before superstition waned, came shocked whispers of hermits and remote farmers who had undergone repellent mental changes and were shunned as mortals who had sold themselves to the strange beings. Explanations for the creatures varied. Common names included "those ones" or "the old ones." Puritan settlers often called them familiars of the devil. Those with Celtic roots linked them to malign fairies and little people, protecting themselves with inherited incantations. Indian theories proved most fantastic. The consistent Pennacook myths claimed the winged ones came from the Great Bear in the sky. They maintained mines in earthly hills for a unique stone unavailable elsewhere, flying vast cargoes back to their northern stars. They harmed only those who approached too closely or spied on them. Animals avoided them through instinctive hatred. The beings brought their own food from the stars and could not consume earthly things. They spoke with no language of their own, but knew all human tongues, communicating through heads that changed color in meaningful patterns, their voices like buzzing bees attempting to mimic men. All such legendary, white and Indian alike, had faded during the 19th century except for rare atavistic flare-ups. Vermont life settled into fixed paths. People remembered less and less of the old fears that had shaped their settlements, until most simply regarded certain hilly regions as unhealthy, unprofitable, and unlucky. Custom and economic interest deepened the safe ruts, leaving the haunted hills deserted more by accident than design. Only wonder-loving grandmothers and retrospective elders still whispered of the beings, admitting there seemed little to fear now that the creatures had grown used to human presence and mankind left their territory strictly alone. He had known all this from his reading and New Hampshire folk tales. When the flood time rumors emerged, he easily recognized the imaginative background that had shaped them. He took pains to explain this to his friends, amused when several contentious souls continued insisting on a possible element of truth. They pointed to the persistence and uniformity of the early legends and the unexplored nature of the Vermont hills, refusing to accept his assurance that such myths followed a well-known pattern common to mankind, born from the same early imaginative experiences that always produced identical delusions. He found it useless to demonstrate to such opponents that the Vermont myths differed little, in essence, from the universal legends of natural personification that had once filled the ancient world with fauns, dryads, and satyrs, or that still suggested the Kalakanzari of modern Greece and the dark hints of hidden troglodytes and burrowers in wild Wales and Ireland, pointing out the even more startlingly similar beliefs of Nepalese hill tribes in the dreaded Migo, or abominable snowmen lurking amid Himalayan ice and rock, only turned the evidence against him. His opponents claimed such widespread tales implied actual historicity, an elder Earth race driven into hiding after mankind's dominance, perhaps surviving in reduced numbers even to the present. The more he laughed at their theories, the more stubbornly his friends asserted them. They added that even without legendary heritage, the recent reports were too clear, consistent, detailed, and prosaically sane in their telling to be dismissed outright. A few fanatical extremists hinted at non-terrestrial origins drawn from the old Indian tales, citing the extravagant books of Charles Fort on visitors from other worlds. Most, however, were simply romanticists, eager to transplant the fantastic lore of lurking little people popularized by Arthur Macon's horror fiction into real life. Inevitably, the lively debate spilled into print as letters to the Arkham Advertiser, some of which were reprinted in Vermont papers where the flood stories had originated. The Rutland Herald ran half a page of extracts from both sides, while the Brattleboro Reformer published one of his long historical and mythological summaries in full, accompanied by supportive comments in the Pendrifters column. By the spring of 1928, he had become almost a recognized figure in Vermont, though he had never yet set foot in the state. Then came the challenging letters from Henry Akeley. They impressed him more profoundly than any before, and drew him, for the first and last time, into that realm of crowded green precipices and muttering forest streams. Most of what he later learned about Henry Wentworth Akeley came through correspondence with neighbors, and with Akeley's only son in California after the events at the lonely farmhouse. Akeley proved to be the last local representative of a long, distinguished line of jurists, administrators, and gentlemen agriculturists. In him, the family bent had turned from practical affairs to pure scholarship. He had been a notable student of mathematics, astronomy, biology, anthropology, and folklore at the University of Vermont. He had never heard of the man before, yet from the first letter he recognized a person of character, education, and genuine intelligence, though clearly a recluse lacking worldly sophistication. Despite the incredible nature of the claims, he took Akeley far more seriously than any previous challenger. Akeley lived close to the visible and tangible phenomena he described so grotesquely. More importantly, he left his conclusions tentative. Like a true scientist, advancing no personal preferences and guided only by what he regarded as solid evidence. He began by assuming Akeley was mistaken, yet intelligently so, and never joined those friends who dismissed the man's ideas or his fear of the lonely green hills as signs of insanity. He sensed depth in the correspondent and knew the reports must spring from strange circumstances worthy of investigation, however remote from the fantastic causes Achille proposed. Later, certain material proofs arrived that shifted the entire matter onto a bewilderingly bizarre footing. He still recalled almost every word of the long introductory letter that marked a turning point in his own thinking. Though the original sheet no longer remained in his possession, its portentous message had burned itself into memory. The letter had reached him in a cramped, archaic scrawl that spoke of a sedate, scholarly life spent largely apart from the world. It opened with Achilles' acknowledgement of the Brattleboro Reformer reprint of his own earlier letter on the strange, flood-born bodies and the matching folklore. Achilles understood why an outsider, and even the local columnist, would share his skeptical stance. It was the common, educated view, one he himself had held as a younger man of 57 before his studies. Both general and drawn from Davenport's rare book, prompted him to explore rarely visited hill country. He had been drawn into those studies by queer old tales from ignorant elderly farmers, yet now wished he had left the subject untouched. Modestly, Achilles noted his own solid background in anthropology and folklore from college days, familiarity with authorities such as Tyler, Fraser, and the rest. He knew tales of hidden races were as old as humanity itself and had followed the newspaper exchange between the two sides. The core of the message, delivered with evident reluctance, was that Achilles feared his own adversary stood nearer the truth than he did, even though reason appeared entirely on his side. They were closer than they realized, because they argued only from theory while he possessed knowledge they lacked. Had he known as little as they, he would have sided wholly with the skeptic. Achilles confessed he dreaded reaching the point, yet the truth demanded it. He possessed certain evidence that monstrous things did indeed inhabit the high, unvisited woods. He had not seen the river-born shapes, but he had encountered things disturbingly like them under circumstances he hesitated to describe. He had found footprints, lately much nearer his own home on the old Achilles place south of Townsend Village on the flank of Dark Mountain, closer than he dared specify. He had overheard voices in the woods at certain spots he would not detail on paper. At one such place the voices had been so persistent that he had carried a phonograph with a dictaphone attachment and wax blank to record them. He intended to arrange for the recipient to hear the cylinder. When played for local old-timers, one voice had nearly paralyzed them with its resemblance to the buzzing woodland voice their grandmothers had described and imitated. Achilles knew how people regarded those who claimed to hear voices, yet he urged careful listening to the record and consultation with older backwoods folk. If a normal explanation existed, fine, but something undeniable lay behind the sounds. Ex nihilo nihil fit. He wrote not to argue, but to share information he believed a man of Wilmar's taste would find deeply interesting. The matter remained private. Publicly, he still stood on Wilmar's side, for certain realities had shown him it was unwise for people to learn too much. His own studies had become entirely private. He avoided drawing attention that might bring visitors to the places he had explored. Terribly true, non-human creatures watched humanity constantly, with spies already among men gathering information. Much of his knowledge had come from a wretched man, who, if sane, had been one such spy. The man had later killed himself, yet Achilles suspected others remained active. The beings originated from another planet. They could survive in interstellar space and fly through it on clumsy but powerful wings that resisted the ether, though they steered poorly on Earth. They came to mine deep metals beneath the hills, and he believed he knew their source. They would leave mankind unharmed if left alone, but curiosity might provoke unpredictable consequences. A strong human army could destroy their mining colony, which they feared above all. Should that occur, more would arrive from outside, any number. They could conquer Earth easily, but had refrained because it required no effort. They preferred to leave things undisturbed. Akeley believed they now meant to eliminate him for what he had discovered. On Round Hill east of his home, he had found a great black stone covered in half-worn unknown hieroglyphics. After bringing it home, everything changed. If they suspected his knowledge ran too deep, they would either kill him or carry him off to their own world. They occasionally abducted learned men to stay informed about human affairs. His secondary purpose in writing was to urge Wilmarth to quiet the current debate rather than fuel further publicity. People must be kept away from these hills. Arousing curiosity would only endanger them. Peril already loomed from promoters and real estate developers flooding Vermont with summer visitors and cheap bungalows that overran the wild places. He would welcome further correspondence and would attempt to send the phonograph record and the worn black stone by express, if Wilmarth agreed. He said attempt because the creatures seemed able to tamper with things nearby. A sullen, furtive local named Brown, farming near the village, appeared to serve as their spy. Gradually, they were isolating him from the outside world because he knew too much about theirs. They possessed an uncanny ability to learn his every action. This letter itself might never reach its destination. If conditions worsened, he might flee to live with his son in San Diego, yet it was painful to abandon the birthplace where his family had dwelt for 6 generations. Selling the house now seemed impossible. The creatures had noticed it and appeared determined to reclaim the stone and destroy the record. His great police dog still held them at bay, for only a few had arrived so far, and they moved clumsily on Earth, their wings useless for short flights. He stood on the brink of deciphering the stone in a terrible way. Wilmarth's deep folklore knowledge might supply the missing links. Wilmarth surely knew the fearful pre-human myths of the Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu cycles hinted at in the locked Necronomicon in Miskatonic's library. In conclusion, their combined studies could prove mutually useful. Khalid did not wish to place Wilmarth in peril, and warned that possessing the stone and record would carry risk, yet he believed the pursuit of knowledge justified it. He would drive to Newfane or Brattleboro to ship anything authorized, as those express offices seemed more reliable. He now lived quite alone. Hired help refused to stay because of the things that approached the house at night and kept the dogs barking incessantly. He was grateful his wife had not lived to witness this depth of the horror. He hoped he had not troubled Wilmarth unduly, and that the recipient would respond rather than discard the letter as the ravings of a madman. A postscript added that he was preparing extra prints of certain photographs he had taken. The old locals found them monstrously convincing. He would send them soon if Wilmarth showed interest. Reading that strange document for the first time left Wilmarth with complicated feelings. By every ordinary standard, he should have laughed louder at these extravagances than at the milder theories that had earlier amused him. Yet something in Akeley's tone compelled paradoxical seriousness. He did not believe for a moment in a hidden star-born race, but after initial grave doubts, he grew oddly certain of the writer's sanity and sincerity. Akeley clearly confronted some genuine, singular, and abnormal phenomenon he could explain only through this imaginative lens. It could not be exactly as he thought, yet it undeniably deserved investigation. The man sounded unduly excited and alarmed, but it was difficult to assume his fears lacked all foundation. His account remained specific and logical in places, and it fitted perplexingly well with certain old myths, even the wildest Indian legends. That Akeley had truly overheard disturbing voices in the hills and found the black stone seemed entirely possible, despite the insane inferences he drew, likely planted by the suicidal spy whose tale had influenced the folklore-prepared scholar. The inability to retain hired help suggested Akeley's rustic neighbors shared his conviction that uncanny things besieged the house at night. The dogs truly barked. The phonograph record, which Wilmarth could not doubt had been obtained exactly as described, had to mean something, whether deceptive animal noises resembling speech or the utterances of some hidden, night-haunting degenerate. His thoughts returned to the hieroglyphed stone and its possible significance. Then there were the promised photographs the old people found so terribly convincing. Rereading the cramped handwriting, Wilmar felt more strongly than ever that his credulous opponents might possess more truth than he had granted. After all, some queer, perhaps hereditarily misshapen outcast could inhabit those shunned hills, even if no star-born monsters existed as folklore claimed. If so, the strange bodies in the flooded streams would not strain belief. Both the ancient legends and recent reports might share a core of reality, yet even as these doubts stirred, shame rose that so fantastic a piece of bizarrerie as Achilles' wild letter had planted them. He answered Achilles' letter at once, adopting a tone of friendly interest and requesting further particulars. The reply arrived almost by return mail, and included, as promised, a packet of Kodak views illustrating the scenes and objects Achilles had described. As Wilmar drew the photographs from the envelope, a curious wave of fright washed over him, a sense of forbidden things drawing unnervingly close. Despite the vagueness of most images, their damnably suggestive power sharpened because they were genuine photographs, optical records without prejudice or deception. The more he studied them, the more convinced he became that his serious estimate of Achilles and his story had been justified. These pictures supply conclusive evidence of something in the Vermont hills that lay far outside ordinary knowledge and belief. The most disturbing was the footprint, or claw print, captured where sunlight struck a mud patch in a deserted upland. Sharp pebbles and grass blades in the frame gave an unmistakable scale. No trickery or double exposure could explain it. The impression was hideously crab-like, with an ambiguous direction. From a central pad, pairs of saw-toothed nippers projected oppositely, their function baffling if the mark served only for locomotion. Another time exposure, taken in deep shadow, showed the mouth of a woodland cave choked by a rounded boulder. On the bare ground before it lay a dense network of curious tracks. Under a magnifier, they matched the upland print exactly. A third view revealed a druid-like circle of standing stones crowning a wild hill. The grass around the circle was beaten and worn, yet no footprints appeared even under magnification. The background stretched into a sea of empty mountains, fading to a misty horizon, emphasizing utter remoteness. If the claw print disturbed him most, the image of the great black stone from Round Hill Woods proved most suggestively alien. Achilles had set it on his study table. Rows of books and a bust of Milton stood visible behind. The stone's irregularly curved surface measured roughly 1 by 2 feet. Its overall shape and the outlandish geometrical principles that had guided its cutting defied description. Nothing he had ever seen struck him as so unmistakably foreign to this world. Of the hieroglyphics he could make out only a few, yet those few sent a chill through him. Though others might have read the Necronomicon and could have forged them, he recognized certain ideographs. His studies linked to the most blood-curdling whispers of entities that had known a mad half-existence before the Earth and the inner solar worlds were formed. Of the 5 remaining photographs, 3 depicted swamp and hill scenes bearing traces of hidden, unwholesome occupancy. A 4th showed a queer ground mark very near Achilles' house, taken the morning after a night of unusually violent barking by the dogs. Though blurred, it resembled the upland claw print fiendishly. The last was of the Achilles farmhouse itself, a trim, century-and-a-quarter-old white 2-story with attic, well-kept lawn, and stone-bordered path leading to a tasteful Georgian doorway. Several huge police dogs lounged on the grass beside a pleasant-faced, close-cropped, gray-bearded man whom Wilmar took to be Achilles, the camera's tube-connected bulb still gripped in his right hand. He turned from the pictures to the bulky, closely written letter. For the next 3 hours, he sank into a gulf of unutterable horror. Where Achilles had earlier sketched outlines, he now supplied minute details. Long transcripts of words overheard in the night woods, accounts of monstrous pinkish forms glimpsed in thickets at twilight, and a terrible cosmic narrative pieced together through profound scholarship applied to the endless discourses of the mad self-styled spy who had killed himself. Names and terms Wilmar had encountered only in the most hideous contexts flooded the pages. Yuggoth, Great Cthulhu, Tsatagua, Yog-Sothoth, Arlia, Nyarlathotep, Astoth, Hastur, Yin, Ling, the Lake of Hali, Beth Morah, the Yellow Sign, Lemur Cthulhos, Bran, and the Magnum Innominandum. They drew him back through nameless aeons and inconceivable dimensions to elder outer entities. The Necronomicon's author had only guessed at. Akali spoke of pits of primal life, of streams trickling down from them, and of the tiny rivulet from one such stream that had become entangled with Earth's own destiny. Wilmar's brain whirled. Places where he had once explained everything away, he now began to accept the most abnormal and incredible wonders. The array of vital evidence was overwhelming. Akali's cool, scientific attitude, utterly free of dementia, fanaticism, or wild speculation, carried tremendous weight. By the time he laid the letter aside, he understood the fears Akali had come to harbor and stood ready to do anything in his power to keep people away from those haunted hills. Even now, with time dulling the impression and half making him question his own experience, certain passages in that letter remained too terrible to repeat or even shape into words on paper. He was almost glad the letter, the record, and the photographs had since vanished, and for reasons he would soon make clear, he wished the new planet beyond Neptune had never been discovered. With the reading of that letter, his public debating on the Vermont horror ended forever. Opponents' arguments went unanswered or were deferred with vague promises. The controversy gradually faded into oblivion. Throughout late May and June, he remained in constant correspondence with Hakeley, though occasional letters were lost and forced him to retrace ground with laborious copying. Their joint purpose was to compare notes on obscure mythological scholarship and reach a clearer correlation between the Vermont horrors and the general body of primitive world legend. They virtually concluded that the Vermont morbidities and the hellish Himalayan Migo were the same order of incarnated nightmare. They pursued absorbing zoological conjectures that Wilmar would have referred to Professor Dexter at Miskatonic had Akali not strictly forbidden sharing the matter with anyone. One specific goal was the deciphering of the hieroglyphics on the black stone, a task that might unlock secrets deeper and more dizzying than any previously known to man. Toward the end of June, the phonograph record arrived, shipped safely from Brattleboro because Akali refused to trust the branch line running north. He had grown sharply aware of watchful eyes around him, a feeling worsened by several missing letters, and he spoke often of certain men he believed served as tools for the hidden beings lurking in the hills. His strongest suspicion fell on the sullen farmer Walter Brown, who lived alone on a crumbling hillside farm edging the deep woods, and who kept appearing without clear reason in Brattleboro, Bellows Falls, Newfane, and South London, Derry. Akali was convinced. Brown's voice had been one of those he had overheard during a horrifying conversation, and once he had discovered a strange footprint or claw print close beside Brown's own tracks near the house, the unknown print facing directly toward Brown's. Akali had driven the record himself in his Ford along the empty Vermont back roads from Brattleboro. In the note that came with it, he admitted his growing fear of those lonely roads. He would not even travel into Townsend for supplies except in full daylight. He repeated that it did not pay to learn too much unless one lived far from these silent and uncertain hills. Soon he would leave for California to stay with his son, though the thought of abandoning the place where all his memories and family roots lay heavy on him. Before placing the record on the borrowed college machine, he reviewed every explanatory detail from Akali's letters. The recording had been captured around 1 a.m. on the 1st of May, 1915, near the sealed mouth of a cave on the wooded western slope of Dark Mountain where it rose from Lee's Swamp. Strange voices had always haunted that spot, which was why Akali had brought the phonograph and dictaphone expecting results. Past experience had taught him that May Eve, the old night of the Sabbath, would prove more productive than any other date, and he had not been disappointed. Curiously, he never heard the voices at that exact place again. Unlike the usual forest sounds he had caught, this record held a quasi-ritualistic quality and included one clearly human voice Achille could not identify. It did not belong to Brown, but sounded like that of a more educated man. The second voice, however, formed the true horror, a buzzing imitation of speech that bore no resemblance to anything human, even as it formed correct English words in a scholarly accent. The machines had worked unevenly, handicapped by the distant and muffled nature of the overheard ritual, so the captured speech remained badly fragmented. Achille had provided a transcript of what he thought the words were, and the listener studied it once more while rating the phonograph. The text seemed darkly mysterious rather than openly terrifying, yet its origin and the way it had been gathered lent every syllable an associative dread no words alone could carry. He knew the content well, having read the transcript many times, and played the record itself over and over. It was not something easily forgotten. Indistinguishable sounds crackled first. Then a cultivated male human voice drifted through, mellow and educated with a faint Bostonian accent, chanting praises to the Lord of the Woods and the gifts of the men of Ling, invoking great Cthulhu, Satagua, and him who is not to be named, offering abundance to the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. The buzzing voice answered at once in ritual echo, repeating the same invocation in its alien drone. The human voice continued, speaking of the Lord of the Woods, of 7 and 9, of tributes to Azathoth in the Gulf, of marvels taught on the wings of night beyond space, to the place where Yugoth rolled alone in black ether at the rim. The buzzing voice followed, urging action among men so that he in the Gulf might know, directing all reports to NYARLATHOTEP the mighty messenger, who would don the semblance of men with waxen mask and concealing robe, descending from the world of 7 suns to mock. The human voice began once more, addressing NYARLATHOTEP as great messenger and bringer of strange joy to Yugoth, father of the million favored ones, before the record cut off abruptly. With a trace of real dread and reluctance, he pressed the lever. The sapphire point scratched faintly across the wax. The first faint words came in that same mellow Bostonian voice, and for a moment he felt relief that they were human. As the ritual chant unfolded, the words matched Achille's transcript exactly. Then the other voice answered. Even prepared by every warning Achille had sent, the sound struck him like a blow. It was a loathsome, gigantic, insectile drone forced into articulate speech, carrying timbres, range, and overtones that lay utterly outside human or earthly life. The buzzing rose in ritual response, and in his mind it seemed a morbid echo winging across unimaginable abysses from outer hells. Though more than 2 years had passed since he last played the cylinder, the feeble, fiendish buzzing still rang clear in his ears at any moment he allowed the memory to surface. The record ended sharply in the middle of another clear passage from the human voice. He sat staring at the silent machine long afterward, stunned and cold, the blasphemous infinity of what he had heard settling deep inside him. He gave the shocking record repeated playings and pored over it with Achille through their letters, seeking every possible analysis. They agreed they had uncovered a clue to the origin of some of mankind's most repulsive, primordial customs in the cryptic elder religions. Ancient and elaborate alliances clearly existed between the hidden outer creatures and certain human beings. How far those alliances reached, or how they had changed over the ages, could only be guessed, yet the thought left room for limitless, horrified speculation. An awful immemorial linkage in several definite stages seemed to bind man to nameless infinity. The blasphemies appearing on Earth, they believed, came from the dark planet Yugoth at the solar system's rim, an outpost of a frightful interstellar race whose ultimate source lay far beyond even the Einsteinian space-time continuum. They continued discussing the Black Stone and the safest means of sending it to Arkham. Achille considered it unwise for him to visit the site of the studies, and refuse any ordinary shipping route. His final plan was to drive the stone across country to Bellows Falls and forward it by Boston and Maine through Keene, Winchendon, and Fitchburg, despite the lonelier forest roads involved. He had noticed a suspicious man lingering at the Brattleboro Express office when the record was shipped, a man whose behavior seemed too eager and who had boarded the same train. Only after confirming its safe arrival had Achille felt at ease about the record. In the second week of July, another of his own letters went astray, as Achilles' anxious reply informed him. Afterward, Achille directed all future mail to general delivery in Brattleboro, where he would collect it by car or motor coach. His anxiety mounted. He described the dog's increased barking on moonless nights and the fresh claw prints appearing each morning in the road and farmyard mud. Once he reported an entire line of prints facing an equally dense line of dog tracks, and enclosed a Kodak photograph taken after a night of frantic howling. On Wednesday morning, July 18th, a telegram arrived from Bellows Falls announcing that Achille was expressing the Black Stone on train number 5508, departing at 12:15 p.m. Standard Time and due in Boston at 4:12 p.m. He calculated it should reach Arkham by the following noon and remain home Thursday morning to receive it. Noon passed with no delivery. A telephone call to the express office confirmed nothing had arrived. Train number 5508 had reached Boston only 35 minutes late the previous day, but carried no box addressed to him. The agent promised a full inquiry, and he ended the day by sending Achille a night letter detailing the loss. The following afternoon, the Boston office reported back. The railway clerk on number 5508 remembered an argument at Keene, New Hampshire, shortly after 1 o'clock, with a lean, sandy, rustic-looking man who gave the name Stanley Adams. The man had been agitated about a heavy box he expected, yet the box was neither on the train nor listed in the books. His curiously thick, droning voice had left the clerk dizzy and half asleep. The clerk recalled little else except rousing more fully as the train pulled out. The young clerk was known throughout the company as completely reliable. That evening, he traveled to Boston and interviewed the clerk in person. The frank, prepossessing man could add nothing to his earlier account, and was strangely uncertain he could even recognize the inquirer again. Returning to Arkham, he sat up until morning, writing letters to Achille, the express company, and the police and station agent in Keene. The strange-voiced man, he felt, occupied a central place in the affair, and he hoped station employees or telegraph records might reveal more. Every line of inquiry came to nothing. The man had been noticed at Keene Station that early afternoon and vaguely linked to a heavy box by one lounger, but he was unknown to everyone and had not been seen before or since. He had neither visited the telegraph office nor received any message. Achille joined the search and even traveled to Keene himself, yet his view was more fatalistic. He saw the loss as the fulfillment of inevitable forces, and hinted in a letter that the creature's telepathic and hypnotic powers might mean the stone was no longer on Earth. The disappearance angered him. Those blurred hieroglyphs might have yielded astonishing knowledge. Achilles' next letters, however, turned his full attention to a new and more immediate phase of the horror. In a script grown pitifully tremulous, Achille wrote that the unknown things had begun closing in with fresh determination. The dogs now barked hideously whenever the moon was dim or absent, and attempts had been made to molest him on the lonely daytime roads. On August 2nd, a tree trunk had been dragged across his path in a deep patch of woods while he drove toward the village. Only the savage barking of his 2 dogs had warned of the things lurking nearby. He no longer left the farm without at least 2 of the powerful pack. Similar threats occurred on the 5th and 6th. Once a shot grazed his car. Once the dog's frenzy signaled unseen woodland presences. On August 15th, a frantic letter described the night of the 12th to 13th. Bullets had flown outside the farmhouse, and 3 of the 12 dogs were found shot dead by morning. Myriads of claw prints covered the road, mixed with the human prints of Walter Brown. Achille had tried to telephone Brattleboro for more dogs, but the line went dead before he could finish. He drove there, learned the main cable had been neatly cut in the deserted hills north of Newfane, then returned with 4 new dogs and several cases of ammunition for his big game rifle. The letter had been posted from Brattleboro. His own attitude had shifted from scientific interest to sharp personal alarm. He feared for Achille alone in the remote farmhouse, and half feared for himself now that the hill business had drawn him in. In his reply, he urged Achille to call in the authorities and hinted he might take action himself, even offering to come to Vermont despite earlier objections. The answer came as a telegram from Bellows Falls, appreciating his position, but insisting he take no action, as it could only harm them both, and to wait for an explanation, signed Henry Ackley. When he replied to the telegram, a shaky note arrived from Achille, revealing he had neither sent the wire nor received the letter it answered. Inquiries at Bellows Falls showed the message had been handed in by a strange, sandy-haired man with a thick, droning voice. The clerk displayed the penciled original. The handwriting was unfamiliar, and the signature misspelled Akely, missing the second E. Ackley reported still more dogs killed and replaced nightly exchanges of gunfire, now routine on moonless nights, and the regular appearance of Brown's prints, together with those of at least 1 or 2 other shod human figures among the claw prints in the road and farmyard. The situation had grown dire. Soon he would probably have to join his son in California, whether or not the old place could be sold. Though leaving the only home he had ever truly known was painful, he would try to hold on a little longer, perhaps by openly abandoning all further attempts to learn their secrets and thereby discouraging the intruders. He wrote at once, renewing every offer of help and again suggesting a personal visit to convince the proper authorities. Achille's reply showed less resistance than before, yet he asked to delay a while longer, long enough to settle his affairs and reconcile himself to leaving the birthplace he cherished almost morbidly. People already viewed his studies with suspicion. A quiet departure would spare the countryside any turmoil and spare his own reputation any doubt of sanity. He had had enough, he admitted, but he wanted to leave with dignity if he could. The letter reached him on August 28th. He prepared and mailed the most encouraging reply he could manage. The encouragement seemed to help. When Achille answered, he reported fewer terrors, though he remained far from optimistic. He believed only the full moon was holding the creatures at bay and hoped there would not be many densely cloudy nights. He spoke vaguely of boarding in Brattleboro once the moon began to wane. He wrote another encouraging note, but on September 5th a fresh letter arrived that had crossed his in the mail. Its contents left no room for hopeful answers. The shaky script carried a discouraging postscript to the previous message. Last night had been thickly cloudy with no moonlight breaking through. Things had turned very bad, and Achille felt the end drawing near despite all their hopes. After midnight, something had landed on the roof. The dogs had rushed upward, snapping and tearing. One managed to reach the roof by leaping from the low L. A terrible fight had erupted overhead, accompanied by a frightful buzzing Achille would never forget and a shocking smell. At the same moment, bullets had come through the window, narrowly missing him. He suspected the main force of the hill creatures had closed in, while the dogs were distracted by the roof. He did not yet know what had been up there, but feared the creatures were learning to steer their space wings more effectively. He had doused the lights, used the windows as loopholes, and raked the area with rifle fire aimed high enough to spare the dogs. The attack had seemed to end, but in the morning he found great pools of blood in the yard, mixed with pools of green sticky stuff that carried the foulest odor he had ever encountered. More of the same substance stained the roof. 5 dogs lay dead. He feared he had accidentally shot one in the back while aiming too low. He was now replacing the broken window panes and planned to drive to Brattleboro for more dogs. The kennelmen, he guessed, already thought him mad. He would send another note later and suppose he would be ready to move in a week or 2, though the thought nearly destroyed him. Another letter from Achille had crossed his as well. On the morning of September 6th, a frantic scrawl arrived that left him utterly unnerved and uncertain how to respond. Clouds had not broken again, so there had been no moonlight, and the moon was already waning, Achilles wrote that he would have wired the house for electricity and installed a searchlight if he did not know the cables would be cut as fast as they could be repaired. He feared he was going insane. Everything he had written might be nothing but dream or madness. The previous night had been worse than anything before. They had talked to him in that cursed buzzing voice, telling him things he dared not repeat. He had heard them clearly over the dogs barking, and once a human voice had joined them when the buzzing grew faint. He warned his correspondent to stay out of the matter. It was far worse than either had suspected. The creatures no longer intended to let him reach California. They wanted to take him off alive, or what passed for alive, not only to Yuggoth, but beyond the galaxy and possibly past the last curved rim of space. He had told them he would not go where or how they proposed, but he doubted his refusal would matter. His isolated location meant they might soon come by day as well as night. 6 more dogs had been killed, and he had felt unseen presences all along the wooded stretches of the road while driving to Brattleboro. Sending the phonograph record in Blackstone had been a mistake. The record should be smashed before it was too late. He would try to drop another line tomorrow if he was still there. He wished he could move his books and belongings to Brattleboro and board there, yet something in his mind held him back. He could slip away to Brattleboro, where he ought to be safe, but felt just as much a prisoner there as at the farmhouse. He sensed he could not get much farther even if he abandoned everything. It was horrible, and his friend must not get mixed up in it. He did not sleep at all that night. Achilles' remaining sanity seemed in grave doubt, yet the note's grim conviction, set against everything that had come before, carried a potent weight. He made no immediate reply, deciding to wait for Achilles' response to his latest letter. That reply arrived the following day. Its fresh horrors overshadowed any points raised in the letter it nominally answered. Achilles wrote that further discussion was useless. He was fully resigned. He marveled that he still possessed enough willpower to fight them off. Escape was impossible, even if he were willing to abandon everything and run. They would get him. A typed letter from them, postmarked Bellows Falls and delivered by the half-D man while he was in Brattleboro, had told him exactly what they intended to do. He could not repeat it. His friend must look out for himself and smash the record. The cloudy nights continued, and the moon kept waning. He wished he dared seek help, as it might strengthen his will, but anyone who came would likely call him crazy without proof. He had grown too isolated over the years to ask anyone to come for no clear reason. Then came the worst. He warned his correspondent to brace himself. He had seen and touched one of the things, or part of one. It had been dead, of course. One of the dogs had killed it, and he had found it near the kennel that morning. He had tried to preserve it in the woodshed to show others, but it had evaporated within a few hours, leaving nothing. The film he had exposed to photograph, it showed only the empty woodshed. The thing had been made of matter, yet of what kind he could not say. Its shape defied description. It resembled a great crab with pyramided rings or knots of thick, ropey flesh covered in feelers where a head should be. The sticky green fluid was its blood or juice. More of them were due on Earth at any moment. Walter Brown had gone missing and had not been seen in any of his usual village haunts. Achilles suspected he had shot him during one of the attacks, though the creatures always tried to carry away their dead and wounded. He had reached town that afternoon without incident, but feared they were now holding back only because they felt certain of him. The letter had been written at the Brattleboro post office. This might be goodbye. If no further word came within a week, his friend should write to his son George Goodenough Akeley at 176 Pleasant Street, San Diego, California, but must not come up himself. He planned to play his last 2 cards while he still had the will. First, poison gas against the things. He had the chemicals and mask ready for himself and the dogs. And then, if that failed, appeal to the sheriff. They could lock him in a madhouse if they wished. It would be better than what the other creatures intended. Perhaps the police would at least notice the faint prints around the house, though he worried they would accuse him of faking them, given his reputation as a queer character. The thought of persuading a state policeman to spend a night in the house lingered in his mind, even as he knew the creatures might simply hold back that one evening. They had cut his telephone wires every time he tried to call out after dark. The linemen found it strange and might back his story, unless they decided he had done it himself. He had stopped bothering to repair them more than a week ago. He could gather testimony from the uneducated locals about the horrors, but people only laughed at their words. Those farmers had avoided his property for so long that they knew nothing of the latest events. Not one of them would approach within a mile of the house for any price. The mail carrier heard their talk and teased him about it. If only he dared reveal how real it all was. He considered showing the carrier the prints, but the man arrived in the afternoon when they had usually faded. Covering one with a box or pan would only make it seem like a clumsy hoax. He regretted becoming such a recluse. Visitors no longer dropped by as they once had. He had never risked showing the black stone, the Kodak pictures, or playing the record to anyone except the ignorant. Educated people would accuse him of faking everything and dismiss him with mockery. Still, he might yet try the photographs. They captured the claw prints clearly, even if the things that made them could not be photographed. What a pity no one else had seen the creature that morning before it dissolved away. Yet part of him no longer cared. After everything he had endured, an asylum felt as safe as anywhere. The doctors could help him decide to leave this house, and that alone might save him. If no word came soon, the recipient should write his son George. Goodbye. Destroy the record. Stay out of this. Yours, Akeley. The letter dropped him into pure terror. He sat frozen, unsure what to reply, then scratched out a few disjointed sentences urging caution and courage before sending them registered. In them he pressed Akeley to flee at once to Brattleboro, seek police protection, and promised to bring the phonograph record himself to help prove the man's sanity to the courts. He also wrote that the time had come to warn everyone about the danger lurking among them. At that moment, his own faith in every claim Akeley had made stood almost total, though he suspected the failure to photograph the dead creature came from some nervous mistake rather than any supernatural cause. Then, apparently crossing his own hasty note, a second letter arrived Saturday afternoon, September 8th. This one looked and felt entirely different. Calm, neatly typed on a fresh machine, postmarked Bellows Falls. Its tone offered reassurance and even invitation, marking a startling reversal in the nightmare of the lonely hills. Beneath the wave of relief he felt, a quiet uneasiness stirred. If Akeley had been sane in his fear, was he now sane in his sudden deliverance? And what exactly was this new, improved rapport? The letter, dated Townshend, Vermont, Thursday, September 6, 1928, began warmly. It pleased Akeley greatly to set his correspondent's mind at ease about the fearful letters he had sent. By silly, he meant only his own panicked reaction, not the phenomena themselves, which remained real and significant. His error had lain in adopting the wrong attitude toward them. He explained that his strange visitors had begun trying to communicate. The previous night, the exchange had finally become direct. Following certain signals, he had allowed a human messenger from the outsiders into the house. That man revealed truths neither of them had imagined and showed how completely they had misunderstood the Outer One's purpose in keeping their hidden colony on Earth. The dark legends surrounding the beings' offers to humanity and their intentions here sprang entirely from misreading their allegorical speech, shaped by minds and cultures utterly unlike our own. His earlier guesses had missed the mark as badly as those of ignorant farmers or primitive tribes. What he had judged morbid and shameful was in truth awe-inspiring, mind-expanding, even glorious. His previous horror had simply reflected mankind's ancient habit of fearing and hating what is profoundly different. He now regretted the injuries he had caused the aliens during their nightly clashes. If only he had spoken with them peacefully from the start. Yet they held no grudge. Their emotions worked differently from human ones. Their choice of inferior local agents, such as the late Walter Brown, had badly prejudiced him against them. In reality, they had never deliberately harmed men, but had often suffered cruel spying and wrongs at human hands. A secret cult of evil men, linked, he hinted, to Hastur and the Yellow Sign, worked to hunt and destroy them on behalf of monstrous forces from other dimensions. The Outer One's harsh precautions targeted only these aggressors, not ordinary humanity. Many missing letters, he learned, had been stolen not by the aliens, but by agents of this malign cult. All the Outer Ones sought was peace, non-interference, and growing intellectual exchange. Such rapport had become essential now that human inventions were spreading knowledge and movement, making secret outposts harder to maintain. They wished to understand mankind better and to let a few of Earth's wisest minds understand them in return. With open knowledge sharing, all danger would vanish and a stable coexistence would form. The notion of enslaving or degrading humanity was absurd. As the first step in this new understanding, the Outer Ones had chosen him, already deeply familiar with them, as their chief interpreter on Earth. The night before, they had shared facts of staggering, horizon-widening importance. More would follow, both spoken and written. For now, he would not need to leave the house, though later he might wish to, using special means beyond anything humanity had known. The siege on his home had ended. Everything had returned to normal. The dogs would no longer stand guard. In place of terror, he had received a rich gift of knowledge and intellectual adventure granted to few mortals. He felt the words wash over him, bringing calm on the surface while something colder lingered underneath, watching. The letter unfolded in his hands, its typed lines pulling him into a revelation that made the room feel smaller. The outer beings, Akeley wrote, stood as the most astonishing organic forms in or beyond all space and time, a cosmos-wide race of which every other living thing was merely a degenerate offshoot. They were more vegetable than animal, if those words even applied to their alien matter, with a faintly fungoid structure. Yet a chlorophyll-like substance and a singular digestive system set them utterly apart from earthly fungi. Their very substance was foreign to our corner of space, its electrons vibrating at an incompatible rate, which explained why ordinary cameras could never capture them, even though human eyes could. A skilled chemist, given the right knowledge, could compound an emulsion that would record their image. They alone could cross the heatless, airless gulf between stars in their full bodies. Only a few variants needed machines or surgery to manage it. Just some species possessed the ether-resistant wings of the Vermont strain. Others from distant old-world peaks had arrived by different means. Their outward likeness to animals and to familiar matter came from parallel evolution, not kinship. Their brains surpassed those of any other surviving life form, though the winged hill country types were far from the most advanced. They usually spoke by telepathy, but after a simple operation, surgery being routine and masterful among them, their rudimentary vocal organs could mimic the speech of creatures that still use voices. Their chief home was an undiscovered, nearly lightless planet at the solar system's rim, beyond Neptune, the ninth from the sun. Ancient forbidden texts had hinted at it under the name Yuggoth. Soon it would become the focus of concentrated thought aimed at our world to ease mental contact. Astronomers might grow sensitive enough to detect it when the Outer Ones chose to reveal it. Yet Yuggoth was only a stepping stone. The greater part of the race dwelled in organized abysses beyond any human imagining. The space-time bubble we called the entire cosmos was merely an atom in their genuine infinity, and as much of that infinity as a human mind could hold would soon open to him, as it had to fewer than 50 men since the race began. He read on, the words sinking deeper. Akeley expected him to dismiss it at first as raving, but in time he would grasp the titanic chance that had fallen into his lap. He wanted his correspondent to share as much of it as possible, which meant thousands of details too vast for paper. Once he had warned him away, now with safety assured, he gladly withdrew that warning and extended a warm invitation. Could he come up before the college term resumed? It would be a delight. Bring the phonograph record, all the previous letters for reference, and the Kodak prints too. Akali had mislaid his own negatives and copies in the recent upheaval, yet he possessed a wealth of new facts to add and a stupendous device to expand them further. He urged him not to hesitate. Espionage had ended. Nothing unnatural or disturbing would appear. Simply arrive and let the car collect him at Brattleboro Station. Stay as long as possible. Expect long evenings of talk about matters beyond all human guesswork. Tell no one, of course. The affair must stay from the general public. Train service to Brattleboro was reliable. A timetable from Boston would show the way. Take the B&M to Greenfield, change for the short final leg. The convenient weekday train left Boston at 4:10 p.m. Standard Time, reached Greenfield at 7:35, and connected with the 9:19 that arrived in Brattleboro at 10:01. Name the date, and the car would wait. He apologized for the typed letter. His handwriting had grown shaky lately, as his friend knew, and he no longer trusted himself with longhand. He had bought this new Corona in Brattleboro only yesterday. It worked well enough. He awaited word and looked forward to seeing him soon. Record, letters, and prints in hand. He was, in anticipation, Henry W. Akeley. Addressed to Albert N. Wilmarth, Esquire, Miskatonic University, Arkham, Mass. The complexity of his own feelings as he read and reread the letter defied any simple label. Relief and uneasiness both rose at once, yet those words captured only the surface. Beneath lay subtler, half-conscious layers of doubt and wonder. The letter stood in total, lightning reversal of everything that had come before. The shift from raw terror to calm, even exultant confidence was so abrupt and complete that he could hardly credit a single day had produced it. No matter what disclosures that day had brought, how could the man who had written Wednesday's frantic final note change so utterly? At moments, the clash of realities made the whole distant drama feel like a half-dream spun inside his own head. Then he remembered the phonograph record, and bewilderment deepened. The letter was so unlike anything he could have expected. Breaking it down, he saw two separate problems. First, if Akeley had been sane before and remained sane, the situation itself had altered with impossible speed. Second, Achilles' own style, attitude, and language had mutated so profoundly that the two versions of the man scarcely seemed to belong to the same mind. Word choice, spelling, rhythm, all carried faint but unmistakable differences. His academic ear caught the shift in prose style at once. The man's common reactions and sentence cadences had altered at a deep level. Whatever emotional shock or revelation had caused such an overturn must have been extreme. Yet in another sense, the letter still sounded like Akeley. The same old hunger for infinity, the same scholarly curiosity. He could not even for a moment seriously entertain forgery or substitution. The open invitation, the willingness to let him verify everything in person, seemed to prove the letter's honesty. He stayed up late into Saturday night, turning the letter over and over in his mind. The shadows and marvels it contained refused to let him rest. His thoughts, already worn from 4 months of confronting impossible ideas, circled through doubt and acceptance once more, retracing the same path he had walked with each earlier shock, until, well before dawn, a fierce curiosity began to burn away the confusion and dread. Mad or sane, transformed or simply freed from fear, Akeley had clearly undergone some immense shift in perspective during his dangerous work, a shift that had lessened the threat, whether real or imagined, and opened dizzying new horizons of cosmic knowledge. His own hunger for the unknown flared in answer. He felt the contagion of that barrier-breaking madness. To break free of time, space, and natural law, to touch the vast outside, to stand at the edge of the nighted secrets of infinity, Surely such a thing was worth any risk of life, soul, or sanity. And Achilles had declared the danger gone. He had invited him instead of warning him away. The thought of sitting in that lonely, once-besieged farmhouse with a man who had spoken directly with emissaries from outer space sent a tingling paralysis through him, the phonograph record and the stack of letters waiting beside them. Late Sunday morning, he wired Achilles that he would arrive in Brattleboro the following Wednesday, September 12th, if the date suited. He made only one change to the suggested plan. He refused to reach the haunted hills after dark. Rising early, he took the 8:07 a.m. train into Boston, caught the 9:25 for Greenfield, and arrived there at 12:22 noon. That train connected perfectly with one reaching Brattleboro at 1:08 p.m., a far more comfortable hour for meeting his host and riding into the secretive hills. He mentioned the new schedule in his telegram. Toward evening, the reply came, confirming the arrangement. The wire read, "Arrangement satisfactory. Will meet 1:08 train Wednesday. Don't forget record and letters and prints. Keep destination quiet. Expect great revelations. Achilles." Receiving an immediate answer sent directly to Achilles' house, whether by messenger from the Townsend station or restored telephone, finally dissolved the last buried doubts about the letter's authorship. Relief flooded him, deeper than he could explain at the time. That night he slept long and soundly. The next 2 days passed in eager preparation. On Wednesday, he set out as agreed, carrying a valise of necessities and scientific papers, the hideous phonograph record, the Kodak prints, and every one of Achilles' letters. He had told no one his destination. The matter demanded absolute privacy, even at its most favorable. The mere idea of mental contact with alien entities outside our world already stunned his prepared mind. He could only imagine its effect on ordinary people. As he changed trains in Boston and rode westward out of familiar country, a mix of dread and sharp expectancy tightened inside him. Waltham, Concord, Ayer, Fitchburg, Gardner, Athol. The train reached Greenfield 7 minutes late, but the connecting northbound express had waited. He transferred quickly. A curious breathlessness gripped him as the cars moved through early afternoon sunlight into territory he had only read about. This was an older, more primitive New England than the mechanized coasts and cities he knew, an unspoiled ancestral land without immigrants, factory smoke, billboards, or concrete roads. Here the deep-rooted native life still survived, keeping alive strange, ancient memories and nourishing shadowy, seldom-spoken beliefs. Now and then the blue Connecticut River flashed in the sun. After Northfield they crossed it. Green, secretive hills rose ahead. When the conductor passed, he learned he had entered Vermont and was told to set his watch back an hour. The northern hill country ignored daylight saving time. Turning the hands felt like turning the calendar back a century. The train hugged the river. Across in New Hampshire, he glimpsed the steep slope of Wantasticke, heavy with old legends. Streets appeared on the left, a green island in the stream on the right. Passengers rose and moved toward the doors. He followed. The car stopped beneath the long shed of Brattleboro Station. He scanned the line of waiting automobiles, searching for Achilles Ford, but his identity was recognized first. A man stepped forward, hand outstretched, asking in smooth, cultured tones whether he was Albert N. Wilmarth of Arkham. This was clearly not Achilles. The snapshot had shown a bearded, grizzled man. This stranger was younger, urban, fashionably dressed, with only a small, dark mustache. His voice carried an odd, almost disturbing hint of vague familiarity that Wilmarth could not place. The man introduced himself as Noise, a friend of Achilles, who had come down from Townsend in his place. Achilles had suffered a sudden asthma attack and did not feel strong enough for the open-air drive. It was not serious, however, and the plans for the visit remained unchanged. Noise seemed only casually informed about Achilles' researches. his easy manner marking him as something of an outsider. Given Akeley's hermit nature, Wilmar felt mildly surprised that such a polished friend was so readily available, yet he let the puzzlement pass and climbed into the car Noyes indicated. It was not the small, ancient vehicle he had expected, but a large, immaculate recent model bearing Massachusetts plates with that year's sacred codfish emblem. Noyes, he decided, must be a summer visitor to the Townsend area. Noyes started the engine without delay. Wilmar was grateful for the silence. A strange tension in the air left him unwilling to speak. The town looked attractive in the afternoon light as they climbed an incline and turned into the main street. It drowsed like the older New England places remembered from childhood, its roofs, steeples, chimneys, and brick walls stirring deep ancestral chords. He sensed he stood at the gateway to a half-bewitched region where unbroken time had allowed old, strange things to grow and linger undisturbed. As they left Brattleboro, his feeling of constraint and foreboding deepened. The hill-crowded countryside, with its towering green and granite slopes pressing close, hinted at obscure secrets and immemorial survivals that might or might not be friendly to man. For a while they followed a broad, shallow river flowing down from unknown northern hills. When Noyes named it the West River, Wilmar shivered. He remembered newspaper accounts of one of the morbid, crab-like beings seen floating in this very stream after the floods. The hills closed in, wilder and emptier with every mile. Archaic-covered bridges hunched out of the past in shadowed pockets. The half-abandoned railway beside the river breathed a thin, visible desolation. Great cliffs of New England granite rose gray and severe through the green that clung to their crests. Untamed streams leaped down gorges, carrying secrets from 1,000 trackless peaks toward the river. Narrow side roads, half-hidden, bored through dense forests where whole armies of unseen things might wait. Wilmar thought of Akeley driving this same route under constant, invisible harassment, and no longer wondered how such things could happen. Newfane slipped past in under an hour, the last village that still belonged unmistakably to the world of men. Beyond it, the narrow ribbon of road rose, fell, and twisted with almost deliberate caprice through tenantless green peaks and empty valleys. The motor's drone and the faint stir of lonely farms were the only human sounds. Everything else was the low, insidious gurgle of hidden brooks threading the shadowed woods. The dwarfed, domed hills pressed closer until their steepness stole his breath. They bore no resemblance to any ordinary landscape. The dense, untouched forests on those slopes seemed to hide alien presences, and the very shapes of the ridges carried some forgotten hieroglyphic meaning left by a Titan race that existed only in rare dreams. All the old legends and every horror Akeley had described surged back at once, sharpening the tension until the purpose of the visit struck him with a cold wave that nearly drowned his curiosity. Close contact with the utterly bizarre felt far more terrifying than inspiring. Noyes must have sensed his unease. As the road grew rougher and the car jolted more violently, his earlier pleasant remarks lengthened into steady talk. He praised the strange beauty of the country and showed passing familiarity with the folklore Akeley studied. His polite questions made clear he knew Wilmar had come on scientific business and carried important material, yet nothing in his tone suggested he grasped the true depth or dreadfulness of what Akeley had discovered. The cheerfulness should have soothed him. Instead, it only tightened the knot in his chest. The urbane voice carried an elusive, teasing familiarity that grew more disturbing with every word. It tugged at half-remembered nightmares. He feared that naming it would drive him mad. Had any decent excuse existed, he would have turned back. As it was, he could only hope that a calm, factual conversation with Akeley himself would steady his nerves. Yet the landscape itself offered a strange counterweight. Time dissolved behind them. Around the car stretched flowering waves of fairy and the recovered loveliness of lost centuries. Ancient groves, unspoiled pastures edged with bright autumn blooms, and at long intervals, small brown farmhouses tucked beneath sheer cliffs of briar and meadow grass. The sunlight itself seemed enchanted, as though a special radiance veiled the entire region. He had seen nothing like it outside the dreamlike backgrounds of old Italian paintings, and now he moved bodily through the picture, discovering something he had always known and always sought. The car rounded a sharp bend at the crest of a steep rise and stopped. On the left, across a neat lawn bordered by whitewashed stones, stood a large white house of unusual dignity for these parts, with barns and a windmill group behind it. Wilmarth recognized it instantly from the snapshot. The galvanized mailbox at the roadside bore Cayley's name. Behind the house lay a level stretch of marshy ground, then the steep, wooded flank of Dark Mountain, halfway up which they had already climbed. Noyes asked him to wait in the car while he went inside to announce the arrival. He had urgent business elsewhere, he explained, and could spare only a moment. As Noyes walked briskly up the path, Wilmarth stepped out to stretch his legs. The nervousness he had carried all day now peaked. He stood on the exact ground Achilles' letters had described in such haunting detail, and the thought of the discussions ahead, discussions that would bind him to forbidden worlds, filled him with honest dread. No dogs appeared anywhere. Had Achilles sold them all the moment the outer ones made peace? Wilmarth tried to share the confidence expressed in that final, oddly altered letter, but doubt lingered. Achilles had always been a simple man, with little experience of the world. Could some darker current run beneath the new alliance? His gaze dropped to the powdery road. The last few days had been dry. Tracks of every kind cluttered the ruts. Idly he traced a few, trying to quiet the macabre thoughts the place stirred. Then his eye caught something near where the path joined the highway. 3 clear impressions stood out among the confusion. Fresh, unmistakable, made no more than hours earlier. He had studied the Kodak prints too long and too often to mistake them. The loathsome nipper marks, the ambiguous direction that marked them as creatures from another planet. Here, in plain sight, were the tracks of the living fungi from Yugoth. He steadied himself at the last instant, choking back the scream that rose in his throat. The claw marks gouged into the wood, stared back at him, and no amount of rationalizing could blunt the raw terror that flooded his chest. Achilles had written of making peace with those things. Why should their visit to the house surprise him? Yet the sight of living proof from the outer void struck deeper than any letter could prepare a man for. Noyes stepped out through the doorway and came toward him with quick, confident strides. He forced calm into his breathing. This genial man almost certainly knew nothing of Achilles' deepest, most dangerous inquiries. Achilles was eager to receive him, Noyes explained briskly, though a fierce asthma attack had left the host nearly helpless for the next day or two. These spells always brought fever and crushing weakness. Achilles could barely whisper, moved with painful clumsiness, and his swollen feet and ankles had to be tightly bandaged. Today was especially bad, so the guest would need to manage most things for himself, but Achilles still burned to talk. He waited in the shuttered study, just left of the front hall, where sunlight was kept out because his eyes could not bear it. As Noyes drove away northward, he walked slowly toward the silent farmhouse, the open door waiting like an invitation he half dreaded. He scanned the yard, searching for the source of the indefinable wrongness that prickled his nerves. The barns looked ordinary. Akeley's battered Ford sat untouched in its shed, yet the whole place felt hollow. No cluck of hens, no grunt of hogs, no lowing of the several cows Achilles had mentioned. Even the dogs seemed gone. The total absence of any living sound pressed on him like a hell breath. He pushed down the urge to turn back and stepped inside, closing the door behind him with deliberate firmness. The graceful colonial hallway should have felt welcoming. Polished wood, tasteful furnishings, but an elusive, musty odor and something thinner, more indefinable made his skin crawl. He told himself it was only imagination and followed Noyes' directions, opening the white 6-paneled door on the left. The study lay in heavy shadow. The strange smell thickened at once, and a faint, almost imagined vibration hummed in the air. At first, he could see almost nothing, until a weak, hacking whisper drew his eyes to a deep easy chair in the darkest corner. A pale blur of face and hands waited there. He crossed the room quickly and recognized his host at once. The firm, weather-beaten features and cropped, grizzled beard matched the Kodak print he had studied so often. Yet the face shocked him with its sickness. The rigid, glassy stare and immobile expression spoke of far more than asthma. The terrible strain of Achilles' experiences had clearly broken something deep inside the man. His lean hands lay limp and lifeless in his lap. A loose dressing gown and a vivid yellow scarf wrapped high around his neck and head completed the pitiful picture. The whisper came again, thin and rasping, half hidden by the gray mustache. He leaned closer, concentrating until the words became clear. The voice carried an educated accent, polished and precise. Achilles greeted him by name, apologizing for not rising and confirming the severity of his attack. He promised they would talk properly tomorrow when he felt stronger, expressing genuine pleasure at finally meeting in person after their long correspondence. He asked whether the file, photographs, and phonograph record had been brought, noted that the valise waited in the hall, and directed him to the upstairs guest room above this one, with the bathroom at the top of the stairs. A meal had been laid out in the dining room through the right-hand door. He was to help himself tonight. Weakness left Akeley unable to act as host, but he urged his guest to make himself comfortable, to place the letters, prints, and record on the table here for their discussion, and pointed out the phonograph in the corner. He declined any immediate help, saying he knew these spells well and would rest right there in the chair, perhaps sleeping through the night as he often did. He asked only that his guest return for a quiet talk before bed. Then the whisper grew more intense. Akeley spoke of the utterly stupendous revelations that lay before them, gulfs of time, space, and knowledge beyond anything human science or philosophy had dreamed. He declared that Einstein was wrong, that certain objects and forces could exceed the speed of light. With the proper aid, he expected to travel backward and forward through time itself, to see and feel the Earth in remote epochs. The beings had mastered science to a degree that allowed complete control over living minds and bodies. He planned journeys to other planets, stars, and galaxies. The first would be to Yugoth, the dark world at the edge of our solar system, still unknown to earthly astronomers. The beings would arrange its discovery when the time came, perhaps through one of their human allies. He described Yugoth's mighty cities of black stone terraces, like the specimen he had once tried to send. The sun there was no brighter than a star, yet the beings needed no light. They possessed subtler senses, and their windowless towers and temples were never pierced by brightness, which only confused and hurt them. Their original home lay in the black cosmos outside time and space. To visit Yugoth would shatter any weak mind, yet he intended to go. Its black pitch rivers flowing beneath cyclopean bridges built by some forgotten elder race should be enough to inspire a Dante or a Poe in any man who could keep his sanity long enough to speak of what he had seen. Still, Achilles insisted the fungoid gardens and windowless cities were not truly terrible, only terrifying from a human perspective. To the beings, Earth had once seemed equally alien and dreadful when they first explored it in the primal age. They had walked the planet long before the time of Cthulhu ended, and still remembered sunken Arye when it stood above the waves. They had also descended into the earth through secret openings, including some in these very Vermont hills, reaching vast inner worlds of unknown life, blue-lit in Kenyan, red-lit in Yoth, and the black, lightless Nenkai. It was from Kai, he added, that the amorphous, toad-like god creature Tsatagua had come. The entity preserved in the Panacotic manuscripts, the Necronomicon, and the Comorion myth cycle of the Atlantean priest Clark Ashton. He steadied his nerves and turned slowly to obey. He fetched the valise from the hall, drew out the letters, photographs, and record, and set them on the study table exactly as directed. Then he climbed the stairs to the room Achille had named his own. The claw mark on the roadside wood still burned behind his eyes. The whispered talk of Yuggoth and its fungus masters sent a deeper crawl across his skin than he wanted to admit. Pity for the sick man warred with something sharper, an instinctive loathing for the hoarse, gloating timbre of that voice. The guest room felt clean and ordinary, free of the musty smell and the faint vibration that had troubled the study. He left the bag and came down again. The dining room lay just past the darkened study, with a kitchen wing stretching farther back. Sandwiches, cake, and cheese waited in generous array. A thermos and cup promised hot coffee. He ate with real appetite, yet the first sip of coffee carried a faint, acrid bite that turned his stomach. He set the cup aside unfinished. All through the meal, his thoughts stayed on the silent figure in the next room. Once he stepped in to offer a share of the food, but the whisper answered that nothing could be eaten yet. Only malted milk later, before sleep. After clearing the table and washing the dishes in the kitchen sink, quietly emptying the spoiled coffee, he returned to the study, drew a chair close to the corner easy chair, and settled in for whatever talk Achille could manage. The papers and prints lay untouched on the center table for now. For a while the queer odor and the humming undercurrent faded from his awareness. What followed in the deepening twilight went far beyond anything the earlier letters had prepared him for. The rasping voice unfolded cosmic horrors he could never repeat, even to himself on paper. Achille had already known terrible things, but the pact with the Outer Ones had opened vistas that strained the edge of sanity. Wilmar sat rigid, refusing to credit the implications about ultimate infinity, the folding of dimensions, or the true place of our cosmos among the chained supercosmos of curves, angles, and half-material forces. No sane mind had ever stood so near the raw arcana of existence. No living brain had come closer to disillusion in the formless chaos beyond shape or symmetry. He learned the origin of Cthulhu and the reason half the great transient stars of history had blazed out. From hesitant hints that even made the speaker falter, he grasped veiled truths behind the Magellanic clouds, the globular nebulae clouds, the globular nebulae, and the ancient allegory of Tau. The true nature of the duel stood plain. The essence, though not the source, of the hounds of Tyndalos was laid bare. Yig, father of serpents, ceased to be mere legend, and a spasm of revulsion seized him at the concrete description of the nuclear chaos beyond angled space that the Necronomicon had mercifully hidden under the name Azathoth. Every nightmare of secret myth took solid, hateful form, more loathsome than any medieval mystic had dared suggest. He could not escape the conviction that the first tellers of those tales must once have spoken with the Outer Ones, and perhaps walked the same outer realms Achille now planned to enter. He heard of the Black Stone and its meaning, and felt only relief that it had never reached him. His guesses about those hieroglyphs had been grimly accurate. Yet Achille sounded reconciled, eager even to press deeper into the monstrous system he had uncovered. Wilmarth wondered what beings his host had met since the last letter, and how many had worn anything like human shape. A mounting pressure built inside his skull. Wild theories flickered about the persistent odor and the insidious vibration that still stirred the darkened air. Night closed in. Remembering the moonless nights described in the letters, he shuddered at the thought of total darkness. The farmhouse crouched too close under the huge forested slope that climbed toward the unvisited crest of Dark Mountain. With Achilles' murmured consent, he lit a small oil lamp, turned it low, and placed it on a distant bookcase beside the pale bust of Milton. Almost at once, he regretted the choice. The dim glow made the sick man's rigid face and lifeless hands look corpse-like and unnatural. Achille could manage only stiff, infrequent nods. What deeper secrets waited for tomorrow, Wilmar could not guess, until Achille revealed that the subject would be the journey to Yuggoth and beyond, and the possibility that Wilmarth himself might join it. The violent start of horror he gave drew a wobbling nod of amusement from the shadowed head. The whisper grew gentler, explaining how human beings had several times achieved the impossible crossing of interstellar space. Whole bodies never traveled. The prodigious surgical, biological, and mechanical arts of the outer ones had solved the problem by sending the brain alone. A safe extraction left the living body behind in suspended animation. The compact brain was sealed inside an ether-tight cylinder of metal mined on Yugoth, bathed in a replenished fluid with electrodes linked to instruments that perfectly duplicated sight, hearing, and speech. The winged fungoid beings carried the cylinders effortlessly through the void. On every world of their empire waited adjustable sensory machines. Once connected, the traveling intelligence enjoyed full articulate life, bodiless yet complete, at each stop along the journey through space and time. The process was no more complicated than carrying a phonograph record and playing it on any matching machine. Success had been proven again and again. Achille felt no fear. One wasted hand rose slowly and pointed to a high shelf across the room. There stood more than a dozen identical cylinders of an unfamiliar dull metal, each about a foot high, fitted with 3 sockets in a triangular pattern on the front. One cylinder was already coupled to a pair of strange devices behind it. The hand then indicated a nearer corner where several intricate instruments with cords and plugs waited in a cluster. 4 kinds of instruments, the whisper continued. 3 faculties each, 12 pieces in total. 4 different sorts of beings occupied the cylinders. 3 humans, 6 fungoid entities unable to cross space in their own bodies, 2 from Neptune whose native forms defied description, and the remainder from the central caverns of a particularly remote dark star beyond the galaxy. In the main outpost inside Round Hill, more cylinders and machines could be found. Brains from utterly alien realms equipped with senses unknown to Earth, allies and explorers from the farthest. Outside, each with specially tuned devices for perception and expression, suited both to them and to whatever listener received them. Round Hill, like most of the being's major stations across the universes, was a cosmopolitan crossroads. Only the more common types had been lent to Achille for his own experiments. He pointed out 3 specific machines on the shelf and instructed Wilmarth to bring them to the table. The tall one with twin glass lenses, the box fitted with vacuum tubes and a sounding board, and a device topped with a metal disc. Next came the cylinder labeled B67 from the high shelf. Wilmarth had to stand on the Windsor chair to reach it. Achille warned him not to touch the fresh, shiny cylinder already connected to the testing instruments, the one bearing his own name. Once B67 rested on the table beside the machines, he directed that all 3 dials be turned fully to the left. Then came the connections: the lens machine to the upper socket, the tube machine to the lower left, and the disc apparatus to the outer socket. Finally, the dials were swung to the extreme right, one after another. Achille explained quietly that this cylinder held a human brain, just like theirs. Tomorrow, he would demonstrate some of the others. Wilmarth obeyed every whispered command, though a fresh doubt stirred beneath the days of everything he had already heard. The mechanical ritual felt like the wild fancy of a mad inventor. Yet after the cosmic revelations of the evening, nothing seemed entirely impossible. A grating whir rose from the 3 linked machines, then quickly faded into silence. Something was about to happen. He braced himself, half expecting a voice, yet still wondering if it could be some hidden radio trick. The tube machine began to speak. The voice emerged loud, metallic, and entirely mechanical, flat, scraped, and precise, without any trace of human inflection. It addressed him by name and assured him it was a human being, its body resting safely under vitalizing care inside Round Hill, a mile and a half east. Its brain now occupied the cylinder and perceived the room through the electronic devices. In a week it would cross the void again, as it had done many times, and looked forward to Achilles' company. It hoped Wilmarth would join them. It knew him by sight and reputation and had followed their correspondence closely. The speaker had allied itself with the visiting Outer Ones after first meeting them in the Himalayas, and had received experiences few men could imagine. It had visited 37 different celestial bodies, including planets, dark stars, and stranger objects, 8 of them beyond our galaxy, and 2 outside the curved cosmos of space and time. None of it had harmed the speaker. The brain had been removed by methods so refined that surgery seemed crude by comparison. The beings made such extractions routine. While the brain traveled, the body never aged. Sustained by the preserving fluid and mechanical faculties, the brain was virtually immortal. The voice urged Wilmarth to come along. The visitors were eager to meet learned men and reveal the great abysses most humans only dreamed of. Noyes would likely join them too. He had belonged to the Alliance for years. At Wilmarth's sharp start, the speaker paused, then added that Noyes' voice had been one of those captured on the phonograph recorder Kaylee had sent. It left the decision to him, noting that a man who loved strangeness and folklore should not miss such an opportunity. The transition was painless. The mechanized state offered much to enjoy. When the electrodes were disconnected, one simply fell into deep, vivid dreams. The voice wished them good night and asked that the switches be returned to the left, suggesting the lens machine be turned off last. It bade Akeli farewell and reminded him to treat their guests well. Wilmarth obeyed mechanically, shutting off the machines in a fog of doubt. Akeli's whisper told him to leave the apparatus exactly where it stood. No further comment came on what had just occurred. The sick man asked him to take the lamp upstairs, making it clear he wished to rest alone in the dark. The long day's discourse would have exhausted any strong man. Akeley certainly needed sleep. Still dazed, Wilmarth said good night and climbed the stairs with the lamp, though his pocket flashlight remained unused. He was relieved to leave the study and its musty odor and faint vibration, yet a crushing sense of dread and cosmic wrongness pressed down on him. The lonely wooded hills, the dark slope looming behind the house, the roadside prints, the motionless whispering figure, the hellish cylinders and machines, and the invitations to alien surgery and interstellar voyaging, all of it crashed over him at once, draining his will and weakening his limbs. Learning that Noyes had been the human voice in the monstrous Sabbath ritual on the record struck him with particular force, though he had already sensed something repellent and half-familiar in the man's tone. Even more disturbing was his own growing revulsion toward Akeli. The correspondence had once made him like the man. Now the rigid, corpse-like stillness and the hateful, unhuman whisper filled him with instinctive disgust. Illness should have stirred pity, yet it only deepened the shudder. The whispering itself felt wrong, stronger and more carrying than any asthmatic wheeze should allow, audible across the room, despite the motionless lips hidden by the mustache. It carried a repressed power that seemed deliberate rather than weak. Beneath the timbre lay a disturbing familiarity, the same hazy menace he had felt in Noyes' voice, though he could not place where or when he had encountered its like. One certainty hardened inside him. He would not spend another night here. His scientific curiosity had burned away, replaced by pure fear and loathing. He knew enough now. Cosmic linkages might exist, but they were never meant for ordinary human minds to touch. He felt blasphemous influences crowding the air, pressing tight against his skin and lungs. Sleep was impossible. He killed the lamp, dropped fully dressed onto the bed, and lay rigid, revolver clenched in his right fist and pocket flashlight in his left, ready for whatever might come. Below him, the house stayed perfectly silent. He pictured Akeley still seated in the study with that corpse-stiff posture, unmoving in the dark. Somewhere a clock ticked. Small, ordinary, almost comforting. Yet the quiet outside the walls felt wrong. No farm beast stirred, no night creatures called. Only a faint, far-off trickle of unseen water broke the stillness, and the absence struck him as unnatural, interplanetary. He remembered old legends that dogs and other animals had always hated the Outer Ones, and his mind returned uneasily to the claw marks gouged into the roadside earth. How long he drifted into uneasy sleep he never knew. What followed might have been dream or reality. He only knew he woke suddenly, with every sense alert. First came the stealthy creak of floorboards in the hallway outside his door, then a clumsy, muffled fumbling at the latch. Both sounds died almost at once. Clearer impressions rose from the study directly below. Several voices engaged in low, heated argument. He sat up, heart hammering, fully awake now. Two of those voices he recognized at once from the phonograph record. The same blasphemous buzzing tones the outer beings used when they spoke to men. They differed slightly in pitch, accent, and rhythm, yet both belonged unmistakably to that alien kind. A third voice belonged to one of the mechanical speech machines linked to a cylinder brain. Loud, metallic, lifeless, scraping out words with the same flat precision he had heard the night before. Two human voices completed the circle. One, the rough, uneducated speech of an unknown rustic. The other, the smooth Boston drawl of Noise. The stout floorboards swallowed most of the words, but the sounds of movement beneath him told their own story. Scraping, shuffling, and scratching filled the study, as though many more beings than the few speakers occupied the room. Objects crossed the floor with deliberate, living purpose. Their footfalls produced a loose, hard clatter like ill-fitting surfaces of horn or rigid rubber, or like men in splintery wooden shoes shambling across polished boards. The whole scene pulsed with crowded, unnatural life, and he did not let himself imagine the forms that made it. He strained to catch any connected meaning, but the words rose only in broken fragments, especially when the mechanical voice spoke. Names, Achille and his own, floated up now and then, yet without context their significance slipped away. The effect on him was one of dark suggestion rather than clear revelation. A terrible, abnormal gathering was taking place below. Of that he felt certain, though its exact purpose remained hidden. Strangely, the sense of pure malignity and blasphemy pressed on him, despite Achilles' earlier assurances that the outsiders were friendly. With patient attention, he began to separate the voices by tone and character, even if most of their speech stayed unintelligible. One buzzing voice carried clear authority. The mechanical voice, for all its loud, artificial steadiness, sounded subordinate and pleading. Noise spoke in a conciliatory manner. The rest he could not read. Achilles' familiar whisper never reached him. The solid floor would have blocked any such weak sound. These were the few disjointed scraps that drifted upward. The speech machine rasped. Brought it on myself. Sent back the letters and the record. End on it. Taken in, seeing and hearing. Damn you. Impersonal force after all. Fresh, shiny cylinder. Great God. First buzzing voice. Time we stopped. Small and human. Achille, brain, saying. Second buzzing voice, NYARLATHOTEP. Wilmarth, records in letters. Cheap imposture. Noise. An unpronounceable name, perhaps Nachtun. Harmless piece, couple of weeks. Theatrical, told you that before. First buzzing voice, no reason, original plan effects. Noise can watch. Round hill. Fresh cylinder. Noise's car. Well, all yours. Down here. Rest. Place. Then several voices overlapped in a blur of speech. A rush of footsteps followed, mixed with the loose, hard clattering of many alien feet. A curious flapping sound rose briefly. An automobile engine started and faded into the distance. After that, silence. He lay rigid on the bed, fully dressed, revolver tight in his right hand and flashlight in his left, every nerve alive. A kind of paralysis held him motionless long after the last sounds died. Only the steady wooden ticking of the old clock below, and later the irregular snoring of a sleeper reached him. Akili must have fallen asleep after the strange meeting. The man had every reason to be exhausted. He could not decide what to think or do. Everything he had overheard could, in theory, fit with what he already knew. The outsiders were freely admitted to the house. Perhaps they had arrived unexpectedly, yet fragments of the talk had chilled him to the bone and planted grotesque doubts that refused to fade. His subconscious seemed to have caught something his waking mind still refused to name. What of Akili? He was a friend. Surely he would have protested any threat. The peaceful snoring downstairs seemed to mock his rising panic. Could Akili have been tricked and used as bait to lure him here with the letters, pictures, and record? Did the beings intend to silence them both for knowing too much? He remembered the sudden, unnatural shift in tone between Akili's last two letters. Something was deeply wrong. The acrid coffee he had refused? Had someone tried to drug it? He had to speak with Akili at once, shake him free of the hypnotic promises of cosmic knowledge, and convince him they must escape before it was too late. If Akili lacked the strength to break away, he would supply it. If persuasion failed, he would leave alone. Akili would surely let him borrow the old Ford and leave it safely in Brattleboro. He had seen the car in the open shed. The door stood unlocked now that danger was supposedly over, and it looked ready to drive. The earlier wave of instinctive dislike for Akili had vanished. The man was in the same peril. They had to stand together. Still, waking a sick, exhausted host felt cruel, but he could not remain in this house until morning. At last he forced his body into motion, stretching to reclaim control of his limbs. Moving with tense caution, he put on his hat, picked up his valise, and started downstairs, guiding himself with the flashlight. The revolver stayed gripped in his right hand. He managed the bag and light with his left. Why he clung to these precautions he could not say, since he was only going to wake the house's single other occupant. He crept down the creaking stairs on tiptoe, the snoring now loud and clear. It came from the living room on his left, a room he had never entered. The study on his right yawned black and empty where the voices had argued earlier. He eased the living room door open, swept a flashlight beam toward the couch, and found the sleeper's face. In the next instant, he jerked the light away and backed out cat quiet, every instinct screaming. The man on the couch was not Akili, it was noise. Common sense warned him to learn more before waking anyone. He closed the living room door behind him, latched it silently, and slipped into the darkened study. The great corner easy chair should have held his host, asleep or awake. Instead, the flashlight first lit the center table and the single hellish cylinder resting there, sight and hearing machines already attached, the speech machine standing ready beside it. This was the fresh, shiny cylinder marked with Akili's name, the one he had been told not to touch. For a heartbeat, he felt the mad urge to connect the speech machine and hear what it would say, knowing the brain inside must already be aware of his light and the faint creak of the floor. In the end, caution won. He left the apparatus untouched. He swung the beam toward the corner chair. It was empty. The old dressing gown lay crumpled from seat to floor. The yellow scarf and heavy foot bandages dropped nearby. The queer odor and faint vibration had vanished from the room entirely. Only then did he realize they had clung solely to Akili's presence, strongest where the sick man sat and absent everywhere else. The flashlight drifted across the study while his mind raced for explanations. When the beam returned to the vacant chair, it caught 3 small objects nestled in the seat, half hidden by the loose folds of the dressing gown. They were perfect to the last microscopic line, face and hands of Henry Wentworth Akili, fitted with ingenious metallic clamps meant for organic attachment. The sight tore a muffled shriek from his throat. He spun, snatched up his valise, and fled the room and the house in a silent, stumbling rush, revolver and flashlight still clutched tight. Somehow he reached the shed, threw himself into the old Ford, and sent the ancient car lurching out into the black, moonless night. The wild ride through the forested hills became a delirium of twisting roads and looming trees. But at last he jolted into Townsend. That was all. If his sanity held, he counted himself lucky. Sometimes he still feared what the coming years might bring, especially since the new planet Pluto had been sighted exactly where the being said it would be. Later, when the sheriff's men searched the farmhouse, nothing remained of the cylinders, machines, letters, photographs, or record. Achille himself had vanished without trace, leaving only the discarded dressing gown, scarf, and bandages on the study floor. Wilmarth alone knew the truth of those 3 objects left behind in the chair. They were damnably clever constructions, flawless in every subtle detail. He tried to believe they were wax, the work of some master artist, yet his deepest fears told him otherwise. The whisperer in darkness, the morbid odor, the vibrations, the fresh, shiny cylinder on the shelf, all of it pointed to one hideous conclusion. Poor Achille. Prodigious surgical, biological, chemical, and mechanical skill had done its work. In the winter of 1927-28, federal officials launched a secret investigation into the decaying seaport of INNSMOUTH, Massachusetts. The public first learned of it in February, when a massive wave of raids swept through the town, followed by the careful burning and dynamiting of countless crumbling, worm-eaten houses along the abandoned waterfront. Most people dismissed the operation as just another aggressive move in the ongoing war on liquor. He noticed, however, how unusually large the force of agents had been, how many arrests they made, and how tightly the government kept the details hidden afterward. No public trials took place, no formal charges were announced, and none of the prisoners ever appeared in ordinary jails. Vague explanations circulated about disease outbreaks in remote camps or transfers to distant naval and military prisons, but nothing was ever confirmed. INNSMOUTH was left nearly empty, its streets silent, and even now it showed only faint, sluggish signs of life returning. Complaints from liberal organizations were quietly addressed through private meetings and escorted visits to the camps and prisons. The group soon fell strangely silent. Newspaper reporters proved more stubborn, yet most eventually cooperated with the authorities. Only one sensational tabloid mentioned a deep-diving submarine that had fired torpedoes into the black waters beyond Devil Reef. The story, picked up in a sailor's hangout, sounded too outlandish to be believed, especially since the low reef lay a full mile-and-a-half offshore from Innsmouth Harbor. Locals in the surrounding towns whispered among themselves but revealed almost nothing to outsiders. They had spoken of Innsmouth's decay and strange reputation for nearly a century. Nothing new could shock them more than the old hints and rumors they had long shared in secret. Wide salt marshes, empty and forbidding, kept most neighbors away on the land side, and years of caution had taught them to stay quiet. In truth, they knew very little themselves. He had resolved at last to break the silence surrounding those events. The government's work had been so complete that he believed only a brief shudder of disgust could result from hinting at what the horrified raiders had uncovered in Innsmouth. Besides, the discoveries might allow more than one explanation. He did not know the full extent of what even he had been told, and he had strong reasons for not digging any deeper. His own involvement had brought him closer to the affair than any other outsider, leaving him with impressions that still pushed him toward a drastic decision ahead. It was he who had fled Innsmouth in panic during the early morning hours of July 16, 1927, his terrified appeals for federal action triggering the entire operation that followed. While the matter remained fresh and uncertain, he had kept quiet. Now, with the story grown old and public curiosity faded, an odd compulsion drove him to speak of those few dreadful hours in the shadowed, evilly reputed seaport of death and unnatural blight. Simply telling it helped steady his own mind and convinced him he had not merely fallen victim to some contagious nightmare. It also helped him confront the terrible choice that still lay before him. He had never heard of Innsmouth until the day before he first, and so far only, saw it. He was marking his 21st birthday with a modest tour of New England, combining sightseeing, antiquarian interests, and family genealogy. His plan had been to travel straight from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, the town tied to his mother's side of the family. Without a car, he relied on trains, trolleys, and motor coaches, always choosing the cheapest routes. In Newburyport, he was advised to take the steam train to Arkham, but at the ticket office, when he balked at the fare, the stout, shrewd-faced agent offered a cheaper alternative that no one else had mentioned. The agent suggested the old bus that passed through INNSMOUTH, speaking with visible hesitation. He warned that locals thought little of it. The bus was run by an Innsmouth man named Joe Sargent and carried almost no passengers from Newburyport or Arkham. It looked like a rattling wreck, yet it ran twice daily, leaving the town square in front of Hammond's drugstore at 10 in the morning and 7 at night, unless the schedule had recently changed. The agent had never ridden it himself and claimed to see only 2 or 3 Innsmouth people aboard at any time. That was the first he had ever heard of the shadowed town. Any place omitted from ordinary maps and recent guidebooks already intrigued him, and the agent's uneasy tone sharpened his curiosity. A community that could inspire such strong dislike among its neighbors seemed unusual enough to merit a stop. If the route allowed, he decided he would get off there before continuing to Arkham. He pressed the agent for more details. The agent described Innsmouth as a queer, half-dead settlement at the mouth of the Manassas River. Once a thriving port before the War of 1812, it had steadily declined over the past century. No railroad served it now, the main line had never reached it, and the branch from Rowley had been abandoned years earlier. More houses stood empty than occupied. Fishing and lobstering provided the only real work, with most residents trading in Newburyport, Arkham, or Ipswich. A single gold refinery still operated on reduced hours, though it had once been far larger. Its owner, Old Man Marsh, was rumored to be immensely wealthy, yet reclusive, supposedly afflicted by some late-life skin disease or deformity that kept him hidden. Marsh was the grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who had founded the business. His mother had been a foreigner, said to be a South Sea Islander, which had caused scandal when he married an Ipswich woman 50 years before. Locals always tried to hide any Innsmouth blood in their own veins, but Marsh's children and grandchildren appeared ordinary enough, at least those still seen in public. The elder ones had not been noticed lately. When asked why everyone spoke so poorly of Innsmouth, the agent cautioned against taking local gossip too seriously. People here were slow to start talking, but never stopped once they began. For 100 years they had whispered about the town, mostly out of fear rather than amusement. Some tales claimed old Captain Marsh had bargained with the devil and brought imps back from hell to live among them, or that devil worship and terrible sacrifices had taken place near the wharves around 1845. The agent, originally from Panton, Vermont, dismissed such stories as nonsense. He did mention the old-timers' accounts of Devil Reef, the low black formation lying well over a mile offshore. It stayed mostly above water and was never deeply submerged, though it could hardly be called an island. Sailors in the old days had spoken of strange figures sprawling across it, or darting in and out of caves near its summit, and many ships had made wide detours to avoid the place entirely. He listened as the agent pressed on, explaining that only sailors not from Innsmouth avoided the reef. Old Captain Marsh was said to have landed there at night when the tide allowed, perhaps hunting pirate loot among the rocks, though darker whispers claimed he dealt with daemons on its uneven surface. Either way, the captain himself had fixed the reef's sinister name in local memory. The agent described the great epidemic of 1846 that killed more than half the town's people. No one ever pinned down the cause, some foreign sickness brought by ships from China or elsewhere, but riots and unspeakable horrors had followed, none of which ever reached the outside world. The place never recovered. No more than 300 or 400 souls lived there now. At the heart of the widespread dislike, the agent admitted, lay simple race prejudice, and he shared it. He himself would never set foot in Innsmouth. New England ships had long returned from strange ports in Africa, Asia, and the South Seas carrying odd passengers. Everyone knew of the Salem man with his Chinese wife and the Fiji Islanders still living near Cape Cod. Something similar had clearly happened in Innsmouth. Cut off by marshes and creeks, the town had stayed isolated, while Captain Obed Marsh in the 1820s and 30s, with all three of his ships running, brought home specimens that left a visible mark on the bloodline. A strange streak ran through the people today. Narrow heads, flat noses, bulging eyes that never seemed to close, rough scabby skin, and creased shriveled necks. They went bald early. The older ones looked worse, and animals, horses especially, had always hated them. He could already spot a trace of it in the bus driver, Joe Sargent. Locals from Newburyport, Arkham, and Ipswich refused all contact, and Innsmouth folk returned the coldness, chasing away anyone who tried to fish their waters. Yet fish swarmed only off Innsmouth Harbor and nowhere else nearby. Once the branch line closed, they walked to Rowley to catch trains. Now they relied on Sargent's bus. There was a hotel, the Gilman House, but the agent strongly advised against it. A factory inspector named Casey had stayed there 2 years earlier and left at dawn without sleeping. He had heard unnatural, slopping voices speaking a foreign tongue in rooms that should have been empty, and the sound had left him too shaken to undress. Casey had also found the Marsh refinery unsettling, an old mill on the lower falls of the Manaxet, its books in poor order and its gold sources unexplained. The Marshes never seemed to buy raw metal, yet shipped out huge quantities of ingots. Old rumors spoke of queer foreign jewelry that sailors and refinery workers sold quietly, or that the Marsh women sometimes wore. Some said Captain Obed had traded for it in heathen ports. Others believed he had found a pirate cache on Devil Reef. Strangest of all, though the captain had been dead 60 years, and no large ship had left the harbor since the Civil War, the Marshes still bought small lots of native trade goods, glass beads, rubber trinkets, the very items once used for barter with islanders. Perhaps the Innsmouth people simply liked looking at them. The 1846 plague had taken the best blood, the agent concluded. The remaining families, rich or poor, were a doubtful, lawless lot, sly and secretive, much like the white trash of the South. They shipped fish and lobsters by truck, yet no one could keep accurate track of their numbers. Census takers and school officials met constant resistance. Prying strangers were unwelcome. More than one businessman or government man had vanished there, and loose talk claimed another had gone mad and ended up in Danvers. The agent warned him not to go at night. A daytime visit for sightseeing and old-time atmosphere might be safe enough, though everyone around here would tell him to stay away. He spent part of that evening in the Newburyport Public Library, hunting for anything solid on Innsmouth. Earlier attempts to question people in shops, the lunchroom, garages, and fire station had met exactly the wall of suspicion the agent had predicted. The more interested he appeared, the more they withdrew. At the YMCA where he was staying, the clerk had simply discouraged the trip to such a dismal, decayed place. The librarian showed the same reluctance. To educated eyes, Innsmouth was merely an extreme example of civic rot. The Essex County histories on the shelves were brief. The town had been founded in 1643, prospered in shipbuilding before the Revolution, enjoyed great marine wealth in the early 19th century, and later became a small factory center powered by the Manaxet. The 1846 epidemic and riots received only the sparsest mention, as if they shamed the county. References to the long decline were few but clear. After the Civil War, all industries shrank to the Marsh Refining Company, with gold ingots the sole major commerce besides fishing. The catch had grown less profitable as prices fell, and big corporations moved in, yet fish remained strangely plentiful in Innsmouth Harbor. Few foreigners ever settled there, and those who tried, Poles and Portuguese, had been driven out in unusually harsh fashion. What caught and held his attention most was the passing reference to the strange jewelry linked with the town. It had evidently made a strong impression on the countryside. Specimens were displayed at Miskatonic University's museum in Arkham and in the Newburyport Historical Society's rooms. The descriptions were dry and plain, yet something in them felt deeply odd and provocative. Even at that late hour, the idea would not leave him. He decided, if it could be arranged, to view the local piece. A large, oddly proportioned object evidently meant for a tiara, before he left Newburyport. The librarian provided him with a note of introduction to Miss Anna Tilton, curator of the Newburyport Historical Society. The elderly woman kindly escorted him into the closed building despite the late hour, his attention fixed at once on the single object that mattered, a bizarre tiara glowing in a corner cupboard beneath the electric lights. Even in his restless mood, the piece stopped him cold. Tall at the front, with a vast, irregular outer edge clearly meant for an oddly elliptical head, it radiated an unearthly, opulent splendor on its purple velvet cushion, predominantly gold yet shot through with a lighter, alien luster, suggesting some unknown alloy. The tiara stood in near-perfect condition. Its surface carried high-relief designs of astonishing skill, some purely geometric, others marine, executed in a mature, perfected technique that belonged to no known Eastern or Western tradition, ancient or modern. The longer he stared, the deeper the fascination gripped him, laced with a disturbing unease he could not name. At first, he blamed the otherworldly quality of the craftsmanship. Soon he recognized a second source: the patterns themselves. They hinted at remote secrets and abyssal gulfs in time and space, their monotonously aquatic motifs turning sinister. Grotesque monsters, half fish, half frog, crouched in the reliefs, evoking a haunting pseudo-memory from primal ancestral depths and radiating a pure essence of inhuman evil. Miss Tilton's brief, matter-of-fact account stood in sharp contrast. The tiara had been pawned in 1873 for a trivial sum by a drunken Innsmouth man who was soon killed in a brawl. The society had bought it directly from the pawnbroker and displayed it proudly, labeling it tentatively as East Indian or Indo-Chinese. She suspected it belonged to some exotic pirate horde discovered by old Captain Obed Marsh, a theory strengthened by the Marsh family's persistent, high-priced offers to buy it back, offers the society had always refused. As she saw him out, Miss Tilton made plain that the pirate treasure explanation for the Marsh fortune enjoyed wide credence among sensible locals. Her own view of Innsmouth was simple disgust at a town sliding into cultural ruin. She confirmed that rumors of devil worship held partial truth. A secret cult called the Esoteric Order of Dagon had taken root there a century earlier, imported from the East when the fisheries failed. The sudden, permanent return of rich fishing had cemented its power. The order had swallowed every Orthodox church and now occupied the old Masonic Hall on New Church Green, completely replacing Freemasonry. To the pious Miss Tilton, this was reason enough to avoid the decaying town. To him, it became one more powerful incentive. Architectural and historical curiosity now fused with sharp anthropological interest. He lay awake most of the night in his small YMCA room. Shortly before 10 the next morning, he waited with a single small valise outside Hammond's drugstore in Market Square for the Innsmouth bus. As departure time neared, loungers quietly drifted away toward other streets or the ideal lunch across the square. The ticket agent's warning about local aversion had clearly been accurate. A battered, dirty gray motor coach rattled down State Street and pulled up at the curb. The half-illegible sign on the windshield, Arkham Innsmouth New P Port, confirmed it was the right vehicle. 3 dark, unkempt, sullen young men climbed out and shambled silently up the street in furtive fashion. The driver stepped down and entered the drugstore. He knew at once this must be Joe Sargent. Before any detail registered, a spontaneous wave of revulsion washed over him, impossible to suppress or explain. It suddenly seemed perfectly natural that locals would refuse to ride with such a man or visit the place he came from. When Sargent emerged, he studied him closely. The driver was thin and stoop-shouldered, nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in shabby blue clothes and a frayed gray golf cap. Deep creases scored the sides of his neck, his narrow head bulging watery blue eyes that never seemed to blink, flat nose, receding forehead and chin, and underdeveloped ears gave an unsettling impression. Sparse yellow hairs dotted his coarse-pored grayish cheeks. The skin looked irregularly peeling. Large, heavily veined hands showed a grayish-blue tint, the short fingers curling tightly into broad palms. His gait was a peculiar shambling shuffle, and his feet were abnormally huge. A greasy fish dock odor clung to him. The combination of traits stirred instinctive dislike. The oddity suggested neither Asiatic, Polynesian, Levantine, nor Negroid blood, yet something profoundly alien clung to the man. Biological degeneration seemed a more fitting explanation than foreign ancestry. He understood at once why the people of Newburyport wanted nothing to do with Innsmouth or its inhabitants. He regretted at once that no other passengers had boarded. The thought of riding alone with the driver filled him with unease. Yet as departure time arrived, he pushed down his misgivings, stepped aboard, handed over $1, and murmured his destination. Sergeant returned 40 cents in silence and studied him briefly. He chose a seat far back on the same side, wanting an unbroken view of the shore. The decrepit coach jerked forward and rattled noisily along State Street, trailing exhaust. Sidewalk faces turned deliberately away, as though the very sight of the bus were something to avoid. It swung left into High Street. The ride smoothed past stately early Republic mansions and older colonial farmhouses, crossed the Lower Green and Parker River, then entered a long, empty stretch of open shoreland. Warm sunlight lay over sand, sedge-grass, and stunted bushes that grew steadily more desolate. Through the window he watched the blue water and the sandy spine of Plum Island draw nearer as the narrow road left the main highway and hugged the beach. No houses appeared. The pavement showed scant traffic. Telephone poles carried only 2 wires. Crude wooden bridges spanned tidal creeks that snaked far inland, sealing the region in isolation. Scattered dead stumps and crumbling foundation walls rose above drifting sand. He remembered the histories claiming this had once been fertile farmland, its ruin coinciding exactly with the 1846 Innsmouth epidemic. Simple folk had blamed hidden evil forces, though the true cause was reckless clearing of shoreline woods that let wind-blown sand devour the soil. Plum Island slipped from sight. Now the open Atlantic stretched vast and empty on the left. The road climbed steeply toward a lonely crest where the rutted track met the sky. A singular disquiet took hold of him, as if the bus might leave the earth behind and vanish into unknown heights. The sea air itself felt ominous. The driver's rigid, bent back and narrow head grew hateful. Glancing at him, he noticed the scalp was almost hairless, gray and scabrous, with only a few straggling yellow strands. They reached the crest. Below lay the broad valley where the Manaxet met the sea, just north of the long cliffs that ended at Kingsport Head. On the misty horizon, he glimpsed the head's dizzy profile crowned by its ancient, legend-haunted house. But his gaze locked at once on the nearer sight, rumor-shadowed Innsmouth. The town spread wide and densely built, yet it showed almost no sign of life. Chimney pots sent up scarcely a wisp of smoke. 3 tall steeples stood stark and unpainted against the sea. One crumbled at the top, the others gapped where clock faces should have been. Sagging gambrel roofs and peaked gables sagged in wormy decay. As the road descended, he made out many caved-in roofs. A few large Georgian houses with hipped roofs, cupolas, and widows' walks stood farther inland. 1 or 2 still looked habitable. Inland from them ran the rusted, grass-choked line of the abandoned railway, and the faint traces of old carriage roads to Rowley and Ipswich. Decay worsened near the waterfront. though a white belfry marked a fairly sound brick building that resembled a small factory. The long, clogged harbor lay behind an ancient stone breakwater where a handful of fishermen sat like tiny figures. At its end stood the foundations of a vanished lighthouse. A sandy spit inside the barrier held a few decrepit cabins, moored dories, and scattered lobster pots. Only where the river emptied past the belfried structure did deep water remain, turning south to join the ocean. Ruined wharves thrust out from shore into rotting nothingness, the southernmost the most decayed. Far offshore, even at high tide, a long black line barely broke the water. Devil Reef. As he stared, a subtle beckoning seemed to mingle with the grim repulsion it inspired, and that added overtone disturbed him far more than the first impression. They met no one on the road. Deserted farms and every stage of ruin slid past. Then a few inhabited houses appeared, rags stuffed in broken windows, shells and dead fish littering the yards. Listless figures worked barren gardens or dug clams on the fish-stinking beach. Dirty children with simian faces played on weed-choked doorsteps. These people unsettled him more than the buildings. Nearly every face and movement carried peculiarities he disliked instinctively, though he could not define them. For an instant, he felt he had seen the type before, in some book of horror or melancholy, but the half-memory vanished. Lower down, the steady note of a waterfall reached him through the unnatural quiet. Houses thickened along both sides of the road, taking on urban lines. The view narrowed to a street scene. Cobblestone patches and brick sidewalks survived here and there. Every building seemed deserted. Gaps showed where chimneys and cellar walls had collapsed. A thick, nauseating, fishy odor pervaded everything. Cross streets appeared. Those to the left led into unpaved squalor and deeper decay. Those to the right opened on vistas of faded grandeur. Sparse signs of habitation emerged. Curtained windows, an occasional battered car at the curb. Pavement and sidewalks grew more distinct. The houses, mostly early 19th century wood and brick, were kept fit for use. His antiquarian eye almost overcame the olfactory disgust and gathering sense of menace. Yet one final, sharply disagreeable impression waited before he reached his stop. The bus entered an open concourse with churches on two sides and the ragged remnant of a circular green at center. Ahead at the right-hand junction stood a large pillared hall. Its once white paint hung in gray peels. The faded black and gold sign on the pediment was just legible as Esoteric Order of Dagon. This, he realized, was the old Masonic hall now surrendered to the degraded cult. As he strained to read the lettering, a cracked bell rang raucously across the street. He turned quickly to the window on his side of the coach. The hoarse strokes of a clock rang out from the squat-towered stone church, its clumsy Gothic lines and high-shuttered basement marking it as newer than the surrounding houses. Though the clock face he glimpsed lacked hands, he knew the deep chimes marked 11. Suddenly, every thought of time vanished beneath a surge of sharp, unaccountable horror. The church basement door stood open, a black rectangle in the stone. Something living crossed that darkness, a fleeting shape that burned into his mind with nightmare intensity, all the more maddening because nothing in it should have been frightening. It was the pastor. He realized a moment later. Dressed in peculiar vestments the Order of Dagon had brought into local worship. The tall tiara crowning his head, an almost exact duplicate of the one Miss Tilton had shown him the night before, had triggered the subconscious jolt of dread. The indeterminate face and shambling robed figure beneath it now seemed steeped in sinister suggestion. He told himself there was no reason for the shudder. A local cult would naturally adopt a distinctive headdress familiar to the town, perhaps as some discovered treasure. A thin scattering of repellent-looking youngish people appeared on the sidewalks, moving in lone figures or silent knots of 2 or 3. Lower floors of the crumbling houses held occasional dingy shops. Parked trucks rattled past. The roar of waterfalls grew louder. Ahead lay a deep river gorge spanned by a wide iron rail bridge, beyond which a large square opened. As the bus clanked across, he saw factory buildings clinging to the grassy bluff and vigorous falls upstream on the right, another downstream on the left. The noise became deafening. They rolled into the semicircular square and stopped before the tall, cupola-crowned Gilman house, its yellow paint faded and its sign half effaced. He stepped down with relief and checked his valise in the shabby lobby. Only an elderly man without the INNSMOUTH look stood there. He decided against asking questions, recalling the hotel's odd reputation. Instead, he walked out into the now empty square and studied the scene carefully. One side of the cobblestone space bordered the straight line of the river. The other formed a semicircle of slant-roofed brick buildings from the 1800s, with streets radiating southeast, south, and southwest. Few low-powered lamps glowed. He was glad his plans meant leaving before dark, moon or not. A dozen shops operated among the buildings. A First National grocery, a dismal restaurant, a drugstore, a wholesale fish dealer, and at the eastern end near the river, the office of the Marsh Refining Company, the town's only industry. 10 people moved about. 4 or 5 vehicles stood scattered. This was clearly INNSMOUTH's civic center. Eastward, he glimpsed the harbor's blue water and the decaying Georgian steeples rising against it. Across the river stood the white belfry of what he took to be the Marsh Refinery. He chose the chain grocery for his first inquiries, expecting its staff less likely to be local. A bright, affable boy of about 17 stood alone inside, visibly eager for conversation with an outsider. The youth disliked INNSMOUTH intensely, its pervasive fishy stench, its furtive inhabitants. He came from Arkham, boarded with an Ipswich family, and returned home whenever possible. His own family disapproved of the posting, but the chain had sent him, and he needed the job. There was no public library or chamber of commerce, the boy told him, but the town was easy enough to navigate. The street he had arrived on was Federal. West of it lay the fine old residential streets, Broad, Washington, Lafayette, Adams. Eastward stretched the shoreward slums. The old Georgian churches stood abandoned along Main Street in those slums. It was unwise to linger there, especially north of the river, where the sullen, hostile residents made strangers uneasy. Some outsiders had simply vanished. Certain places were best avoided entirely. The Marsh Refinery, the still-used churches, and the pillared Order of Dagon Hall at New Church Green. The local churches followed violently heterodox creeds, disavowed by their parent denominations, employing bizarre ceremonials and vestments. Their teachings spoke of mysterious transformations, granting a form of bodily immortality on earth. The boy's own pastor, in Arkham, had warned him against joining any congregation here. As for the INNSMOUTH people, the youth struggled to describe them. They kept to themselves like burrowing animals, their days filled with little beyond desultory fishing and heavy bootleg drinking. They moved in sullen fellowship, despising the outside world as though they knew better realms. Their staring, unwinking eyes and disgusting voices repelled him. At night, their chanting rose from the churches, especially during the twice-yearly festivals on April 30th and October 31st. They loved the water, swimming constantly in river and harbor. Races out to Devil Reef were common, and nearly everyone seemed capable of the strenuous sport. Only the young appeared much in public, and the oldest among them usually showed the strongest taint. The few normal-looking elders, like the hotel clerk, were rare exceptions. No one seemed to know what became of the older folk, or whether the INNSMOUTH look was some insidious disease that worsened with age, producing radical changes in bone structure that should have been impossible after maturity. The boy was certain worse specimens were hidden indoors. Strange sounds sometimes leaked from the tottering waterfront hovels north of the river, which rumor connected by hidden tunnels into a warren of unseen horrors. Their foreign blood, if any, remained impossible to identify. Especially repulsive individuals were kept from sight whenever outsiders or government agents visited. It was useless to question the natives, he warned. The only talkative one was a 96-year-old man named Zadok Allen, who lived at the poorhouse on the north edge of town. Zadok spent his days wandering or lingering near the fire station. Though somewhat touched in the head and the town drunkard, he was normal-looking. Sober, he avoided strangers entirely, always glancing over his shoulder in fear. But once plied with liquor, he could not resist spilling astonishing fragments of whispered memory. He reflected that little useful information could ever come from Zadok Allen. The old man's tales amounted to nothing more than insane, incomplete hints of impossible marvels and horrors, all clearly born from his disordered fancy. No one believed them, yet the natives disliked him drinking and talking with strangers, and it was not always safe to be seen questioning him. Some of the wildest local whispers, he suspected, had originated with Zadok. Non-native residents had occasionally reported monstrous glimpses, but between the old drunkard stories and the malformed townsfolk, such illusions spread easily enough. None of the outsiders ever lingered outdoors after dark. The streets were loathsomely black, and a widespread feeling held that it simply was not wise. Business in Innsmouth struck him as strangely off. Fish were unnaturally abundant, yet the natives exploited them less and less, while prices fell and competition sharpened. The town's true commerce lay in the refinery, whose office stood only a few doors east along the square. Old Man Marsh himself was never seen in public. He traveled to the works only in a closed, curtained car. Rumors painted Marsh as once a great dandy who still wore Edwardian frock-coated finery, now curiously altered to fit certain deformities. His sons had once run the square office, but lately stayed out of sight, handing daily affairs to the younger generation. The sons and their sisters had grown markedly queer, especially the elder ones, and their health was said to be failing. One Marsh daughter in particular repelled him in memory, reptilian-looking, draped in excess weird jewelry of the same exotic tradition as the strange tiara. The grocery boy had noticed it often and heard it traced to some secret horde, pirate or demonic. The local priests wore similar ornaments as headdress, though they were seldom glimpsed. Other specimens were rumored to exist around town. The Marshes, along with the Waits, Gilmans, and Elliots, the town's other three gently bred families, kept strictly to themselves in immense houses along Washington Street. Several of those mansions were said to conceal living kinsfolk whose personal appearance forbade any public view, their deaths already formally reported and recorded. The boy warned that many street signs were missing, then drew him a rough but clear and painstaking sketch map of the town's main features. After a quick study, he felt certain it would serve him well, and slipped it into his pocket with warm thanks. Disliking the dingy restaurant he had passed, he bought a supply of cheese, crackers, and ginger wafers to serve as lunch later. His plan was simple: walk the principal streets, speak with any non-natives he met, and catch the 8 o'clock coach back to Arkham. Innsmouth offered a stark, exaggerated case of communal decay, but he was no sociologist. He would confine his observations to architecture alone. Thus he began his systematic yet half-bewildered tour of the narrow, shadow-blighted lanes. He crossed the bridge and turned toward the roar of the lower falls, passing close beside the Marsh refinery. The building stood silent on the steep river bluff near a bridge, and an open confluence of streets that had once been the earliest civic center, displaced after the revolution by the present square. Recrossing the gorge on the Main Street Bridge, he entered a zone of utter desertion that sent a shudder through him. Collapsing gambrel roofs formed a jagged skyline pierced by the ghoulish, decapitated steeple of an ancient church. A few houses along Main Street showed tenants, but most stood tightly boarded. Down unpaved side lanes, black gaping windows stared from deserted hovels that leaned at perilous angles where foundations had sunk. The spectral vacancy swelled his unease geometrically, endless avenues of fishy-eyed death and linked infinities of black brooding compartments given over to cobwebs, memories, and the conqueror worm stirred vestigial fears no philosophy could quiet. Fish Street lay equally empty, though its brick and stone warehouses remained in excellent repair. Water Street mirrored it, save for wide seaward gaps where wharves had once stood. He saw no living thing except distant fishermen on the breakwater, and heard nothing but the lapping harbor tides and the Manaxet's roaring falls. The town pressed heavier on his nerves. He glanced furtively behind him as he picked his way back across the tottering Water Street Bridge. According to the sketch, the Fish Street Bridge lay in ruins. North of the city, he found traces of squalid life. Active fish-packing houses along Water Street, smoking chimneys, patched roofs, occasional indeterminate sounds, and infrequent shambling figures in the dismal lanes. Yet this felt even more oppressive than the southern desertion. The people here appeared more hideous and abnormal, repeatedly reminding him of something utterly fantastic he could not quite name. The alien strain seemed stronger in this quarter, or, if the Innsmouth look were a disease rather than blood, the more advanced cases. One detail unnerved him. The few faint sounds he heard rarely issued from the visibly inhabited houses. Instead, they were strongest behind the most rigidly boarded facades. Creakings, scurryings, hoarse, doubtful noises. He thought again of the hidden tunnels the grocery boy had mentioned, and found himself wondering what voices those hidden denizens might possess. He had heard none yet in this district, and felt unaccountably anxious to keep it that way. He paused only long enough to glance at two fine but ruinous old churches at Main and Church Streets, then hurried out of the vile waterfront slum. His next intended stop was New Church Green, but he could not bring himself to repass the church basement where the strangely diademed priest had appeared. The boy had already warned that the churches and the Order of Dagon Hall were places strangers should avoid. He therefore kept north along Main to Martin Street, turned inland, crossed Federal Street well north of the Green, and entered the decayed patrician quarter of Northern Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams Streets. The stately old avenues, though ill-surfaced and unkempt, still retained their elm-shaded dignity. Mansion after mansion stood decrepit and boarded amid neglected grounds. Yet one or two in each street showed signs of occupancy. On Washington Street, a row of 4 or 5 remained in excellent repair with finely tended lawns and gardens. The most sumptuous of them, its wide terrace parterre stretching back to Lafayette Street, he took to be the home of Old Man Marsh. No living creature appeared in any of these streets, and he puzzled over the complete absence of cats and dogs throughout Innsmouth. Even in the best-preserved mansions, many third-story and attic windows stayed tightly shuttered. Furtiveness and secretiveness seemed to blanket the hushed city of alienage and death, and he could not shake the persistent sensation of being watched from ambush by sly, staring eyes that never closed. A cracked stroke of 3 rang from a belfry on his left. He shivered, recognizing at once the squat church from which the notes came. Following Washington Street toward the river, he entered a new zone of former industry and commerce. Ruins of a factory loomed ahead, with others visible beyond, along with traces of an old railway station and a covered railway bridge up the gorge on his right. The uncertain bridge before him carried a warning sign, but he crossed it anyway, reaching the south bank where signs of life reappeared. Furtive, shambling figures stared cryptically in his direction. More normal faces watched him with cold curiosity. Innsmouth had grown intolerable. He turned down Payne Street toward the square, hoping to find some vehicle that could carry him to Arkham well before the sinister bus departed. Then he spotted the tumble-down fire station on his left and noticed a red-faced, bushy-bearded, watery-eyed old man in nondescript rags sitting on a bench, talking with 2 unkempt but normal-looking firemen. This had to be Zadok Allen, the half-crazed, liquorish nonagenarian whose tales of old Innsmouth and its shadow were so hideous and incredible. Some imp of the perverse or some sardonic pull from hidden sources made him change his plans in that instant. He had resolved to limit himself to architecture and had been hurrying toward the square for quick transportation out of the festering city. Yet the sight of old Zadok stirred new currents in his mind and slowed his steps with uncertainty. He had been warned, that the old man offered only wild, disjointed, incredible legends, and that the natives made it unsafe to be seen speaking with him. Still, the thought of this aged witness, whose memories reached back to the early days of ships and factories, proved a lure no reason could overcome. The strangest myths were often symbols or allegories rooted in truth, and Zadok must have seen everything that had happened in Innsmouth for nearly 90 years. Curiosity flared beyond sense and caution. In his youthful egotism, he believed he could sift a core of real history from the confused outpouring he might extract with the help of raw whiskey. He knew he could not approach Zadok immediately with the firemen watching. Instead, he decided to prepare by buying bootleg liquor at the spot the grocery boy had mentioned. Then he would loiter near the fire station casually and fall in with the old man once he began one of his frequent, restless rambles. The youth had said Zadok seldom sat still for more than an hour or two. A quart bottle of whiskey was obtained easily, though not cheaply, in the rear of a dingy variety store off the square in Elliott Street. The dirty-looking clerk showed a touch of the staring Innsmouth look, but remained civil, evidently accustomed to occasional convivial strangers, such as truckmen and gold buyers. Re-entering the square, luck favored him. Shuffling out of Payne Street around the corner of the Gilman house came the tall, lean, tattered form of old Zadok Allen himself. He attracted the old man's attention by brandishing the newly purchased bottle. Soon Zadok began shuffling wistfully after him as he turned into Waite Street, heading for the most deserted region he could think of. Guided by the grocery boy's map, he aimed for the wholly abandoned stretch of southern waterfront he had visited earlier. Only distant fishermen on the breakwater had been visible there. By going a few squares farther south, he could move beyond their range, find seats on an abandoned wharf, and question Zadok unobserved for as long as needed. Before reaching Main Street, he heard a faint, wheezy, "Hey, mister," behind him, and allowed the old man to catch up, watching him take several deep pulls from the quart bottle. As they walked on to Water Street and turned southward through the omnipresent desolation and crazily tilted ruins, he began testing the waters with careful questions. The aged tongue loosened more slowly than expected. At length he spotted a grass-grown opening toward the sea between crumbling brick walls, with the weedy length of an earth and masonry wharf projecting beyond. Moss-covered stones near the water offered tolerable seats, and a ruined warehouse on the north sheltered the spot from view. The air of death and desertion felt ghoulish, the fish smell almost unbearable, but he refused to let anything deter him. Roughly 4 hours remained before the 8 o'clock coach to Arkham. He began dueling out more liquor to the ancient tippler, while eating his own frugal lunch of cheese, crackers, and ginger wafers, careful not to let Zadok slide into stupor. After an hour, the old man's furtive taciturnity began to fade. Yet to his disappointment, Zadok still evaded every question about Innsmouth and its shadow-haunted past, instead babbling about current topics with a wide knowledge of newspapers and a sententious village philosophizing. Toward the end of the second hour, he feared the quart would not suffice, and considered leaving to buy more. Just then, chance provided the opening his questions had failed to create. Zadok's wandering gaze, facing the sea while his own back was turned, fixed on the low, distant line of Devil Reef rising plainly above the waves. The sight displeased the old man. A series of weak curses escaped him, ending in a confidential whisper and a knowing leer. He bent close, seized his coat lapel, and hissed out hints that could not be mistaken. That cursed place was where it had all begun. The gate of hell where the deep water dropped straight down to a bottom no sounding line could touch. Old Captain Obed had done it, the man who had learned more than was good for him in the South Sea Islands. Everyone had been in a bad way back then. Trade was falling off, mills were losing business, even the new ones. And the best men had been killed privateering in the War of 1812, or lost with the Eliza Brig and the Ranger Snow, both Gilman ventures. Obed Marsh had kept 3 ships afloat, the brigantine Columbia, the brig Hetty, and the bark Sumatra Queen. He alone had continued the East India and Pacific trade, though Esdras Martin's Barkentine Malay pride had made one last venture as late as 1828. No one had been like Captain Obed, an old limb of Satan. He could remember Obed telling of foreign parts and calling the townsfolk stupid for attending Christian meetings and bearing their burdens meekly. They should get better gods like some of the island folk. Gods that would bring good fishing in return for sacrifices and actually answer prayers. Matt Elliott, his first mate, had talked a lot too, but he had been against any heathen practices. He had spoken of an island east of Otaheite, with stone ruins far older than anyone knew, similar to those on Ponape and the Carolines, but carved with faces resembling the great statues on Easter Island. Nearby lay a small volcanic island, with other ruins bearing different carvings. Structures worn away as if once under the sea, covered with pictures of awful monsters. The old man's whisper grew fainter as he pressed on. Matt had described how the natives around that island possessed all the fish they could ever catch, along with bracelets, armlets, and headpieces of a queer gold-like metal covered in pictures of monsters exactly like the carvings on the little island's ruins. Fish-like frogs or frog-like fishes posed as if they were human. No one could learn where the natives obtained such things, and neighboring islanders marveled at how they always had plenty of fish, even when nearby waters ran lean. Both Matt and Captain Obed grew curious. Obed also noticed that many handsome young people vanished from year to year. Few elders remained, and some of the folk looked strangely un-Kanaki-like. Obed had managed to wring the truth from those heathens. He began by trading for the gold-like ornaments, asking their source and whether more could be had, until he coaxed the full story from the old chief Wallachia. Only Obed would have believed the yellow-skinned elder, yet the captain could read men like books. The old man leaned closer, his voice dropping to a confidential hiss, and remarked that the listener's own eyes reminded him of Obed's sharp, penetrating gaze. He shuddered at the terrible sincerity in Zadok's tone, though he knew the tale could be nothing but drunken fantasy. Obed had learned that things existed on Earth most people never heard of and would never believe. The Kanakis sacrificed scores of their young men and maidens to godlike beings that dwelled under the sea, receiving every favor in return. They met the creatures on the small islet with the queer ruins. The awful pictures of frogfish monsters were meant to portray those very beings. Perhaps they had inspired every mermaid legend. The things maintained whole cities on the sea bottom, and the island had been heaved up from those depths. Some of the creatures had still been alive inside the stone buildings, when the island suddenly rose. That was how the Kanakis first discovered them. After recovering from their terror, they made sign talk and quickly struck a bargain. The sea things craved human sacrifices, having received them in ages past before losing contact with the upper world. What they did to the victims, Zadok would not say, and Obed had not pressed too hard. The islanders, desperate from hard times, found the arrangement acceptable. Twice each year, on May Eve and Halloween, they delivered a set number of young people and certain carved trinkets. In exchange, the things drove fish in from every corner of the sea and occasionally provided more of the gold-like metal. At first, the creatures never came to the main island, but in time they wished to mingle with the people and hold joint ceremonies on the great days. They were amphibians, able to live in or out of water. The Kanakis warned that outsiders from other islands might try to destroy them, but the things replied they could wipe out the entire human race if they chose, except any bearing certain protective signs once used by the lost old ones. Preferring not to bother, they simply stayed hidden when visitors arrived. The Kanakis balked at mating with the toad-like fishes, yet the things revealed a truth that changed everything. All life had once come from the water and needed only slight alteration to return. Mixing blood would produce children who looked human at first but gradually grew more like the sea beings until they took to the water and joined the main colony below. Those who changed and entered the sea would never die except by violence. The things themselves lived forever unless slain. By the time Obed knew them, the islanders were already full of fish blood. When they aged and began to show it, they were hidden until ready to enter the water and leave. Some changed more than others. A few never changed enough to depart. Most followed the pattern exactly. Those born closer to the sea things transformed early. Those nearly human sometimes lingered past 70, though they usually made trial trips below beforehand. The transformed often returned to visit, so a man might converse with his own 5 times great-grandfather who had left dry land centuries earlier. Death lost its terror, except in canoe wars, sacrifices, snakebite, plague, or swift disease, before the change could occur. Everyone looked forward to the transformation, which no longer seemed horrible. They considered the bargain well worth every loss. Obed himself, after pondering Walachia's story, came to feel much the same. Wallachia alone had no fish blood, belonging to a royal line that married only with other royal houses. Wallachia showed Obed the rites and incantations concerning the sea things, and let him view villagers who had changed greatly. He would not, however, reveal any of the true creatures fresh from the water. In the end, he gave Obed a curious leaden device that could summon the fish things from any underwater nest when dropped with the proper prayers. The things were scattered worldwide. Anyone who searched could locate a nest and raise them if desired. Matt had hated the entire business and urged Obed to stay away, but the captain saw profit. The gold-like pieces came so cheaply that he made them his specialty. For years the trade continued. Obed gathered enough to start the refinery in Waite's old run-down fulling mill. He dared not sell the items openly, lest questions arise, but crews occasionally disposed of single pieces despite their oaths of silence. He even allowed his womenfolk to wear the more human-looking ornaments. Then in 38, when Zadok was 7, Obed returned from a voyage to find the island people utterly wiped out. Other islanders had learned what was happening and taken matters into their own hands. They must have possessed the old magic signs the sea things feared. Nothing remained standing on either the main island or the volcanic islet except the largest ruins. Small stones lay scattered about, carved with something like the swastika of today, probably the old one's signs. No trace of the gold-like metal survived, and neighboring Kanakis would not speak of the vanished people or even admit the island had ever been inhabited. The loss struck Obed hard, for his regular trade had already grown poor. It struck all of INNSMOUTH, too, since in seafaring days the master's profit had always lifted the crew. Most townsfolk accepted the hardship meekly, but conditions worsened as fishing declined and the mills faltered. That was when Obed began cursing the people for being dull sheep who prayed to a Christian heaven that offered no help. He told them he knew of gods that answered prayers with real results. If a solid group stood by him, he could perhaps obtain certain powers that would bring abundant fish and plenty of gold. Those who had sailed on the Sumatra Queen and seen the island understood exactly what he meant and felt uneasy about dealings with sea things. Yet those who knew nothing grew swayed by Obed's words and began asking how they could adopt the new faith that delivered results. Here Zadok faltered, mumbled, and sank into moody silence, glancing nervously over his shoulder before staring fixedly at the distant black reef. When spoken to, he gave no reply, so the narrator passed him the bottle. The old man drained it to the last drop. Strangely, his high, wheezy voice remained clear, showing no thickness. He licked the bottle's neck, slipped it into his pocket, then began nodding and whispering to himself. Leaning close, the narrator caught a sardonic smile behind the stained whiskers and made out most of the words. Poor Matt had always opposed it. He had tried to rally the townsfolk, held long talks with the preachers. No use. They drove the congregational parson out of town, the Methodist quit. No one ever saw the Baptist minister resolve Babcock again. Wrath of Jehovah, Dagon and Ashtoreth, Belial and Beelzebub, golden calf and the idols of Canaan and the Philistines, Babylonish abominations, many, Tekel, Upharsin. Zadok stopped once more. His watery blue eyes looked near stupor, but when his shoulder was gently shaken, he turned with startling alertness and snapped out further phrases. He challenged whether the listener believed him, then demanded to know why Captain Obed and 20-odd others rowed out to Devil Reef in the dead of night and chanted so loudly the whole town could hear when the wind was right. Why Obed kept dropping heavy objects into the deep water beyond the reef where the bottom plunged like a cliff no line could sound. What he had done with the funny-shaped leaden device Wallachia gave him. Why everyone howled on May Eve and again the next Halloween. Why the new church parsons, former sailors, wore those queer robes and covered themselves with the gold-like things Obed had brought. The watery eyes now burned savage and maniacal. The dirty white beard bristled. Zadok saw him shrink back and began to cackle with evil delight. He asked whether the listener would have liked to be a small boy in those days, peering from the cupola atop his house at night and seeing things at sea. Little pitchers had big ears. He had missed none of the gossip about Obed and the reef. He recalled taking his father's ship glass to the cupola one night and watching the reef bristle thick with shapes that dove off the far side into the deep water the instant the moon rose. Obed and the others had been in a dory, but those shapes never resurfaced. How would it feel to be a lone child up there, watching forms that were not human? The old man grew increasingly hysterical. A nameless alarm gripped the narrator, sending cold shivers through his body. Zadok's gnarled hand clamped onto his shoulder, its trembling carrying something far darker than mere mirth. Zadok spoke of strange sights on the water. Something heavy thrown from Obed's dory beyond the reef one night, followed the next day by the disappearance of a young man from town. He listed names: Hiram Gilman, Nick Pierce, Llewellyn Waite, Adoniram Southwick, Henry Garrison, none of whom were ever seen again. His voice dropped into eerie mutterings about shapes using sign language with their hands, those that still possess real hands. Then the tone shifted. Obed had begun to prosper again. His 3 daughters appeared wearing strange gold-like ornaments never seen on them before, while smoke rose once more from the refinery chimney. Other townsfolk grew wealthy too. Fish swarmed into the harbor in unnatural abundance, and large cargoes began shipping out to Newburyport, Arkham, and Boston. Obed even managed to get the old branch railroad restored. When Kingsport fishermen heard of the rich catches and sailed up in sloops, every one of them vanished without trace. Around that same time, the townspeople founded the esoteric order of Dagon and purchased the old Masonic Hall from Calvary Commandery for their meetings. Matt Elliott had opposed the sale as a Mason, yet he too disappeared. Shortly afterward, Zadok made it clear that Obed had not initially sought to recreate everything exactly as it had been on that distant Kanaki Isle. He doubted Obed had planned any mixing of bloodlines or raising children who would take to the water and gain eternal life as fish-like beings. Obed had wanted the gold above all and was willing to pay any price. For a time, the others seemed satisfied with the arrangement. By 1846, however, the town had begun to look inward and grow uneasy. Too many people were missing. Too much wild preaching filled the Sunday meetings. Too many whispers circulated about the reef. The narrator had played a small part by telling Selectman Maury what he had witnessed from the cupola. One night, a group followed Obed's crowd out to the reef, and shots rang out between the dories. The next day, Obed and 32 others were locked in jail while the town wondered what charges could possibly be brought. No one could have foreseen what would happen just a couple of weeks later, after nothing had been cast into the sea for that long. Zadok showed clear signs of fright and exhaustion. The narrator allowed him a moment of silence, glancing nervously at his watch. The tide had turned and was now coming in. The sound of the waves seemed to stir the old man back to speech. The narrator felt relieved. The incoming water might at least dull the heavy, fishy stench in the air. Zadok's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. That awful night he had seen them from the cupola. Hordes of them, swarms crawling over the reef and swimming up the harbor into the Manaxet. Terrible things had unfolded in the streets of INNSMOUTH. They had rattled at his family's door, but his father refused to open it. Instead, his father climbed out the kitchen window with his musket, heading to find Selectman Maury and do what he could. Mounds of the dead and dying littered the town. Shots and screams echoed through Old Square, Town Square, and New Church Green. The jail was thrown open. A proclamation was issued. They called it a plague when outsiders later arrived and found half the population gone. Only those willing to join Obed and the creatures, or stay silent, remained. The narrator's father was never heard from again. Zadok panted heavily, sweat pouring down his face. His grip on the narrator's shoulder tightened painfully. By morning, everything had been cleaned up, though traces lingered. Obed took charge and declared that things would change. Others would now worship alongside them at meetings, and certain houses would have to entertain special guests. The creatures wanted to mix with the townsfolk as they had with the Kanakis, and Obed, far gone in his obsession, had no intention of stopping them. He claimed they had brought fish and treasure and deserved whatever they desired in return. Outwardly, life was to appear unchanged. The town must simply avoid strangers and keep its secrets. Everyone had to swear the oath of Dagon, with second and third oaths taken by some. Those who helped most received special rewards, gold and more. Resistance was futile. Millions of the beings waited below. They preferred not to rise and wipe out humanity, but if exposed and forced, they were fully capable of it. The town lacked the old protective charms known in the South Seas, and the Kanakis had never shared their secrets. As long as sufficient sacrifices, trinkets, and harbor space were provided when needed, the creatures would leave the town in peace. They would not trouble outsiders who might carry tales, unless those outsiders pried too deeply. All belonged now to the Order of Dagon. Their children would never truly die, but would return to Mother Hydra and Father Dagon, from whom all life had once come. Zadok's voice rose into a fevered chant. Yeah, Cthulhu Fitang, Pagludum Lunaf, Cthulhu Ralye, Gonigu Fitang. The old man was slipping into raving madness. The narrator held his breath, watching in pity. Liquor and long years of hatred for the decay, alienage, and sickness around him had driven Zadok's once fertile mind to these pitiful depths. He began to moan, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks into his beard. Zadok spoke of the horrors he had witnessed since age 15. The missing people, the suicides. Those who tried to warn outsiders in Arkham or Ipswich were dismissed as insane, just as the narrator was dismissing him now. They would have killed him long ago for what he knew, except that he had taken the first and second oaths of Dagon from Obed himself, granting him protection, unless a jury of them proved deliberate betrayal. He had refused the third oath, preferring death over taking it. The situation worsened around the time of the Civil War, as children born after 1846 began to grow up. Zadok had grown terrified and never pried again after that night. He had never seen one of the full-blooded creatures up close in his entire life. He had gone off to war, and if he had possessed any real courage or sense, he would never have returned, choosing instead to settle far away. But letters claimed things were not so bad. That, he supposed, was because government draft officers had been present in town after 1863. After the war, the decay returned worse than ever. People dwindled. Mills and shops closed. Shipping halted, and the harbor choked with silt. The railroad was abandoned. Yet the creatures never stopped swimming in and out of the river from that cursed reef. More and more attic windows were boarded up. Strange noises echoed from houses that were supposed to be empty. Outsiders told stories about INNSMOUTH, stories the narrator had surely heard, given his questions. They spoke of occasional sightings, and of the queer gold jewelry that still appeared from unknown sources, never quite fully melted down. Yet nothing ever became definite. No one believed the tales. The strange ornaments were dismissed as pirate loot, and INNSMOUTH's people were simply said to carry foreign blood or suffer from some distemper. Besides, the locals aggressively discouraged curious strangers, especially after dark. Animals shied away from the inhabitants, horses worse than mules, but automobiles had solved that problem. In 1846, Captain Obed had taken a second wife, whom no one in town ever saw. Some said he had been forced into it by the beings he had summoned. She bore him 3 children, 2 who disappeared young, and 1 daughter who looked normal enough and was educated in Europe. Obed later tricked an unsuspecting Arkham man into marrying her. No outsider would have anything to do with Innsmouth folk anymore. Barnabas Marsh, who now ran the refinery, was Obed's grandson by his first wife, son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son, but the boy's mother had been one of those never seen outdoors. Barnabas was now far along in his change. He could no longer close his eyes, and his body had grown misshapen. He still wore clothes, but soon he would take permanently to the water. He had not been seen in public for nearly 10 years. No one knew how his poor wife from Ipswich endured it. She had nearly been lynched when Barnabas courted her over 50 years earlier. Obed himself had died in 1878. All of the next generation was gone now. The first wife's children dead, and the rest, only God knew their fate. The incoming tide grew louder, insistent, its steady wash slowly shifting the old man's mood from maudlin tears to sharp, watchful fear. He kept pausing to dart nervous glances over his shoulder and out toward the distant reef. Despite the wild absurdity of everything Zadok had said, the narrator felt a vague apprehensiveness creeping into his own chest. Zadok's voice rose, shriller now, as though louder speech could steady his courage. He demanded why the narrator sat silent, then painted a grotesque picture of life in this rotting town. Everything decaying, boarded up horrors crawling and bleeding and hopping through black cellars and attics. He spoke of nightly howling from the churches and the order of Dagon Hall, of knowing exactly what caused part of that howling, and of the sounds that drifted from the reef every May Eve and Hallowmass. He insisted this was not even the worst of it. The old man was screaming outright, the mad frenzy in his tone unsettling the narrator more than he wanted to admit. Zadok cursed him for staring, declared that Obed Marsh belonged in hell and would stay there, then suddenly pivoted. Even if he had never told anyone before, he was going to tell now. The real horror was not what the fish devils had already done, but what they still meant to do. They had been bringing things up from below into the town for years, though the traffic had slackened lately. The houses north of the river, between Water and Main Streets, were full of them, and of what they had brought. When they were ready, he broke off, asking if the narrator had ever heard of a Shoggoth. Then the scream came. Hideous, sudden, inhuman, nearly knocking the narrator backward. Zadok's eyes bulged past him toward the malodorous sea, his face a frozen mask of pure Greek tragedy terror. His bony claw dug deep into the narrator's shoulder. The narrator whipped around to look, but saw only the incoming tide and a single set of ripples closer than the long breakers. Nothing more. Zadok shook him violently, his fear-frozen face dissolving into twitching eyelids and mumbling gums. His voice returned as a trembling whisper. They have been seen. Get out of town now. Run. Don't wait for anything. Another heavy wave slammed the crumbling wharf and tore a fresh, blood-curdling shriek from the old man. Before the narrator could gather his wits, Zadok released his grip and bolted wildly inland, reeling northward around the ruined warehouse wall and vanishing. The narrator glanced back at the sea once more. Still nothing. When he reached Water Street and looked north, no trace of Zadok Allen remained. The episode left him in a strange, harrowing mood, mad and pitiful, grotesque and terrifying all at once. The grocery boy had warned him, yet the old man's insane earnestness had planted a mounting unrest that merged with the earlier loathing he already felt for the town and its intangible blight. Later he might sift the tale for some kernel of historic truth. Right now he only wanted it out of his head. His watch read 7:15. The Arkham bus left town square at 8. He set off at a brisk but not frantic pace through the deserted streets, telling himself to stay practical. The golden light of late afternoon softened the ancient roofs and chimneys into something almost peacefully lovely, yet he still caught himself glancing over his shoulder. He would be glad to leave this fear-shadowed, malodorous place, even if the only ride was Sargent's sinister-looking bus. Architectural details still tempted him at every silent corner, and he calculated he could reach the hotel easily in half an hour. Following the grocery use map, he chose Marsh Street instead of State for his approach to the square. Near Fall Street, he passed scattered groups of furtive whisperers. At the square itself, nearly all the loiterers had gathered around the Gilman house door, bulging, watery, unwinking eyes, fixed on him oddly as he claimed his valise in the lobby. He hoped none of those unpleasant faces would share the coach. The bus arrived early, a few minutes before 8, carrying the same 3 passengers he had seen that morning in Newburyport. An evil-looking fellow on the sidewalk muttered something indistinguishable to the driver. Sargent tossed out a mailbag and a roll of newspapers, then stepped into the hotel. The passengers shambled onto the sidewalk and exchanged faint guttural words, sounds the narrator could have sworn were not English, with a loafer nearby. He boarded the empty coach and took his former seat. Scarcely settled, Sargent reappeared and began mumbling in a throaty, repulsive voice. The engine had developed trouble, despite the good run from Newburyport. The bus could not continue to Arkham tonight, nor was there any other transportation out of INNSMOUTH. The narrator would have to stay over at the Gilman. The clerk would probably make the rate easy. Dazed by the sudden obstacle and already dreading nightfall in the half-unlighted town, he left the bus and re-entered the lobby. The sullen, queer-looking night clerk assigned him room 428 on the floor below the top, large but without running water, for $1. The narrator signed the register, paid, and followed the sour attendant up 3 creaking flights past dusty, lifeless corridors. The room was a dismal rear chamber with 2 windows, bare cheap furnishings, and a view of a dingy courtyard hemmed by low, deserted brick blocks. Beyond lay decrepit westward roofs and a stretch of marshy countryside. At the corridor's end sat a discouraging bathroom with an ancient marble bowl tin tub, faint electric light, and musty wooden paneling around the plumbing. Daylight still held, so he went down to the square in search of dinner. The unwholesome loafers gave him the same strange glances. With the grocery closed, he had no choice but the restaurant he had avoided earlier. A stooped, narrow-headed man with staring, unwinking eyes, and a flat-nosed woman with thick, clumsy hands waited behind the counter. Service was cafeteria style. Most items clearly came from cans and packages. A bowl of vegetable soup and crackers sufficed. He ate quickly, then returned to his cheerless room at the Gilman, picking up an evening paper and a fly-specked magazine from the evil-visaged clerk at the rickety desk. The twilight deepened. The narrator switched on the single feeble bulb above the cheap iron bed and forced himself to keep reading. He needed to occupy his mind. Brooding on the town's abnormalities while still trapped inside, it would only invite worse thoughts. Zadok's insane tale and those wild, watery eyes already threatened unpleasant dreams. He also refused to dwell on the factory inspector's warnings about the Gilman house or the horror of the tiara-wearing face glimpsed in the black church doorway, horrors his conscious mind still could not fully explain. The room's gruesome mustiness blended sickeningly with the pervasive fishy stench of INNSMOUTH, constantly steering his imagination toward death and decay. Worse, the hall door lacked a bolt. Only fresh screw holes showed where one had recently been removed. In his growing nervousness, he spotted a matching bolt on the clothes press. Using the small screwdriver on his key ring, he transferred it to the door. It fitted perfectly. He felt a small measure of relief knowing he could now lock himself in. He also fastened the bolts on the 2 connecting doors to the adjacent rooms. He kept his coat, collar, and shoes on, planning to read until sleep came, then lie down as he was. He slipped his pocket flashlight into his trousers so he could check his watch in the dark if needed. Sleep refused to arrive. When he examined his thoughts, he realized with unease that he was unconsciously listening, straining for some nameless sound he dreaded. The inspector's story had clearly sunk deeper into his imagination than he had realized. He tried reading again, but made no progress. After a while, the stairs and corridors began to creak at intervals, as if with footsteps. No voices accompanied them, only a subtly furtive quality to the sounds that unsettled him. He wondered whether he should even try to sleep in this town of queer, resentful people, where travelers had been known to disappear. The random creakings fed wild speculations. Perhaps this was an inn where guests were murdered for their money, or perhaps his obvious map consulting and sightseeing had drawn hostile attention. He regretted being unarmed. Fatigue finally overcame him without bringing drowsiness. He bolted the newly fitted hall door, turned off the light, and stretched out on the hard, uneven bed, fully dressed. In the darkness, every faint night noise seemed magnified. A long, dreary interval passed. Then, preceded by fresh creaking on the stairs and corridor, came the soft, unmistakable sound he had unconsciously feared. Someone was cautiously, furtively trying to lock on his hall door with a key. The realization of actual peril struck him like a blow, yet his earlier vague apprehensions had left him somewhat prepared. He stayed deathly still, waiting. The cautious rattling eventually stopped. He heard the north room being entered with a pass key, then the connecting door to his own room being softly tried. The bolt held. The intruder retreated. Moments later, the same furtive sequence repeated in the south room. Again, the bolted connecting door defeated the attempt. The creaking receded down the hall and stairs. The prowler had apparently given up, for now. His mind had already been subconsciously preparing an escape plan. He rose silently, switched on the flashlight, and tried to light the overhead bulb so he could gather a few essentials for a swift, valiseless flight. Nothing happened. The power had been cut off. Some larger, cryptic evil was clearly underway. As he stood with his hand on the useless switch, he heard muffled creaking on the floor below, and what might have been voices, hoarse barkings and loose-syllable croakings that barely resembled human speech. The factory inspector's nighttime account of this building flooded back with new force. He stuffed his pockets with necessities by flashlight, put on his hat, and moved to the windows. No fire escape existed on this side, only a sheer 3-story drop to the cobbled courtyard. On both right and left, however, ancient brick business blocks abutted the hotel, their slant roofs within jumping distance from the 4th-floor level. To reach either roof, he would need to cross through a room 2 doors away, north or south, and force his way through the connecting doors. He ruled out the corridor. Footsteps would be heard, and entry into the target room would be impossible from outside. The only route lay through the flimsy connecting doors, which he would have to batter open with his shoulder. The house was rickety enough that it might work, though not silently. Speed would be everything. He reinforced his own outer door by quietly sliding the bureau against it. His chances were slim, but the abutting buildings were deserted and ruinous, with many black skylights gaping open. From the grocery boy's map, the best exit from town lay southward. He first examined the south connecting door. It opened toward him and was firmly fastened. Forcing it would be awkward. He abandoned that route and braced the bedstead against it to slow any later attack. The north door opened away from him. Though locked or bolted from the other side, it would have to serve as his exit. If he could reach the roofs along Payne Street, descend and slip through courtyards or buildings toward Washington or Bates, he might strike Washington Street quickly and leave the town square area behind. He preferred to avoid Payne Street and its possibly all-night fire station. Moonlight now brightened the squalid sea of decaying roofs below. The Black River Gorge split the view, with abandoned factories and the railway station clinging to its sides. Beyond stretched marshy flatland. On the left, the Ipswich Road gleamed white. He could not see the southward Arkham route from his windows. He was still calculating the least noisy way to breach the north door, when heavier creaking rose from the stairs below. A wavering flicker of light appeared through his transom. The corridor boards groaned under a ponderous load. Muffled sounds approached. A firm knock sounded at his outer door. He held his breath. The knocking repeated, growing louder and more insistent. The fishy stench seemed to thicken suddenly. The moment for action had arrived. He drew the bolt on the north connecting door and braced himself. As the knocking swelled, he lunged repeatedly at the thin panel with his left shoulder. The door resisted more than expected, but he kept hammering. The clamor outside grew violent. At last, the connecting door crashed open. Those in the hall must have heard. The outer knocking turned to furious battering, while keys rattled in the hall doors on both sides. He rushed through, managed to bolt the northerly hall door just before the lock could turn, but immediately heard a pass key trying to door the third room, the one whose window offered roof access. Despair swept over him. He seemed trapped in a windowless chamber. A wave of abnormal horror struck as his flashlight caught strange dust prints left by the recent intruder. Still moving with dazed automatism, he pushed at the next connecting door, hoping to bolt the hall door beyond before it could be opened from outside. Fortune granted a brief reprieve. This door was not only unlocked, but already ajar. In a second, he was through and threw his weight against the hall door, which was visibly opening inward. The pressure caught the intruder off guard. The door slammed shut under his push, allowing him to slide the bolt home. As he gained this momentary safety, he heard the battering at the other two doors ease, while a confused clatter rose from the south connecting door he had blocked with the bedstead. The main group of assailants had entered the southerly room and were now mounting a lateral attack. At the same instant, however, a pass key sounded in the next door to the north. A nearer peril was closing in. The northward connecting door stood wide open, but there was no time to secure the turning lock in the hall. The narrator slammed and bolted both the open connecting door and its mate on the opposite side, then shoved a bedstead against one and a bureau against the other, dragging a washstand in front of the hall door. These makeshift barriers would have to hold until he reached the window and the roof of the Payne Street block. Even in that frantic moment, his deepest horror lay elsewhere. Not one of his pursuers uttered a single unmuffled or intelligible sound, only hideous pantings, gruntings, and occasional subdued barkings. He heard frantic scurrying along the corridor toward the room to the north, while the battering from the south suddenly ceased. The enemy was clearly massing against the feeble connecting door they knew opened directly onto him. Moonlight silvered the ridgepole of the block below. The jump looked desperately hazardous on that steep, slate-covered slope. He chose the more southerly window, planning to land on the inner roof, slope, and head straight for the nearest skylight. Once inside the decrepit brick building, he would still face pursuit, but he hoped to drop down, weave through shadowed doorways in the courtyard, and reach Washington Street before slipping southward out of town. The clatter at the northerly connecting door grew savage. The weak paneling was splintering. Someone had brought a heavy object to use as a battering ram, yet the braced bedstead still held. He flung the window open. Heavy velour draperies hung beside it from a brass-ringed pole, and a large projecting shutter catch jutted outside. Seizing the chance, he yanked the hangings down, hooked 2 rings over the catch, and flung the heavy folds out. They reached the roof below. He climbed through the window and descended the improvised rope ladder, leaving the horror-infested Gilman house behind forever. He landed safely on the loose slates, scrambled up the steep pitch without slipping, and dropped through the gaping black skylight. A glance back showed his window still dark, though far to the north lights burned ominously in the order of Dagon Hall, the Baptist church, and the Congregational church. The courtyard below seemed empty. He hoped no general alarm had yet spread. His flashlight revealed no stairs, only a short drop to a dusty floor littered with crumbling boxes and barrels. The watch showed 2 a.m. He raced down the creaking but solid staircase past a cavernous second story and reached the ground floor. Complete desolation met him, only echoes. answered his footsteps. At the rear, he found the back door open, descended 5 stone steps, and stepped onto the grass-grown cobblestones of the courtyard. Moonlight did not reach here, but he could navigate without the light. Faint glows showed in some Gilman house windows, and confused sounds drifted from within. He moved softly to the Washington Street side, spotted several open doorways, and chose the nearest. The hallway inside was pitch black. At the far end, the street door was wedged shut. He groped back toward the courtyard, then froze. A large crowd of uncertain shapes was pouring from an open door in the Gilman house. Lanterns bobbing, horrible croaking voices exchanging low cries in a language that was certainly not English. Their crouching, shambling gait was repellent. One figure wore a tall, strangely familiar tiara. They moved uncertainly, clearly unaware of his exact location, yet the sight sent a fresh wave of horror through him. The fishy stench grew unbearable. He slipped into another doorway off the hall and found an empty room with shuttered but sashless windows. Working by flashlight, he opened the shutters, climbed out, and closed them behind him as they had been. He was now on Washington Street. For the moment, nothing living was visible, and no light showed except the moon. From several directions came distant hoarse voices, footsteps, and a curious pattering that did not sound quite like footsteps. He had no time to lose. He walked rapidly, yet softly, keeping close to the ruined houses. Hatless and disheveled after the climb, he hoped he would not look especially noticeable if he met anyone. At Bates Street, he drew into a deep vestibule, while 2 shambling figures crossed ahead of him, then continued. He approached the open space where Elliott Street crossed Washington at South. Moonlight flooded it. On the grocery boy's map, it had looked dangerously exposed, but there was no way around it without risky detours. He would have to cross boldly, imitating the typical INNSMOUTH shamble as best he could, and trusting no pursuers waited there. He still had no clear idea how fully the hunt was organized or what its true purpose might be, but unusual activity seemed to stir across the town. The news of his escape from the Gilman had probably not spread yet, though he must have left dust prints in the last building that would soon reveal his route to the street. He would need to shift from Washington to another southward street before long. The open space lay bright under the moon, the remains of an iron-railed green at its center. No one was in sight, though a curious buzzing roar was growing from the direction of Town Square. South Street stretched wide and empty, sloping gently to the waterfront with a long view out to sea. He crossed without hindrance. No new sound suggested he had been spotted. For a second his pace slowed involuntarily as he glanced toward the sea, gorgeous and burning in the moonlight at the street's end. Far beyond the breakwater lay the dim, dark line of Devil Reef, and the sight pulled every hideous legend of the last 34 hours back into his mind, legends that painted the ragged rock as a gateway to realms of unfathomed horror and inconceivable abnormality. The distant reef suddenly flickered with intermittent flashes of light, definite, unmistakable. A blind horror surged through him, far beyond reason, tightening every muscle for flight. Only unconscious caution and a half-hypnotic pull held him in place. Behind him, the lofty cupola of the Gilman house answered with its own series of space gleams, signaling back across the night. He forced his body under control, acutely aware of how exposed he stood in the moonlight. Resuming a brisker yet deliberately shambling pace, he kept his eyes locked on the ominous reef as long as South Street offered a seaward view. The meaning eluded him, some strange rite tied to Devil Reef, or perhaps a landing party from a ship on that sinister rock. He veered left around the ruinous green, still staring at the spectral ocean blazing under the summer moon, watching those cryptic, unexplainable beacons pulse. Then the worst impression struck him, shattering his last shred of self-control and sending him running frantically southward past the yawning black doorways and fish-staring windows of the deserted Nightmare Street. Closer now, He saw the moonlit waters between reef and shore were not empty. They teemed with a horde of shapes swimming steadily inward toward the town. Even at distance, in that single frozen moment, the bobbing heads and flailing arms looked alien and aberrant beyond any conscious formulation. His wild sprint halted before a full block. From his left came the hue and cry of organized pursuit. Footsteps, guttural voices, and a wheezing motor rattling south along Federal Street. In an instant, his plan shifted completely. If the southward highway was blocked, he would need another way out of INNSMOUTH. He slipped into a gaping doorway, grateful he had left the open moonlight before the pursuers reached the parallel street. A second thought chilled him further. The pursuit moved down another route, meaning they had not spotted him directly. They followed a general plan to cut off escape. That implied every road out of town was patrolled, for the locals could not have known his intended path. If so, he would have to flee across country, away from all roads, but the surrounding marshes and creeks made that nearly impossible. His mind reeled from hopelessness and the sharp rise in the ever-present fishy stench. Then the abandoned railway to Rowley came to him, the solid, weed-choked embankment stretching northwest from the crumbling riverside station. The townsfolk might overlook it. Its briar-choked ruin made it half impassable, the unlikeliest route for any fugitive. He had studied it clearly from his hotel window. Most of its early length lay visible from the Rowley Road and high points in town, yet he could perhaps crawl unseen through the undergrowth. It offered his only chance of deliverance. He had to try. Inside the deserted hall, he consulted the grocery boy's map again by flashlight. The safest path to the old station led ahead to Babson Street, then west to Lafayette, edging around but not crossing the open space he had already traversed, then zigzagging northward and westward through Lafayette, Bates, Adams, and Bank Streets, the last skirting the river gorge to the dilapidated station. He set off, crossing to the right-hand side to slip inconspicuously into Babson Street. Noises still echoed from Federal Street, and glancing back, he thought he glimpsed a light near the building he had escaped through. Eager to leave Washington Street behind, he broke into a quiet dog trot, hoping no watchful eyes caught him. Near the corner of Babson, he noted one house still inhabited by its curtains, though dark inside. He passed without incident. In Babson Street itself, which crossed Federal and risked exposing him, he hugged the sagging buildings closely, twice ducking into doorways as the sounds behind swelled. The open space ahead lay wide and desolate under the moon, but his route avoided crossing it. During the second pause, he detected a shift in the vague noises. Peering out cautiously, he watched a motor car dart across the open ground, heading outward along Elliott Street, where it intersected Babson and Lafayette. Then came a band of uncouth crouching shapes loping and shambling in the same direction. This had to be the party guarding the Ipswich Road, since that highway continued Elliott Street. Two figures wore voluminous robes. One bore a peaked diadem that gleamed whitely in the moonlight. Its gait struck him with cold dread. The creature seemed almost to hop. Once the last of them vanished, he darted around the corner into Lafayette Street, crossing Elliott hurriedly in case stragglers followed. Distant croaking and clattering drifted from Town Square, but he made the passage safely. His greatest dread lay ahead, recrossing broad, moonlit South Street with its open seaward view. He steeled himself, deciding at the last moment to slow to the shambling gait of a typical INNSMOUTH native. As the water view opened again on his right, he could not resist a sidelong glance despite his resolve. No ship appeared. Instead, he saw a small rowboat pulling toward the abandoned wharves, laden with a bulky tarpaulin-covered object. Its rowers looked especially repellent even at distance. Several swimmers still moved in the water, while on the far black reef a faint, steady glow burned, different in color from the earlier winking beacons, a hue he could not name. The tall cupola of the Gilman house loomed dark above the roofs ahead. The fishy odor, briefly lifted by a breeze, closed in again with suffocating force. He had not quite finished crossing when a muttering band advanced along Washington Street from the north. As they reached the open space where he had first glimpsed the moonlit water, now only a block away, their bestial faces and crouching subhuman gaits horrified him. One moved in simian fashion, long arms brushing the ground. Another, robed and tiara'd, progressed with that same odd hopping motion. This was the party he had seen in the Gilman courtyard, the one closest on his trail. As some turned to look in his direction, terror transfixed him, yet he maintained a casual shambling walk. Whether they saw him, he never knew. If they did, his ruse worked, for they continued across the moonlit space without altering course, still croaking and jabbering in their hateful guttural tongue. Once more in shadow, he fell back into his dog trot past the leaning, blank-eyed houses. Crossing to the western sidewalk, he rounded into Bates Street and hugged the southern buildings. Two houses showed faint signs of life, one with dim upper lights, yet nothing stopped him. Turning into Adams Street, he felt safer until a man reeled straight from a black doorway. The drunk posed no threat, and he reached the dismal Bank Street warehouse ruins untouched. The dead street beside the river gorge lay silent. The waterfall roar swallowed his footsteps. The long trot to the ruined station stretched between towering brick walls that felt more menacing than any house fronts. At last, the ancient arcaded station appeared. He headed directly for the tracks beyond it. Rusty rails ran mostly intact, though half the ties had rotted. Progress was hard, but steady. The line clung to the gorge brink before reaching the long-covered bridge that spanned the chasm at dizzy height. If the ties held, he would cross. Otherwise, he would risk the streets for the nearest highway bridge. The barn-like bridge gleamed spectral in moonlight. The first few ties looked safe. He entered with flashlight ready and was nearly knocked flat by a rushing cloud of bats. Halfway across, a wide gap in the ties loomed. He leaped desperately and landed safely. Moonlight welcomed him again on the far side. The tracks crossed River Street at grade and veered into rural country where the fishy stench began to thin. Dense weeds and briars tore at his clothes and slowed him, yet he welcomed their cover. He knew the route lay visible from the Rowley Road. Marshland soon closed in. The single track ran along a low, grassy embankment with sparser growth, then climbed onto an island of higher ground where it passed through a shallow, brush-choked cut. The partial shelter eased him. The Rowley Road ran uncomfortably close here. At the cut's end, the road would cross the track and swing safely away. By now, he felt certain the railway itself remained unpatrolled. Just before entering the cut, he glanced back. No pursuers. The ancient spires and roofs of INNSMOUTH glowed lovely and unreal under the yellow moonlight, and for a moment he pictured how they must have looked before the shadow fell. Then his gaze swept inland and froze on a disturbing undulant motion far south along the Ipswich Road. A vast horde seemed to pour from the town. Even at distance it rippled unnaturally and glistened too brightly in the westering moon. A faint, bestial scraping and bellowing drifted on the opposing wind. His mind raced with ugly possibilities. The extreme INNSMOUTH types set to hide in waterfront warrens, the nameless swimmers he had seen earlier, counting every party glimpsed and those guarding other roads. The numbers were impossibly large for so empty a town. Where had they come from? Teeming ancient warrens? Or some ship unloading strangers on the reef? Why? Would the other patrols be just as swollen? He pushed into the brush-grown cut at a slow, struggling pace. The fishy stench suddenly swelled again. The wind must have shifted eastward from the sea. Shocking guttural murmurs rose from that direction, joined by a colossal flopping and pattering that called up the most detestable images and echoed the distant undulating column. Stench and sounds grew stronger. He paused, shivering, grateful for the cut shelter. Here the Rowley Road drew nearest before crossing the track barely 100 yards ahead. Something was coming. He had to stay low until it passed. Thank heaven they used no dogs amid the ever-present odor. Crouched in the sandy bushes, he felt reasonably safe. He would see them, but they could not see him unless by some malign chance. Yet dread of looking built inside him. The moonlit space they would cross felt forever polluted. These would be the worst Innsmouth types, shapes he wished never to remember. The odor became overpowering. The noises swelled into a bestial babble of croaking, baying, and barking, nothing human. Were these his pursuers? Had they dogs after all? He had seen no animals in Innsmouth. That monstrous flopping terrified him. He clamped his eyes shut and willed himself to keep them closed until the sounds faded west. The horde drew close. The air thickened with hoarse snarls. The ground trembled under alien footfalls. His breath nearly stopped as he poured every ounce of will into holding his eyelids down. Even now he could not say whether what followed was hideous reality or nightmare hallucination. Later government action after his frantic reports would confirm it as monstrous truth. Yet the town's haunted atmosphere might have conjured the vision from old legends and shadowed streets. Madness and reality blurred here. Still he had to tell what he believed he saw under the mocking yellow moon, surging and hopping down the Rowley Road in plain sight as he crouched among the brambles of that desolate cut. His resolve to keep his eyes shut failed completely. Who could remain blind while a legion of croaking, baying entities flopped past scarcely 100 yards away? He thought himself prepared for the worst after everything he had already witnessed. His other pursuers had been twisted enough. Should he not expect forms entirely stripped of anything normal? He held until the raucous clamor sounded straight ahead, where the cut flattened and the road crossed the tracks. Only then could he no longer resist sampling whatever horror the leering moon had to show. He realized it was the end of mental peace, of any confidence in nature or the human mind, for whatever life remained to him. Nothing he could have imagined, not even old Zadok's wildest tale taken literally, approached the demonic, blasphemous reality he saw or believed he saw. He had tried to hint at it, only to delay writing the horror plainly. Could this planet truly have spawned such things? Could human eyes have witnessed in solid flesh what had existed only in fevered fantasy and legend? Yet there they came in a limitless stream, flopping, hopping, croaking, bleating, surging through the spectral moonlight in a grotesque, malignant dance of nightmare. Some wore tall tiaras of that nameless whitish gold metal. Others moved in strange robes. One who led them wore a humped black coat and striped trousers, with a man's felt hat perched atop the shapeless mass that served as its head. Their predominant color was a grayish green, with white bellies. Most were shiny and slippery, their backs ridged with scales. Their forms vaguely suggested the anthropoid, but their heads were those of fish, with huge bulging eyes that never closed. Palpitating gills worked at the sides of their necks, and their long paws were webbed. They hopped irregularly, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4. He was strangely relieved they had no more than 4 limbs. Their croaking, baying voices carried every shade of expression their staring faces lacked. For all their monstrousness, they were not unfamiliar. The memory of that evil tiara in Newburyport remained too fresh. These were the blasphemous fish frogs of the nameless design, alive and horrible. In that moment, he also understood what the humped, tiaraed priest in the black church basement had so fearfully evoked. Their numbers defied counting. His brief glimpse showed only the smallest fraction of the swarms. Then merciful unconsciousness claimed him. The first faint he had ever suffered. Gentle daylight rain woke him from stupor in the brush-grown railway cut. Staggering out to the roadway, he found no traces in the fresh mud, and the fishy odor had vanished. Innsmouth's ruined roofs and steeples loomed gray to the southeast, but no living thing stirred across the desolate salt marshes. His watch still ran. The hour had passed noon. The reality of what he had endured felt uncertain, yet something hideous lingered in the background. He had to escape the evil-shadowed town. Testing his cramped, weary limbs, he found after long effort that he could walk. He started slowly along the muddy road toward Rowley. Before evening, he reached the village, ate a meal, and obtained presentable clothes. He caught the night train to Arkham, and the next day spoke at length with government officials there, repeating the process later in Boston. The main outcome of those talks was now public knowledge, and for the sake of his sanity, he wished there were nothing more to tell. Perhaps madness was overtaking him, yet perhaps a greater horror or a greater marvel reached out. He abandoned most of the planned features of his tour, the scenic, architectural, and antiquarian sites he had anticipated. He did not dare seek the strange jewelry said to rest in the Miskatonic University Museum. In Arkham, however, he gathered genealogical notes he had long wanted, rough but valuable data on the Orne family. The curator of the Historical Society, Mr. E. Lapham Peabody, assisted him courteously and showed unusual interest upon learning he was the grandson of Eliza Orne of Arkham, born 1867, who had married James Williamson of Ohio at 17. It seemed a maternal uncle had visited years earlier on a similar quest, and his grandmother's family had long been a topic of local curiosity. Peabody mentioned considerable discussion around the post-Civil War marriage of her father, Benjamin Orne. The bride had been understood as an orphan Marsh of New Hampshire, a cousin of the Essex County Marshes, but her education had been in France, and she knew little of her background. A guardian had deposited funds in a Boston bank for her and her French governess. The guardian's name was unknown in Arkham, and he eventually vanished, leaving the governess to assume the role by court order. The Frenchwoman, now long dead, had been unusually taciturn, and some believed she could have revealed more. The most baffling detail was the inability to place her recorded parents, Enoch and Lydia Meserve Marsh, among known New Hampshire families. Many suspected she was the natural daughter of some prominent Marsh. She certainly possessed the true Marsh eyes. Most speculation arose after her early death at the birth of his grandmother, her only child. Having formed unpleasant associations with the Marsh name, he did not welcome its place on his own family tree, nor did he like Peabody's remark that he himself had the true Marsh eyes. Still, he was grateful for the data and took detailed notes and book references on the well-documented Orne line. He returned directly home to Toledo from Boston, then spent a month recuperating at Maumee. In September, he entered Oberlin for his final year, burying himself in studies and wholesome activities. Only occasional visits from government men connected to the campaign his evidence had started reminded him of the terror. Around mid-July, a year after INNSMOUTH, he spent a week with his late mother's family in Cleveland, cross-checking his new genealogical notes against local traditions and heirlooms to build a connected chart. He did not relish the task. The Williamson home had always depressed him with its strain of morbidity. His mother had discouraged childhood visits to her parents, though she welcomed her father in Toledo. His Arkham-born grandmother had seemed strange and terrifying. He felt little grief when she disappeared. He had been 8 then, and it was said she wandered off in grief after the suicide of her eldest son, his Uncle Douglas, after the same New England trip that had prompted his recall at the Arkham Historical Society. That uncle had resembled her, and he had never liked him either. Something in their staring, unwinking expressions had always given him vague uneasiness. His mother and Uncle Walter had not looked that way. They took after their father, but poor cousin Lawrence, Walter's son, had been an almost perfect duplicate of his grandmother before his condition led to permanent confinement in a Canton sanitarium. He had not seen Lawrence in 4 years, but his uncle once hinted the young man's mental and physical state was dire. That worry had likely hastened his mother's death 2 years earlier. The Cleveland household now held only his grandfather and the widowed Walter, yet the weight of older times pressed heavily upon the rooms. He still disliked the place and moved through his researches as quickly as he could. His grandfather supplied plentiful Williamson records and traditions, but for anything concerning the Orne line, he had to turn to his uncle Walter, who opened every file, notes, letters, cuttings, heirlooms, photographs, and miniatures. While sorting the Orne letters and pictures, a quiet terror of his own ancestry began to take root inside him. His grandmother and Uncle Douglas had always unsettled him. Now, long after they were gone, he stared at their photographed faces and felt a sharper repulsion, a deeper alienation. At first, he could not name the change. Then, against his will, a horrible comparison forced itself forward in his mind. The typical expressions on those faces now carried something new, something that would bring raw panic if he allowed himself to think it clearly. The worst shock arrived when his uncle took him to a downtown safe deposit vault and showed the Orne jewelry. Most pieces were delicate enough, but one box of strange old items from his mysterious great-grandmother made Walter hesitate. He warned that they were grotesque and almost repulsive in design. Never publicly worn as far as he knew, though his grandmother had liked to look at them. Vague stories of bad luck clung to the set, and the French governess had insisted they should never be worn in New England, though they would be safe enough in Europe. As Walter slowly unwrapped the pieces, he urged him not to be startled by their strangeness and frequent hideousness. Artists and archaeologists who had examined them called the workmanship superlatively exquisite and exotic, yet no one could identify the exact material or trace them to any known tradition. There were 2 armlets, a tiara, and a pectoral worked in high relief with figures of almost unbearable extravagance. He kept his emotions tightly reined, but his face must have shown his rising fear. Walter paused, studied his expression with concern, then continued only after he motioned for him to go on. When the tiara finally came into view, he fainted silently away, just as he had done a year earlier in the briar-choked railway cut. From that day his life became a steady nightmare of brooding and apprehension. He no longer knew how much was hideous truth and how much was madness. His great-grandmother had been a Marsh of unknown origin, whose husband had lived in Arkham. Zadok had spoken of a daughter of Obed Marsh by a monstrous mother, married to an Arkham man through deception. The old man had muttered about the likeness between his eyes and Captain Obed's. In Arkham, the curator had also noted the true Marsh eyes. Was Obed Marsh his own great-great-grandfather? Then who or what had been his great-great-grandmother? Perhaps it was all madness. The whitish gold ornaments could have been bought from some INNSMOUTH sailor by his great-grandmother's father. The staring look on his grandmother's and Uncle Douglas's faces might be nothing more than his own fancy, fed by the dark INNSMOUTH shadow over his imagination. Yet why had his uncle killed himself after pursuing the same ancestral trail through New England? For more than 2 years, he fought these thoughts with partial success. His father found him a position in an insurance office, and he buried himself in routine. But in the winter of 1930 to 31, the dreams began. Sparse and insidious at first, then growing in frequency and vividness. Great watery spaces opened before him. He wandered through titanic sunken porticos and labyrinths of weedy cyclopean walls, grotesque fishes swimming beside him. Soon other shapes appeared. Upon waking, they filled him with nameless horror, yet in the dreams he felt no fear at all. He moved among them as one of their own, wearing their unhuman trappings, treading their aqueous paths, and praying monstrously in their evil sea-bottom temples. Even the fragments he remembered each morning would have marked him as mad or a genius if written down. Some frightful influence seemed to be dragging him slowly out of the sane world, into unnamable abysses of blackness and alienage. His health and appearance worsened until he had to leave his job and live the quiet, secluded life of an invalid. An odd, nervous affliction gripped him. At times he could barely close his eyes. He began studying the mirror with mounting alarm. The slow marks of disease were unpleasant enough, but something subtler and more puzzling lay beneath them. His father noticed it too, and began watching him with curious, almost frightened eyes. Was he coming to resemble his grandmother and Uncle Douglas? One night he dreamed of meeting his grandmother under the sea. She lived in a phosphorescent palace of many terraces amid gardens of strange leprous corals and grotesque branching growths. She welcomed him with a warmth that felt sardonic. She had changed as those who take to the water change, and told him she had never truly died. Instead, she had gone to the place her dead son had learned of and leaped into a realm whose wonders, destined also for him, he had rejected with a smoking pistol. This realm would be his as well. He could not escape it. He would never die, but would live forever with those who had existed long before man walked the earth. He also met what had once been her grandmother. For 80,000 years, Picciali had lived in Yahantley and had returned there after Obed Marsh died. Hantley had not been destroyed when the men of the upper earth fired death into the sea. It was hurt, but not destroyed. The deep ones could never be destroyed, though the Paleogen magic of the forgotten old ones might check them for a time. They would rest now, but one day they would rise again for the tribute great Cthulhu craved. Next time their city would be greater than INNSMOUTH. They had planned to spread and had brought up what would help them, but now they must wait again. For bringing death to the upper earth meant he must do penance, yet it would not be heavy. In that dream, he saw Shoggoth for the first time, and the sight woke him screaming. That morning, the mirror showed him plainly that he had acquired the INNSMOUTH look. So far, he had not shot himself as Uncle Douglas had done. He bought an automatic and nearly took the step, but certain dreams held him back. The extremes of horror were lessening. Instead of fear, he now felt a queer draw toward the unknown sea deeps. In sleep, he heard and did strange things, waking with exaltation rather than terror. He did not believe he needed to wait for the full change as others had. If he did, his father would likely confine him in a sanitarium like his poor little cousin. Stupendous splendors awaited him below, and he would seek them soon. Luye, Cthulhu fitang. Yeah. No, he would not shoot himself. He could not be made to shoot himself. He would plan his cousin's escape from the Canton madhouse. Together they would travel to marvel-shadowed INNSMOUTH, swim out to the brooding reef, and dive down through black abysses to the cyclopean, many-columned Yantley. There, in the lair of the deep ones, they would dwell amidst wonder and glory forever. Cautious investigators hesitated to question the widespread belief that Robert Blake had died from a lightning strike or from some overwhelming nervous shock triggered by an electrical discharge. He had faced an unbroken window, yet nature had proven herself capable of strange and freakish acts. The horrified expression frozen on his face could have sprung from some obscure muscular spasm unrelated to anything he had seen, while the strange entries in his diary clearly stemmed from a fevered imagination inflamed by local superstitions and certain forbidden matters he had uncovered. As for the unnatural conditions reported at the deserted church on Federal Hill, the shrewd analyst quickly attributed them to deliberate or unconscious charlatanry, with at least part of which Blake himself had secretly been involved. After all, the victim had been a writer and painter utterly devoted to the realms of myth, dream, terror, and superstition, forever hungry for bizarre and spectral scenes. His earlier visit to the city, a journey to consult a strange old man steeped in occult and forbidden lore, had ended in death and flames, and some morbid instinct must have drawn him back from Milwaukee. He may well have known the old stories despite what he claimed in his diary, and his death may have cut short some vast hoax intended to find literary form. Yet among those who had examined all the evidence, a few clung stubbornly to less rational explanations. They took much of Blake's diary at face value and pointed to undeniable facts. The genuine old church records, the verified existence of the unorthodox Starry Wisdom sect before 1877, the documented disappearance of reporter Edwin M. Lillibridge in 1893, and above all the look of monstrous, Soul-shattering fear etched on the young writer's face at the moment of death. One of these believers, driven to fanatical lengths, had hurled into the bay the curiously angled stone and its strangely adorned metal box recovered from the old church's black windowless steeple. The steeple, not the tower where Blake's diary had placed the objects. Though widely condemned, both officially and unofficially, the man, a respectable physician with a passion for odd folklore, insisted he had removed something far too dangerous to remain on Earth. Between these two schools of thought, the reader must decide for himself. The newspapers had presented the tangible facts from a skeptical viewpoint, leaving others to imagine the scene as Robert Blake had seen it, or believed he saw it, or pretended to see it. Now, examining the diary closely and dispassionately, the dark chain of events could be traced from the chief actor's own point of view. Young Blake returned to Providence in the winter of 1934 to 35. He took the upper floor of an old house in a grassy court off College Street, on the crest of the great eastward hill near Brown University and behind the marble John Hay Library. It was a quiet, fascinating spot, an island of village-like antiquity where large, friendly cats lounged on a shed in the garden. The square Georgian building featured a monitor roof, a classic doorway with fan-like carving, small pane windows, and all the marks of early 19th century craftsmanship. Inside lay 6-paneled doors, wide floorboards, a curving colonial staircase, white Adam mantels, and a rear set of rooms 3 steps below the main level. Blake's study was a large southwest chamber that overlooked the front garden on one side. Its west windows, before one of which he placed his desk, looked out from the brow of the hill across the lower town spread of roofs toward mystical sunsets flaming on the horizon. Far beyond rose the purple slopes of open countryside, and against them, some 2 miles distant, loomed the spectral hump of Federal Hill with its crowded roofs and steeples, whose outlines wavered strangely through the city's rising smoke. Blake felt as though he gazed upon some unknown ethereal realm that might dissolve like a dream if he ever tried to enter it in person. He sent for most of his books, bought suitable antique furniture, and settled into writing and painting while living alone and handling his own simple housework. His studio occupied a north attic room, lit beautifully by the monitor roof's panes. During that first winter, he completed 5 of his best-known stories: The Burrower Beneath, The Stairs in the Crypt, Shagai, In the Vale of Penath, and The Feaster from the Stars, and painted 7 canvases depicting nameless, inhuman monsters and profoundly alien landscapes. At sunset, he often sat at his desk, gazing dreamily westward. The dark towers of Memorial Hall below, the Georgian courthouse belfry, the tall pinnacles of downtown, and that distant spire-crowned mound whose unknown streets and twisting gables stirred his imagination so powerfully. Local acquaintances told him the far slope was now a large Italian quarter, though many houses remained from older Yankee and Irish times. Sometimes he trained his field glasses on that unreachable world beyond the smoke, picking out individual roofs, chimneys, and steeples, and wondering what bizarre mysteries they might conceal. Even magnified, Federal Hill seemed alien and half-fabulous, somehow linked to the unreal wonders of his own tales and paintings. The feeling lingered long after the hill faded into violet, lamp-starred twilight and the courthouse floodlights and red industrial trust beacon flared up, twisting the night into something grotesque. Of all the distant sights on Federal Hill, one huge, dark church fascinated Blake most. It stood out sharply at certain hours, and at sunset, its great tower and tapering steeple rose black against the flaming sky. The structure appeared to rest on especially high ground, its grimy facade and obliquely visible north side with sloping roof and tall pointed windows lifting boldly above the surrounding tangle of ridgepoles and chimneys. Grim and austere, it seemed built of stone, darkened and weathered by more than a century of smoke and storms. Its style, as far as he could tell through the glass, was an early experimental form of Gothic revival that still carried traces of Georgian proportions, perhaps dating from around 1810 or 1815. As the months passed, Blake watched the forbidding building with steadily mounting interest. Since its vast windows remained unlit, he knew it must stand vacant. The longer he observed it, the more his imagination stirred, until he began to fancy strange things. He sensed a vague, singular aura of desolation clinging to the place, so strong that even pigeons and swallows seemed to avoid its smoky eaves. While his glass showed great flocks of birds around other towers and belfries, none ever rested here. Or so he believed and recorded in his diary. He pointed the church out to several friends, but none of them had ever been to Federal Hill or knew anything about what the building was or had once been. Spring restlessness seized Blake. Though he had begun the long-planned novel about a surviving witch cult in Maine, the work refused to advance. He sat longer and longer at the westward window, staring at the distant hill and the black steeple the birds still shunned. Fresh spring leaves brought new beauty to the garden, yet his unease only sharpened. At last the thought took hold. He would cross the city and climb that fabulous slope into the smoke-wreathed world he had only dreamed of. Late in April, just before the shadowed Walpurgis season, Blake made the journey. He trudged through endless downtown streets and bleak decayed squares until he reached the ascending avenue of century-worn steps, sagging Doric porches, and Blear-paned cupolas that he believed must lead to the unreachable realm beyond the mists. Dingy blue and white street signs told him nothing. Dark foreign faces drifted past. Foreign signs hung over weathered shops. None of the distant landmarks he had studied through his glasses appeared. Once more he half suspected that the Federal Hill of his view was a phantom no living foot could ever tread. Battered church fronts and crumbling spires rose here and there, but never the blackened pile he sought. When he asked the shopkeeper about the great stone church, the man smiled, shook his head, and claimed ignorance, though he spoke English well. Higher up the slope the streets grew stranger, twisting into bewildering brown alleys that led south forever. Blake crossed broad avenues and once thought he glimpsed a familiar tower. He asked another merchant. This time the dark face showed fear poorly hidden, and the man made a quick, curious sign with his right hand. Suddenly a black spire stood sharp against the cloudy sky on Blake's left, rising above tiers of brown roofs. He plunged toward it through squalid, unpaved lanes. Twice he lost his way, yet dared not ask the patriarchs or housewives on their doorsteps, nor the children playing in the mud. At last the tower stood plain against the southwest, and a huge stone bulk loomed at the end of an alley. Blake emerged into a wind-swept cobblestone square with a high bank wall beyond. This was the end of his quest. On the wide, iron-railed, weed-grown plateau 6 feet above the streets rose the grim Titan bulk of the church, its identity unmistakable even from this new angle. The building stood in advanced decrepitude. Fallen buttresses lay among brown, neglected weeds. Delicate finials had dropped into the grass. Most of the high Gothic windows remained unbroken, though many stone mullions were gone. Blake wondered how the obscurely painted panes had survived the habits of boys everywhere. The massive doors were intact and tightly closed. A rusty iron fence ran around the entire raised plateau, its gate at the head of the square steps padlocked. The path to the church was completely overgrown. Desolation clung to the place like a pall. In the birdless eaves and black ivyless walls, Blake sensed a dim, indefinable menace. Few people lingered in the square. Blake approached the lone policeman at the northern end and asked about the church. The big, wholesome Irishman crossed himself and muttered that no one ever spoke of the building. Pressed further, he said hurriedly that Italian priests warned everyone away, claiming a monstrous evil had once lived there and left its mark. He had heard dark whispers from his own father, who remembered sounds and rumors from boyhood. In the old days, a bad sect had called up awful things from some unknown gulf of night. A good priest had exorcised whatever came, though some said mere daylight had sufficed. The place hurt no one now. Its owners were dead or long gone, having fled like rats after threatening talk in '77 when people began to notice neighbors vanishing. Someday the city might claim the property for lack of heirs, but it would be wiser to let the years topple it untouched. After the policeman left, Blake stood staring at the sullen, steepled mass. The shared dread excited him. He wondered how much truth might hide behind the old tales. The afternoon sun broke through dispersing clouds, but could not brighten the stained, sooty walls on their high plateau. Strangely, the green of spring had not touched the withered brown growths inside the iron-fenced yard. Blake edged nearer, studying the bank wall and rusted fence for any way in. An irresistible lure pulled him toward the blackened fane. No opening existed near the steps, but on the north side, several bars were missing. He could climb the steps, walk the narrow coping outside the fence, and slip through the gap. If the locals feared the place so much, no one would interfere. He reached the embankment and was almost inside before anyone noticed. Below, the few people in the square began edging away, making the same right-hand sign the shopkeeper had used. Windows slammed shut. A fat woman darted out and pulled small children into a rickety house. Blake passed easily through the gap and waited among the rotting, tangled growths of the deserted yard. Worn headstone stumps told him burials had once occurred here, though long ago. The sheer bulk of the church pressed down on him now that he stood close, yet he mastered the feeling and tried the 3 great front doors. All were locked. He began a circuit of the Cyclopean building, searching for any smaller entrance. At the rear, he found a yawning, unprotected cellar window. Peering inside, he saw a dusty gulf of cobwebs and debris, faintly lit by the western sun. Old barrels, ruined boxes, broken furniture, everything softened by a thick shroud of dust. The rusted remains of a hot air furnace showed the building had still been used and maintained as late as mid-Victorian times. Almost without conscious decision, Blake crawled through the opening and dropped to the concrete floor, carpeted in dust and debris. The vast vaulted cellar had no partitions. In the far right corner, deep in shadow, he made out a black archway that evidently led upstairs. A peculiar oppression settled over him at being inside the spectral structure, but he kept it in check. He located an intact barrel, rolled it beneath the window for an exit, then crossed the wide, cobweb-hung space toward the arch. Half choked by dust and draped in ghostly fibers, he climbed the worn stone steps that rose into darkness, groping with his hands. After a sharp turn, he felt a closed door. His fingers found the ancient latch. It opened inward, revealing a dimly lit corridor lined with worm-eaten paneling. Once inside the ground floor, Blake moved quickly from room to room, all inner doors unlocked. The colossal nave felt eldritch under drifts and mountains of dust that buried box pews, altar, hourglass pulpit, and sounding board. Titanic ropes of cobwebs stretched among the pointed arches of the gallery and wrapped the clustered Gothic columns. A hideous leaden light played over the hushed desolation as the declining sun filtered through the strange, half-blackened panes of the great apsidal windows. The window paintings were so blackened by soot that Blake could barely decipher them, yet what little he made out disturbed him. Most designs seemed conventional, but his knowledge of obscure symbolism revealed troubling meanings in the ancient patterns. The few saints shown were expressions open to harsh criticism, while one window appeared to depict only a dark void scattered with spirals of curious luminosity. Turning away, Blake saw that the cobweb cross above the altar was not ordinary, but resembled the primordial Ankh, or crux ansata of ancient Egypt. In a rear vestry room beside the apse, he found a rotting desk and ceiling-high shelves of mildewed, crumbling books. Here he received his first real shock of objective horror. The titles identified black, forbidden volumes that most sane people had never heard of, except in furtive whispers. The banned repositories of equivocal secrets and immemorial formulae passed down from man's earliest days and the dim times before humanity. Blake himself had read many: a Latin Necronomicon, the sinister Liber Ivanis, Comte d'Erlet's infamous Cultes des Ghouls, von Junts Unausprechlichen Kulten, and Ludwig Prin's Hellish de Vermis Mysteries. Others he knew only by reputation, or not at all. The Plocotic manuscripts, the Book of Zian, and a crumbling volume in wholly unidentifiable characters whose symbols and diagrams still chilled any occult student. Clearly, the local rumors had not lied. This place had once housed an evil older than mankind and vaster than the known universe. Inside the ruined desk lay a small, leather-bound record book, filled with entries in an odd cryptographic script. The writing used the traditional symbols of astronomy and ancient alchemy, astrology and other dubious arts, sun, moon, planets, aspects, and zodiacal signs, massed into solid pages of text with divisions suggesting each symbol stood for a letter. Hoping to decipher it later, Blake slipped the volume into his coat pocket. Many of the great tomes on the shelves fascinated him deeply, tempting him to return for them. He wondered how they had remained untouched for so long. Was he the first to overcome the pervasive fear that had shielded this deserted place from visitors for nearly 60 years? Having finished exploring the ground floor, Blake crossed the dusty nave again to the front vestibule. There he found a door and staircase that presumably led up to the blackened tower and steeple he had studied so often from afar. The ascent choked him with thick dust, while spiders had spun their worst in the narrow space. The stairs spiraled upward on high, tight wooden treads. Occasionally he passed a clouded window, offering dizzying views over the city. Though he had seen no bell ropes below, he expected to find bells in the tower, whose louvered lancet windows his field glasses had examined many times. He was disappointed. At the top he discovered the tower chamber empty of chimes, and clearly used for far different purposes. The room, roughly 15 feet square, received faint light from 4 lancet windows, one on each side, glazed behind decayed louver boards, now mostly rotted and fitted with opaque screens that had largely fallen away. In the center of the dust-laden floor rose a curiously angled stone pillar about 4 feet high and 2 feet in average diameter, every side covered with bizarre, crudely incised, unrecognizable hieroglyphs. Atop the pillar sat a metal box of peculiar asymmetrical shape, its hinged lid thrown open. Inside, beneath deep dust, lay what appeared to be an egg-shaped or irregularly spherical object some 4 inches across. 7 high-backed Gothic chairs stood in a rough circle around the pillar, still largely intact. Behind them, along the dark-paneled walls, loomed 7 colossal, crumbling, black-painted plaster images that resembled the cryptic carved megaliths of Easter Island more than anything else. In one corner, a ladder built into the wall climbed to the closed trapdoor of the windowless steeple above. As Blake's eyes adjusted to the weak light, he noticed odd bas-reliefs on the strange open box of yellowish metal. He stepped closer, brushing away dust with his hands and handkerchief, and saw that the figures were monstrous and utterly alien. Entities that, though seemingly alive, resembled no life form ever evolved on this planet. The 4-inch object proved to be a nearly black, red-striated polyhedron, with many irregular flat surfaces, either a remarkable natural crystal or a carved, highly polished artificial stone. It did not rest on the bottom of the box, but hung suspended by a metal band around its center, supported by 7 queerly designed arms reaching to the inner angles near the top. Once exposed, the stone exerted an almost alarming fascination on Blake. He could scarcely look away. Gazing at its glistening surfaces, he almost imagined it transparent, revealing half-formed worlds of wonder within. Visions drifted into his mind of alien orbs with great stone towers, other orbs bearing Titan mountains and no trace of life, and still remoter spaces where only vague stirrings in blackness hinted at consciousness and will. When he finally tore his gaze away, he noticed a singular mound of dust in the far corner near the ladder to the steeple. Something in its contours drew his unconscious attention. He plowed through the dust and cobwebs toward it. Brushing with hand and handkerchief soon revealed the grim truth. Blake gasped with a baffling rush of emotions. It was a human skeleton that had lain there for a very long time. Shreds of clothing remained, with buttons and cloth fragments indicating a man's gray suit. Other clues included shoes, metal clasps, large cuff buttons, an old-fashioned stick pin, a reporter's badge from the Providence Telegram, and a crumbling leather pocketbook. Blake examined the pocketbook carefully. Inside were several antiquated bills, a celluloid advertising calendar for 1893, cards bearing the name Edwin M. Lillibridge, and a paper covered with penciled memoranda. He read the disjointed notes carefully by the dim westward window. They recorded, Professor Enoch Bowen, home from Egypt, May 1844, buys old Free Will Church in July, his archaeological work and studies in occult well known. Dr. Drown of Fourth Baptist warns against starry wisdom in sermon December 29, 1844. Congregation 97 by end of 45. 1,846. 3 disappearances. First mention of shining trapezohedron. 7 disappearances. 1,848. Stories of blood sacrifice begin. Investigation 1853 comes to nothing. Stories of sounds. Father O'Malley tells of devil worship with box found in great Egyptian ruins. Says they call up something that can't exist in light. Flees a little light and banished by strong light. Then has to be summoned again. Probably got this from deathbed confession of Francis X. Feeney, who had joined Starry Wisdom in 49. These people say the shining trapezohedron shows them heaven and other worlds, and that the Haunter of the Dark tells them secrets in some way. Story of Orrin B. Eddy, 1857. They call it up by gazing at the crystal, and have a secret language of their own. 200 or more in Kongs, 1863, exclusive of men at front. Irish Boys Mob Church in 1869 after Patrick Regan's disappearance. Veiled article in J, March 14th of 72, but people don't talk about it. 6 disappearances, 1876. Secret committee calls on Mayor Doyle. Action promised February 1877. Church closes in April. Gang. Federal Hill Boys threaten doctor and vestryman in May. 181 persons leave city before end of 77. Mention no names. Ghost stories begin around 1880. Try to ascertain truth of report that no human being has entered church since 1877. Ask Lanigan for photograph of place taken 1851. Blake restored the paper to the pocketbook and slipped the book into his coat. He stared down at the skeleton once more. The notes left no doubt this man had entered the deserted church 42 years earlier, hunting a newspaper sensation no one else had dared attempt. He had never returned to his paper. Blake wondered whether some bravely suppressed fear had finally overwhelmed him and stopped his heart. Stooping closer, he studied the gleaming bones. Some lay badly scattered. Others showed odd disillusion at the ends. Many were strangely yellowed, with faint traces of charring that extended to fragments of clothing. The skull itself was stained yellow and bore a charred aperture in the top, as though powerful acid had eaten straight through solid bone. What had befallen the skeleton during its 4 decades of silent entombment here he could not imagine. Before he realized it, his gaze had returned to the stone. Its curious influence summoned a nebulous pageantry in his mind. He saw processions of robed, hooded figures whose outlines were not human. He saw endless deserts lined with carved, sky-reaching monoliths, towers and walls in nighted depths beneath the sea, and vortices of space where wisps of black mist drifted before thin shimmerings of cold purple haze. Beyond them all he glimpsed an infinite gulf of darkness in which solid and semi-solid forms were known only by their windy stirrings, while cloudy patterns of force imposed order on chaos and offered a key to every paradox and arcane secret of the worlds he knew. Then a wave of gnawing, indeterminate panic shattered the spell. Blake choked and turned sharply away, suddenly conscious of a formless alien presence close beside him, watching with horrible intentness. He felt entangled with something that was not inside the stone but had looked through it at him. something that would now follow him ceaselessly with a cognition beyond physical sight. The place was clearly working on his nerves, especially after the gruesome discovery. Light was already waning, and without any lamp, he knew he would soon have to leave. In the gathering twilight, he thought he caught a faint trace of luminosity within the crazily angled stone. Though he tried to look away, some obscure compulsion dragged his eyes back. Was there a subtle phosphorescence, perhaps even radioactivity, about the thing? The dead man's notes had spoken of a shining trapezohedron. What exactly was this abandoned lair of cosmic evil? What had been done here, and what might still be lurking in the bird-shunned shadows? An elusive touch of fetor seemed to rise somewhere nearby, though he could not locate its source. Blake seized the cover of the long open box and snapped it shut. The lid moved easily on its alien hinges and closed completely over the now unmistakably glowing stone. At the sharp click, a soft stirring sounded from the eternal blackness of the steeple overhead, beyond the trapdoor. Rats, he told himself, the only living things to betray their presence since he had entered. Yet the sound frightened him beyond reason. He plunged wildly down the spiral stairs, across the ghoulish nave, through the vaulted basement, out into the gathering dusk of the deserted square, and then down through the teeming, fear-haunted alleys and avenues of Federal Hill toward the sane central streets and the familiar brick sidewalks of the college district. In the days that followed, Blake told no one of his expedition. Instead, he read deeply in certain forbidden books, pored over long years of newspaper files downtown, and worked feverishly at the cryptogram in the leather volume from the vestry. The cipher was no simple one. After prolonged effort, he became certain its language was neither English, Latin, Greek, French, Spanish, Italian, nor German. He would have to draw on the deepest wells of his strange erudition. Every evening the old westward impulse returned. He saw the black steeple rising as before among the bristling roofs of that distant half-fabulous world. But now it carried a fresh note of terror. He knew the heritage of evil lore it masked, and with that knowledge his imagination ran riot in new and disturbing ways. Spring birds were returning, yet as he watched their sunset flights, he fancied they avoided the gaunt lone spire more than ever. Flocks approaching it would wheel and scatter in panic confusion, their wild twitterings lost across the miles. In June, his diary recorded victory over the cryptogram. The text proved to be in the dark Aklo language used by certain cults of evil antiquity, known to him only haltingly from earlier researches. He remained strangely reticent about what he had deciphered, yet clearly awed and disconcerted. He wrote of a haunter of the dark awakened by gazing into the shining trapezohedron, and of insane conjectures concerning the black gulfs of chaos from which it had been summoned. The being was said to hold all knowledge and to demand monstrous sacrifices. Some entries showed fear that the thing he had apparently called forth might now stalk abroad, though he added that the streetlights formed a bulwark it could not cross. Of the shining trapezohedron itself, he wrote often, calling it a window on all time and space. He traced its history from the days it was fashioned on dark Yugoth, before the old ones ever brought it to Earth. It had been treasured and placed in its curious box by the crinoid things of Antarctica, salvaged from their ruins by the serpent men of Valusia, and peered at aeons later in Lemuria by the first human beings. It had crossed strange lands and stranger seas, sunk with Atlantis, and later been netted by a Minoan fisher who sold it to swarthy merchants from night it came. Pharaoh Neferka had built a temple with a windowless crypt around it, and performed acts that caused his name to be stricken from every monument and record. The stone had then slept in the ruins of that evil fane until a delver's spade brought it forth once more to curse mankind. Early in July, the newspapers supplemented Blake's entries, in brief, casual ways that only his diary highlighted. A new fear had taken root on Federal Hill since a stranger had entered the dreaded church. Italians whispered of unaccustomed stirrings, bumpings, and scrapings in the dark windowless steeple, and begged their priests to banish the entity haunting their dreams. Something, they said, was constantly watching at a door, waiting for darkness sufficient to venture forth. The papers mentioned long-standing local superstitions, but shed little light on the horror's earlier background. Young reporters, it was plain, were no antiquarians. In his own diary, Blake expressed a curious remorse, and spoke of the duty to bury the shining trapezohedron and banish what he had evoked by admitting daylight into the hideous spire. At the same time, he confessed the dangerous depth of his fascination and a morbid longing pervading even his dreams to visit the accursed tower again and gaze once more into the cosmic secrets of the glowing stone. Then, on the morning of July 17th, an item in the journal threw him into a fever of horror. It was only a variant of the other half-humorous reports of Federal Hill restlessness, yet to Blake it was truly terrible. A nighttime thunderstorm had disabled the city's lighting system for a full hour. In that black interval, the Italians had nearly gone mad with fright. Those living near the church swore the thing in the steeple had taken advantage of the darkness, descended into the body of the building, and flopped and bumped about in a viscous, altogether dreadful manner. Toward the end, it had bumped its way up into the tower amid sounds of shattering glass. It could go wherever darkness reached, but light would always drive it fleeing. The lights blazed on again, flooding the tower with even that feeble glow trickling through the grime-blackened louver boards. The thing recoiled instantly, bumping and slithering upward into the black steeple just in time. A longer exposure would have hurled it back into the abyss from which Blake had unwittingly summoned it. During that dark hour, crowds had gathered in the rain around the church, clutching shielded candles and lamps behind folded paper and umbrellas. They formed a desperate ring of light to protect the city from the nightmare that hunted in darkness. Once, those closest swore they heard the outer door rattle hideously. That evening, reading the bulletin, Blake learned what the reporters had discovered. Two of them, sensing the story's value, had pushed through the frantic Italian crowds and slipped into the church through a cellar window after the doors resisted them. They found the vestibule and spectral nave plowed through in strange furrows, with rotted cushions and satin pew linings scattered everywhere. A foul odor hung thick in the air, mixed with yellow stains and patches that looked charred. When they opened the tower door, they paused at a faint scraping sound from above, then climbed the narrow spiral stairs, which had been roughly swept clean. Inside the tower, the same half-cleared state greeted them. The heptagonal stone pillars stood bare, Gothic chairs lay overturned, and bizarre plaster images remained in place. Curiously, neither the metal box nor the old mutilated skeleton received any mention. What unsettled Blake most, beyond the stains, charring, and stench, was the explanation for the crashing glass. Every lancet window had been shattered, and two had been hastily darkened by stuffing satin pew linings and cushioned horsehair between the slanting exterior louvers. More fragments and bunches of horsehair littered the newly swept floor, as though the work of restoring total blackness had been suddenly interrupted. Yellowish stains and charred patches marked the ladder leading to the windowless spire. When one reporter climbed up, slid open the trapdoor, and shone a weak flashlight into the fitted darkness, he saw only blackness and a jumble of shapeless fragments near the opening. The official verdict dismissed it all as charlatanry, some prank on the superstitious locals, or a fanatic's attempt to inflame their fears, or perhaps an elaborate hoax by younger skeptics. Even the police struggled. 3 officers found excuses to avoid the task, and the 4th returned quickly after a reluctant inspection, adding nothing new. From this point, Blake's diary revealed a rising tide of horror and nervous dread. He berated himself for inaction and obsessed over the consequences of another power failure. On 3 separate occasions during thunderstorms, he had called the electric company in panic, begging for every precaution against blackout. He puzzled over the reporter's failure to mention the metal box, the stone, or the scarred skeleton, assuming they had been taken, though by whom or what he could only fear. Worst of all was the growing sense of unholy connection between his own mind and the lurking presence in the distant steeple, the monstrous entity his rashness had dragged from ultimate night. He felt a constant tug at his will. Callers remembered him sitting abstracted at his desk, staring westward at the spire-crowned hill beyond the city smoke. His entries dwelled on terrible dreams and the strengthening bond that deepened while he slept. One night he awoke fully dressed, already outdoors, and walking automatically down College Hill toward the west. Again and again he recorded the certainty that the thing in the steeple knew exactly where to find him. The week after July 30th marked Blake's partial collapse. He stopped dressing and ordered food only by telephone. Visitors noticed the cords he kept by his bed. He explained that sleepwalking had forced him to tie his ankles each night with knots tight enough to wake him if he struggled free. In the diary, he described the hideous experience that triggered his breakdown. Retiring on the night of the 30th, he had suddenly found himself groping through near-total blackness. Faint horizontal streaks of bluish light were all he could see. An overpowering stench filled his nostrils, and soft, furtive sounds stirred above him. Every movement sent him stumbling over unseen obstacles, each noise answered from overhead by a vague stirring and the cautious scrape of wood on wood. His hands brushed a stone pillar with an empty top, then found the rungs of a wall ladder. He fumbled upward into thicker stench, where a hot, searing blast beat down on him. Before his eyes swirled kaleidoscopic visions that repeatedly dissolved into the image of a vast, unplumbed abyss of night in which suns and worlds of deeper blackness whirled. He thought of ancient legends of ultimate chaos, where the blind idiot god Azathoth sprawled at the center, surrounded by his flopping horde of mindless dancers, lulled by the thin piping of a demoniac flute. A sharp report from the outside world shattered the stupor and flooded him with unutterable horror. He never knew its source, perhaps a late firework from the summer celebrations on Federal Hill. He shrieked, dropped frantically from the ladder, and stumbled blindly across the obstructed floor. Realizing instantly where he was, he plunged down the narrow spiral staircase, tripping and bruising himself at every turn. A nightmare dash followed through the vast cobwebbed nave with its ghostly arches. A sightless scramble through the littered basement, a desperate climb into open air and streetlights, and a mad race down the spectral hill of crooked gables, across the grim, silent city, and up the steep eastward slope to his own door. When he regained consciousness the next morning, he lay on his study floor, still fully dressed, covered in dirt and cobwebs, every inch of his body sore and bruised. In the mirror, he saw his hair badly scorched and caught a trace of strange, evil odor clinging to his outer clothes. His nerves finally gave way. Afterward, he lounged, exhausted in a dressing gown, doing little but stare from his west window, flinch at the threat of thunder, and scrawl wild entries in his diary. The great storm struck just before midnight on August 8th. Lightning slashed repeatedly across the city, and 2 remarkable fireballs were seen. Torrential rain fell, while constant thunder kept thousands awake. Blake grew frantic with fear for the lighting system. Around 1 a.m, he tried to telephone the company, but service had already been cut for safety. His diary recorded everything in large, nervous, often illegible scrawls that told their own story of mounting frenzy and despair, many entries written blindly in the dark. Blake kept the house in total darkness so he could gaze out the window. Most of his hours passed at the desk, eyes straining through the rain, across glistening miles of rooftops, toward the distant lights of Federal Hill. His hand fumbled occasional entries into the diary, insisting the lights must hold, that the entity knew his exact position, that he had to destroy it, and that perhaps this time it called without meaning him harm. Then every light in the city failed at 2:12 a.m. Blake's diary recorded only that the power was gone, and he was beyond help. On Federal Hill, watchers as anxious as he patrolled the square and alleys around the church, shielding candles, flashlights, lanterns, crucifixes, and Southern Italian charms beneath umbrellas. They blessed each lightning flash and traced fearful signs when the storm's light began to fade. Rising wind snuffed most candles, deepening the threat. Father Merluzzo was roused and hurried to the square to offer what aid he could. Restless sounds from the blackened tower left no doubt. At 2:35, according to Father Merluzzo's repeated glances at his watch, Patrolman William J. Monahan and the 78 men gathered by the church wall, the dull fumbling inside the tower swelled louder. Evil odors that had been building now grew overpowering. Wood splintered sharply. A heavy object crashed into the yard beneath the east facade, the tower's smoke-grimed louver boarding. An unbearable stench poured from the unseen heights, choking the crowd. The air trembled with flapping vibrations as a violent east wind snatched hats and umbrellas. In the darkness, some glimpsed a vast blur of denser blackness shooting meteor-like eastward across the sky. The watchers stood half-numbed, refusing to abandon their vigil. Moments later, a belated lightning flash and ear-splitting crash tore the heavens. Half an hour afterward, the rain stopped. 15 minutes more, and streetlights returned, sending the weary crowd home. Newspapers the next day gave the incident minor notice amid general storm reports. The lightning and explosion had struck far harder eastward, especially over College Hill, where the crash woke every sleeper and an anomalous blaze lit the hilltop. A violent gust from the west carried intolerable stench before the bolt, followed by a burned odor after. Some reported an upward rush of air that stripped leaves and blasted gardens. A youth in the Tau Omega house claimed to see a grotesque mass of smoke at the flash, though no one verified it. These details drew careful discussion because of their link to Robert Blake's death. Students in the Psi Delta house, whose rear windows faced his study, had noticed his blurred white face at the west window on the morning of the 9th and again that evening. Worried, they rang the bell of the darkened flat and finally had police force the door. The body sat bolt upright at the desk, glassy eyes bulging, features twisted in convulsive fright. The coroner's physician ruled electrical shock or nervous tension from discharge as the cause, ignoring the hideous expression as a probable effect of profound shock on a mind already unbalanced. He based that judgment on the books, paintings, and manuscripts in the apartment and on the blindly scrawled diary entries. The broken pointed pencil remained clutched in Blake's spasmodically contracted right hand. His final entries grew disjointed. He noted the lights still out, everything depending on the lightning continuing. Some influence seemed to beat through the storm, the entity seizing his mind. Memory faltered. Visions of unknown worlds and galaxies flooded him. Light and dark reversed in his sight. He doubted the hill and church visible in the blackness were real, suspecting retinal after-images from the flashes, and hoped the Italians still held their candles if lightning failed. He questioned his fear, wondering if it was an avatar of NYARLATHOTEP who had once walked, as a man in ancient came. Recollections rose of Yugoth, distant Shagai, and the black planets of the ultimate void. He sensed a long winging flight through darkness that could not cross realms of light, recreated by thoughts trapped in the shining trapezohedron and hurled through abyssal radiance. At the last, he affirmed his identity, Robert Harrison Blake of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, insisting he remained on this planet. Speculations differing from the official verdict gained little traction among the conservative, especially after superstitious Dr. Dexter threw the self-luminous box and angled stone, recovered from the black windowless steeple, into the deepest channel of Narragansett Bay. The dominant explanation remained Blake's excessive imagination and neurotic unbalance, worsened by his knowledge of the evil cult whose traces he had uncovered. Blake's final diary entry spiraled into frantic disorder as the lightning failed. Azathoth have mercy, the flashes had stopped. Horror flooded him. He could now perceive everything through a monstrous non-sight where light became dark and dark became light. On the hill, the watchers stood guard with their candles, charms, and priests. Distance collapsed. Far and near reversed. No light reached him, no glass intervened, yet he saw the steeple clearly, the tower, the window. Sounds reached him as if from Poe's Roderick Usher. He feared he was going mad. The thing stirred and fumbled inside the tower. He felt fused with it. He was it, and it was him. He desperately needed to escape, to get out and unify the forces. It knew exactly where he was. He repeated that he was Robert Blake. Yet in the darkness, he still saw the tower. A monstrous odor surrounded him as his senses transfigured. The boarding at the tower window cracked and gave way. Then he saw it coming. Hellwind, a titan blur of black wings. He cried for Yog-Sothoth to save him as the three-low burning eye appeared. The rigid body sat bolt upright at the desk by the west window when they found him, glassy eyes bulging and features locked in convulsive terror. The coroner attributed death to electrical shock or nervous strain from the storm's discharge, dismissing the hideous expression as the natural result of profound shock on an already unbalanced mind shaped by strange books, paintings, and manuscripts. Blake had kept scrawling until the end, the broken pencil still clutched in his spasmodically contracted hand. Dr. Dexter later cast the self-luminous box and angled stone, recovered from the Black Spire, into the deepest waters of Narragansett Bay. Most accepted that Blake's excessive imagination and neurotic unbalance, aggravated by the evil cult he had uncovered, explained the frenzied final jottings. The case remained officially closed.